Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 824, The Mysterious Unspeakable. Hey, kid, what are you doing back here again? On the second floor of the Hog's Head, Aberforth's portrait glared at Kyle in annoyance. You haven't forgotten, have you? Taking up space here still costs money. Of course, 50 galleons, 10 times the rate. Professor Dumbledore will cover it, Kyle said with a weary sigh. He'd been kicked out by Professor McGonagall. If he hadn't called out her true intentions, maybe he could have stayed at Hogwarts by playing dumb. But he had, and McGonagall had openly admitted it, she didn't want him staying at the school. As the person truly in charge of Hogwarts, McGonagall's will was final. If she didn't want him there, then no matter how many excuses he made, there was no staying. She even went so far as to use one of the school's secret passages to quietly send him out of Hogwarts without alerting anyone, which was why he now found himself at the Hog's Head. The exit to that passage was right here, the entrance, in the Room of Requirement. It must have been Dumbledore who told her about it, so she could use it to evacuate students if Hogwarts ever faced a crisis. McGonagall's meaning was crystal clear, she intended to use the time turner to save Dumbledore herself, not let Kyle go. And the best way to guarantee that was to secure the most important item first, the time turner. In fact, everything she'd told Kyle earlier had been true. She really had visited Nicholas Flamel's estate when she was young. Back then, Dumbledore had just become headmaster of Hogwarts. Probably thrilled, he took a few of the professors he had high hopes for to Devon during Lady Perenelle's 600th birthday celebration. Alongside McGonagall had been Professor Sprout. As it turned out, Dumbledore had a good eye, both of them went on to become heads of house. Professor Flitwick was supposed to go too, but had to skip the trip because of a scheduling conflict with a dueling tournament. And Slughorn, head of Slytherin, well, he'd gotten drunk at a dinner party the night before and missed the departure entirely. To this day, Slughorn still groans and smacks his leg in regret every time he thinks of it, not that it's ever stopped him from continuing to host dinner parties and drink himself under the table. Of course, Kyle didn't know any of this. Upstairs, Aberforth's portrait was still ranting. Kyle shot him a glance and asked, "Why didn't you tell me there was a secret passage here that leads to Hogwarts? If I'd known it was this easy, I wouldn't have bothered going through all that trouble to turn myself into an owl." "Would have been pointless," came Aberforth's voice from behind him, along with the sound of footsteps. At some point, he had come up to the second floor and was now standing behind Kyle, eyeing him closely. "The passage you just used is one way. In other words, it can only be opened from the Hogwarts side. This place is just the exit, you can't get in through here." "Is that so? Then I misunderstood." Kyle scratched his head and started heading for the door. "Hold up," Aberforth suddenly called after him. "What is it?" Kyle turned around. "Your headmaster, Dumbledore, he..." Aberforth hesitated, mouth half open. Then he shook his head. "Forget it. It's nothing. Get out of here already." He turned and headed back down the stairs. "Well, that was weird," Kyle muttered. He walked to the window and looked toward the Shrieking Shack. A new shop had opened nearby, an ice cream stand. A balding middle-aged man sat beside it, showing zero interest in attracting customers. Even when someone approached, he barely reacted, lazily scooping a massive spoonful of ice cream and slapping it carelessly into the cone. Aside from the huge portions, everything else was a mess compared to the ice cream shop in Diagon Alley. The appearance, especially, was atrocious. The scoops were neither round nor square, just vaguely lumpy, like something a dog had chewed on. That had to be serious. Frankly, his attempt at staying undercover was laughable. Even if Kyle had known nothing, he would have pegged him as suspicious in an instant. If you're going to work, at least take it seriously. Who runs a business like this? Making proper ice cream isn't even hard. And then Kyle saw the customer hand over a silver coin, and the corner of his mouth twitched. One sickle, for a scoop bigger than a fist. No wonder business was still good despite the abysmal service. But could a shop like that actually make money? Kyle only watched for a moment before he couldn't take it anymore. He stepped away from the window and disapparated from the Hog's Head. Now that staying at Hogwarts was no longer an option, Kyle needed to find something to occupy himself. He decided to return to St. Catchpole Village first. Chris had already left for work at the Ministry of Magic and wasn't home. Kyle settled onto the sofa, poured himself a cup of black tea, and began to reflect on everything that had happened recently. Strangely, he didn't feel the least bit worried that Professor McGonagall might get hold of the time turner before he did, even though she had clearly made thorough preparations. Something about the whole situation felt too convenient, too coincidental. And then there was Nicholas. He seemed to know something as well. What exactly was the point of that juice Kyle had drunk? He pondered this as he sat there, but having stayed up all night, his body now relaxing in the comfort of home, his thoughts soon grew hazy, and before he knew it, he had fallen asleep on the sofa. It was a deep sleep, and Kyle didn't wake until noon. Though it had only been a few hours, he felt as if he'd slept the whole day, every trace of fatigue wiped away. The only discomfort was a numbness in his arm, as if it had been crushed by a car. Turning his head, Kyle groggily lifted the plump Kneasel sprawled across his arm and tossed it aside. Then he stood up and shook out the stiffness in his limbs. Chris still hadn't returned, so Kyle rummaged up a few slices of bread and some roasted ham, slapped together a quick sandwich, and called it lunch. He really did miss his time at Beauxbatons. Whatever else could be said, at least the food there had been excellent. After eating, Kyle stepped outside. He had decided to make a trip to the Ministry of Magic. He couldn't shake the feeling that, in the end, the task of going back in time to save Dumbledore would fall to him, regardless of how carefully Professor McGonagall had arranged things. But he also remembered that both Godric Gryffindor and Salazar Slytherin had warned him never to touch a time-turner. And now, because of Dumbledore, he might have no choice but to use one. In a situation like this, Kyle wanted professional advice. The first person who came to mind was Diana, who worked in the Department of Mysteries. All existing time-turners were stored there, and no one knew more about them than the Unspeakables. Maybe she could offer him some guidance. So off he went. Once he'd gotten dressed, Kyle headed straight to the Weasleys' house next door. After politely declining Mrs. Weasley's generous offer to stay for lunch 3 times, he finally made it into the fireplace and used the Floo network to travel to the Ministry of Magic. He arrived just in time to catch Chris in the corridor outside the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Chris had been about to head out. Kyle. Chris looked surprised. What are you doing at the Ministry? Dad, Kyle said directly, I need to talk to Mum. Can I go to the Department of Mysteries? The Department of Mysteries. I'm afraid that's not possible, Chris replied, frowning. Is it something important? It's about something I might need to do soon, Kyle said. I'd say it's fairly important. Then you'd better start thinking of another way, Chris said, shaking his head. That door to the Department of Mysteries has been locked for quite a while now. No one but an unspeakable can open it. Not even you. Not even the Minister for Magic, Chris said. The Department of Mysteries is completely independent from the Ministry. You could even say they're unrelated. They just happen to be housed in the same building. So once that door is sealed, only the Unspeakables can open it. I see. Kyle looked a little disappointed. But, it's not entirely hopeless, Chris said after a moment's thought. I remember they left one unspeakable outside the department, someone meant to keep tabs on the outside world. If you can find that person, they might be able to pass a message along for you. Your mother has a good relationship with the other Unspeakables. If you tell them who you are, they should be willing to help. Is that person in the Ministry? Kyle asked. No idea, Chris replied, shaking his head. No one knows where that unspeakable is, not even whether it's a man or a woman. Their identity is completely confidential. But, he added, I think you've seen that person before. The night of Lupin's wedding. Kyle blurted out. That night, after Kyle had brought everyone back from the Hog's Head, he'd run into Chris, who had come to check on things, along with an unspeakable in a black hooded cloak at his side. According to Chris, that person had come on Diana's behalf to assess the situation. Once they confirmed Kyle was safe and unharmed, they vanished without a word. It was the only time in recent years that Kyle had encountered another unspeakable besides Diana, and he remembered it clearly. Yes, that was the one, Chris nodded. I ran into him in the lobby at the Ministry. Well, let's just say he for now, if he didn't come there specifically to find me, then it likely means he's based in the Ministry already. After all, if the Unspeakables from the Department of Mysteries want to gather information, the Ministry of Magic is the best place to do it. You could try your luck. Start in the atrium, then take the lift to level 9, where the Department of Mysteries is. If you do that enough times, you might draw their attention. With that, Chris glanced at the arriving lift and hurried toward it, Kyle following close behind. Sorry, I probably can't go with you, Chris said. No problem, I can manage on my own, Kyle replied. He glanced at Chris. What's going on now? Another case of someone's magical creature getting loose. Worse than that, Chris sighed. Something stirred up the Hebridean black dragons. Lately, they've gotten more and more aggressive. A few of them even crossed into other dragons' territories and got into serious fights. You know who? Kyle asked reflexively. With something this abnormal, his first thought was always the same, you know who and his Death Eaters. And even if it wasn't them, he wouldn't feel bad blaming them. Doesn't seem like it. Chris thought for a moment, then shook his head. If it were you-know-who, he'd be trying to recruit or threaten the dragon handlers on the Hebrides, bring the dragons into the Death Eaters to expand his forces. Just like he did with the giants. Actually, Newt's already uncovered part of the reason. According to him, the black dragons have been reacting to a sudden surge of magical energy nearby. That's what's making them so agitated. That's strange. Kyle murmured. Why would there be a magical surge in the Hebrides? Unlike other fire-breathing dragons, Hebridean blacks were highly sensitive to magic. Even something as simple as a Lumos charm could be seen as a threat. That's why they could only be kept on the Hebrides, looked after by generations of dedicated dragon keepers. And to ensure safety, magic use was strictly prohibited in the area. Kyle couldn't imagine who would be reckless enough to cast spells in a place like that. A strong magical surge, something like a large-scale spell, could provoke dozens of black dragons into attacking. And these weren't just any dragons, they were the most magic-resistant kind. Even Dumbledore would have no choice but to flee if he ran into a pack of them. You sure you'll be okay? Kyle asked, concerned. Want me to come with you? No need, Chris waved it off. Newt's already there, and so is Mr. Lima, you remember him. You met him at the Romanian Dragon Sanctuary. The Monster Book of Monsters guy. That's him, Chris said. He wrote it. So really, there's nothing you could do to help even if you came. The lift reached the atrium, and they stepped out. Chris glanced around. No luck. I don't recognize the person from that night either. But keep trying, sooner or later, you might catch their attention. All right, Kyle nodded. Chris quickly left, and Kyle headed back into the lift and rode it up to level 9 again. It looked the same as before, bare walls, no doors, no windowsills. Kyle walked to the end of the corridor. There should have been a black door there, but it was gone, leaving nothing but a smooth, empty wall. No wonder Chris said no one could get in. Without a door, there was nothing to open. Kyle spent some time poking around, but got nowhere. No one appeared to meet him, either. Left with no choice, he returned to the atrium, circled the area once, and then went back up. He repeated this 5 times, and finally, on the 6th trip to level 9, someone was there. A figure in a black hooded cloak, perfectly blended with the surroundings. When Kyle first spotted them, he was so startled he jumped, he hadn't noticed when they appeared. Are you, an unspeakable? Kyle asked softly, eyeing the figure closely. He had a theory, maybe it was Dumbledore in disguise. The role of an unspeakable would make the perfect cover, hiding him from everyone. But that idea quickly faded. Judging by the figure's build, this was definitely a witch. No way it was Dumbledore. She didn't speak, but gave a slight nod in response. That's great, Kyle said with relief. You recognize me, right? We've met, back at Grimmauld Place. She nodded again. But this time, she spoke. You've come here 5 times. What do you want? Just as Kyle suspected, the voice beneath the hood was that of a witch, hoarse, whether naturally or deliberately disguised, he couldn't tell. Still, he wasn't bothered by that. He blinked at her in surprise. You knew I came 5 times. I'm aware of everyone who steps onto level 9. She shifted slightly to the left, her cloak flowing like water as it seamlessly blended into the wall. Then why didn't you come out sooner? Kyle asked, exasperated. You made me run back and forth 6 times. If you just asked out loud if anyone was there, you wouldn't have had to repeat it so many times, she said. I thought you were here for exercise. Who exercises by riding a lift? Kyle muttered under his breath. One thing was clear, this definitely wasn't Dumbledore. He was never this cheeky. Chapter 825, Familiar Faces, Percy returns. The Unspeakables, just hearing the name, one would expect them to be serious and disciplined professionals. In Kyle's mind, they were supposed to be the no-nonsense type, get things done, keep their mouths shut. Diana, for example, was much more composed and methodical at the Department of Mysteries than she ever was at home. But the one standing in front of him now. Kyle couldn't shake the feeling that she was quietly laughing at him. It felt exactly like catching Fred and George doing something absurd, and instead of helping, standing by just to enjoy the show. He rubbed his forehead. How should he put it? This unspeakable was a little too lively, definitely not the cold, professional figure he had imagined. But there was no time to worry about that now. Kyle took 2 steps forward and began, I have something to. Yes. Before he could finish, the unspeakable nodded. What? Kyle blinked, thrown off. You're here to ask me to pass a message to Diana, aren't you? The unspeakable said calmly. You know that. Kyle asked, puzzled. Did you overhear our conversation? No. And I didn't need to, she replied, shaking her head. Under normal circumstances, you should still be at Hogwarts. But here you are, at the Department of Mysteries. What other reason could you possibly have besides looking for Diana? That does make sense. Wait, how do you know I was at Hogwarts? Kyle blurted out, then instantly shut his mouth. He was supposed to be impersonating Dumbledore there, something absolutely no one else was supposed to know. His trip to Hogwarts was top secret. Aside from him and a few professors, no one should have had any idea. His brain had short-circuited just now. He'd let it slip without thinking. Kyle gave his head a shake, trying to snap himself back into focus. Confused, the unspeakable asked, glancing at him. Or did you really think Albus using a time-turner would go unnoticed by the Department of Mysteries? We're talking about 100 years. That kind of temporal span is massive, so massive that the mist in the Hall of Time is practically spilling over. If the Department of Mysteries didn't notice something like that, we might as well shut down entirely. Kyle had no reply to that. He'd nearly forgotten, this department dealt with time, space, and all manner of intangible forces. If someone used a time-turner, of course they would know. Godric's Hollow. The sitting room of Madame Bathilda Bagshot's house. That's the place, isn't it? She continued. As soon as the time-turner was used, we went to investigate. There were a lot of people nearby, yes, but with a little effort, we narrowed it down. You were the only possible person involved. Why me? Kyle asked. Why not anyone else? Because of the Phoenix, the unspeakable explained patiently. Phoenixes are incredibly rare magical creatures. They don't just bond with anyone. The fact that you had one with you told us everything. Any other questions? So you've been following me? He asked. Not exactly. Following sounds too harsh, the unspeakable said. You're Diana's family. We just paid special attention to your movements. For instance, we noticed you went to King's Cross Station on September 1st to see someone off, Harry Potter. But you didn't come back with the others. Which led us to deduce that you boarded the train and went to Hogwarts. Couldn't I have operated back early? Kyle asked. He was immediately met with a look that could only be described as you know better than that. Okay, yeah, that was a dumb thing to say, Kyle admitted awkwardly. The Department of Magical Transportation could track apparition traces. And if the Department of Mysteries had been watching him, of course they'd already accounted for that. It's all right. Understandable. Don't worry about it, said the unspeakable, smiling, or at least, he thought she was. And I don't need to walk you through what happened next, do I? She continued. You went to Hogwarts, and then, surprise, Albus Dumbledore shows up at the start of term feast. No need, Kyle said, shaking his head. So, you already know why I came to the Department of Mysteries, don't you? If you'd been monitoring me this whole time, you'd know I went to France. You'd know what I went through there. That part, we actually don't, the unspeakable said with emphasis. Let me say this again, we weren't following you. We just made educated guesses based on your travel patterns and the events that followed. Diana knows you well enough that it wasn't difficult. Diana. Kyle's mouth twitched slightly. If it was his mother behind all this, then yeah, it all tracked. Besides, getting into Beauxbatons isn't exactly easy, even for us. Naturally, we don't know what you experienced there. But, she added, changing tone, based on Diana's assessment, you came to the Department of Mysteries because you realized that Albus Dumbledore is trapped in the past, and you want to bring him back. Yes, Kyle admitted with a nod. I want to know what I should do. Preferably. Nothing at all, said the unspeakable. If you just let someone else handle it, there'd be nothing for you to worry about. Personally, I think Minerva McGonagall would be a great choice. She's capable, detail-oriented, and perfectly suited to retrieve Albus from the past. I know, Kyle said. But I have a feeling that this will fall to me, no matter what. That's so. The unspeakable paused. Then the advice is the same. Do nothing. Let things unfold naturally. Do nothing, Kyle repeated. That come from my mother. The first part, yes, the unspeakable replied. You should know she'd never approve of you using a time-turner. I can pass on the message if you'd like, but the answer's almost certainly going to be the same. No need. Thanks anyway, Kyle said, shaking his head. He turned to leave. But then he stopped, glanced back, and asked, do we know each other? You could say that, she replied. Who are you? This time, the unspeakable didn't answer. She simply raised her hand and opened a black door that had appeared out of nowhere. Just before stepping through, she said lightly, you'll find out, but not yet. The door shut behind her and melted seamlessly back into the wall, vanishing without a trace. Kyle called out twice. No response. What a strange person, Kyle muttered under his breath. He stepped into the lift and returned once more to the bustling main hall, still thinking over the unspeakable's words and trying to match her appearance to anyone he might know. But no matter how long he thought about it, he couldn't figure out who she was. None of the familiar faces in his memory matched. As he mulled it over, Kyle made his way through the busy hall toward the flue fireplace corridor. He couldn't have been on the 9th floor for more than an hour. At that rate, there was no way Chris would have returned from the Hebrides yet. So Kyle didn't bother going to find him. Instead, he simply used the flue network to return to the burrow. Fred, George, will you two be quiet for a minute? Charlie, could you grab me a cushion? This chair's too hard. Mum, you already gave him 2 cushions. Why can't he just stay at St. Mungo's? Yeah, maybe big-headed boy could write a brilliant report on hospital bed firmness. Even better than his cauldron bottom report. You're ruining his career. The burrow was full of voices, chaotic, overlapping chatter from every direction. When Kyle stepped out of the fireplace, everyone instinctively looked his way. Sorry to interrupt, oh, Percy, when did you get back? Kyle said in surprise, catching sight of the pale, thin figure seated in the center of the room. Percy Weasley. He'd been caught up in the Death Eater attack on the Ministry and had ended up in St. Mungo's after being hit with both the Cruciatus and Imperius curses. Kyle hadn't expected him to be discharged this soon. Just now. Mum brought me back about half an hour ago, Percy replied, his voice weak. Why didn't you stay a few more days? Kyle walked over and noticed Percy still looked pale, his red hair dull and lifeless. I know the director there, you could have taken your time to recover. There's no way to rest in a place like that, Percy said, shaking his head. It's overcrowded. The guy in the bed next to me was hit by some weird dark magic, he kept thinking he was a snake, crawling all over the room. Last night, he even broke out of his restraints, climbed onto me, and tried to swallow me whole. Just remembering it made Percy shudder involuntarily. Fred and George, on the other hand, burst out laughing, nearly falling over. Fred was wiping tears from his eyes. He started with Percy's feet. I bet he'll never eat anything unusual again, George added, leaning on the table for support. Will you two keep it down? Mrs. Weasley tried to scold them, her expression stern, but even she looked like she was trying not to laugh. In any case, we should be thankful to that man, she said. If not for him, Percy wouldn't have woken up so quickly. I doubt Percy wants to thank him, Fred said, raising an eyebrow. Percy certainly didn't. Waking up to find someone trying to eat your leg was the kind of trauma that could haunt you for life, more terrifying than the Imperius and Cruciatus curses combined. That was why Percy had urgently asked Bill, who was keeping watch at his bedside, to send for Mrs. Weasley and bring him home. In that case, why don't I contact Director Sykes and have you moved to a different ward? Kyle offered. St. Mungo's really is the best place for treating damage from the unforgivable curses. Thanks for the offer, Kyle, but it's really not necessary. Just then, Mrs. Weasley came over and placed a large tray of sweets on the table. When I went to pick him up, I asked the healers. They said Percy hadn't been under the curses for long, and now that he's regained consciousness, he should recover just fine. Resting at home is actually better for him than staying at St. Mungo's. Yeah, Percy nodded. I feel more relaxed here already. Oi. Who are you really? Fred suddenly shouted, making everyone jump. George whipped out his wand and pointed it at Percy. Whoever you are, don't you dare use the Imperius curse on Percy. You too. Mrs. Weasley, startled and fuming, rolled up her sleeves and stormed toward them, ready to twist their ears. Fred ducked away from her hand, putting on a serious face. Mum, you've all been fooled. Percy would never say something like, the burrow is comfortable. Yeah, he used to say it was suffocating and that he'd never come back. George chimed in. Mrs. Weasley froze mid-step, her expression shifting to something more complicated. Because, they were right. Percy had said those things, back when Voldemort still hadn't shown himself publicly and the Ministry was still denying his return. At the time, Percy had stubbornly sided with Fudge, even at the cost of alienating his own family. From that moment on, he hadn't set foot in the burrow again. Even after Fudge changed his tune and Voldemort made a dramatic return, Percy only offered a quiet apology, but he continued avoiding his family and had never truly come home. The burrow fell into a heavy silence. Kyle had no idea what to say to break the tension. And truthfully, it wasn't his place. This was a Weasley family matter. Feeling awkward, Kyle tried to distract himself. He carefully reached for a tooth-splintering mint, slowly unwrapping it and doing his best not to make a sound. Just as he peeled it open, a thick arm shot out beside him and snatched the candy. Charlie glanced back at Kyle as he popped it into his mouth. It was clear he felt just as uncomfortable. Though he was a Weasley too, he'd been in Romania when Percy fell out with the family. By the time he returned, the others had mostly stopped talking about it. And now, he had no idea what to say either. I'm sorry. It was a long time before Percy finally spoke. I don't know what came over me back then. Maybe it was just stupid pride. Even when I realized I was wrong, I didn't know how to face you and Dad, so I thought, as long as I didn't see either of you, I could pretend nothing had happened. But I know I was wrong. I'm sorry. And if it's still possible, I'd like to come back. Back to this family. May I? Percy looked nervously at Mrs. Weasley, his hands tightly wringing together. What are you talking about, you silly boy? Mrs. Weasley's eyes filled with tears in an instant as she pulled Percy into a tight hug. You're part of this family. You can come home whenever you like. That's it. Fred muttered, clearly displeased. One apology, and all the rubbish he pulled just gets wiped clean. And you too. Percy turned to them. Even though he was still weak, he stood up shakily. I'm sorry for everything I did. If you want to take it out on me, go ahead. I won't stop you. Just let me come home, even if it's the attic. Then he bowed deeply, just like he had at the Quidditch World Cup when he'd seen Barty crouch. He bent so low his glasses slipped off onto the table. You don't think saying that makes everything okay, Fred said, his earlier indignation faltering. He looked at Percy, then quickly looked away. George was the same. The two of them stood there, a little stiff, like they hadn't quite processed what was happening. Unbelievable. You actually said something like that. George tossed his wand aside. It hit a chair and, with a soft pop, transformed into a plush cod toy. Now I'm seriously wondering if you're even Percy, Fred said. The Percy we know would never apologize to his own brothers. He'd just say, Fred, George, can you two keep it down? I can't concentrate on my book. And then go tattle to Mum. You can check if you want. Use whatever method. I won't object, Percy said. Don't talk like that, dear, Mrs. Weasley said, wiping her eyes. I trust the healers at St. Mungo's. If they say you're well enough to come home, then I believe them. We'll check anyway, George muttered through a mouthful of candy after hastily unwrapping one. But forget the attic. If we made you sleep up there, Mum would kill us. The two of them still looked uncomfortable, or maybe they just hadn't expected Percy to change so much. With a muttered, we're heading back to the shop, they made a hasty retreat. The Burrow's front door opened and shut. I don't think I've ever visited your home, Charlie suddenly said, turning to Kyle. You haven't since you graduated, Kyle replied. Has it really been that long? How's Tom doing? Charlie asked. That Kneazle your family keeps. He's doing well. He's put on quite a few pounds, though Dad insists it's just that his fur's grown longer. I've always liked Kneazles. Smart little creatures, and a lot easier to deal with than dragons. Mind showing him to me? Of course not. Kyle stood up, and the two of them left the burrow together. Chapter 826, Chapter 826, A New Goal, Grindelwald. Percy's return brought warmth and liveliness back to the burrow. Mrs. Weasley, as if a great weight had been lifted from her shoulders, was in noticeably better spirits than before. That very day, she prepared a lavish dinner and warmly invited Kyle to join them. Chris was still away on the Hebrides Islands. Which wasn't surprising, anything involving dragons was never simple. And with even Newt involved, it was clearly not something that could be handled in just a day or two. Chances were, Chris would be stationed there for a while. Kyle had considered offering to help, if only to pass the time, but without an invitation, showing up unannounced would almost certainly be considered trespassing. Dragon sanctuaries, after all, were full of eggs and hatchlings. To prevent theft, unfamiliar wizards were generally barred from entering. That was certainly the case at the Romanian Dragon Sanctuary. Especially now, with the Hebridean black dragons acting up, tension on the Hebrides Islands would be high. Showing up out of nowhere might lead to unnecessary conflict, and no one wanted injuries, on either side. So after some deliberation, Kyle decided to drop the idea. Besides, Chris had a point, between him and Newt, they had things covered. Kyle wouldn't be of much help anyway. Better to stay home, rest up, and prepare for what was coming. At 7 p.m. sharp, Kyle arrived at the burrow. Mr. Weasley was there too, having managed to leave work on time for once. Fred and George were there as well. Although they'd spent the afternoon loudly declaring they wanted nothing to do with celebrating Percy's return, here they were. The two of them were wearing their old dragonhide jackets, the ones from their shop's opening, and had clearly cleaned themselves up. George's hair gleamed like it had been licked by a three-headed dog. Fred smelled faintly of something floral, probably Madame Pimpernel's skin-soothing cream. It was the kind of product usually favored by witches. Kanna, Cho, and Ginny were all devoted fans. Kyle shot them an amused glance but didn't say anything. Don't get the wrong idea, Fred said, catching Kyle's look. This was honestly the most outdated thing we could find. No need to explain, I get it, Kyle said, clapping him on the shoulder. It's fine. Percy's your brother, after all. Totally natural. No need to feel embarrassed. And with that, Kyle turned and headed into the house. What does he think he gets? Fred raised an eyebrow. I think he misunderstood, George muttered. We shouldn't have been messing around with that explosive face cream earlier. I rushed over here afraid we'd be late and didn't even change. Yeah. Fred tugged at his jacket and whispered, do you think if we go explain to him now that the dragon hide jacket is to protect us from explosive puff pods, he'll believe it? Doubtful. George sighed, scratching his head. Ugh, this gunk is still in my hair, I didn't even wash it all out. Let's deal with it later. We should head in before Mum starts lecturing us about being late, Fred said. No other choice. The two of them hurried into the burrow. Ron and Ginny weren't there, but with Bill and Charlie home, the house still felt full, but not in a bad way. The kind of full that felt warm and lively. Kyle sat next to Charlie, watching as Mrs. Weasley beamed while serving stew onto everyone's plates. Fred and George were already loudly heckling Percy again. By 8 p.m., Kyle left the burrow and returned home. Over the next few days, Chris still hadn't returned. The Daily Prophet had picked up on the situation in the Hebrides Islands, reporting that some muggles had spotted dragons in the area, more than one, in fact. Fortunately, the accidental magic reversal squad had arrived in time to modify their memories. Otherwise, the incident might have gone viral in the Muggle world. Actually, it had already spread, but few people believed it. And with the eyewitnesses now unable to recall anything, the story was dismissed as a hoax meant to attract attention, and public interest quickly faded. Now, members of the accidental magic reversal squad were stationed in the area, ready to respond to any further emergencies. Luckily, the dragons seemed to have calmed down and hadn't ventured out again. Chris ended up staying on the islands even longer than Kyle had expected, nearly another 2 weeks. When he finally returned, he looked completely worn out. He told Kyle that the Hebridean Black Dragon's outburst had been triggered because some wizard, likely Voldemort or one of his Death Eaters, had blown up the highest cliff on the southern edge of the Hebrides Islands. It was just a cliff, Kyle said, puzzled. Why would that matter so much? Cliffs were everywhere on the islands. It wasn't like it had been a nesting ground or held dragon eggs. Was it really worth them getting so enraged? From what Kyle remembered, the Hebridean Black Dragons hadn't left the islands in over 2 centuries. All their previous conflicts had been internal. But now they were ready to leave in search of whoever was responsible. It's not about the cliff itself, Chris sighed. What if that was where they chose their leaders? Every Hebridean Black chieftain on the islands has died on that cliff, and been born there too. You could call it sacred ground. And then someone just blew it up. Right. That, Kyle could understand. No wonder the dragons were furious. Did you find out who did it? Kyle asked. If only, Chris said, shaking his head. But the spell they used was strong enough to blast apart a cliff. There aren't many wizards capable of that. We're guessing it was you-know-who. Only he, or a group of Death Eaters acting together, could unleash the kind of destruction. You-know-who. Kyle frowned. Hasn't he been lying low this whole time? Why would he suddenly show up on the Hebrides and blow up a cliff? What's he gain from provoking dragons? That's what we'd like to know too, Chris said, pouring himself a glass of fire whiskey. Maybe he just wanted to stir up chaos. If Newt hadn't managed to calm down the strongest Hebridean Black using a Hungarian horntail, the towns nearby would be in complete chaos by now. And even if the Ministry responded quickly, there's no way they'd be able to modify every Muggle's memory in such a short time. Hungarian horntails. Calm them down. Kyle couldn't wrap his head around that. As the most aggressive species of dragon, Hungarian horntails had never been known for their calm demeanor. Especially when encountering other dragons, if they didn't immediately lash out with their tails, that alone would count as uncharacteristically gentle. If Kyle had to guess, it was more likely a physical method of calming, beat the strongest Hebridean Black into submission, and the others would quiet down on their own. They really don't know when to stop, Kyle muttered. You're sure it was Death Eaters? It's only speculation, Chris replied. But we found strong traces of dark magic in the area, and residue from fiend fire. It's almost certainly them. Kyle grumbled a few words under his breath. He had to admit, if Voldemort's plan had succeeded, it would have caused massive trouble for the Ministry. No wonder they'd been so quiet lately. He never would have expected this, but then again, without this incident, he wouldn't have been able to guess their real objective either. Inciting dragons into a frenzy, trust them to come up with something that insane. After finishing his fire whiskey, Chris polished off a full plate of sandwiches and 2 grilled sausages before dragging his exhausted body back to his room. Time passed. October arrived, and the weather grew steadily colder. Finally, Kyle received an awl from Nicholas. But to his disappointment, it wasn't the repaired time-turner. It was a mirror. A 2-way mirror. As soon as Kyle picked it up, Nicholas's face appeared in it. How have you been lately? Nicholas asked with a smile. All right, just getting a little impatient, Kyle said, setting the mirror down on the table. When I saw the owl, I thought the time turner was finally fixed. Patience, Nicholas said. That thing isn't easy to repair. By the way, have you been drinking what I gave you? Of course. I haven't missed a day. Kyle held up the bottle of raspberry juice. I've been meaning to ask, what is this stuff actually for? It protects you from temporal interference, Nicholas explained. Albus told me that the last time you used the time turner, you experienced some confusion, didn't you? I did. Kyle nodded. It must have been back in his 3rd year, when the Chamber of Secrets had been opened. He'd unknowingly been pulled several months back in time. From that point on, he'd started doing a lot of inexplicable things, without realizing a time turner had been involved. Like insisting on keeping the basilisk a secret. Under normal circumstances, he would have told Dumbledore right away, but back then, he simply didn't want to say anything. Later, Rowena Ravenclaw had explained that she'd set up certain enchantments that affected him when his perception of time was unstable. It was a bit complicated. In short, Ravenclaw had laid down a magical construct at Hogwarts, but it only affected those who had experienced temporal disturbances. And to trigger it, the disturbance had to span more than 2 months, meaning ordinary time turners, which only rewound a day or two, wouldn't be affected. In other words, it was a spell specifically targeted at him. But that was so many years ago. What does it have to do with now? Kyle asked. When 2 versions of yourself exist in the same time and space, your mind becomes unstable. That's one of the main reasons many wizards are wary of time turners, Nicholas explained. This potion is meant to solve that problem. Drink it daily for a month, and you'll no longer be affected. If you want to rescue Albus, you need to make sure your mind is completely clear. So even if I finished repairing the time turner, I wouldn't give it to you until the full month has passed. I see. Kyle nodded. Thanks. No need to thank me. It's just part of the preparation, Nicholas said. So you contacted me just to tell me that. Didn't you ask me first? Ah. Oh, sorry, I forgot. It's fine. Understandable. Nicholas smiled. Actually, I also forgot to mention something earlier. What is it? There's somewhere you'll need to go, said Nicholas. Once you travel back in time, your first priority will be to find Albus, right? Yeah. Why? Is there a problem? Do you know where he is? Nicholas asked. Kyle froze. Come to think of it, he really didn't. All he knew was that the Dumbledore family used to live in Godric's Hollow, next door to Bathilda Bagshot. But that was where the young Dumbledore had lived. The one he needed to find was the Dumbledore who had gone back in time. Looks like you've realized it too, Nicholas said as he carefully pulled a thick book toward him. So before anything else, you'll need to speak with someone who might know where Albus would hide. Who? Professor McGonagall might know, right? She doesn't. In fact, no one does, except one person. Who? Grindelwald. You've probably heard the name. Kyle was quiet for a moment. Yeah, I've heard of him. 60 years ago, he was Professor Dumbledore's greatest rival. And his closest friend, Nicholas said softly. As much as I hate to admit it, the two of them shared a deep bond in their youth. They understood each other in ways no one else could. That connection never truly disappeared, it was just buried, deep in their hearts. If anyone can guess where Albus might have gone after returning to the past, it's Grindelwald. You want me to go see him? Kyle's voice rose involuntarily. He really didn't want to meet Grindelwald. As the dark wizard who nearly brought all of Europe to its knees, the man was dangerous in ways that went beyond magic. Kyle had even heard that no one was allowed near him in captivity. The fear was that even the guards could fall under his influence and turn traitor. Some said his powers of persuasion were more terrifying than his spells. If given a choice, Kyle would rather face Voldemort, well, the post-Horcrux version of Voldemort. Back when he was still Tom Riddle, he was just as dangerous as Grindelwald, capable of inspiring fanatic loyalty in those around him. But their paths had diverged. Tom had chosen power and immortality, willingly discarding everything else. Do I have to go? Kyle asked, clearly reluctant. Not necessarily, said Nicholas. If you want to search slowly, you can skip it. But I can't guarantee how long it'll take. Then what if I make a scene and get Professor Dumbledore to notice me? Kyle asked. He definitely knows who I am, right? That's one way, Nicholas agreed. But can you guarantee that the Dumbledore who sees Ariana again will be in any state to notice anything else? Kyle said nothing. Honestly, he couldn't guarantee that. Dumbledore had blamed himself for Ariana's death for a century. Seeing her again might completely overwhelm him. All right, I'll go. Kyle sighed. Don't worry so much, Nicholas said with a chuckle. You're going to rescue Dumbledore. He won't hurt you, in fact, he'll probably do everything he can to help. I promise. I hope so. Kyle shook his head and stood. Then I'll go now. And where exactly are you going? Nurmengard. That's where Grindelwald's being held, isn't it? And do you know where Nurmengard actually is? It's in Austria, I think. I read that in a book somewhere. But I bet that book didn't give you a precise location. Or do you think Nurmengard is just a tower randomly built by the roadside where anyone can stop in for a visit? Kyle stopped mid-step, then sat back down. You know how to get there, don't you? Funny thing, Nicholas said, blinking. I actually helped build Nurmengard. He flipped open the thick book on the table. Let me find it. Ah, here it is. He propped the book up and turned it toward the mirror. Kyle leaned in immediately. He saw an old, faded photograph of a circular stone tower, thick and chimney-like. Beneath the photo was a line of text. Kyle stared at it, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't seem to remember the words. A few seconds later, Nicholas shut the book. Wait, I haven't memorized it yet. That's enough, Nicholas said. Off you go. By the time you return, the time turner should be ready. Chapter 827, Chapter 827, Letter Paper. Austria held a certain renown in the wizarding world. Of course, that fame wasn't because of Nurmengard. While Grindelwald had once been a household name, that was over 60 years ago. More than half a century later, whatever recognition he once had long since faded. Especially among the younger generation of witches and wizards still in school, very few of them even knew who Grindelwald was. This place was better known because the International Confederation of Wizards had held many meetings here. Why this location had been chosen, however, remained a mystery. Just before noon, in a remote and nameless Austrian village, the place was quiet and sparsely populated. Nestled near a forest and frequently visited by wild beasts, the entire population barely exceeded a dozen people. No one noticed that while they wrapped up their morning work and hurried home for lunch, a person had suddenly appeared at the village entrance, as if he had dropped straight from the sky. Kyle stumbled, nearly losing his footing. He never expected Nicholas to turn the two-way mirror into a portkey, and to have timed it so precisely. He had only just tucked the photo away, and before he could react, the portkey had activated, yanking him straight from his home to this. Kyle looked around. Remote. Desolate. Other than the vast stretch of untouched forest, there were only jagged mountain peaks towering into the sky, as though someone had sliced the tops off with a blade. It was hard to believe anyone lived in such a place, so disconnected from modern life. Maybe they were here to hunt in the forest. Kyle looked ahead. From a few of the wooden and stone houses, thin trails of smoke curled into the sky, and slabs of smoked meat hung outside their doors. He didn't dwell on it. Instead, he glanced again at the two-way mirror in his hand. Nicholas, Nicholas. What am I supposed to do? He called out twice, but the mirror remained silent. Nicholas was clearly off handling something else. Seriously. Why couldn't he finish what he was saying? Kyle rubbed his forehead. As expected, he had already forgotten the address he'd seen earlier, couldn't recall a single detail. All he had to go on now was the rushed instruction Nicholas had blurted out just before the portkey activated. Just keep going straight, and you'll find the target. Keep going straight, did that mean into the forest? Kyle wasn't sure if that was the right interpretation, but at this point, it was the only lead he had. With that, Kyle didn't hesitate. He strode into the village. No, calling it a village didn't quite fit. Settlement was probably more accurate. Maybe it had just been a long time since anyone unfamiliar had come through, because the moment Kyle appeared, all eyes locked onto him. People stood in their windows or stepped out of their homes, and wherever they were, they stared openly. At first, Kyle assumed the locals lived here to hunt in the forest. But he quickly realized he'd been wrong. Despite the wooden houses and smoked meat suggesting a hunter's camp, there wasn't a single hunting tool in sight, not even a knife or a sharpened stick. And the people didn't match either. They were all elderly. The youngest among them looked at least 80. No muggle at that age would be capable of hunting in the forest by hand. Something's off, Kyle thought, frowning. He placed a hand on his wand, but kept his expression neutral as he continued forward. He didn't get far. Suddenly, he realized he was surrounded. Whoever these people were, they had moved quickly and silently. Kyle had been alert the entire time, yet he hadn't noticed how or when they had encircled him. Are you all wizards? Kyle drew his wand, aiming it at the nearest person. At the same time, a faint, silvery white shield shimmered into being around him. Living in such a remote place without any signs of hunting tools. They could only be wizards. But something didn't add up. Kyle hadn't sensed the slightest trace of magic in the area. That had been the main reason he'd mistaken them for hunters at first. Just as he'd suspected, the others also drew their wands. The one in front, the person Kyle was aiming at, spoke, his expression unfriendly. Kyle blinked. He immediately ran into a problem. The man wasn't speaking English. Or French. Kyle couldn't understand a word. "Sorry, what did you say?" Kyle asked politely. He asked who you are and what you're doing here. A new voice answered. Another figure approached, an elderly witch, dignified in her appearance and elegant in her manner, her demeanor distinctly out of place in the rugged surroundings. As she walked forward, the other stepped aside, clearing a path for her. This time, Kyle could understand. I'm. Kyle hesitated for a moment, as if something had occurred to him, then quickly changed his words. "I'm a recent graduate from Beauxbatons, and a bit of a herbology enthusiast," he said. "I came here to study some rare plants." Beauxbatons. The witch pondered the name for a moment. "So, you're French. Why are you speaking English?" "No, I just studied at Beauxbatons." Kyle gave an innocent smile. "If you're more comfortable with French, I can speak that too." "No need, this is fine." The witch looked him up and down. "You said you came here to look for herbs?" "Yes." Kyle nodded. "I read about waterdrop flowers and ironthorn vines in a book. They're native to Austria, so I thought I'd try my luck." "You're in the wrong place," the witch said bluntly. "The forest you're talking about is to the south. What you're looking for doesn't grow here." "Is that so?" Kyle replied. He was about to come up with an excuse when the witch suddenly added. "But there are even more herbs here. We once saw a very rare cedar dew bloom. I wonder if that might interest you." "Absolutely," Kyle said with a smile. "I studied herbology, so I'm interested in all kinds of magical plants." "Then we won't keep you," the witch said with a smile. "Or, if you'd like, you could stay for lunch. The forest is dangerous. It's never wise to go in on an empty stomach." "That sounds wonderful." To the witch's surprise, a couple of polite remarks were all it took for Kyle to agree. He even walked directly into one of the houses, where smoke was drifting up from the chimney. "Here's perfect, smoked meat and mushroom stew, one of my favorites." Someone inside the house gave Kyle a quick glance, then hurried over to the witch and whispered something in German. "Vinda, he. Then treat our guest well." The witch gave the person a pointed look. "And I'd prefer you call me by another name." "Of course, Madame Amara," the person responded quickly. "Let's hope you remember that," the witch said, then stepped into the house herself, seemingly ready to share a meal with Kyle. She glanced at the wooden bowls on the table but didn't touch them. Instead, she used magic to conjure 2 delicate plates and matching utensils, and took the initiative to serve Kyle a portion of the smoked mushroom stew. "Thank you," Kyle said as he accepted the dish. "Do you mind if I ask, what are you doing here?" "Researching magical creatures," the witch replied. "We're all scholars in that field. This is one of the few magical creature reserves in Austria. It allows for easier observation and protection." "That's amazing," Kyle said with genuine interest. "Do you know Mr. Newt Scamander?" "I've heard he's the best in the field." At the mention of Newt's name, the witch froze, her right hand tightening sharply around her cutlery. It was a long moment before she finally spoke. "Of course. I will never forget that name. He's like a devil's snare, rooted deep in my heart." "Rooted in your heart? Was he really that important to you?" Kyle took a sip of soup. "Though I heard he's married now." "That's a shame." The witch suddenly looked at Kyle, her expression odd, but she said nothing more. The two of them sat across from each other and finished their meal in silence. At least on the surface, it was peaceful. Afterward, Kyle walked toward the forest under the watchful eyes of everyone around him. "Thank you for your hospitality. Next time we meet, I'll bring gifts." It wasn't until Kyle's figure had completely disappeared that the group quickly gathered around the witch. "Vin, Amara, are you just going to let him leave?" "He's lying." "What?" "That one's no student from Beauxbatons," the witch said with a cold sneer, wiping her hands with a cloth. "If I'm right, he's from Hogwarts. Dumbledore's student." The old man's face twisted with fury. "Then why let him into the forest? He could have been sent here to stop us." "Why not?" The witch smiled faintly. "Because of certain constraints, we can't enter that tower. All we can do is wait in this forgotten place. And we've waited long enough." She turned to look in the direction Kyle had gone. "Maybe this is the chance we've been waiting for. Follow him." Meanwhile, Kyle had no idea what had just taken place behind him. He was focused entirely on navigating the dense forest, weaving his way through the tight spaces between tree trunks. Unlike the Forbidden Forest, this one had no paths at all. Kyle had to rely solely on instinct and wayfinding magic to keep moving forward. Time blurred. Kyle wasn't sure how long he'd been walking, only that he'd started at noon and now it was evening, then night. When the full moon finally rose high in the sky, Kyle saw it, a circular tower perched atop a sheer cliff. How to describe it? It was as if it had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He was certain it hadn't been there a moment ago, then he turned his head, and it was. Was it tied to line of sight? Or a specific time? Kyle couldn't be sure. So, he kept his eyes fixed firmly on the tower, then reached into his moleskin pouch by memory, took out his suitcase, and gently unlatched the lock. Norbert, take me up. A massive fire dragon emerged from the forest, spread its wings, and soared straight toward the tower with Kyle on its back. There was none of the resistance Kyle had expected, nothing at all. He arrived at the tower's entrance with surprising ease. Carved into the stone beside the door was a single, striking phrase. For the greater good. Kyle took a deep breath and placed his hand on the door. There was no magic blocking the way, with a slight push, the door creaked open. Inside, there were no lights, just utter darkness, like a beast lurking in the shadows, waiting to devour anything that entered. The doorway was too small for the fire dragon to pass through. Kyle had no choice but to return it to his suitcase. For safety, however, he released the Wampus cat and the Nundu, letting them trail behind him. He wasn't sure they could pose any real threat to Grindelwald, probably not, but at the very least, their presence gave him a bit of reassurance. Raising his wand, Kyle lit the tip and slowly began ascending the stairs. They spiraled upward around a central pillar, seemingly endless. As he climbed, the silence was deafening, only the echo of his footsteps and the quickening rhythm of his heartbeat accompanied him. He didn't know how long he had been climbing when finally, the glow from his wand illuminated a door. An ancient door, no lock on it, standing slightly ajar. Faint light leaked from the gap between the frame and the door. Kyle's nerves tensed even more. "You've finally come, Albus." A hoarse, aged voice drifted out from the room beyond, one that sounded like it hadn't spoken in years. "No. No, you're not Albus." There was a trace of curiosity now. "Who are you? How did you find this place, and why did you bring two little cuties with you? Why don't you come in? Or are you afraid of an old man without even a wand?" Kyle muttered a curse under his breath. Was he afraid? Maybe a little. After all, this was the man who had thrown all of Europe into chaos 60 years ago. But more than fear, what Kyle felt now was frustration. The man inside was nothing but trouble, a huge, looming problem. Still, he had come this far. Turning back wasn't an option. Dumbledore really knows how to get people into trouble, Kyle muttered, and pushed the door open. The room was far smaller than he'd imagined, barely larger than a broom cupboard. A tiny window, or rather a narrow crack in the ceiling, let in a sliver of moonlight, the same pale glow he had seen from outside. It was the only light source in the room. In the corner, on a thin blanket, lay a shriveled figure, curled up like a skeleton, nothing left but skin stretched over bone. At the sound of the door, the fragile body stirred. The skull-like face turned toward him, eyes slowly opening. "Ha, ha." Grindelwald let out a low, inexplicable laugh. "You've come. I knew it. I knew we'd meet again." Meet again. Kyle froze. Every emotion he'd felt before, caution, dread, was suddenly drowned out by a wave of confusion. "We've met before." "To you, no," Grindelwald said, struggling to sit up. He leaned against the corner wall for support, barely managing to hold himself upright. He gave Kyle another long look. "Go. To the south of Godric's Hollow. There's an abandoned barn, easy to find, it's right beside a pine tree. Through its window, you'll see the attic of a house. That's Albus's home. Go there. You'll find him." "You know why I came here?" Kyle asked, bewildered, stepping closer. He was certain, absolutely certain, that the men before him hadn't used legilimency on him. "If I told you I did, would you believe me?" "Why wouldn't I?" Kyle replied. "You're Grindelwald, after all." He glanced around, then decided to just sit on the floor. He didn't dare use his wand to conjure a chair. No matter how skeletal Grindelwald looked, he was still Grindelwald. Heh. How amusing. That foolish man, does he really think he can change anything? Grindelwald murmured to himself. "How did you know?" Kyle pressed again. "That I'd come here. What I wanted to ask. If you could spare a sheet of parchment." "Forget it. I'm not asking any more." Kyle stood abruptly and turned toward the door. He had clearly lost his mind earlier. Now that he had the information he needed, there was no point in lingering. However Grindelwald had figured out his intentions, it didn't matter. He couldn't leave this place, and he posed no threat. Given that, it really didn't matter whether Kyle knew his secrets or not. "Wait," Grindelwald said, shifting slightly. Kyle immediately stepped back. "Easy there, friend. What do you think I could possibly do to you now?" Grindelwald said with a dry, bitter smile. You never know, Kyle replied coolly. Maybe this is all an act, to make me drop my guard. If you'd come 20 years ago, maybe I would have tried, Grindelwald said. But consider it payment for saving you time, just give me a piece of parchment. He motioned toward the bare, threadbare blanket beneath him, and a scrap of fabric no larger than his palm. I really can't keep writing letters on bedsheets. Chapter 828, Battle in the Forest. Although Nurmengard looked massive from the outside, like one of those vampire castles built into cliffs from Muggle storybooks, once inside, it became clear that there really wasn't much space. Even the lowest entrance was about the size of a typical classroom, and a single staircase took up a third of it. The higher up you went, the smaller it became. Grindelwald's only apparent companion seemed to be a thin, bare blanket. It was obvious there had once been a sheet too, but it had already been torn to pieces. Kyle hesitated for a long time. Maybe it was because Grindelwald's current state was so pitiful. Eventually, he took out a few sheets of parchment and placed them on the ground. After a moment's thought, he brought out a bottle of ink as well. You'll probably need this too. In a place like this, even sheets had to double as writing paper, there definitely wouldn't be any ink. When Grindelwald mentioned writing a letter, he had most likely meant using his own blood on a bedsheet. As for how he planned to send that letter, Kyle had no idea, and he didn't want to know. Ah, thank you, Grindelwald said with a toothy grin. You don't need to thank me, Kyle replied, pausing. But if you try anything beyond writing, you'll kill me. Grindelwald chuckled, as if he'd just heard a joke. I've heard that line many times. Different people, different times, but always the same words. But you're the bravest of them all. The others couldn't even stand in front of me for a full minute, even though I didn't have my wand. No, you misunderstood. I'm not going to try to kill you, Kyle said, shaking his head. Grindelwald looked surprised, shifting slightly. So, you're going to let me go? Something like that, Kyle replied. You're a problem I don't want to deal with right now. But if you use what I've given you to escape, I can't just sit back and act like nothing happened. So, what do you plan to do? Grindelwald asked with interest, clearly expecting an amusing answer. I'll deal with Professor Dumbledore, Kyle said calmly. If you leave this place, I'll send him to another Nurmengard, one where the two of you can never meet again, not even through letters. Ha, ha ha ha. Grindelwald burst out laughing so hard he collapsed back onto the blanket. That idea of yours is far harder than killing me. No, maybe it's hard for others, but I'm different. Kyle stretched out his hand, conjuring a golden thread with magic. Oh. Contract magic. Grindelwald raised an eyebrow. What are you getting at? The other end of the contract is Professor Dumbledore. For some reason, the men before him suddenly looked angry, clutching the blanket tightly. Kyle didn't pay it any mind and went on calmly, this contract magic once saved his life. If I shamelessly ask him to return that life, knowing his personality, do you think Professor Dumbledore would refuse? You want to kill him? The air around them suddenly turned icy cold, like countless tiny blades all pointing at Kyle at once. And it wasn't just a feeling. Even though the man in front of him was so thin he looked like a skeleton, even without a wand. The Wampus Cat and Nundu, who had been quietly following behind, let out sharp cries and burst through the door. Oh, the Nundu. Such a dangerous creature, Grindelwald said blandly. You remind me of someone else I once knew. Like you, he always had all kinds of magical beasts around him. But do you really think they can protect you? I think they can, Kyle replied, still outwardly calm as he stroked the Wampus Cat and Nundu on the neck, signaling them to relax. Of course, I'm not going to kill Professor Dumbledore. He is, after all, my headmaster. He's taught me a great deal, I could never bring myself to harm him. Kyle continued, I'll just take him to a different place. Much bigger than this one, sunlight, forests, wide open spaces, all sorts of magical creatures. The only catch is, that place has no contact with the outside world. And I guarantee, even if someone turns the entire magical world upside down, they'll never find him. Then no one will be able to stop me, Grindelwald said, with absolute confidence. No one except Albus. As long as it makes you suffer, I don't care, Kyle said with a shrug. Worst case, we'll all go hide away there. Then you and Voldemort can tear each other apart. Dogs tearing each other apart. That's a bit much, Grindelwald said, his interest suddenly fading. He lay back down on the blanket. Fine. You win. That's a terrifying threat. But I really just wanted to write a letter. I wasn't planning anything else. I hope so, Kyle said. Then he turned to leave. Wait. Grindelwald called out to him again. You must have seen Vinda and the others on your way in. If you mean those people who followed you 60 years ago, then yes, I saw them, Kyle said. Right at the forest entrance, 12 of them. All ancient. It wasn't following, we cooperated, but never mind, you probably don't care about that, Grindelwald said. Since you gave me parchment, let me give you a word of advice, when you go back out, they'll catch you and try to force the way in out of you. I know. Kyle nodded. They've been tailing me since I arrived. You can sense them. Grindelwald looked genuinely surprised. No offense, but even 60 years ago, Vinda was a top-tier witch, battle-hardened through and through. I doubt she'd let herself be exposed in front of you. But we're not the only ones in this forest, Kyle replied, giving a vague but pointed answer. All right, doesn't matter. Grindelwald grinned, revealing his filthy teeth. Good thing you spotted them. Consider it your first test. If you want to save Albus, you'll have to prove you're up to the task. Oh, and thanks to Nicholas Flamel and Albus's handiwork, apparition is blocked for 20 miles in every direction. Don't even think about flying out on your dragon, they'll kill it. But no need to worry. Just bring her here when the time comes, and I'll make sure you survive. Consider it payment for the ink. Or, I could just kill them myself. Kyle raised an eyebrow. I know it sounds like bragging, but I'm not weak. I did win the Triwizard Tournament, after all. Kill Vinda. Interesting thought. Grindelwald snorted. Wands don't dull with age, they only get sharper. If you think you can do it, go ahead and try. After that, Grindelwald said no more. He carefully dipped his finger into the ink and stared at the parchment, seemingly lost in thought about what to write. Kyle left the room, heading back down the stairs to the entrance, then pushed open the door and stepped outside. He paused briefly. A billywig wobbled through the air toward him, landed on his shoulder, and let out a faint, high-pitched chirp. Only 9 of them. Kyle frowned. Whatever. Close enough. He still couldn't understand why Nicholas couldn't just give him a portkey to somewhere near Nurmengard, it would have saved him a lot of trouble. Seriously. Kyle sighed in frustration, turned to glance one last time at the tower behind him, then pulled out his firebolt and leapt off the cliff. If a dragon wouldn't work, surely a broom would. Kyle didn't believe they had anything faster than a firebolt. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a blinding green light shot up from the forest below like a meteor, illuminating half the trees. Only Voldemort had ever used a killing curse this powerful. Kyle cursed inwardly and was forced to stop his broom. The curse had come from just ahead of him, a clear warning. If he didn't stop, who knew where the next one would land? He had no choice but to change course and descend to the ground. He dismounted, and before he could even regain his balance, a group of people closed in on him, the same group he'd seen at the forest entrance. All 12 were there. We meet again, Mr. Beauxbatons graduate, the witch said, stepping forward. She had changed into an outdated blue robe and styled her hair into a round bun. Oh wait, I should call you a Hogwarts graduate. Beauxbatons would never turn out someone like you. How do you know that? Kyle asked. Because I graduated from Beauxbatons, the witch replied, straightening her robe. And you don't carry even a trace of familiarity. Right. I should have said Durmstrang, Kyle muttered with a sigh. In fact, we've got Durmstrang graduates here too, said another wizard, very old and hunched, barely able to stand, but holding his wand with a steady hand. Kid, you dare lie to us? Oh come on, didn't you lie to me too? Kyle said with a laugh. You call yourselves magizoologists, how many legs does a wampus cat have? Obviously 4, the men said without hesitation. Idiot, it has 6. Are you kidding me? Only spiders have 6 legs. Spiders have 8. As he watched them bicker, Kyle's mouth twitched involuntarily. He hadn't expected this bunch to be so ridiculous. Shut up, the witch snapped, cutting off the farce. All right, we're even now. Let's get to the point, tell me how to enter that tower. In return, we'll pay you a large sum of gold. How about it? What tower? I don't know what you're talking about, Kyle blinked innocently. I don't want to waste time. The witch raised her hand. Maybe the Cruciatus curse will help you think a little faster. Wait, I'll talk. Kyle quickly raised both hands. But before that, how about telling me your name? You already know I'm a Hogwarts student, it's only fair I know who I'm dealing with. Amara, said the witch. I want your real name. She paused for a moment. Vinda Rosier. Of course it was her, the infamous Black Rose of France, Grindelwald's most loyal follower, and one of the few notable alumni of Beauxbatons. Now can I have my answer, she asked. Sure. A deal's a deal, Kyle said with a nod. First, you need a photograph. A photo of Nurmengard. It has the address embedded. Once you look at it, you'll be able to open the door. The photo, give it to me. I don't have it. Kyle shrugged. They'd never entrust something that important to me. It's with Nicholas Flamel. You can try asking him. Silence fell for a moment, and then. Crucio. Without hesitation, Vinda Rosier raised her wand and cast the Cruciatus curse straight at him. Fortunately, Kyle had been expecting that. He quickly ducked behind a thick tree. Or, he called out from behind it, keeping himself tightly hidden, you could always try squeezing in through the crack at the top of the tower. Not much room, but if you can turn yourself into a flea, or a wisp of smoke, you might just make it. His answer was met with more spells. And this time, it wasn't just Vinda Rosier, everyone had lost their patience. The tree shielding him exploded under the barrage of spells. Kyle had no choice but to flee and find another place to hide. No need for all that trouble, Rosier's voice came from behind. There's a simpler way. Just take us there. Catch him. The ring of attackers began to close in, but as she spoke, Kyle spotted his chance. He needed to break out, and fast. He picked out a limping wizard as his target. It wasn't the most honorable choice, but he didn't have time to be polite. Kyle raised his wand, and the trees around them surged to life. Saplings as thick as a wrist balloon to the size of barrels, and mature trees swelled like millstones, instantly blocking everyone's view. The limping wizard, Kyle's chosen escape route, was the first to be caught, twisting, writhing branches coiled around him like snakes, their spear-like tips driving toward his body. These weren't clueless werewolves, these were Grindelwald's followers from 60 years ago. After the initial shock, they quickly began to counter. Flames burst from the tip of one wand. Careful, Kyle called out. Use fiend fire here, and it could spread to Nurmengard. That warning landed instantly. The wizard broke off his spell without thinking. Kyle seized the opening, darting past him, snatching his wand mid-run. With a wave of his hand, the thick branches twisted into a massive maw filled with jagged teeth, and snapped down on the man's leg. Crack. Arg. A piercing scream echoed through the forest. Tran, damn it. Beneath Rosier's feet, the ground heaved upward, forming a massive stone coil that lashed out, binding the still-moving trees and pinning them in place. Thanks to her, the rest of the group quickly broke free from the vines and regrouped around Kyle's last position. Tran. One wizard rushed to the man Kyle had disarmed, checking his injury. His leg's broken, but clean through, he said, eyes rimmed with red. That was brutal. Is he really Dumbledore's student? What kind of nonsense is that? Another wizard said. We're enemies. Frankly, we're lucky it was just that. It looks nasty, but it's fixable, with skill grow and the right potions, he'll be fine. In that situation, he could have killed Tran easily. He did it on purpose, Vinda Rosier said, approaching. Don't forget, there are lethofolds and chimeras all over this forest. Tran's wand is gone, and his leg's broken. If no one stays behind, those beasts will tear him apart. But that also means 2 fewer people chasing him. Smart boy, but this is our only chance to save him. Vinda Rosier chuckled suddenly, and as she slowly turned her wand toward the downed Tran, her tone shifted. No, Amara, Vinda, 2 of her comrades cried out, panicked. Please, he's one of the last of us still alive. It's been 60 years, can't we just say he's already dead and let it go? That won't do. Vinda Rosier murmured with her eyes closed, twirling the wand thoughtfully between her fingers. You stay behind and look after Tran, she said, reopening her eyes and glancing at the men who had spoken. The rest of you, come with me. Let's go retrieve our guest, can't let him wander through this dangerous forest all alone. Chapter 829, Rosier's Decision. Petrificus Totalis. In the forest, Kyle flicked his wand behind him, not at Vinda Rosier and the others chasing him, but at the thick trees. First, he used a softening charm to knock them down across the path, then turned them to stone, forming a more solid barricade that might slow his pursuers down, for a few seconds. Kyle had initially thought his enemies were just a group of elderly wizards and witches in their 70s or 80s, barely able to walk. Shaking them off should have been easy. But he quickly realized how wrong he was. They didn't need to run. They floated through the air like ghosts. As long as they had enough magic, age meant nothing. To be honest, this was one of the toughest fights Kyle had ever experienced. He found it hard to even launch an effective counterattack. More critically, their combat instincts were on a completely different level from the Death Eaters he'd faced before, their reaction times were simply too fast. Kyle threw out every trick he had, but still couldn't gain the upper hand. Aside from the ambush at the start that took out 2 of them, he'd also used the Nunda to lay a trap and lured them into it. It worked well. One of the faster wizards, unfamiliar with Kyle's tactics, ran straight into the poisonous fog and dropped on the spot, but that was the extent of it. The others didn't hesitate for even a second. The moment they realized something was wrong, they split to either side. The rear guard immediately cast bubblehead charms and rushed in to retrieve their fallen comrade, quick and clean, as if they'd rehearsed it 100 times. Later, As they nearly caught up to him again, Kyle tossed out 20 pots of mandrakes. The cost stung, but the result was impressive. The scream radius was even larger than the poison fog, and 2 more enemies went down. Whether they were still alive, Kyle didn't know. He only knew 3 fewer were chasing him now. As for the chomping cabbages, they were useless. His enemies were airborne, and those things couldn't fly, so he didn't bother. At this point, the only trump card he had left was the basilisk. Meanwhile, 5 enemies remained, including the strongest of them all, Vinda Rosier. She kept pace steadily, holding her position in the middle of the group with patient composure. Kyle didn't bother trying the same tricks again. Based on how they'd reacted so far, there was no way they'd fall for the same trap twice. Rustling came from behind again, the sound of robes brushing leaves, a sound Kyle had become all too familiar with. It meant they were close. Without hesitation, Kyle turned and pointed his wand behind him. Sectum Sempra. 3 invisible blades sliced through the air, cleanly severing everything in their path, 2 trees and a hand still holding a wand. At the same time, a silvery white flash to his left turned into a shield, blocking a stunning spell flying at him. The silver shield flickered, then instantly shifted behind him, intercepting another spell, before shattering into shimmering fragments. Taking advantage of the opening, Kyle flipped onto his broom and took off again. Flying through the forest, his firebolt couldn't reach top speed, and he didn't dare rise too high, he'd be a perfect target in the open sky. He had to trade speed for cover. Shit, someone cursed. How many times has this happened already? That damn spell, doesn't his shield charm need to be actively cast? Apparently not. Rosier narrowed her eyes. Tinos, how are you holding up? I'm fine. Just got careless. The wizard named Tinos picked up his severed arm, pressed it to the wound, and gritted his teeth as he murmured a spell. A blue glow lit up at the injury as it began to slowly heal. Are British wizards like this now? What is he, 20? And he's managed to drive 12 of us to this point. And his spells are bizarre too. Nearly all of them are runic magic. Completely unreasonable. It's not all British wizards, just him, Rosier replied. A magical prodigy. That's probably why Dumbledore sent him to Nurmengard. Between him and Credence, who do you think has more talent? There's no comparison, Rosier said after a pause. Credence is an obscurial, one of the rare few who survived and mastered his obscurus. His existence is a miracle, impossible to replicate. But if we're just talking magic, he might not match this Hogwarts student. Add cunning and adaptability, and the gap only widens. She shook her head and lowered her voice. How's the situation? He's been forced to change direction. Another wizard stepped out from the trees. He's back inside the apparition-blocked zone. Kraft is tailing him. At the current pace, he won't be able to escape for at least an hour. Good. As long as he can't apparate out, we have time to deal with him at our own pace. Rosier glanced at a neatly severed tree trunk nearby. Let's see how many more tricks he's got left. Tinos, you stay here. Vinda, I can keep going. Tinos flexed his newly healed arm. This kind of wound doesn't slow me down. No. Rosier shook her head. If we keep chasing, he'll target you as his next opening, and then we'll have to leave someone else behind. Go relieve Nagel and get the injured out of here. Bring reinforcements as soon as possible. Understood. This time, Tinos didn't argue. He checked his bearings, then turned and left. Rosier and the others moved out again, heading in the direction Kyle had gone. It was already early morning. Kyle weaved through the dense forest, only to realize, awkwardly, that he was lost. He'd been too focused on dodging his pursuers to pay attention to where he was going. Now, he had no idea where he was. No, I can't keep running like this. They'll just keep chasing me forever, Kyle muttered, frustration bubbling inside him. Just then, the billywig he'd assigned to reconnaissance returned with a bit of good news. So there's only one left chasing me. As the billywig chirped in response, Kyle made up his mind and came to an abrupt stop. Where is he? The billywig changed direction, and Kyle immediately turned his broom around and shot off after it. In under a minute, he spotted the wizard flying through the air ahead. Without a word, Kyle raised his wand. Sectum Sempra. Kraft, the one still pursuing him, didn't understand why Kyle had suddenly doubled back, but there was no time to think. He raised his wand, sending a streak of red light straight at Kyle. Kyle didn't dodge. Instead, as Kraft flinched to avoid the Sectum Sempra, Kyle pointed his wand at a nearby tree. Kraft's stunning spell was deflected by the silvery shield hovering around Kyle, and the branches of the tree beside Kraft suddenly writhed to life, wrapping tightly around his legs. A gaping, fang mouth split open in the trunk next to him. Trying to catch me off guard again. You're underestimating me, Kraft snapped, clearly recalling the moment Tran's leg had been bitten off. Furious, he smashed the trunk beside him into splinters, then turned his wand back on Kyle. Crucio. Expelliarmus. Two red beams, one dark, one bright, collided midair in an explosion of light, like a miniature red sun bursting in the forest. Ha, a disarming charm. You really are just a kid. Kraft sneered, clenching his wand as the glowing orb began to drift steadily toward Kyle. Kyle's expression twisted into panic. He scrambled to channel his magic, trying desperately to push back the incoming spell. But it was no use. No matter how hard he fought, he couldn't hold the orb at bay. Vinda told us to be cautious, Kraft growled. But it looks like you're out of tricks. I hope you don't break too quickly when I start interrogating you. I'd like to take my time, give Tren the justice he deserves. Suddenly, his voice cut off. Kraft twitched violently, then toppled from the sky, crashing to the ground like a dropped puppet. With the spell broken, the Cruciatus curse vanished in an instant. Kyle caught the spinning wand midair and walked calmly toward Kraft's fallen body. You really should have listened to Rosier, he said quietly, raising his arm. A bowtruckle crawled out from Kraft's sleeve, holding a tiny bone needle, polished sharp with basilisk fong. While dueling Kraft, Kyle had sent the bowtruckle over with the help of the billywig. Kraft hadn't noticed, or maybe he had, and simply hadn't cared. After all, who in a forest would spare a second glance at a weak, ubiquitous creature like a bowtruckle? Kyle took out his wand again and placed it flat on his palm. Point me. The wand twirled a few times before the tip settled on a direction. Kyle immediately mounted his broom and flew off. Moments later, Rosier and the others arrived, 6 in total, which meant the injured had all been relocated and the caretakers rejoined the pursuit. They spotted Kraft's body on the ground instantly. One of them rushed over, checked him, and turned back, face pale. Vinda, he's dead. I know, Vinda, Rosier said, her voice cold as her eyes settled on the back of Kraft's hand, now completely black, with a barely visible pinprick of a wound. Nundu again, she muttered, frowning. No, the wound's too small. A Nundu bite would be much larger. Maybe some kind of venomous bee, another wizard offered. But are there even bees like that in the magical world? One strong enough to kill a battle-hardened wizard so quickly. It could have been something else. Rosier closed her eyes and waved her wand. The earth beneath Kraft turned to swamp, slowly swallowing his body. I'm going to kill that bastard. I swear I'll kill him, one wizard roared in fury. Silence. First, we need to find him again, Rosier said calmly, scanning the woods. She muttered to herself, he's definitely trying to escape this place. The fastest and most straightforward method would be to pick the right direction. She paused, then held her wand flat in her palm. Point me. The wand tip spun before settling on a new direction. This way, right. Let's go, someone shouted, shooting ahead. Yes, over here. There's a broken broomstick twig, he must have dropped it. The others immediately surged forward. But Vinda Rosier didn't move. She flew upward instead, hovering high above for a moment. Then, without hesitation, she turned and flew back, heading in the opposite direction, the way they'd come. The forest was deathly silent in the middle of the night. Even the insects seemed to have vanished. As Rosier sped through the trees, her face grew increasingly grim. The quieter it was, the more it confirmed what she feared. She pushed herself faster, transforming mid-flight into a massive golden eagle that soared above the canopy. Finally, she saw it, the desolate tower, and beside it, a leopard made of fire. And its target. With the eagle's sharp vision, Rosier clearly saw Tinos holding his wand in his left hand, and the wounded, unconscious figures behind him. Stop. The golden eagle let out a piercing screech and morphed back into Rosier midair. She pointed her wand straight at Kyle, releasing a blinding flash of green light. Kyle dodged just in time. The killing curse struck the cliff behind him, blasting a gaping hole into the rock. Rosier landed on the ground, her expression dark as she stared at Kyle, who was smiling calmly at her. This is how Dumbledore does things. Striking down someone who's already defenseless. That's quite the insult, Kyle shook his head. I never had any such intention. If you don't believe me, ask this gentleman. If he hadn't insisted on blocking my path, I'd have been long gone. Rosier turned to Tinos. Reluctantly, Tinos gave a small nod. It's true. His target was always me. I just didn't expect you to turn back instead of chasing after me, Kyle said with a shrug. You couldn't possibly outrun us. Even if you found the right direction, we would have caught up eventually, Rosier replied calmly. So, the best choice was to double back. It might take longer, but it's the safer move, helps you shake us off. Honestly, I didn't expect you to go for it. But you still came back. Because of that broomstick, Rosier said. I didn't believe you'd be so careless. Turns out I was being overly cautious, Kyle sighed, clasping his hands behind his back. For wizards like you who were already legendary 60 years ago, my tricks are child's play. That's not entirely fair, Rosier said, adjusting her slightly disheveled robes. Killing Kraft provoked us, made us reckless, and then you left such obvious clues. Most people fell for it. Vinda. What did you say? Kraft is dead. Tino's legs gave out, and he nearly collapsed. Kill him. Avenge him. Avenge Kraft. There's nothing to avenge. We struck first, it's only fair, Rosier said coolly. As long as you take us into Nurmengard, I'll see to it that your life is spared. That's not going to happen. If you manage to rescue him, I won't be able to answer for it, Kyle said. So there's no deal, then. Rosier raised her eyes slightly. You should know the only reason you're still alive is because we don't want to kill you. Oh, I know, Kyle said. If you'd used the killing curse earlier, my shield charm wouldn't have held. Even so, I'm turning you down. But before we start fighting, there's something I'm curious about. Fight. With just your fiend fire. Rosier glanced at the wizards lying on the ground. Still, since you didn't harm them, go ahead and ask. Between rescuing Grindelwald and watching him die, which would you choose? What? Incendio totalum. The wand behind Kyle's back suddenly erupted with golden red flames. Under his control, the fiend fire leopard leapt into the air and merged seamlessly into the blaze. In an instant, the golden red turned into a searing, blood-red inferno. It was Kyle's first time unleashing a firestorm charm made entirely of fiend fire. Even Rosier flinched, instinctively raising her wand in front of her. But she quickly realized the flames weren't aimed at her, they were surging toward the tower atop the cliff. Though fiend fire couldn't break the enchantments protecting Nurmengard, it engulfed everything nearby, and the intense heat turned the entire tower a glowing red. Time to decide, Madame Vinda Rosier, Kyle said with a smile as he turned away. Mr. Grindelwald may not hold out much longer. Without the slightest hesitation, Rosier left Kyle behind and charged straight toward the tower. Chapter 830, Unreliable Nicholas. Vinda Rosier didn't even spare Kyle a glance before she began dispelling the fiend fire to save Grindelwald. Kyle didn't hesitate either. The moment she turned away, he mounted his broomstick and shot off without looking back. He had considered hitting Rosier from behind while she was distracted, but after thinking it through, he decided it wasn't worth the risk. He couldn't be sure he could kill her, even with help from the basilisk. If she survived, she'd likely deal with him first. Then everything would go back to square one, and his effort in igniting Nurmengard would be rendered meaningless. Besides, if Grindelwald really were to die in the fiend fire, Kyle would end up being hunted endlessly. These people were far more dangerous than Death Eaters. No matter how he looked at it, the trade-off just wasn't worth it. Better to end the game here, chalk it up as a win. As for what came next, as long as he could bring Dumbledore back, he could hand the mess over to him. Kyle only got involved with Rosier and the others to save him. It was Dumbledore's responsibility to deal with the fallout. Stop. Tino's had originally wanted to stop Kyle, but a stream of fiend fire suddenly drifted in another direction, slowly curling toward the wizard still lying on the ground. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and abandon the chase, turning to save the others instead. With no one pursuing him anymore, Kyle flew to higher ground and pushed his firebolt to full speed. About 10 minutes later, spellfire lit up behind him again. It looked like the group he had tricked had returned. But at the same time, Kyle sensed that a lingering kind of magical restraint around him had suddenly vanished. A split second before the spell hit, Kyle smiled slightly, and vanished into thin air. Apparition. When he reappeared, the scenery had changed from forest to towering peaks. It seemed he'd landed in a mountain range. Unfamiliar with Austria and unwilling to return to the forest entrance, Kyle had opted for a random apparition location. That way, Rosier and her people wouldn't be able to trace him. Fortunately, this destination wasn't bad. It was far from the forest, and there were no muggles in sight. Kyle hopped off his broomstick and sat down on a rock. He was a bit relieved, his mind had remained clear today. None of that hazy, half-asleep fog that had plagued him before. After all, he had gone up against 12 battle-hardened wizards. One wrong move, a single bad decision, and he might have been captured. He sat there for a while, planning to drink something to ease the tension from being on high alert for so long. It was about time to sleep, too, which made him think of the raspberry juice Nicholas had given him. It might be a potion, but it tasted really good, way better than pumpkin fizz. But when Kyle took the bottle out, he found it empty. The portion he'd drunk in the morning hadn't refilled like it had before. It's finished already. Kyle shook the bottle a few times. After confirming there was no more juice coming out, he put it away and pulled out another potion, a light blue one, which he drank instead. The cool potion eased his nerves a little. He stopped thinking about Vinda Rosier and began pondering how to return. He took out the ticket Nicholas had given him, the two-way mirror. Nicholas. Nicholas, are you there? Kyle called out tentatively. He didn't expect anything, but to his surprise, a few seconds later the mirror lit up and Nicholas' face appeared. "Oh, everything's taken care of?" Nicholas asked. "Took you a bit longer than I expected." "If you hadn't placed the portkey in that spot, things would have gone a lot faster," Kyle replied irritably. After being chased all night, he had every right to feel frustrated. If Nicholas hadn't set the portkey inside Rosier's base, none of this would have happened. "What happened?" Nicholas asked, surprised. "You don't know." "Should I?" Nicholas blinked. "Honestly, I haven't been there in 60 years. The portkey location is the same place I exited after we finished renovating Nurmengard." "What, it's not forest anymore?" "Oh, it is. Just with a few more people," Kyle said, then quickly recounted what had happened. 12 people chased me all night. If I'd made one wrong move, forget saving Dumbledore, I'd probably be dead." "Vinda Rosier." Nicholas suddenly understood. Huh, all those Aurors couldn't find her, and she turned out to be hiding right near Nurmengard. Then again, thinking about it, that probably is the safest place. Wizards from that era wouldn't dare go near Grindelwald, even if he's locked up. Why? He can't escape from Nurmengard, can he? "Oh, you probably don't know," Nicholas explained. "Many of Grindelwald's followers were actually Aurors who once helped capture him. He was caught a few times in the past, but always escaped, with the help of the guards. The International Confederation of Wizards investigated and found that most of those followers didn't start supporting him until after he was imprisoned. There's a rumor that Grindelwald knows a special kind of Imperious curse, one that corrodes the mind invisibly. Because of that, Aurors are too afraid to go near Nurmengard." "A special Imperious curse?" Kyle raised an eyebrow. "And you still had me go there? Aren't you worried I'll let him out?" "Not really, because that's just what the Confederation says," Nicholas replied. "The real reason probably isn't some Imperious curse. What it actually is, only Grindelwald and the guards would know." "Fine." Kyle sighed. "Forget that, how do I get back now?" "Ah. Well." Nicholas was briefly at a loss for words. "What is it?" "It's just that." Nicholas mumbled, "I set a return time on the portkey I gave you. You could have told me that earlier." Kyle gripped the two-way mirror tightly in his hand. "When?" 12 o'clock. "Noon." Kyle frowned. "I have to wait that long. Why can't it be earlier?" "No, not noon," Nicholas shook his head. "Midnight. Or rather, early morning." Kyle's heart sank. He tried to stay calm. "All right, it's late, but it's just one day. I can wait." "No, I mean early yesterday morning," Nicholas said. "In other words, you've already missed your return window." "That's on me," he added. "I didn't expect you to run into Vinda Rosier and get delayed." "Just as I thought." Kyle sighed. "So what do I do now?" "Well, you'll have to figure something out yourself," Nicholas said with an awkward smile. "Or, you could explore Austria a bit. It's a beautiful place, especially the music. Truly unforgettable. And wait around for Rosier to find me." "Don't worry about that," Nicholas replied. "They're not likely to leave the forest anytime soon." He suddenly glanced to his left. "Oh, repairs on the time turner have reached a critical point. I need to supervise. Good luck." With that, the two-way mirror went dark. "Hey, Nicholas, don't go. It's over 1,000 miles back from here." Kyle called out a couple of times, but the mirror didn't respond. Clearly, Nicholas had already set his aside. Seriously, over 1,000 miles. And he's supposed to figure it out himself. Kyle was so furious he nearly hurled the mirror into the lake across from him. If he were still in Britain, it wouldn't be a problem, a few apparitions, or he could make a portkey himself. But this was Austria. If he used apparition or a portkey here, he risked being intercepted by Aurors from the surrounding countries, and probably getting slapped with an illegal entry charge. Unless he used an unregistered portkey, like the two-way mirror he arrived with. But he didn't know how to make one, and being in a completely unfamiliar place meant he had no way to buy one either. Which left him with just one option, flying back by broom. Over 1,000 miles. Even with a firebolt, it'd take at least 10 hours. Technically not too far, professional Quidditch players could spend several days in the air for a single match. 10 hours was nothing to them. But Kyle wasn't a professional player. Just thinking about flying that long made his legs ache. Maybe he should just stay here, hang around a bit, and wait for Nicholas to finish the time turner and send it over. No. The idea was immediately rejected. Even if Nicholas said Rosier wouldn't leave the forest easily, Kyle wasn't willing to gamble on that. It was still safest to get as far away as possible. Nicholas really had thrown this whole thing together haphazardly. I've got to think of something else, Kyle muttered, pacing back and forth, when suddenly, a flock of birds took off from the mountain across the way. A flock of birds wasn't anything unusual, but it sparked an idea. He quickly pulled out another two-way mirror and tapped it with his wand. "Kanna, are you there?" Kyle said quietly. This time, the mirror responded almost immediately. Kanna appeared, rubbing her eyes. "Kyle," she mumbled, clearly not fully awake. "What's going on?" "Sorry," Kyle said. "Thing is, I'm in Austria right now. Are you familiar with the area?" "Huh." Kanna blinked, fully awake. "Why'd you end up there again?" "Sightseeing." "Not this time." "It's official business," Kyle said. "Do you know anything about the place?" "No," Kanna shook her head. "Never been." "What about Fleur?" "She should know something, right? I remember during the Tri-Wizard tournament, she mentioned the music here and even recommended we visit." "She did." Kanna thought for a second. "Whatever, I'll go ask her. She's next door." She quickly stood up. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the mirror. It wasn't long before the image flickered again, this time showing Fleur. She'd clearly been woken up far too early, and her expression made it very clear she wasn't pleased to see Kyle. "What is it? Just say it." Kyle didn't waste time. "Where's the post office in Austria?" "Which post office?" "Austria's." "Why do you need that?" "Because I'm here," Kyle said. "And I urgently need to find a post office." "Do you know where it is or not?" "No idea. I was only there for a visit, never mailed anything," Fleur replied irritably. "But I do know there's a well-known wizarding village nearby, you could check it out." She gave him an address, then abruptly shut the two-way mirror. Kyle mounted his broomstick again and headed straight for the place she'd mentioned. It was a bit of a distance, but far closer than 1,000 miles. It only took Kyle half an hour to reach a plaza just south of Vienna. According to Fleur, there was a massive accordion statue here, with a hollow section in the middle, only visible to wizards. Kyle quickly found the gap. Once inside, he entered a village reminiscent of Hogsmeade, though far livelier. The wizards wore a wide range of outfits, and many were clearly tourists from abroad. The moment he stepped in, Kyle heard music drifting through the air. Near the entrance, a piano played itself, keys moving without anyone sitting at it. Farther in, he saw a string quartet. In front of a clothing shop, the owner, dressed in traditional garb, was cheerfully tapping away on a tambourine. Outside a tavern, a small band performed. They, too, wore Austrian-style costumes. 3 were wizards, while the other 2 resembled Cornish pixies, complete with transparent wings and jagged tails, sawing away at cellos perfectly sized to their tiny bodies, and surprisingly pleasant to listen to. Even more incredible was how all the music, despite its variety, blended harmoniously without clashing. This really was the musical haven it was rumored to be. If not for the urgency, Kyle could see himself staying to explore a while. Even though he'd been in a rush, the moment he arrived, he couldn't help slowing down and weaving through the shops. The village wasn't large, but it still took him over an hour to browse before he finally, though a bit reluctantly, stepped into the owl post office beside the tavern. "Hello there, customer." The clerk gave Kyle a quick once-over, then spoke in flawless London-accented English. "What can I help you with? Letters, postcards, or gifts?" "Gifts," Kyle replied. "But it's going pretty far." "No worries at all. If you're sending something to Britain, our messengers are fully capable." "You know that." "Isn't it obvious?" the clerk said with a smile. "If I had to guess, I'd say you just graduated from Hogwarts and came here on holiday. Though I should mention, because of the current situation in Britain, courier fees are a bit higher than usual. Hope you understand. I only care about speed. Price isn't an issue." Kyle placed a heavy pouch of galleons on the counter. The clinking of coins made the clerk smile even brighter. A generous guest indeed. "In that case, may I recommend Cabot?" He gave a quick gesture, and a sturdy owl flew over immediately. It was slightly smaller than Ratton but still impressive, clearly one of the shop's top messengers. "So then, where's the delivery going?" "England. The Ministry of Magic." "In that case, the fee will be 10 galleons, the clerk said with a polite smile. Kyle paused as he reached for the money. "That's more than a bit expensive. From what I know, that kind of distance usually doesn't cost more than 1 galleon. "I agree, but there's not much we can do. Many messengers are unwilling to go to Britain, those cloaked monsters freeze their wings." "Cloaked monsters? Dementors?" Kyle wondered. But hadn't those things been wiped out over a year ago? Either this place was out of the loop, or someone was exaggerating. "Of course," the clerk continued, "you can also choose a different messenger. It'll take a bit longer, but it's cheaper, just 5 galleons. "No, this one's fine." Kyle didn't bother arguing. He placed 10 gold coins on the table. But I might still need to pick up a few things. Can I hold on to it for now? That way I won't have to make a second trip. Technically, that's not allowed, the clerk said. But a customer as generous as yourself, we'd be remiss to deny such a small request, just don't take too long. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. Kyle took a few steps, then turned back. Oh, and I need an envelope. Complimentary. The clerk placed a standard envelope on the counter. Kyle said nothing, simply took it and walked out. 10 galleons spent. If they'd charged him for the envelope too, that really would have been outrageous. A few minutes later, the messenger owl took off with a thick envelope clutched in its claws, and at the same time, Kyle vanished from the village. Chapter 831, Chapter 831, A Unique Way to Travel. Evening, Ministry of Magic, England. Fred and George had just wrapped up a long day at work. Exhausted, they rode the lift down to the lobby, grumbling inwardly about Kyle as they prepared to head back to St. Catchpole. Mr. Weasley's. A slow drawl drifted over, making them turn instinctively. Bob, what is it? Fred asked. Got another fun story to share? We're all ears, added George. Bob was the ministry's front desk receptionist, tasked with guiding first-time visitors to the right departments. Thanks to his job, he always seemed to be the first to hear new gossip, and the twins had long maintained a friendly rapport with him. Fun stories. There's nothing going on lately, I'm so bored I'm thinking about changing jobs, Bob sighed. Then how about joining the committee for the disposal of dangerous creatures? Fred's eyes lit up. We've got connections. We can get you in, no problem. Seriously, George chimed in. The pay's way better than what a receptionist makes. The committee for the disposal of dangerous creatures. Bob shuddered. No thanks. Now that I think about it, boredom isn't so bad. At least I've got time to do the things I enjoy, unlike you two, who are constantly swamped. Anyway, enough depressing talk. Bob changed tack. Here, this is for you. He placed a stuffed envelope on the counter. A foreign owl delivered it. You weren't here, so I signed for it. Our letter. A foreign owl. Fred blinked. From where? Who sent it? Austria, Bob said. It's from Kyle. Honestly, I'd love to visit Austria someday. I've heard the Diagon Alley there is filled with all kinds of music. Bob sounded cheerful, but Fred and George were completely baffled. A letter from Kyle in Austria. That made no sense. He had been at home just yesterday. How could he suddenly vanish and send a letter from Austria? They didn't believe it, but at Bob's urging, they walked over and took the envelope. They initially thought it had to be a prank, maybe there was a joke box or something waiting to explode when they opened it. Until they saw the name on the envelope. It really was Kyle's name. And his handwriting. The two looked even more confused. Kyle actually went to Austria? Fred asked. We'll find out soon enough, George replied. Let's check his house. If he's there, someone else must have sent this with an agenda. Exactly. Without another word, they said goodbye to Bob and hurried back to St. Catchpole. They went straight to Kyle's house and knocked loudly for a long time. No response, just the irritable meows of the Kneazle inside, seemingly urging them to be quiet. Did he really go to Austria? Maybe. Now that I think about it, there was a small marking on the envelope that only we'd recognize. That shouldn't be easy to fake. Let's head home and take a closer look. They returned to the burrow. You're just in time for dinner, Mrs. Weasley said, stepping out of the kitchen with a stew pot in hand. Hold on a sec, Mum. Fred set the envelope on the table. What's that? Mrs. Weasley asked. No idea, said George. Kyle sent it. From Austria. Kyle. Mrs. Weasley paused. Isn't he at home? We just checked. He's not there, George replied, picking up the envelope again. The letter had been magically sealed and required a password to open, but that was no problem. Speaking of passwords. George grinned. Fred, what was the first thing that came to your mind? What else? Fred grinned back. The one we know best. Yeah. Been a long time since we've used it, George said with a touch of nostalgia. Not like we've had the chance. What are you two talking about? Charlie asked, looking puzzled. If you know the password, hurry up and open it. The twins ignored him, exchanging a look. Together. No problem. They pulled out their wands and tapped the envelope. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. The seal glowed briefly, then opened on its own. Everyone crowded around, curious to see what was inside. There was no parchment, just a shrunken suitcase. Or rather, the envelope had been enchanted with an undetectable extension charm. It only looked small. As soon as they pulled the suitcase out, it returned to full size. "This is Kyle's suitcase," Fred blurted. "What's it doing here?" Before he could finish, the latch clicked open on its own. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Kyle pushed the suitcase open and jumped out. Finally made it. Took long enough. He stretched his arms, then glanced around. "Oh, Mrs. Weasley, Charlie, Bill. Why do you all look like that? Why don't you start by explaining why you're here?" Fred looked from Kyle to the envelope. "What exactly is going on?" "As you can see, I hitched a ride," Kyle said, spreading his hands. "It's a bit of a long story, but to keep it short, someone took me to Austria, but didn't bother to bring me back. So I had to come up with my own solution." "This is the solution you came up with?" George raised an eyebrow. "It's pretty convenient, don't you think?" Kyle grinned. "Owls might not be the fastest, but they're untraceable by the Ministry. They fly freely. Without an illegal portkey, there's really no better way." He sounded quite pleased with himself. All it took was a suitcase and an envelope enchanted with an undetectable extension charm, safe, quick, simple, and stress-free. If Newt had thought of it, he might not have needed to go hunting down illegal portkeys all the time. "So how did you get yourself into the envelope?" Percy asked curiously. "That part's easy. Just had the owl give me a push. They're smart enough, totally capable of handling it." Kyle nudged a plate on the table. It was much larger than the envelope, but thanks to the undetectable extension charm, it slipped inside effortlessly the moment it touched the envelope. "What about sealing it?" "You can do that from the inside." Percy smacked his lips and muttered, "Never thought the undetectable extension charm could be used like that. That's a loophole, people with bad intentions could really exploit it. Not that I mean you, of course," he added quickly, glancing at Kyle. "No worries." Kyle waved him off, unconcerned. "To be honest, pulling that off isn't exactly easy," Bill said thoughtfully. "Casting an undetectable extension charm on a flimsy envelope. I doubt many wizards could manage it. Not to mention, you'd need a suitcase big enough to stay in comfortably for a while." "Let's come back to that later," George cut in, staring at Kyle. "Why did you suddenly run off to Austria?" "Right." With that reminder, everyone turned to look at Kyle. "That. I might need a few days before I can explain," Kyle said. "Not even a hint?" Fred pressed. "I'm dying of curiosity here. If I don't find out, I might not sleep tonight." "Fred, if you've got so much free time, why don't you go help your father with his paperwork?" Mrs. Weasley's voice called from behind as she emerged carrying a large bowl of stew. She smiled and handed it to Kyle. "Darling, would you like some toast?" "Thanks." Kyle replied. "Oh, almost forgot. I brought gifts for everyone." He pulled out a pile of items from his suitcase: color block robes, a Muggle-made accordion, a screaming harmonica, horn-rimmed glasses, local Austrian wine. The table was soon covered in unique souvenirs he'd picked up while searching for the Owl post office. "These are too extravagant," Mrs. Weasley said, though her eyes lingered on one of the unusually styled robes. Even Charlie was eyeing the wine with undisguised interest. "Not at all. These are cheap locally," Kyle said with a grin, taking a big bite of stew. "The expensive part was shipping them over. No one really wants to send things to England these days. Can't be helped. It's the Death Eater's fault." Charlie muttered. The warm, lively atmosphere immediately dimmed. "Any new movements from them?" Kyle asked. "Nothing." Mrs. Weasley shook her head. "That's exactly what we're worried about. According to Arthur, there's plenty of evidence they're recruiting more Death Eaters, but they're keeping a low profile. Apart from the occasional small skirmish, nothing's happened. I'm afraid they're planning something bigger. With so many of them, if they launched a coordinated attack, how would we even begin to defend ourselves?" "Don't worry, Mrs. Weasley. Maybe we're just overthinking it," Kyle said reassuringly. "At this point, it's pretty even. Not everyone's going to join you-know-who. And the Ministry's increasing the number of Aurors and hit wizards, right? If it came down to numbers, we might not be outmatched after all." "Exactly, Mum. Don't worry. We still have the upper hand." Bill and Charlie added their support. Mrs. Weasley finally gave a small, reluctant smile and added 2 more sausages to everyone's plates. Kyle, who hadn't eaten properly all day, had clearly been served more than the others. He even ended up with what had been set aside for Mr. Weasley's dinner. After the meal, Kyle leaned against the wall as he left the burrow and returned to his own house. He'd caught a bit of sleep in the suitcase, but hadn't been able to truly relax, more like resting with his eyes closed than actual sleep. Now that he was finally home, all the exhaustion from being chased around by Vinda Rosier and the others the previous night came crashing down. Without even changing clothes, he collapsed onto the bed and fell fast asleep. He slept straight through to noon, only to be woken by persistent pecking. Grumbling, he waved his hand to shoo away the owl perched near his pillow. "Quit it, Ratton, food's in the cabinet, you know where it is." But Ratton wasn't giving up. The owl kept pecking the back of his hand, then stretched out a claw and slapped an envelope onto Kyle's face. That finally got him up. He rubbed his eyes, tore open the envelope, and pulled out the parchment inside. And then, Kyle suddenly leapt out of bed. "Hurry to Hogwarts. You know who appeared and attacked Gringotts. Minister of Magic Amelia Bones insists on seeing Dumbledore. Minerva McGonagall." "Why now?" Kyle frowned, instinctively reaching for the polyjuice potion he'd stashed on himself. But his hand came up empty. After searching himself 3 times, Kyle finally confirmed that the polyjuice potion and the strand of Dumbledore's hair, both stored in his mokeskin pouch, had vanished. "Did I drop it in the forest earlier?" Kyle frowned again. He'd been fleeing in a panic back then. Maybe he'd accidentally pulled it out while rummaging for something else. It didn't matter. There was still a backup in the headmaster's office. If he moved fast, he could make it in time. Kyle didn't waste another second. He apparat straight to the familiar hog's head, ready to repeat the trick, transform into an owl and fly back to the school. Wait. A hand suddenly reached out and blocked him. "Mr. Aberforth." Kyle looked at him. "There's no time to explain. I need to get back to Hogwarts right away." "I know," Aberforth said calmly. "There are experienced aurors all over Hogwarts right now. If you use transfiguration again, chances are they'll catch on. Go that way instead." He pointed at a large painting on the wall. It was Ariana's portrait, but it had swung open like a door, revealing a passage behind it. "Wait, didn't you say this was a one-way secret passage?" "I did," Aberforth said coolly. "But about a minute ago, someone opened it from the inside. Maybe they knew you were on your way back and opened it for you. Enough talk. Get going. If the passage closes again, you'll have to figure it out on your own." "Got it." Kyle nodded and jumped in. The passage was long and spacious. Even hurrying, it took him nearly 10 minutes to reach the exit at the Room of Requirement. The Room of Requirement was on the 8th floor, same as the headmaster's office, so the distance wasn't far. But as soon as Kyle emerged, he heard Amelia's cold voice echoing down the hall. "Minerva, where is Dumbledore? I must see him today." "I'm sorry, Minister Bones. The headmaster is handling more urgent matters." That was Professor McGonagall. "More urgent matters?" Amelia's voice rose sharply. What could be more urgent than an attack on Gringotts? Over 100 Death Eaters attacked. Aurors and hit wizards fought desperately to protect the wizards inside. Where was Dumbledore? "Do you even know how many we lost? I need to see him today. I must know where he stands. If Dumbledore refuses to cooperate with the Ministry in resisting you-know-who, then we'll have no choice but to withdraw all protections and cease all information sharing with Hogwarts." "You misunderstand, Amelia. Hogwarts has always stood against the Death Eaters," said Professor McGonagall. "Then let Dumbledore come speak for himself." Kyle crept forward and saw Amelia Bones and Professor McGonagall standing at the far end of the corridor. Fortunately, it was just the 2 of them, no aurors, no students in sight. Amelia was already out of patience. "Don't give me excuses. I've looked into it, no one in the magical world, in any country, has had a single word about Dumbledore. Just tell me the truth, is he even alive?" "Of course. I give you my word," Professor McGonagall said, face solemn. Amelia's expression eased a little. She looked like she'd finally exhaled. At the same time, Professor McGonagall spotted Kyle sneaking through the corridor. She shifted slightly, subtly blocking Amelia's line of sight. Amelia followed the motion instinctively, her gaze moved with McGonagall, just enough to miss the hallway. Kyle took his chance and tiptoed past. But Amelia seemed to catch something and instinctively started to turn. "Actually." McGonagall suddenly raised her voice, drawing Amelia's focus back. "I've already contacted Headmaster Dumbledore. He'll be returning shortly. Then I'll wait here." Listening to their exchange, Kyle, who had just slipped by, felt his knees go weak. He understood now. The Death Eaters had attacked Gringotts. The Ministry had fought tooth and nail. And Dumbledore never showed up. The Minister was here to demand answers. What excuse could he possibly give? Kyle's thoughts were in chaos. If this went wrong, Hogwarts could end up completely cut off from the Ministry. How had all this landed on him? With a mix of anxiety and dread, Kyle passed through the stone gargoyle and took the spiraling staircase up to the headmaster's office. No matter what, Dumbledore had to appear. As for the excuse, he'd have to improvise. Hopefully Professor McGonagall would help cover for him. He pushed open the oak door at the top of the stairs and headed straight for the drawer where the spare polyjuice potion and hair were kept. But to his surprise, someone was already in the room. Kyle jumped slightly, then exhaled in relief when he saw who it was. Nicholas. "Ah, I knew you'd figure out your own way back," Nicholas said with a smile. At that, Kyle couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. If he hadn't come up with the owl idea, he would have spent half a day flying. No way he was going to bring that up now. But this wasn't the time for small talk. Kyle strode quickly to the desk, opened a drawer, and started searching for the polyjuice potion as he spoke. "Nicholas, what are you doing here? I might not have time right now, can it wait?" "No worries. I just came to drop something off." Nicholas smiled and reached into his pocket, pulling out an elegant golden pocket watch, which he placed on the table. "I told you, the time turner would be ready once you got back from Nurmengard. And look, perfect timing." Chapter 832, Hogwarts 100 years ago. The golden pocket watch shimmered on the table, and through the hands and tiny gaps, one could faintly see the vibrant red glow of the Philosopher's Stone inside. Kyle looked at Nicholas. "It's already fixed." "The process went smoothly," Nicholas said with a smile. "Even smoother than I expected, not a single error." That caught the attention of everyone in the room. One by one, the portraits of former headmasters leaned in, craning their necks to get a better look at the table. "So this is the time turner?" Phineas smacked his lips in curiosity. "No kidding," Armando Dippet shot him a glance. "What else would it be, a fork?" "I meant, can something this small really send someone back 100 years? For once, Phineas didn't argue with Armando. His eyes stayed locked on the golden pocket watch. "What, planning to use it?" Armando mocked. "Too bad portraits can't use time turners." "Who said I wanted to use it?" "I'm just asking, is that a crime now?" Phineas huffed, flustered. "It absolutely can," came a woman's voice from behind them. "Even further back than 100 years, if needed." "Incredible. No wonder it's the work of Salazar Slytherin." "No, it only retains his framework. Most of it has been modified. Strictly speaking, this is a different creation altogether. And using the Philosopher's Stone as the core, a bit extravagant, perhaps, but an excellent idea. It minimizes the risk as much as possible, truly well done." "It's an honor to hear that from you," Nicholas said with a smile. "But I must admit, without that critical framework, I wouldn't have been able to recreate this time turner." "Now that's a fair statement," said Phineas. "Salazar Slytherin's wisdom is unmatched." He lifted his chin, looking quite pleased with himself. Unfortunately, no one was paying him any attention. "It's still a bit too extravagant," the voice continued. "As a magical power source, there are many alternatives." "True," Nicholas said, shaking his head. "But at this point, finding your so-called alternatives would be more trouble than making a Philosopher's Stone. At least we already had everything needed to produce one." "Well, you're not wrong. Salazar once considered using a Philosopher's Stone as a power source too. But back then, no one in the magical world could track down a phoenix, so he had to go with something else." "Ha, you say that like you were there," Phineas scoffed, turning around. "Can you not spout such?" His voice cut off abruptly. His eyes went wide, like a rooster with its neck wrung, mouth agape but no sound coming out. It was several long seconds before he managed to croak something out. "Raven. Ravenclaw." "It's me," Rowena Ravenclaw said calmly with a slight nod. Her gaze moved from the time turner to Phineas. "You were a headmaster of Hogwarts as well?" Yes, about 100 years ago," Phineas said nervously. "I see." Ravenclaw gave a brief nod and said nothing more. Armando dragged Phineas aside in exasperation. "Lady Ravenclaw, I didn't expect you to actually be in the school." "You can act as though I'm not," said Rowena Ravenclaw, her face unreadable. "And I won't interfere in any of the school's decisions." "You must be joking," said another female headmistress excitedly. "We'd all welcome your guidance. I'm sure the current headmaster would as well." "No, I won't do that," Ravenclaw said, shaking her head. "I'm just a memory that shouldn't exist in this time. I don't want to, and I cannot, interfere with anything that happens here." "Then why appear now?" "To resolve something I left behind," she replied, her gaze returning to the time turner. The others exchanged confused looks, but Kyle had a rough idea. This time turner had been left by Salazar Slytherin. Strictly speaking, it was also something that shouldn't exist. That must be why Ravenclaw had shown up. If Kyle's guess was right, once he brought Dumbledore back, the time turner would disappear as well. "Do you have any questions?" Kyle noticed that Ravenclaw had turned to look at him. "Do I need to prepare anything?" he asked quickly. "I remember you once told me to stay away from the time turner." "That advice still stands," Ravenclaw said. "But, if you're determined to go, then make sure you keep your mind clear." From what I can tell, you're already prepared for that. You have a stabilizing potion, or whatever it's called now. Kyle looked over at Nicholas. Yes, Nicholas nodded. It's the same potion you drank before. It protects your mind from temporal interference. Even if there are two versions of you, your consciousness will remain independent. Then it should be fine. Wait a second, Kyle muttered. If I'm going back 100 years, there shouldn't be a second me, not even my dad was born yet. The effect isn't just about encountering another version of yourself, Ravenclaw explained patiently. In many ways, going back to a time you never lived through is even more dangerous than normal time travel. Without the potion's protection, you could gradually forget everything and become lost in the past. But it seems, she added, glancing once more at Nicholas, someone's already accounted for that. With that, her figure vanished from the portrait frame. No one saw how she arrived, and no one saw how she left. Outside the door, the sound of Professor McGonagall and Minister Bones arguing echoed once more. Kyle looked up. Don't worry about them, it's fine, said Nicholas. He picked up the time turner and pressed lightly on its surface. You've got something far more important to do now. As he did, a stream of red light spread outward from the Philosopher's Stone within the time turner, trailing along the etched patterns until it lit up all 5 of the hands evenly. All right. Kyle accepted the pocket watch, a bit tense. What time should I travel to in order to find Professor Dumbledore? To the beginning of it all, Nicholas said softly. If Albus has been rejected by time itself, that's where you'll find him. What do I do? Turn the longest hand 1 full rotation. I've marked it. Nicholas pointed to a newly drawn symbol on the time turner. It was clear and easy to spot. That's the time I calculated. You might not hit it perfectly, but as long as you're close, it'll be fine. Worst case, you'll just have to wait a few days. Got it. Kyle took a deep breath, placed his finger on the longest hand, and slowly applied pressure. The hand began to turn easily at first, but as it neared the halfway point, resistance built up. The closer he got to the marked position, the harder it was to turn. Don't stop, Nicholas reminded him calmly from the side. You can take it slow, but whatever you do, don't stop. Kyle pushed the hand all the way to the mark in one continuous motion. Not bad. It looked like it landed right on target. As soon as he lifted his finger, the red glow on the hand surged into the engraved mark like it had found a release valve. The time turner began to vibrate violently, wrenched itself from Kyle's grasp, and floated up into the air. Kyle wasn't surprised. He'd seen this once before, back when Dumbledore used the time turner. The reaction had been just as intense. Nicholas took a step back and suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh, I forgot. I shouldn't have let him go back from here. What's wrong? Armando asked. Because he'll probably appear in the headmaster's office in 1899, the year Albus graduated. Nicholas frowned. Who was the headmaster then? Everyone turned to look at Phineas Black. Why are you all looking at me? Phineas instinctively stepped back 2 paces. If I'm not mistaken, Armando squinted slightly, you were headmaster at the time, weren't you? I didn't take the post until 1927. It was me, yes, Phineas admitted. But that doesn't mean I'd remember any of it. Oh, he exclaimed suddenly. I think I did see him. That Kyle. No wonder he always looked vaguely familiar. You didn't hassle him, did you? How should I know? That was 100 years ago. I see tons of people every day, you think I can remember who's who? Wait, what are you doing? Armando immediately drew his wand. Kyle went to save Albus. If he did anything unnecessary back then, we won't let it slide. But by that point, Kyle could no longer hear them. Everything around him blurred into a dizzying swirl. Countless images flickered past like a film on fast rewind, so fast he couldn't make out a thing. Lines of every imaginable color raced before his eyes. It was a long and thoroughly unpleasant process. His eardrums ached from pressure, and he had the urge to scream. Maybe he actually did, but he couldn't hear a sound, not even his own voice. Finally, after what felt like forever, his feet touched solid ground. The world snapped back into focus. He found himself standing in the headmaster's office, familiar, but not quite. The overall layout was about the same, but the prominent silver instruments and the enormous portrait behind the desk were gone. In their place were a few ugly statues and a hideous color scheme. Who are you? Came a sharp voice behind him. You're a 7th-year student, aren't you? It's exam time. Why are you in the headmaster's office? Trying to steal something. Kyle turned automatically and came face to face with someone who looked both unfamiliar and strangely familiar. Phineas Black. Much younger than in his portrait, his hair was still black, and he sported a neatly trimmed mustache. But his attitude was just as insufferable. The first thing he did upon seeing a student was accuse him of theft, completely baseless and unnecessarily hostile. Kyle curled his lips into a practiced smile. Respected Headmaster Black, do you really think I'm a 7th-year student? What else? Phineas replied irritably. Don't tell me you're trying to say you're a first year. No, I really am a 7th year. Once Kyle was sure Phineas genuinely believed that, he relaxed. At least he wouldn't have to come up with an excuse. Then do you know who I am? Why should I? Phineas said stiffly. Why should I know you? Hurry up and tell me, what house are you in? Hufflepuff, Kyle answered. The moment the word left his mouth, Phineas's expression soured further. His impatience became even more apparent, and he instantly lost interest in the conversation. You're not preparing for exams, and instead you come barging into the headmaster's office. What are you here for, trying to steal something? Of course not. I just happened to be passing by and thought I'd stop in to say hello. After all, I'm graduating soon. Spare me, Phineas cut him off harshly, jabbing a finger toward the door. Get out, or you won't be graduating at all. And for the record, for maliciously entering the headmaster's office, Hufflepuff loses 100 points. Oh wait, I forgot, you don't even have 100 points left. Make that 57. Congratulations. Thanks to you, Hufflepuff is now the only house with 0 points. He let out a smug little laugh, his expression practically begging for a punch. No problem, Headmaster. As long as you're happy, Kyle said with a polite smile before turning and walking out. He hadn't expected Phineas to be even worse in person than in his portrait, at least 100 times more insufferable, and openly disdainful of Hufflepuff, with no attempt to hide it. Was that really how a headmaster should behave? Kyle glanced back at the office door, eyes narrowing slightly. 57 points, huh? He'd remember that. No rush, he'd settle the score later. Still, thanks to Phineas, he now had a clear idea of the current timeline. 7th-year exams meant it had to be June of 1899. According to the information he had, Dumbledore's objective would surface in August. That gave him a 2-month window. Dumbledore was bound to appear. Perfect timing. Kyle strolled slowly down the corridor, observing his surroundings. He'd now seen Hogwarts in 3 different eras, his own, the 1,000 years ago version, and now this, Hogwarts a century in the past. And this one, strangely, made him feel the most out of place. It was exam season, so everyone was busy but disciplined. Students moved quickly through the halls, careful not to make noise. No one spoke. Even when younger students tried to start a conversation, they were immediately hushed. Filch would probably love this, Kyle thought to himself, quickening his pace to get out of the area. There was something stifling about this period in Hogwarts history. No wonder Phineas had gone down as one of the least liked headmasters. Kyle passed a row of classrooms and a group of students waiting outside to be called in for exams. Just as he was about to head downstairs, a witch's voice rang out behind him. Next, Albus Percival Dumbledore. It's your turn for the Transfiguration exam. Kyle immediately stopped in his tracks. He turned and saw a handsome boy step out from the crowd. Dumbledore couldn't have been more than 17, actually younger than Kyle himself. His features still held a boyish softness, and his short reddish-brown hair gleamed under the light. His expression was bright and spirited. I'm here, he said, raising a hand and smiling politely. Thank you for your hard work, Madam Marchbanks. I've heard all about you, said the middle-aged witch, none other than a younger Madam Marchbanks, with a warm smile. Hogwarts star pupil. But remember, I won't go easy on you just because of your reputation. If anything, I'll be making things a bit more difficult. No problem, said young Dumbledore with confidence. I'm sure I can rise to the challenge. And with that, he strode into the classroom. Professor Marchbanks suddenly glanced around, sensing something. Her eyes landed on Kyle, who had been watching them closely. She looked down at her list, then back at the students queued up, frowning. Why is there an extra person? Who are you? Ah, I'm a 6th year, Kyle said quickly. I was curious about the exam and came to watch. Is that so? Said Marchbanks, nodding. So, is it all right if I observe up close? Kyle asked. Just to get a better understanding of the exam. Absolutely not. There must be no distractions during the NEWTS, Marchbanks said sternly. There's nothing for you to be curious about. You. It's all right, Professor Marchbanks, Dumbledore called, poking his head back out through the door. He's just watching, he won't affect me. Letting a lower-year student observe the exam might actually help them gain some experience. Besides, it's a charms exam. It's not like he could help me cheat, right? Chapter 833, The Generous and Mysterious Wizard. Since you believe you can handle it. Perhaps because Dumbledore was a special case, Professor Marchbanks hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right, then. She turned to Kyle and added. Remember, once you're inside, not a single sound, no unnecessary movement. Otherwise, you won't be sitting your exam next year at all. Of course. I understand. Kyle smiled and nodded. Professor Marchbanks turned away and briskly entered the classroom, muttering under her breath. Letting an unrelated student into a NEWT exam room. I must be mad. She clearly regretted the decision already, realizing how rash, and against protocol, it had been. After all, the NEWTs were the most important exams in a student's magical education. If this unrelated student ended up disrupting the test, it would reflect as serious negligence on the part of the proctors. Which was why, under normal circumstances, they absolutely wouldn't allow anyone else into the examination room. So why had she agreed? Professor Marchbanks couldn't quite figure it out. But they were already inside the classroom, and she glanced at Dumbledore again. Never mind. If it's this student, I doubt he'll be affected. She shook her head and set aside the thought. Turning to Dumbledore, she began the official process. This is the NEWT Transfiguration Examination. Your task, Human Transfiguration. You must change your appearance. A simple enough task, Dumbledore said with a confident smile, then pressed his wand lightly to his forehead. He didn't utter a single incantation. It was as if a bucket of water had been poured over his head, his entire form began to blur. In the next moment, there were two Professor Marchbankses standing in the room. Appearance, height, robes, everything was exactly the same. Oh, brilliant. The real Professor Marchbanks clapped her hands, picked up a piece of parchment, and drew a large, bold O on it. Outstanding, without question. I must say, Mr. Dumbledore, you're the most gifted student I've ever seen. The honor is mine, Dumbledore said as he transformed back into himself. Well, that concludes your exam. Professor Marchbanks nodded in satisfaction. Your results will be delivered to you in mid-July. For now, go enjoy your holiday. I look forward to seeing you again, Professor. Dumbledore placed a hand over his chest, gave a small bow, and stepped out of the classroom. Kyle, who had been silent the whole time, quickly followed after him. But it seemed Dumbledore had already forgotten he was there. He didn't look back at all and simply headed straight upstairs, likely on his way to the common room. Kyle jogged a few steps to catch up and took the initiative. Thanks. Dumbledore turned to look at him. Oh, it's nothing. I hope watching helped. Maybe it'll make your own NEWT experience a bit smoother. You've already helped me more than enough, Kyle said with a smile. He knew Dumbledore was probably eager to return to his friends and had no interest in chatting with a stranger. But it was such a rare and amusing thing to see the headmaster in his youth that Kyle shamelessly stuck around. I honestly didn't think Professor Marchbanks would let me observe, he said. Under normal rules, that's completely out of the question. You said it yourself, normal circumstances, Dumbledore said with a knowing smile. This outcome, in fact, might be my proudest exam result. So you used a confundus charm? Kyle asked, suddenly realizing. It was the only logical explanation for why Marchbanks had agreed to something so against protocol. To use a confundus charm on a proctor, during a NEWT exam, no less, young Dumbledore was certainly bold, and a bit mischievous. Dumbledore didn't reply. He simply gave a small smirk and winked. That charming expression, paired with his youthful good looks, made several nearby witches stop and stare. Oh, right. I remember you said you were a sixth year, didn't you? Dumbledore suddenly asked. Which house are you in? I don't think I've seen you before. Ah. Kyle tensed slightly. I'm in Hufflepuff. Maybe, you just haven't noticed me. Ah, that explains it. You Hufflepuffs do tend to stay out of sight outside of class. Dumbledore nodded, apparently accepting Kyle's improvised explanation without question. Though it might be presumptuous to say so, some of the headmaster's decisions really are quite absurd. I've always believed the 4 houses of Hogwarts should be equal, not ranked or divided by status. Of course, we Gryffindors aren't exactly better than you lot either. He glanced at Kyle and gave a small shake of his head. Sorry, I've been rambling today. And you don't need to thank me, I just had my own reasons and happened to give you a little help along the way. If there's nothing else, I'd like to head back to the common room. Of course. Kyle stepped aside. As much as he enjoyed chatting with the young Dumbledore, this was probably enough. If he stuck around too long, Kyle worried Dumbledore might start noticing something was off. After bidding farewell, Kyle made his way out as well. In his current situation, leaving through the main entrance would be nearly impossible. If he were stopped and someone realized he wasn't actually a Hogwarts student, things would get messy fast. He needed another exit. Fortunately, Kyle already had a plan. He made his way to the 3rd floor and found the familiar hunchbacked witch statue. Sure enough, the secret passage was still there. He drew his wand. Descendium. The witch's humped back slowly split open, revealing a pitch-black tunnel. The other end of the tunnel led to Honeyduke's. Since Hogwarts was still in the middle of exams, the shop was nearly empty. Only a middle-aged wizard sat behind the counter, carefully checking candy inventory. Kyle, already under an invisibility charm, crept past him and exited the shop. But after a moment's hesitation, he turned back and walked in normally. "Oh, welcome," the shopkeeper said, rising from his seat with a puzzled expression. "A Hogwarts student. Shouldn't you be in exams?" "I've already graduated," Kyle replied with a smile. "Oh, my apologies, I thought you were still a student," said the shopkeeper. "What can I get for you?" "I can offer you a nice discount." "I'll have some of your classics," said Kyle. "The best-selling stuff." "Well, our top sellers are definitely the exploding chocolates and raspberry honeybees." "Mind if I try a few?" Kyle asked. "Of course, I'll pay." "Try them." The shopkeeper looked a bit surprised. These were top-selling items, reasonably priced and wildly popular. They sold by the bucketful every week. Any Hogwarts student should have tried them at least once. Still, he didn't think much of it, just assumed Kyle had been too broke as a student to splurge on sweets. He grabbed a box from the shelf, selected an assortment, and handed them over. "Help yourself." "My treat." "No charge." "Thanks." Kyle popped a chocolate ball into his mouth. The moment he bit down, it exploded, flooding his mouth with the rich flavor of roasted steak. Steak-flavored chocolate, it was a little strange, but not bad. Sort of like a savory spin on Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Then there were the raspberry honeybees. They looked exactly like little bees and could even fly. Once you opened the box, they buzzed around for 6 hours. When you wanted one, you just opened your mouth and they'd fly right in. Quirky, fun, and delicious. "I'll take the lot." Kyle pulled out 20 galleons and placed them on the counter. 20 galleons. The shopkeeper was startled. "Isn't that a bit much?" He assumed the young man had suddenly come into money and was now splurging to make up for lost time. "It's fine, they're for my friends," Kyle said. "Could you pack them up for me? And toss in some other classics while you're at it." At Kyle's insistence, the shopkeeper nodded and got to work. 20 minutes later, he hauled an enormous bundle onto the counter. Looking at the package, big enough to fill an entire cart, Kyle blinked in surprise. 20 galleons, really buys this much candy? His eyes drifted to the price tags. A large chunk of nut-filled chocolate cauldron went for just 2 sickles. Back in his time, the same item would have cost at least 12. Kyle slapped his forehead. Right, it's 100 years ago. Same currency, very different prices. No wonder the shopkeeper had been giving him odd looks. But he'd already paid, and there was no point in backing out now. Kyle drew his wand and levitated the oversized bundle, guiding it along beside him as he walked toward the door. Then he paused. "What's that?" he asked, pointing at a twig on one of the shelves. A few large, sluggish beetles were crawling along it. It was hard to imagine why something like that would be in a candy shop. "Oh, that's our newest item, beetle skewers," the owner said proudly. "The branch is chocolate, the beetles are made of brown sugar, and inside there are bits of popping fruit. The idea came from my daughter, she's only 3. "That's brilliant," Kyle said. "I'll take a box of those too." "You really like them?" The shopkeeper's eyes lit up. "They taste great, but most people are put off by how realistic they look." "Of course." Kyle grinned. "How much?" "No charge. Consider it a gift for a valued customer." The shopkeeper quickly grabbed a hefty box. "If you like it, come back anytime." "Thank you." Kyle accepted it without protest. After leaving Honeyduke's, he found a quiet spot and stashed the mountain of candy in his suitcase. He didn't rush off to Godric's Hollow right away. Instead, he took a leisurely stroll through Hogsmeade. The village hadn't changed much from the way he remembered it. Most of the shopfronts looked exactly the same, as though a century had passed without touching them. However, the interiors of the shops were quite different. Take the 3 broomsticks, for example. The current proprietor was certainly not the charming Madame Rosmerta, but a dour-faced middle-aged wizard who looked perpetually displeased. Even with Kyle as his only customer, the man didn't offer so much as a smile. Still, the drinks were just as good as ever. The butterbeer was rich and warming, one sip sent a cozy heat through his whole body. Kyle bought 100 cups in one go. He planned to store them in his suitcase later, sealing the bottles with a bubblehead charm so they wouldn't spoil. 100 cups of butterbeer, plus a few other drinks and liquors, cost him less than 50 galleons in total, an absolute bargain. The only downside was that the grumpy owner had to scramble to prepare everything, which left him looking even more disgruntled. Next, Kyle headed to the Scribulus writing implements shop, where he promptly bought out their entire stock of Thunderbird quills and Mobic ink from the Mobic squid. especially the Mobic squid, classified alongside dragon eggs as a Class A non-tradable material. Its ink, known to last 1,000 years without fading, would eventually be worth more than dragon's blood, and even then, nearly impossible to find. Yet here, an entire shelf was stacked with it. Kyle didn't hesitate. He bought all of it, including 2 full crates of reserve stock. And from that moment on, he couldn't stop. He made his way meticulously through Hogsmeade, visiting every shop. Whenever something caught his eye, he didn't even look at the price. He simply waved his hand and bought the lot. Soon after, a new legend began circulating in the village. A mysterious, wealthy young wizard was spending galleons like water. Some shops saw their entire 2-month supply vanish in minutes, and he still wanted more. Before long, this mysterious patron became the talk of the village. At first, some suspected he was paying with counterfeit gold. After all, who shops like that? He wasn't buying 1 or 2 items, he was clearing out whole inventories. Some cautious merchants even rushed to Gringotts. But the goblins confirmed, every coin he paid was a real galleon, forged with genuine goblin craftsmanship. For all their greed, goblins were fiercely proud of their work, they never cut corners. Whether minted a century ago or a century later, a galleon was a galleon. In fact, it was very possible Kyle had been paying with galleons from 100 years ago, or even older. That only fueled the villagers' curiosity. They began speculating wildly about the young man's identity. Some said he was heir to an ancient pureblood family. Others thought he was a self-made wizard of great talent. And a few suspected he was a shady figure profiting from illicit dealings. But no matter which theory they entertained, they always came back to the same point: the men spent money lavishly. Several shops even tripled their inventory overnight, hoping the big spending customer might return. Kyle, of course, had no idea he was earning such bizarre titles. By this time, he had already left Hogsmeade and was heading toward Diagon Alley. Yes, Diagon Alley, not Godric's Hollow. After circling Hogsmeade, Kyle found himself completely enamored with this era. But the village was too small, he'd seen everything in half a day, and it left him wanting more. Diagon Alley, on the other hand, was a treasure trove. Rare and fascinating items filled the shelves, he even saw dragon eggs being sold openly. Well, eggshells, at least. Kyle paid 10 galleons for one. "Do you have a complete one?" he asked the shopkeeper. "I'm willing to pay 10 times the price." 10 times. That was 100 galleons. The shopkeeper hesitated, tempted. He didn't think Kyle was bluffing. The man had been visiting shops for days now, and by his estimate, had spent over 200 galleons already. He'd also bought plenty of things that seemed absolutely useless, like Riem horns. As far as the shopkeeper was concerned, they were expensive and purely decorative. To him, Kyle was just a rich fool with more gold than sense. Of course he could afford 100 galleons. Naturally, Kyle didn't bother to explain that, in 67 years, a company called Nimbus would take the wizarding world by storm with its line of racing brooms, and that one of its major breakthroughs would be the inclusion of powdered arum horn in its models. The ingredient, it would turn out, dramatically improved broomstick flight stability. The result? A 10-fold price surge within a single year. And though prices eventually cooled somewhat, they remained far higher than before. All of this was valuable commercial intel, and every bit of it glittered gold. "I can try to find you a complete dragon egg," the shopkeeper said in a hushed tone. "But I can only promise to try. You know dragons are Class A non-tradable materials. Empty eggshells are one thing, but a whole dragon egg? The ministry keeps a close eye. It's a huge risk." "Risk?" Kyle raised an eyebrow and casually shook a coin pouch. "What if I offered you 200 galleons, would the risk feel a little smaller?" Chapter 834, The Deal. To be honest, the moment the shopkeeper saw the money pouch Kyle pulled out, his eyes practically turned red. The cost of acquiring a dragon egg was only around 50 galleons. As long as it could be transported safely and discreetly, he stood to make a clean profit of 150 galleons. In 1899, that kind of money was a rare fortune. Most shops in Diagon Alley couldn't make that much in half a year. Now, all he had to do was figure out a way to get a dragon egg, and the money would be his. It was hard not to be tempted. "Come in." The owner glanced around quickly, grabbed Kyle's arm, dragged him into the shop, and locked the door without hesitation. "What's this about?" Kyle calmly gripped his wand. "There are too many people outside. If someone reports us to the Ministry of Magic, it'd be trouble for you too, wouldn't it?" the owner said with a smile, then poured Kyle a cup of the shop's best red tea. "You're aware, of course, the International Confederation of Wizards is planning to establish a dragon reserve. The Ministry has been cracking down on dragon-related items, especially dragon eggs. If a deal like this gets exposed, it won't just be confiscation. You wouldn't exactly enjoy life in Azkaban, would you? So, you're saying you don't want to do this deal?" Kyle asked. No, no, no. There's always some risk in making money, that's normal, the owner shook his head. As it happens, I know someone who has a dragon egg and is looking to sell. But. He trailed off. What is it? He's not in the UK, so I'll have to go meet him myself. That definitely raises the risk. And if I leave, I'll have to shut the shop. It's Hogwarts holiday season right now, peak business time in Diagon Alley. I'd lose a lot. Kyle understood immediately, he was angling for more money. Did he think Kyle was some clueless, rich fool? 200 galleons could still get you a dragon egg even a century later. And he wasn't satisfied. Without hesitation, Kyle grabbed a handful of galleons from the pouch. In that case, 190 galleons. Wait a second, that's not right, we agreed on 200. 180, Kyle narrowed his eyes, set down his teacup, and made to leave. I'm sure even at 150, there'd be plenty of people willing to bring me a dragon egg. Seeing Kyle's firm stance, it clearly wasn't a bluff, the shopkeeper's face twitched with regret. He had to admit Kyle was right. Forget 150, even less would still get people lining up for this kind of deal. He had been hoping to squeeze out a bit more, but ended up losing 20 galleons instead. 180 it is, he quickly stepped forward to stop Kyle. No matter the risk, I'll take it. As you should. Kyle shot him a look. And if you get caught by the ministry's orders, I'll deny ever having dealt with you. This is all your idea. The last trace of wishful thinking vanished from the shopkeeper's face. Don't worry, I know how this works. Also. Kyle began stacking gold coins on the table one by one. If you can meet two small conditions, we can go back to the original deal, 200 galleons. Name them, sir, the shopkeeper thumped his chest. Not just 2, 10 would be fine. No need for that many, Kyle said with a small smile. First off, it can't take too long. No problem at all, the owner replied. Hogwarts holidays are prime time in Diagon Alley, I'd hate to miss it. Good. Kyle continued, second, it's about the breed of dragon. If you try to pass off a common Welsh green egg on me, the price will need to be renegotiated. Though all were fire dragons, their breeds made a difference. The common Welsh green was the smallest and most numerous, and the only species that could be kept in captivity. Most of the dragon blood and liver on the market came from that breed. The shopkeeper gave an awkward smile. Don't worry, sir, I'll make sure you get a dragon egg worth 200 galleons. He was now sure of it, this man in front of him was no clueless mark. You're not doing this for me. You want that egg for your own sake, Kyle reminded him, then stood up, ready to leave. But he left behind 20 gold coins on the table. He didn't say it outright, but the shopkeeper understood, it was a deposit. Sir, please wait, the shopkeeper quickly swept the coins into his hands and suddenly called after Kyle. What is it? There's something I should warn you about. When we were talking at the door just now, Horlick happened to be nearby, that limping wizard in black robes. He might have overheard us. Oh. Kyle raised an eyebrow. Is he with the ministry? No, the shopkeeper shook his head. But he's a notorious dark wizard. I pulled you inside because I saw how hungrily he was eyeing your money pouch. You think he'll come after me? Kyle asked, intrigued. He absolutely will, said the shopkeeper. Horlick's a greedy, ruthless wizard. He might have already had his eye on you. Frankly, you've been drawing too much attention these past few days. And the ministry just let someone that dangerous roam Diagon Alley. They don't dare interfere. Horlick's from Nocturne Alley, he's got powerful backers. The ministry doesn't want the trouble. Is that so? How terrifying, Kyle said. But aren't you worried he'll come after you for telling me this? Of course I'm worried. But your safety matters more, sir, the shopkeeper said earnestly. Kyle let out a quiet laugh. He knew full well, this man wasn't warning him out of kindness. He just didn't want to risk missing out on the rest of his payment. But he didn't mind and walked out the door, heading back to Diagon Alley. By now, it was almost noon. Kyle first stopped at the Leaky Cauldron, had a simple lunch, and rented a long-term room for himself. As for heading to Godric's Hollow to find Dumbledore, there was still plenty of time. No need to rush. Besides, he needed somewhere to stay, he couldn't just live in that abandoned barn Grindelwald had mentioned forever. After tidying up a bit, Kyle returned to Diagon Alley that afternoon and began his treasure hunt. However, he didn't come across the so-called Horlick, everything was peaceful. A few days later, Kyle's name had become increasingly well-known in Diagon Alley. Now, wherever he went, shopkeepers greeted him enthusiastically, stuffing free snacks and drinks into his hands. But Kyle had already visited all these shops, or rather, over the past few days, he'd been to nearly every shop in Diagon Alley and had bought almost everything he needed. So, he didn't go in again. Most importantly, when he checked his trunk at noon, he was a bit embarrassed to discover he was nearly out of money. Though prices were low during this time, buying items by the trunkload added up fast. This made Kyle regret not borrowing a bit of gold from Sirius beforehand, knowing now what he'd run into. Half of the glittering pile of galleons in Norbert's lair had been replaced with various goods. Although a fair amount remained, Kyle no longer intended to spend that money on more shopping. At the moment, he was sitting at a table in the leaky cauldron, sipping butterbeer and eavesdropping on a conversation between two wizards in the corner using an extendable ear. They seemed to be Ministry of Magic employees, sneaking away during their lunch break and grabbing an early dinner. Earlier, as Kyle passed by them, he'd overheard something that piqued his interest, so he casually dropped a disguised extendable ear on the ground. Now it was finally proving useful. Kyle sat with his back to them, attaching the other end of the extendable ear to his clothes. "This is such a pain." One of them grumbled. "I haven't slept in 2 days because I've been watching those bloody beasts. Why can't the ministry send us more help?" "Keep your voice down, this is classified," the other wizard said, nervously glancing around. Kyle feigned indifference, tilting his head slightly as he focused on the daily profit in front of him. "Probably because they don't see the need." After a pause, the wizard's low voice came through the extendable ear. "Once the Dragon Reserve is established, our whole department will be dissolved. That really ticks me off. The International Confederation of Wizards passed that bill years ago, so why hasn't there been any progress on the Dragon Reserve? What else? No money. Most powerful wizarding families are involved in the dragon trade in some way. Once the Dragon Reserve is up and running, that business is finished. The bill clearly states that all dragon-related goods and potion ingredients will go to the reserve. Selling them privately would be illegal. They don't want to give up their cash cow, so of course they're not donating. The Ministry and the Confederation don't have the funds, so the project's been shelved. But if they donate, they'll get a cut, right? I remember the Chief Warlock said they wouldn't let people contribute for nothing. What kind of cut? Most of the money would go into maintaining the reserve. The rest gets divided according to the donation plan in the bill. A rough estimate says it would take 100 years just to break even. How's that better than running your own business? And donations don't come with management rights. If the Dragon Reserve plan falls apart, all that money goes down the drain. No one's stupid. So we're just stuck here wasting time. I was hoping to transfer to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement soon. There's nothing we can do. I'd like that too, but this isn't up to us. Come on, let's head back. If we're late again, Bubbly will start yelling." The two quickly finished the bread on their plates and left the leaky cauldron. Kyle took another sip of butterbeer. As he stood, he accidentally dropped a sickle. He picked it up and retrieved half of the extendable ear from the floor in one motion, then casually walked out of the bar as if nothing had happened. He returned to the same shop as before, but the closed sign still hung in the window. Clearly, the shopkeeper hadn't come back yet. Kyle felt a bit disappointed. He'd stayed in Diagon Alley in hopes of collecting the dragon egg before leaving, but there'd been no updates at all. He didn't even know how to contact the person. "I should have asked for his name," Kyle muttered, rubbing his forehead. "At least then I could have sent an owl to check in." Since the men still hadn't returned, Kyle had no choice but to wait. He pulled his robe tighter and turned to head back to the leaky cauldron. By now, the sky was completely dark, and the once bustling Diagon Alley was silent and empty. Kyle instinctively quickened his pace, mentally calculating how many galleons would be reasonable to deduct for lost time. But then he noticed the path ahead was blocked. Still, he didn't think much of it and turned to go around from the left. The figures moved too, once again blocking his way. That's when Kyle realized something was off. He looked up. 5 figures stood before him, all cloaked in black hoods, their faces obscured. "You're that rich wizard, aren't you?" The lead wizard limped forward a few steps when he saw Kyle stop. "What do you want?" Kyle asked in a low voice, showing no sign of fear. "This is Diagon Alley. Believe it or not, if I shout right now, the shopkeepers around here will come running." "I believe you," the lead wizard replied. "They've made a good amount off you, of course they wouldn't just stand by and watch you get into trouble." That was exactly where Kyle's confidence came from. He had been spending money like water in Diagon Alley, and the locals would instinctively protect him. Keeping him safe meant continued profit. Anyone who went against Kyle would be going against all of Diagon Alley, and no title or status would change that. "Since you know that, step aside," Kyle said coolly. "Otherwise, I can't guarantee you won't get beaten to death by an angry mob." "I'm guessing someone's been bad-mouthing me, gave you the wrong idea," the wizard said, taking another 2 steps forward. "Let me introduce myself, Horlick. I deal in gray area goods." "So you're looking to do business with me?" Kyle asked, intrigued. "Money's not a problem, the question is, do you have something worth my attention?" "Of course. This." Horlick lifted his robe and pulled out a round object. A dragon egg. Kyle recognized it instantly and frowned. That shopkeeper still hasn't returned. Don't tell me you. Don't misunderstand, Horlick said, shaking his head. I thought about it, sure, but that old geezer Willy Tom is too sly. I lost him. Got this through my own channels. You don't need to explain all that. I don't care whose egg it is, Kyle said. Since you found me, that means you overheard our conversation. I'll offer the same price, 100 galleons. Cash for goods. Deal. But I heard 200, Horlick replied. Or are you looking down on us wandering wizards? No, no. I just need to confirm the breed first before considering a higher price. Relax, we're as honest as they come. Horlick raised his head, revealing a scar-covered face. Kyle instinctively took half a step back. Sorry if I startled you, Horlick said, though there was a hint of pride in his tone. He raised a hand, and the dragon egg floated into Kyle's hands. It was warm to the touch, blue in color, with sharp spikes at the top and streaked patterns across the shell. It looked like an oversized blue pineapple, larger than a typical dragon egg by a noticeable margin. Ukrainian ironbelly? Kyle asked, slightly surprised. Not something you see every day. Sharp eye, Horlick said, just as surprised. He hadn't expected Kyle to identify the egg so quickly. You must be from one of the pureblood families, right? Kyle didn't respond. He simply pulled out a pouch and tossed it to Horlick. I'm satisfied with the egg. That's 200 galleons. Straightforward, I like doing business with people like you, Horlick said with a grin. I've got a second dragon egg, even rarer, Hebridean black. You managed to get a black? Kyle sounded doubtful. See it for yourself, Horlick replied. I don't have it on me, and something like that isn't safe to carry around in public. We'd have people after our heads. If you want to see it, you'll have to come with us, to our base. Kyle hesitated. Relax, it's close by, and still within Diagon Alley, Horlick said in a lowered voice. You really think we'd try anything here? If we laid a finger on you, the shopkeepers would tear us apart. Who's afraid? Kyle seemed convinced, lifting his chin. Where's your base? Take me there now. If it really is a black, I'll pay another 50 galleons. Right this way. Horlick extended his arm with a courteous smile. It's not far. Chapter 835, they might just be tired. Compared to daytime, Diagon Alley was far less pleasant at night. Once the shops on either side had closed, the interplay of cold moonlight and flickering yellow lamps gave the street an eerie, unsettling feel. Horlick and his group walked briskly along the road, 2 in front, 3 behind, subtly forming a loose circle around Kyle, as if to prevent him from slipping away. Kyle had noticed their intentions, of course, but feigned ignorance. He even urged them on, sounding impatient. How much farther? Aren't we there yet? Just ahead, Horlick replied, glancing back. He turned a corner and led them into a narrow alley. Kyle stopped, hesitant. Are you sure this is still part of Diagon Alley? Of course. I promise, Horlick said in a low voice. This is the back street of Diagon Alley, also called Nocturne Alley. I've never heard of it. That's because, well, this is where the shopkeepers go to rest, Horlick explained. They stay in their shops during the day and come back here at night. There's probably nothing worth seeing here, which is why no one told you. Nocturne Alley is the shopkeeper's dormitory. Kyle let out a cold laugh. Did they really expect him to believe such nonsense? The others must have realized how flimsy the excuse sounded too, because they instinctively stepped closer to Kyle. I see. A moment later, Kyle nodded and stepped forward. Then hurry up. Don't waste time. No problem. Horlick flashed a smug, scheming smile and resumed leading the way. At this point, Nocturne Alley was filthier than it would be even a century later. Strange, bone-like objects were strewn across the path, and the air was thick with a suffocating stench of decay. This is really where the shopkeepers rest. Kyle muttered, casting a bubblehead charm on himself, and asked again. But this time, no one answered. They had entered an even narrower, gloomier alleyway. Horlick came to a halt, and the others quickly closed in, surrounding Kyle with practiced coordination. Wasn't easy, getting you here, Horlick said, turning to glare coldly at Kyle. Getting me here, what do you mean? Kyle's voice was low and muffled. Aren't you afraid I'll hire those shopkeepers to kill you? Afraid? Sure, Horlick said, though his mocking gaze said otherwise. But they won't come here. Nocturne Alley is our turf. Those shopkeepers may be greedy, but they know the difference between galleons and staying alive. What's that supposed to mean? Kyle narrowed his eyes. Forget it. Just give me the black dragon egg. This place is disgusting. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Horlick suddenly laughed. Sure, here you go. He picked up a random stone from the ground and handed it to Kyle. But we've decided to raise the price. It'll cost you 10,000 galleons. Are you insane, for a rock? No, this is the dragon egg. And if I refuse? That's fine. After we kill you, we can take our time searching your body. Horlick and the wizards around him moved in again. Maybe they were convinced victory was theirs, or maybe they didn't see Kyle as a threat, because none of them drew their wands. They just stood there with smug expressions, like hunters toying with already captured prey. You want to kill me? Smart. Why else would we bring you here? Did you really think we wanted to make a deal? Horlick laughed even harder. Why don't you scream? Try calling for help. Ah, help. Kyle muttered with deliberate indifference. The act only enraged Horlick. You're scared, why aren't you scared? I hate people like you, he shouted, drawing his wand. Always acting so superior. His tone grew darker. No matter. Let's see if you can keep that same, revolting expression under the Cruciatus curse. What a shame, Kyle sighed. For you, it definitely is. No, I mean, I thought I could get another dragon egg. Kyle shook his head. What a waste of time. Well, goodbye. Ha, you think you can still leave? Thunk. Before Horlick could finish, a jagged stone spike shot straight through his chest. The spikes had emerged from the wall beside them, 5 of them in total, each one perfectly aligned with a member of the group. Luckily for them, the spikes missed any vital organs. They were still alive. Transfiguration. Horlick coughed, blood trickling from his mouth. You didn't have a wand, when? Just basic transfiguration. Why would I need a wand for that? Kyle said casually. I underestimated you. Horlick forced himself forward, breaking free from the stone spike. But too bad. You should have aimed for our hearts. Attack, he barked, raising his wand at Kyle. Avada. But no one joined in. Horlick suddenly noticed that, at some point, Kyle's suitcase had popped open. It must have happened when the stone spike struck, after all, Kyle had been holding it up until then. Horlick had been keeping an eye on that suitcase the whole time, since it was one of his main targets. Then, he saw a pair of orange eyes. Thump, thump. There were no screams. One by one, the figures collapsed to the ground, as if they'd simply fallen asleep. Silence returned to the alley. A few minutes later, Kyle emerged, carrying a bag, ready to leave Nocturne Alley. He had originally believed Horlick truly had a Hebridean black dragon egg, that was the only reason he'd agreed to come along. But it turned out to be nothing more than a lure. In hindsight, it made sense. For centuries, Hebridean blacks had only ever been sighted in the Hebrides Islands. He'd never heard of them appearing anywhere else. And a group like that. They didn't seem remotely capable of smuggling out a dragon egg. Still, even though he'd suspected this might be the case, Kyle couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. He stepped around a patch of oddly colored mud and made his way toward the mouth of the alley. Just then, a figure hurried in his direction. The person wore a black cloak, but Kyle recognized him instantly. Dumbledore, of course, a younger Dumbledore. When Kyle had first arrived here, it had been during the end-of-term exams. Since then, he'd spent quite a while in Diagon Alley. By now, Hogwarts should have already gone on break. As Kyle looked over, the men noticed him too. Oh, you're that, sixth-year Hufflepuff, Dumbledore said, sounding a bit surprised, and faintly uneasy. What are you doing in Nocturne Alley at this hour? Are you in trouble? No, Kyle shook his head. I was heading to Gringotts and must have taken a wrong turn. At this hour? Gringotts is probably already closed. Yeah, they shut the doors just after I came out, Kyle replied. Well, that's good. Still, you should get out of here quickly. This isn't exactly a safe place. Dumbledore seemed distracted, and deliberately avoided meeting Kyle's eyes. Then, unintentionally, his gaze drifted past Kyle to the alley behind, where several people lay sprawled on the ground. What happened to them? No idea. Maybe they were tired, Kyle said with a glance over his shoulder. I noticed them too, but I didn't dare get too close. You did the right thing, Dumbledore said. He didn't seem to think it strange at all that wizards might be sleeping on the street in Nocturne Alley and didn't question it further. Need any help? Kyle asked cheerfully. No need. I'm just here to pick up a few things. Dumbledore shook his head, his tone suddenly more rushed. The regular shops are closed at this hour, so I thought I'd try my luck in Nocturne Alley. Kyle noticed his hand had subtly shifted toward his pocket, right where a wand could be drawn in an instant. Trying to keep something from me? In that case, best of luck. Kyle didn't press further. Dumbledore let out a quiet sigh of relief, nodded, and walked past Kyle, continuing deeper into Knockturn Alley. Kyle headed toward the entrance without looking back, making his way into Diagon Alley once more. The previously dim street was now lit by a sudden burst of light coming from a magical goods shop. Kyle had visited this place before. It sold all kinds of items with unique properties, things like bezoars for neutralizing poison or crystals for dispelling dark magic curses. But he distinctly remembered the store had been closed when he first passed by on his way to Knockturn Alley. Why was it suddenly open? The shopkeeper was yawning as he prepared to shut the door again. As Kyle approached, he could hear him muttering under his breath, "Bloody kid, bangs on the door late at night, doesn't buy a thing." But the moment he saw Kyle, the man's expression changed instantly, from irritation to delight. "Oh, sir, what a pleasure to see you." He opened the door warmly. "Is there anything I can help you with?" Since Kyle never gave his name when shopping, most of the shopkeepers around here just referred to him as Sir. "Just browsing." Kyle stepped inside and casually picked up a blue crystal. "That's a voice storage stone, it captures sound and can play it back automatically with just a little magic." "Not bad. I'll take it." Kyle set it on the counter, then asked casually, "Funny, I could have sworn the shop was closed when I passed by earlier. Do you stay open late?" "Not usually," the shopkeeper said with a smile. "I was actually about to close when some student showed up, had to be from Hogwarts. Banged on the door like mad, wanting to buy something." "Oh. What did he buy?" Kyle asked, curious. "Nothing," the shopkeeper said, sounding annoyed. "Wandered around for a bit, then left. Said we didn't have what he was looking for." "Ridiculous. Everyone in Diagon Alley knows I carry the widest range of goods, I've even got amulets that can deflect the killing curse." He gave a pointed glance toward a necklace on prominent display. "Want one? It's a lifesaver, only 50 galleons. No one who's used it has ever complained, and this is the last one." Kyle stepped over to take a look, then quickly lost interest. It was obviously nothing more than an object enchanted with a repelling spell. At best, it could scare off weak dark creatures like red caps or kappas. If it came up against an actual killing curse, it wouldn't be worth a canute. As for whether anyone had fallen for it, well, once they realized they'd been duped, they probably wouldn't have the chance to come back and argue with the shopkeeper. Still, Kyle had no intention of calling him out. After wandering around the shop for a bit longer and picking out 2 small items, he paid and left. The owner warmly saw him out before shutting the door again. Kyle strolled down the street, turning over the shopkeeper's words in his mind. If he was right, the person who had knocked on the door earlier was likely Dumbledore. It seemed he'd been looking for something, couldn't find it in that shop, and so had gone to Knockturn Alley instead. But what exactly was Dumbledore looking for? Whatever it was, it had driven him to search late at night. The first thing that came to Kyle's mind was Ariana, Dumbledore's sister, the young girl widely believed to be a squib. That would explain why Dumbledore had seemed so flustered earlier. The illustrious Dumbledore family harboring a squib was not something he'd want others to find out. Kyle also remembered that, early on, Dumbledore hadn't been particularly fond of his sister, especially right after he graduated. He'd seen Ariana, who needed constant care, as a shackle keeping him, the freshly graduated, ambitious young wizard, trapped in the tiny village of Godric's Hollow, unable to go anywhere or pursue anything. Of course, Ariana wasn't really a squib. She was an obscurial. An obscurial, simply put, was a young witch or wizard who had repressed their magic. Without proper guidance or release, that magic turned into something else. It became a formless, chaotic force of dark magic called an obscurus. Obscurus were incredibly destructive, and their hosts, often physically fragile, could barely contain the power. Ariana was one of the rare few to survive beyond the age of 10. But that also meant she had to live with the pain it brought, constantly. Perhaps tonight, her obscurus had flared up again, and Dumbledore had been forced out to find a solution. Maybe it was time for Kyle to go to Godric's Hollow himself. Though he still hadn't received word about his other dragon egg, Kyle didn't feel like waiting around anymore. He returned to the leaky cauldron and got a full night's rest. The next morning, he checked out of his room. First, he made a quick trip back to Diagon Alley and found the same shop. Last night, Horlick had mentioned the owner's name, Willie Tom. Kyle wasn't sure if he had any connection to the future owner of the leaky cauldron. Maybe not. After all, Tom was a very common name in England. But it was the first time Kyle had seen it used as a surname. As expected, the closed sign still hung in the window, and the shopkeeper hadn't returned. However, the street, especially near the entrance to Knockturn Alley, was now filled with robed wizards in specialized uniforms. Judging by their movements, they were likely aurors or hit wizards. The ministry's this fast at responding now. Kyle frowned. He recalled the shopkeeper mentioning last night that Horlick had some sort of powerful figure backing him. One thing was clear, he couldn't stay here any longer. Even though Kyle was confident he'd left no trace behind, it was still safest to leave as soon as possible. He had become far too conspicuous in Diagon Alley, an unknown wizard throwing around galleons. No way someone like Horlick wouldn't have had his eye on him. Once the Aurors started digging, they would definitely come looking for him. Even if they had no proof, Kyle had no interest in getting entangled with the Ministry of Magic, not now. He turned back toward the leaky cauldron. On the way, he casually plucked a strand of hair from a passerby, dropped it into a vial, gave it a shake, and slipped into a nearby bookstore. Using the tall bookshelves for cover, he downed the polyjuice potion. When he emerged again, he had transformed into a completely unremarkable, middle-aged wizard. With calm confidence, Kyle walked back through the leaky cauldron and onto a secluded street. He raised his wand. At the street corner, 2 lanterns blinked on, and with a sudden rush of air, a gleaming double-decker bus screeched to a stop right in front of him. The night bus, emergency transport for witches and wizards in trouble, came a cheerful voice from inside. "Sir, how can we help you?" "I need to go to Godric's Hollow," Kyle said. "How much?" "1 sickle," the conductor beamed. "And for just 1 more, you can get a butterbeer." "No thanks," said Kyle as he boarded the bus. He grabbed a handful of nuts, counted them twice, and handed them over. The conductor didn't seem the least bit annoyed by his careful counting and instead enthusiastically led him to an empty seat. "Next stop, Godric's Hollow," she called loudly toward the front of the bus. The headlights flashed, and with a whoosh, the double-decker bus vanished down the street. Chapter 836, The Golden Bird. As a magical transport exclusively for witches and wizards, the night bus was unmatched in both price and speed, but the ride itself left much to be desired. Kyle had to cling tightly to the armrest beside his seat just to keep from being flung out by the violent jolts and lurches. The double-decker bus moved like an overexcited husky unleashed on city streets, completely unpredictable. One moment it might squeeze through an alley barely wide enough for a single person, the next it could thunder down an unpaved stone path. Sometimes, it even jumped over rooftops. It was all about efficiency. If a shortcut existed, or didn't, it didn't matter. The night bus would barrel through anyway. Finally, before Kyle could lose his breakfast, the bus screeched to a halt. "Godric's Hollow," the conductor's cheerful voice rang out up front. It was easy to tell she genuinely enjoyed her job. Kyle stepped off in a hurry. If he could help it, he'd rather not go through that again. As the doors closed behind him, he heard her voice once more. "Next stop, Diagon Alley, we've got more passengers." The bus flickered in the air a few times before vanishing entirely. Kyle stood still for a moment, letting his stomach settle. Right about then, the effects of the polyjuice potion began to wear off. Black hair sprouted once more on his previously thinning scalp, and Kyle returned to his normal appearance. The timing was perfect. A minute later and he would have needed another dose, and in that kind of jostling ride, he wasn't sure he could have kept it down. A few minutes later, he turned and walked into Godric's Hollow. Unlike the version he remembered, the village still seemed to be populated entirely by wizards. The houses were all bizarre and colorful, each with a unique design. None looked even remotely like a typical Muggle home. Kyle passed a structure shaped like an upside-down umbrella, wide at the top, narrow at the bottom, then followed a massive water wheel-shaped house deeper into the valley. His first task was to find Dumbledore's home. He'd looked into it before arriving. According to what he'd learned, it was in the southern part of the valley, not far from Bathilda Bagshot's house. The two had once been neighbors. Kyle had visited Bathilda's home before, but that was 100 years in the future. The surroundings had changed so much that it took him several loops around the valley and a good deal of time before he finally found the modest 2-story house. Bathilda's home hadn't changed much in layout, but now it looked far newer. The blue-painted walls were clean, free of the vines that once choked them, and the red-tiled roof stood out brightly. Though the garden wasn't large, it was meticulously maintained and filled with blooming rue, its soft scent wafting through the air. In the center stood a small bird bath, drawing flocks of chirping birds to rest nearby, creating a lively atmosphere. It was clear the homeowner loved the place and kept everything in perfect order. In fact, Kyle had seen the house at the very beginning, but he'd instinctively assumed he had the wrong place. It looked nothing like the Bagshot home from his memory, dark, oppressive, and the perfect set piece for a horror film once the sun went down. Only after exhausting all other options and circling the valley several times did he return here. When he arrived, a witch in her 20s was shooing garden gnomes away while yelling up at a second-story window. "I knew it, they were bound to expel you eventually. Just look at what you've done. Who runs dangerous magical experiments at school? Hey, Gellert, I'm talking to you. Even out of basic manners, you should at least look at me. I am your great-aunt, you know. I heard you. You don't have to keep reminding me." A resigned voice drifted down from above. Moments later, a golden-haired head popped out of the window. "You don't look that much older than me. Honestly, I prefer just aunt." Sounds younger, don't you think? The boy looked about 15 or 16, slightly younger than Dumbledore at that age. He still had a touch of boyishness, but his features were strikingly handsome. Judging by the way she addressed him, this had to be Gellert Grindelwald. His hair was long and golden, draping over his shoulders and glinting in the sunlight. Perched on the windowsill like that, he looked almost like a majestic bird made of light. Don't think I'm going to fall for your sweet talk again, Gellert. I'm telling you, it's useless. It doesn't work on me. Despite her words, the young Bathilda Bagshot didn't seem to notice her voice had softened considerably. Stop changing the subject. Why would you do something so dangerous, experimenting with dark magic at school? All you had to do was wait a few more days for the holidays. And now look, you've been expelled, and you won't even get your diploma. A diploma? Ha. I don't need that sort of thing to prove myself. Gellert Grindelwald spoke with complete indifference. Besides, the best ideas come in a flash. I'm not the kind of person who waits around for the perfect time. If you don't care about the diploma, then why did you come here to hide? Bathilda demanded. I'm not hiding, Grindelwald said casually. But Aunt, I don't think this is the right time for that conversation. He raised an eyebrow and glanced toward the road. It looks like you have a visitor. Visitor? Bathilda turned and spotted Kyle as well. Out of courtesy, she rinsed the mud from her hands in the birdbath before walking over. Who are you, and why are you standing in front of my house? Ah, sorry, Kyle said, a little embarrassed. He'd been so caught up listening that he'd stopped without realizing it, and hadn't expected to be noticed so quickly. Actually, I'm here traveling, he quickly offered, already settling on a story. I was just wondering if there's anywhere nearby that offers lodging. Traveling? Bathilda frowned. What's there to see around here? Well, quite a bit actually. This is the birthplace of Godric Gryffindor. As a Hogwarts student, I've always wanted to see it for myself. You know this is where Gryffindor was born. For some reason, Bathilda's eyes lit up, and she immediately grew more animated. Is that strange? Kyle took an instinctive half-step back. Isn't it common knowledge? I mean, this place is called Godric's Hollow, and Gryffindor's name was Godric. No, not many people know that, Bathilda said, wagging a finger. Most people today believe this is where Gryffindor met Ravenclaw. Very few are aware that it's actually his birthplace. You must have read a lot of magical history to know that. I'm guessing you've read Crossing the Muddy Valley and a compendium of 10th century wizards, haven't you? Ah, yeah. Kyle gave a couple of awkward chuckles. Truthfully, he'd never even heard of those books. The only one he'd read was A History of Magic. That book mentioned the origins of the name Godric's Hollow. It was covered in the first lesson of first-year history, so Kyle had always assumed it was basic common knowledge. Then it hit him, A History of Magic was written by Bathilda Bagshot herself, and at this point in time, she hadn't even written it yet. Right, yes, I've read them, Kyle said, forcing himself to go along. So you're a student who enjoys magical history too? Bathilda's expression brightened further. I love magical history, she said with enthusiasm. I think there's something fascinating about digging up the stories buried in time. That's why I chose to live here. I must admit, Aunt, I don't share your interests, came Grindelwald's voice again from upstairs. Magic is the truly wondrous thing. History belongs in the past, let it stay there. Shut it, Gellert, or I'll send you back where you came from. Bathilda snapped, fierce as a dragon. And under that dragon's threat, the golden bird promptly closed its beak. Sorry about that, dear, Bathilda turned back to Kyle with a warm smile. Don't mind him. That's Gellert Grindelwald, my grandnephew. He was a student at Durmstrang. I'm sure you've heard of it. That school's full of muscle-brained oafs who believe in brute force. None of them appreciate the elegance of history. I'm not one of them, I got expelled. Grindelwald called out, correcting her. And you think that's something to brag about? Bathilda roared. At least I'm not stupid, Grindelwald said with a grin, leaping smoothly from the windowsill and landing lightly on the ground. You really a history student? He asked, looking Kyle up and down. To be honest, Kyle was already starting to sweat. In his original plan, he hadn't intended to speak to anyone in Godric's Hollow. All he needed to do was wait quietly for Dumbledore. Diagon Alley had been different, far enough away, with little connection to his actual objective. As long as he didn't do anything too outrageous, say, unleashing a basilisk and wiping out the entire street, then the passage of time would eventually smooth over whatever he'd done. That was his greatest advantage, because 100 years ago, there had been no other Kyle. In a way, he belonged to this era. But Godric's Hollow was different. The people here were all extraordinary. And the most troublesome among them. Grindelwald and Dumbledore. Kyle wasn't sure his lies would hold up under their scrutiny. And worse, they were about to become the central figures of the wizarding world for decades to come. Getting involved with them was far too dangerous. But at this point, there was no way to just walk away, so Kyle could only force himself to say, "Yes, I really do like magical history." "Then do you know where Durmstrang is?" Grindelwald asked, narrowing his eyes. Gellert, Bathilda frowned. "You." "It's fine, Aunt," Grindelwald said with a shrug. "He doesn't look much older than me, probably a student too. And if he's a student, I'm sure he's curious about other wizarding schools." "Ah, yes, though I'm not exactly sure where it is," Kyle replied after a moment's thought. "But I do know it's in Northern Europe, a really cold place. I heard their school uniform even includes a fur cloak." "You're right, it is cold," Grindelwald said, raising an eyebrow. "But is that all you know?" "I'm actually more interested in goblins than wizarding schools," Kyle said smoothly. "At school, I've been studying the history of the goblin rebellions." Bathilda's eyes lit up even more. "Goblins, rebellions. I'm fascinated by that too. Can you share what you found?" Grindelwald asked. "I found some records related to Hogsmeade," Kyle said. "There's a place there that used to be their command post. It's abandoned now. I tried to explore it and look for remnants, but I got kicked out." Grindelwald turned to Bathilda, as if to confirm the story, but saw that she had become visibly excited. "If you're interested in Goblin Rebellion history," she said eagerly, "I recommend visiting the Buckle ruins. That's where the goblin leader Buckle first decided to start the uprising. There are lots of valuable traces left there, and their old weapons forge, too." "Sounds like I've got my next destination," Kyle said with a smile. Grindelwald chuckled suddenly and gave Bathilda a teasing look. "I always thought you were the only one who liked that sort of dull subject. I didn't expect to meet someone else who shares the interest. Watch your manners." "Oh, apologies," Grindelwald said sincerely. "Even if I don't understand it, I respect your interests, and I truly hope you achieve what you're after." He gave a slight bow, then turned and walked back into the house, leaving Kyle alone. The truth was, Grindelwald had initially come down because he was worried Bathilda might be getting scammed. The moment he saw Kyle, he'd had a gut feeling the man wasn't completely trustworthy, and hard to read. But judging from Bathilda's reactions, it seemed his concerns had been unfounded. This visitor clearly had real knowledge of magical history. Must be one of those British wizard quirks, he thought. And to him, someone obsessed with history wasn't worth wasting time on. Once Grindelwald left, Kyle finally let out a breath. Fortunately, Grindelwald seemed entirely focused on his magical studies right now. To him, Kyle probably wasn't much more significant than the gnomes in the garden. Bathilda, on the other hand, was extremely enthusiastic. It was rare for her to meet someone who shared her passion for magical history, and she happily chatted away, taking Kyle from the Goblin rebellions all the way through to the Giant Wars. Thanks to what he remembered from a history of magic, Kyle was able to follow along and offer the occasional comment. For the parts the book hadn't covered, he simply claimed he hadn't gotten to them yet. After all, he positioned himself as a sixth-year Hogwarts student. It was perfectly normal not to know everything. In fact, knowing too much would have been more suspicious. Before he realized it, it was already noon. Bathilda warmly invited him to stay for lunch, but Kyle firmly declined. No way, he thought. Just chatting for a few minutes was exhausting enough. There's no way I'm having lunch with Grindelwald. Seeing how insistent he was, Bathilda looked a little disappointed but didn't push. Well, all right. But I must say, Gellert might be an expelled student, but deep down, he's a warm-hearted and cheerful boy. He's not what you might think. She assumed Kyle was just hesitant to associate with someone who had been expelled and tried to defend Grindelwald a little. She was clearly fond of him and didn't want others to judge him unfairly. No, you misunderstood, Kyle said quickly, shaking his head. One of my relatives was expelled too. But that didn't stop him from becoming an outstanding magizoologist. Also from Hogwarts? Bathilda asked curiously. Would I know him? I don't think so, Kyle replied, shaking his head vaguely. He's not in Britain right now, but maybe you'll meet him someday. Like Mr. Grindelwald said earlier, some people don't need a diploma to prove themselves. I'm glad to hear you think that way, Bathilda said, clearly pleased. So, where are you headed now? Do you need any help? I'm planning to find a place to stay before nightfall, Kyle said. I may stay here for a few more days to see if I can find any traces of Gryffindor. Originally, he'd planned to say he was leaving immediately, it would have made distancing himself from Grindelwald easier. But then he realized he probably wouldn't stay in one spot for long. If someone noticed he'd vanished, it could raise even more questions. A place to stay. You could try the Valley Inn, Bathilda suggested after thinking for a moment. She pointed in a direction. It's down at the lowest point of the valley. They offer rooms at fair prices, and the environment's decent. When you get there, just mention my name. If that old goat Johnson doesn't give you a proper discount, I'll toss his prized oak barrel into the lake. Chapter 837, Search. Respected Auror, if there's no issue, could you please step aside? At the entrance to Diagon Alley, a double-decker bus had been forced to stop. Surrounded by a circle of Aurors, the conductor spoke with clear impatience. I've already told you many times, the person you're looking for didn't take the night bus. But according to our information, someone did board the night bus here, the lead Auror replied, expressionless. And what's the problem with that? The conductor snapped, growing more irritated. We're here to help wizards in need. It's not just today, we get passengers from Diagon Alley every single day. But today is different, the Auror continued. Someone murdered 5 wizards in Nocturne Alley. Such a brutal act, he's bound to target others. We have to catch him as soon as possible. You wouldn't want a ruthless dark wizard coming after you, would you? Killed 5 wizards. The conductor paled, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead with his ticket pouch. Oh, you said Nocturne Alley? Maybe it was one of the wizards from there. Nocturne Alley has its own rules. They don't act recklessly, especially not in a way that would cause trouble for themselves. Then how can you be so sure he left on the night bus? That's not for you to ask, the Auror said coldly. All you need to do is cooperate. Fine. What do you want to know? The conductor grumbled. But you'd better be quick, there are plenty of wizards waiting for our help. Don't worry. It won't take long, the Auror said. But your answers are too vague. I may need to resort to other methods. Legilimens. Before the conductor could react, she saw a wand raised toward her, and then, everything that had happened in the past 3 hours began flashing rapidly through her mind. And those memories weren't just visible to her, the Auror across from her could see them, too. You used legilimency on me. The conductor exploded, finally realizing what had happened. You can't do that. I'm going straight to the ministry to report you. Go ahead, the Auror said calmly. The situation is urgent, some methods are necessary. If it helps us catch that dark wizard, I'm willing to face the consequences. Easy for you to say. The conductor wasn't remotely appeased. So, did you find any clues? The Auror didn't answer. He hadn't found the wealthy stranger described by the shopkeepers in the conductor's memories. In the fragments, only 2 people had boarded the night bus. The first was a middle-aged wizard, immediately ruled out. Not because of his appearance, it's far too easy to alter that in the wizarding world, whether through transfiguration or polyjuice potion. The real issue was that the men didn't even have a single full sickle. He had to count every canute twice. Clearly penniless, not the type to spend money like water. The second was a witch, and she'd looked rather anxious. She could be their target, but it was only a possibility. Dark wizards capable of such cruelty were usually highly cunning, with countless ways of evading the ministry's pursuit. She might have slipped away long before they noticed. The Auror rubbed his forehead. Either way, it was worth checking, if only to keep himself busy. Otherwise, he'd have nothing to report back to the ministry. Right now, the only option was to create as much noise as possible. Force the other side into laying low, at least for a while. Because if another 5 wizards died, his time as an Auror would be over. He waved a hand to signal that the night bus could leave. The conductor snorted and climbed back onto the vehicle. You 3, stay here, the Auror ordered, then turned to the others. Bartok, come with me to Northampton. Captain, you don't really think that guy took the night bus, do you? An Auror stepped forward. A wizard that rich probably doesn't even know this kind of transport exists. I still think we should look into old Malfoy. Everyone knows Horlick was working for him. What if he knew too much, and got silenced? Do you have proof? Malfoy is a favorite guest of several department heads, the Auror captain said in a low voice. We could be ordered to leave the moment we step onto his estate. We can get proof, Bartok insisted. Didn't we hear someone saw Horlick with a dragon egg? But the egg later disappeared. And Malfoy's the most vocal opponent of creating a dragon reserve. Maybe Horlick was silenced because of that. Good point, the captain replied, without even turning his head. In that case, you're not coming to Northampton. Go find the dragon egg. If you can track it down, this job's yours. Ah. Bartok scratched his head awkwardly. I don't know where to look. That's fine. I know. The egg was most likely taken by the dark wizard who killed Horlick. Find him, and you'll find the egg. Bartok looked even more embarrassed. Wasn't finding that dark wizard exactly what they were already doing? Left with no choice, he kept his mouth shut and quietly followed behind. But you were right about one thing, the Auror captain said after a moment's thought. Here's what we'll do, you go to the area near Malfoy Manor and keep a close watch on everything that happens. Stay hidden and don't get spotted. I'll try to get a search warrant from the minister. Will that even work? It's worth a try. Killing 5 wizards is a serious offense, even in Nocturne Alley. The minister won't overlook any potential lead. At the same time, in Godric's Hollow, Kyle had found the valley bar that Bathilda Bagshot had mentioned. It sat at the lowest point of the valley, just a few minutes' walk from her house, and was one of the most popular spots among the local wizarding community. Many people liked to stop by for a drink during their free time, catch up with acquaintances, and chat. It was one of the best ways to relax. By the time Kyle arrived, it was already lunchtime, but the place was still full of people. The bar was noisy and bustling with life. As Kyle stepped inside, his unfamiliar face immediately drew attention. Several patrons turned to look at him. He ignored the curious stares and walked straight to the counter, where the bartender was polishing glasses. "I'd like a room," he said, then added, "Bathilda Bagshot sent me." At the mention of Bathilda's name, the bartender, who had seemed rather indifferent a moment ago, immediately looked up. "Bathilda? Are you her grandnephew too?" the man asked, eyeing Kyle from head to toe before settling his gaze on his black hair. "No," Kyle shook his head. "I just arrived in Godric's Hollow today. I'm a student with a strong interest in history of magic." "Oh." The bartender nodded in sudden understanding. "That explains it. Not many wizards share her passion." He took out a key and handed it to Kyle. "Your room is on the second floor, left side at the top of the stairs. How long are you staying?" "Let's say a month for now," Kyle replied after a moment's thought. "You'll need to pay up front, 90 sickles. 90 sickles. Kyle thought he must have misheard. Not because it was expensive, just the opposite. It was too cheap. That worked out to only 3 sickles a day. Even a century ago, the price was so low it made Kyle wonder if he'd walked into some shady establishment. Was Bathilda's name really that influential? Though a little puzzled, Kyle still pulled out 6 galleons and handed them over. "Use the rest to get me some lunch, if you've got it." "That's too much," the bartender remarked. "Then include tomorrow's lunch as well." This time, the bartender said nothing more. Kyle took the key and headed upstairs. He unlocked the room on the left. The space was much better than he'd expected. Though small, it had everything he needed, and much of it looked relatively new. In the Leaky Cauldron in Diagon Alley, a room like this would easily go for at least 2 galleons per night. Of course, that was in his time's Leaky Cauldron. Kyle took out his wand and gave it a light tap. A ripple, like a bubble, spread outward from the point of contact, quickly reaching the walls and ceiling. It was a search charm, a 4th-year level spell used to detect objects or creatures related to dark magic within a certain range. Once he confirmed the room was safe, Kyle finally sat down at ease. Just then, lunch arrived. In a place like this, he hadn't expected a feast, just a basic meal. Fried fish, thick-cut chips, a whole baked potato with the skin on, mashed potatoes, a slice of buttered bread, and a bottle of pumpkin juice. The taste was average. The chips were cut too thick and still raw in the middle, and the mashed potatoes lived up to their name. There were potatoes, and there was mud. But Kyle wasn't surprised. After all, it was 1899. Meals like this were typical. Even a century later, things wouldn't be much different. Only in places with a higher wizard population, like the Leaky Cauldron or the Three Broomsticks, would there be a bit more attention to detail. Kyle ate a few bites, just enough to fill his stomach, then left the room and returned to the streets of Godric's Hollow. He needed to locate the barn Grindelwald had told him about in advance. According to Nicholas, Dumbledore would appear, suddenly and without warning, at a moment he deemed most fitting. Kyle's job was to take him away immediately. No one knew how many times Dumbledore had repeated the same cycle here over the past 2 months. Even the greatest wizard wouldn't be able to endure that kind of mental strain for long. And that was assuming he hadn't done anything. If he'd made even the smallest attempt to change something that had already happened, the toll would be even greater. Kyle retraced his steps, this time deliberately avoiding Bathilda's house so he wouldn't be spotted again. He continued on a bit farther and finally found the legendary barn, tucked away on a secluded hillside. It had clearly been abandoned for quite some time. The moment he stepped inside, the stench of rotting straw hit him, and aphids and doxies were everywhere. The place had practically become a haven for pests. Unfortunately, Kyle didn't see Professor Dumbledore there, nor did he find any sign that he had ever been. "Yeah, of course not," Kyle muttered, shaking his head. He had arrived earlier than Dumbledore, so it made sense that there would be no trace of him yet. Kyle stepped into the center of the barn and looked up at the only window above. It was a small window with a limited view, but it faced directly toward the attic of a nearby house. Every detail matched perfectly. Grindelwald had said that attic belonged to the Dumbledore family, and that Ariana lived there year-round. It wasn't something they had a choice about. As an Obscurial, once Ariana was exposed to external stress, she was very likely to unleash the Obscurus. If she lost consciousness, the Obscurus would lash out indiscriminately at everything around her, living or not, until nothing remained but ruin. Only then would it return to her body. And when she woke up, she wouldn't remember a thing. But if Ariana was still conscious, she would probably resist the Obscurus and do everything she could to suppress it. Ordinary emotional swings, she could usually manage to force it back down, but it would leave her even weaker. That weakness couldn't be healed, and it would continue to build until one day, she could no longer suppress it. There was also another possibility: if her emotions became too intense and she still tried to force the Obscurus back, it would erupt inside her, and the violent, dark energy could kill her on the spot. The Dumbledore family must have understood this. That's why they kept Ariana in a place no one could reach, didn't send her to school, and never let her outside. It was the only way to prevent her from being triggered. But that meant Ariana was confined to a cramped attic. Her entire world consisted of Albus, Aberforth, and that tiny window. Kyle felt a pang of sympathy. That kind of protective imprisonment was far too cruel for a child. Especially since Ariana was already a teenager, an age when curiosity ran high. Maybe it was his gaze lingering too long, but suddenly, a small head appeared in the attic window. It was a little girl, quietly staring toward the abandoned barn. Kyle quickly stepped forward, moving out of view. He didn't know if Ariana had seen him, she probably had, but either way, he didn't want any interaction with her right now. He shook his head. Now that he had confirmed the location, it was time to head back. All he had to do now was wait for Dumbledore to show up. Before leaving, Kyle placed an extendable ear in a corner of the barn, carefully concealing it beneath straw and broken barrels. This way, even if he wasn't here, he could still monitor what was going on. But just as he finished, the barn door creaked open from the outside, and a golden figure immediately filled his view. "You." Grindelwald looked at him. "What are you doing here?" Kyle's mouth twitched. He couldn't understand why Grindelwald would suddenly show up in this abandoned barn. And why now, of all times? "Oh, you're Madame Bagshot's grandnephew," he said, trying to sound casual. "I just stumbled across this place and thought I'd take a look, see if I could find any interesting traces." "Liar. You didn't stumble across this place," Grindelwald said, narrowing his eyes. "But I don't really care what you're doing here. You're suspicious, sure, and you must have some purpose in coming, but I don't think you're a threat to us." "Instinct." "No. I can see it," Grindelwald said, still staring straight at him, making Kyle more than a little uncomfortable. "Right, you said you study magical history," Grindelwald said suddenly. "Then you've heard of the Deathly Hallows? You mean the 3 alchemical artifacts mentioned in the tales of Beedle the Bard?" Kyle replied. "You think they're alchemical artifacts?" Grindelwald's voice lifted slightly. "Of course. How else would you explain them?" Kyle said. "They're not divine creations, that's not magic. I'd much rather believe they were the work of some powerful alchemist, and over the centuries, they were wrapped in legend and mystery." "What's with the sudden question? Do you actually believe that story?" "Nothing. Just asking." At Kyle's response, Grindelwald's expression shifted, flattened, really, as if he'd lost interest. "I've got things to do. You carry on." "No need, I've already looked around," Kyle replied. "This is clearly just an ordinary barn. It has nothing to do with Godric Gryffindor." Grindelwald didn't even pause this time. He turned and left without looking back. Chapter 838, Super Senior. To avoid drawing attention, and partly out of curiosity, Kyle wandered around for a while. By the time he returned to the Valley Bar, it was already evening. The place was packed, even livelier than it had been at noon. Kyle also came across a familiar face, or rather, a familiar voice. "Give it up, Aberforth. I'm not selling alcohol to a fourth-year runt like you." The bartender stood behind the counter, looking playfully at the young boy in front of him. "I'm in 5th year," the boy snapped, his face flushed with anger. A burst of laughter erupted around them. Everyone turned to watch, as if enjoying an amusing performance. "5th year doesn't cut it either," the bartender replied with a raised brow. "If you're under 17, you're still a kid, and kids don't drink. Here, this is for you." He slid a cup across the counter. "Milk and pumpkin juice. That's what you should be drinking." Another round of laughter rang out. A burly wizard nearby slapped a sickle onto the table and shouted, "Will, don't rob the kid of his pocket money. That milk's on me. You guys. I want fire whiskey." Aberforth shouted, his face turning redder as he slammed a handful of sickles down. "I'll pay double." "Even 10 times wouldn't help," the bartender said, shaking his head again. "You're underage. It's milk and pumpkin juice for you, and that's final. And you care about that?" Aberforth retorted, chin raised defiantly as he looked around. "Don't think I don't know, half the booze in here is smuggled in from Romania." Instead of getting angry, the bartender chuckled. Correction, not half, 2/3. And only items on the prohibited trade list count as contraband. Alcohol's not on it. The patrons all burst into laughter again. Clearly, this wasn't news to them. Fueled by their amusement, Aberforth grew even more indignant. Fine. I'll open my own bar one day, and I'll drink as much as I want. Can we come drink for free then? Someone asked, tone thick with teasing, as if the idea of Aberforth opening a bar was the funniest thing they'd heard all week. You'll have to pay double. Aberforth snapped. Then I'm definitely coming. Count me in. I love overpriced drinks. Amid the laughter and banter, Aberforth brushed past Kyle and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. The moment he left, as if on cue, the cheerful atmosphere in the bar shifted. Laughter faded. Conversation died down. A heavy silence settled in its place, carrying a strange sense of tension. Kyle found it odd. He approached someone at the bar and asked what was going on. The response was a curt, impatient growl. None of your business, outsider. The men gave Kyle a sideways glare. Do yourself a favor, keep that curiosity in check if you want to walk out of Godric's Hollow with your pride intact. Don't be like that, Quarter, the bartender said, coming over. He's a friend of Bathilda's, not exactly an outsider. Bathilda's friend. Yeah, I checked, he's a Hogwarts student, really into history of magic. The men grumbled something under his breath, drained the last of his drink, and moved to another table. Don't mind him, the bartender said to Kyle. That was Potter, he's got a bit of a temper, especially when it comes to Kendra. But he's a decent sort. Kendra. Kyle repeated the name softly. Just someone local, the bartender replied. Nothing to do with history, you wouldn't be interested. Want a brandy? On the house. Oh, sure, Kyle said. He could tell the old man didn't want to talk about Kendra, so he let it drop. And he understood. He hadn't been here long. Even with Bathilda's help, there was no way he could blend in overnight. Take it slow. No rush. Over the next few days, Kyle stayed close. Most of his time was spent in his room or casually strolling around the village. In the evenings, he returned to the bar to drink and chat with the locals. Sometimes, if the mood struck him, he'd pick up the tab and treat everyone to a round. It didn't cost much. The regular crowd here was pretty consistent, 2 galleons usually covered it. Besides, he wasn't paying out of pocket. Horlick was footing the bill. After a few rounds on his tab, Kyle's popularity rose quickly. He could strike up a conversation with just about anyone now. During this time, Aberforth showed up several more times, still trying to buy alcohol, only to be shot down by the bartender every single time. After the 5th rejection, Kyle set down his glass and turned to ask, how many times is that now? Why does he keep coming back? What else? Another fight with Albus, no doubt, said the wizard next to him, taking a sip of brandy. It was Quarter Potter, the same man who had once called Kyle an outsider. But lately, after seeing Kyle's genuine efforts, he had begun to lower his guard. Hard to resist when the drinks were free. Judging by their names, they sound like brothers, Kyle asked casually. Real brothers. They used to be really close, Quarter replied, letting out a boozy belch. You said they used to be close. What happened? Kyle pressed, seizing the moment. Well, before Albus graduated. Quarter mumbled, clearly tipsy. You're not really an outsider anymore, so I guess it's fine to tell you a few things, better than you saying something wrong one day. He reached for his glass, only to find it empty. Another brandy, Kyle called to the bartender, waving him over. Your best, my treat. Hey, that's what I call a friend. Quarter slung an arm around Kyle's shoulder, squinting as he tried to recall. You probably don't know. Ever since Kendra Dumbledore died, the two of them have grown more and more distant. My family lives right next door to theirs. We'd often hear them arguing in the middle of the night, the sound of things being thrown. By now, Kyle had learned that Kendra Dumbledore was Aberforth's mother. How did she die? He asked. No one knows. Quarter shook his head. We only heard a loud bang from the Dumbledore house. Did the Dumbledore brothers know what had happened? Not at first, Quarter said. Albus was about to take his NEWTS. It wasn't until after the exams that their uncle, Fort Lynn, told them. They rushed home to attend the funeral. At that point, Quarter's voice caught in his throat. He took another drink to choke down the emotion. I don't know what exactly happened, but ever since then, those two have been fighting constantly. Every time Aberforth comes in here, it's to drink himself numb. So you all just refuse to sell to him? Kyle asked. Pretty much, Quarter nodded. We just don't want to see him turn into an alcoholic at that age. But listen, if you ever run into either of the Dumbledore brothers, don't mention Kendra. Don't ask about their parents either. I understand. Kyle nodded, ordering another full bottle of brandy for Quarter. The men clearly preferred it over the more popular fire whiskey. Now that he knew some of the backstory, Kyle didn't try sneaking around the Dumbledore house out of curiosity. He stuck to his usual routine. That said, when he went out during the day, he'd find a hidden spot to quietly observe from a distance. He caught sight of the young Dumbledore once. But unlike the confident, spirited figure he remembered from Hogwarts, this version of Albus looked withdrawn and joyless, haunted, almost. Then, before long, the moment Kyle had been waiting for finally arrived. Young Dumbledore met Grindelwald. It happened one perfectly ordinary afternoon. Grindelwald had been snooping around again. He'd been doing that a lot lately, always digging into other people's family histories. Plenty of locals at the bar were saying Bathilda's grandnephew must have inherited her peculiar interests. What kind of normal wizard spends his free time nosing into other people's family trees? Still, for Bathilda's sake, most were willing to humor him. It wasn't like they had anything better to do. At worst, it was a bit of fun. Of course, not everyone was so indulgent. Quarter, for one, couldn't stand Grindelwald. Probably because Grindelwald was from Durmstrang. Quarter had no love for a school that openly taught dark magic, and that distaste extended to Grindelwald himself. He didn't bother hiding it. That day, as usual, Grindelwald was wandering through the valley. Dumbledore happened to be out for a walk, and by some twist of fate, the two of them arrived at the abandoned barn at the exact same moment. Kyle was watching from a nearby patch of trees, and he saw it all, clear as day. His heart raced. This was the moment he'd been waiting for. After all these days, he was finally witnessing history. And just as he'd expected, Dumbledore and Grindelwald hit it off instantly. Within half a day, they'd gone from strangers to close friends. After that, it wasn't uncommon to see them walking side by side through the valley. Dumbledore's face, once shadowed with grief, was now lit with laughter again, returning to the vibrant self Kyle remembered. Two bright, confident young wizards like them quickly became the talk of Godric's Hollow. Everyone was genuinely glad to see Albus change. They all knew what a true genius he'd been at Hogwarts, and it had been painful to watch him fade into despair. If things had continued like that, even someone as gifted as Albus could have faded into obscurity, and what a waste that would have been. Some had tried to comfort him before, but it hadn't helped much. Albus always put on a front, pretending nothing was wrong, but they could see through it. He was still carrying that weight. It wasn't until Grindelwald showed up that things really began to shift. Everyone believed it was Grindelwald who had pulled Albus out of that darkness, and they were happy for it. Everyone, that is, except Aberforth. He seemed furious over his brother's change in demeanor. Their arguments became more frequent and more heated. Aberforth, who used to stop by the bar only every few days, was now practically a regular. If the bartender refused to sell him anything, he'd stubbornly refuse to leave, and threaten to head over to the Leaky Cauldron instead. But the owner didn't care in the slightest. The reason was simple: there was only one fireplace nearby connected to the Fleur network, and it was in his pub. As long as he didn't give Aberforth permission to use it, the guy would have no choice but to walk all the way to Diagon Alley. Sometimes, when he got really fed up, he'd mix a large glass of pumpkin juice with mead and shove it into Aberforth's hands to send him on his way. This kid has no manners, he's nowhere near as decent as that Grindelwald. Gradually, that sentiment became a shared opinion among all the bar's patrons. To them, Aberforth ought to be glad about his brother's transformation, not picking fights with him every day. Next to him, Grindelwald came off as even more remarkable, to the point that even Quarter's attitude toward him had changed. "Maybe I had him wrong," he said to Kyle one night over drinks. "Sure, Durmstrang is a terrible school, but Gellert was expelled, which means he couldn't have been that bad, right? Otherwise, why would they have expelled him? Or maybe what he did was too much even for Durmstrang to tolerate," Kyle thought to himself, but he said nothing. Instead, he looked at Quarter with interest and said, "So, are you planning to let him visit your home?" "Let's wait a bit," Quarter said with a smile. "We'll talk about it after my child is born, should be just a few months now." "Oh. You never mentioned that." Kyle looked at him, surprised. "I didn't." Quarter blinked. "Well, now you know. Better late than never. Then I'll have to prepare a proper gift." Kyle thought for a moment. "How about a whole case of aged oak barrel brandy?" "If it were for me, I'd be over the moon," Quarter smacked his lips. "But generally speaking, we don't give newborn wizards alcohol." "Haha, just kidding," Kyle laughed. "I'll make sure it's something thoughtful." "Then I'll be looking forward to it," Quarter said with a grin. "By the way, I've got an idea." "What is it?" "Would you like to be my child's godfather?" "Puffed." Kyle nearly spat out his drink. "You're serious?" He stared at him, stunned. "We haven't even known each other that long, is that really appropriate?" "There's nothing inappropriate about it," Quarter said earnestly. "Honestly, I think you're a good person." You've got great potential, and I'd be honored to have you as my child's godfather. Is that so? Kyle raised an eyebrow. Funny, you were telling me just yesterday to switch careers, said studying the history of magic was a dead end. That was just drunken talk, don't take it seriously, Quirrell waved it off. Besides, it's not like you'll be stuck studying that stuff forever. Well, let's talk about it later, Kyle said, steering the conversation elsewhere. So, have you picked a name yet? Need help with that? No need, already decided, Quirrell replied. His name's Henry. What do you think? Nice, Kyle said. A strange feeling crept over him, like he'd heard that name somewhere before, until his eyes accidentally landed on Quirrell's hair. A mess of unruly black hair, like a bird's nest. He really ought to use some Sleek Easy's hair potion to get it under control. Wait a second. Kyle suddenly had a thought. Quirrell, what's your last name? You mean you still don't know my surname? Quirrell said, clearly surprised, and maybe even a little offended. Sorry, Listen closely. My name is Quirrell Potter. Honestly, I might need to rethink making you my child's godfather. Kyle didn't catch a word after that. If Quirrell's last name was Potter, then his child would be Henry Potter. Kyle finally remembered where he'd heard that name, on an old poster in a Diagon Alley shop. Back when he was buying a stockpile of Sleek Easy's hair potion as a gift for Snape, he'd seen it printed right there. Henry Potter. Fleamont Potter, the inventor of Potter's Sleek Easy's hair potion. That wasn't the key point. The key point was, they were father and son. Fleamont was Henry's son. And Fleamont later had a son named James, who went on to marry a Muggle-born girl named Lily Evans. In other words, this unborn Henry was Harry Potter's great-grandfather. TSK. Kyle smacked his lips. It was hard to imagine what Harry would call him if he really became Henry's godfather. Oh, and then there was Sirius, he wouldn't be off the hook either, being Harry's godfather himself. Chapter 839, The Blood Pact in the Barn. Dumbledore and Grindelwald's relationship had grown steadily closer, so much so that it had become common knowledge in Godric's Hollow. In just a few days, the two had become inseparable, constantly studying magic and discussing their ideals together. If you saw one of them out on the street, chances were the other wasn't far behind, you just hadn't spotted him yet. As for why they were spending so much time outside, it was likely because of Aberforth. He and Dumbledore were arguing more frequently these days. People passing by the Dumbledore house at night could often hear shouting from within. Dumbledore seemed to feel he was in the wrong and never argued much with his younger brother. Put simply, he never hit back or talked back. Grindelwald, however, wasn't nearly as patient. On several occasions, things between him and Aberforth had nearly turned physical. Each time, Dumbledore had to step in and smooth things over. Kyle had learned all this from the bar. He hadn't even stepped outside himself, everything he knew came from others. Over the past little while, visitors to the bar had come to understand something about Kyle. He loved listening to stories. Or rather, all wizards who studied history of magic seemed to love a good tale. For instance, when Bathilda Bagshot was a child, she'd go to great lengths to ask adults about old rumors and legends. But Kyle was different from Bathilda, he didn't discriminate when it came to stories. Whether it was an old tale handed down through generations, an unfounded picture book legend, or just some neighborhood gossip from the day before, as long as he enjoyed listening, he'd wave a hand and buy the storyteller a glass of the finest fire whiskey. 3 whole sickles, no less. Most folks couldn't afford such pricey drink, so with someone else footing the bill, they were more than happy to keep their ears open and share what they heard. After all, it wasn't much trouble. They were happy, and so was Kyle. Lately, Grindelwald and Dumbledore had grown more and more cautious, and Kyle had nearly been caught eavesdropping more than once. Now, with just a bit of coin, he could get all the information he needed without risking exposure. Why not? A few sickles weren't much. Even if he treated everyone in the bar, it wouldn't cost him more than 3 galleons. With Horlick's sponsorship alone, he had enough to keep this going for 2 whole months. If you ask me, those two are bound to fight sooner or later, Quirrell said with a sigh, seated in his usual spot and sipping his drink. This afternoon, Albus barely managed to hold them back. In the end, it was Bathilda who stepped in and settled things. What, are you worried about Aberforth? Kyle asked. Of course not. They're teenage wizards, who hasn't clashed with others at that age? Back when I was at Hogwarts, I got into fights with classmates all the time. Back in the day, us Gryffindors used to brawl with the Slytherins right out on the pitch. When our wands dropped, we'd start swinging broomsticks instead. And let me tell you, those things were no joke. Especially the silver arrow brooms, thick as your wrist. Swing one of those around, and it packed more punch than any spell. Maybe it was the drink, but Quirrell suddenly drifted into reminiscing about his wild youth, most of it involving scraps with Slytherins. After a while, he shook his head. Ah, forget it. Actually, I'm more worried about Albus. He's stuck between his brother on one side and his best friend on the other. He's the one in the toughest spot. Sometimes I even think it might be better if they just fought it out. Get it off their chests, let the storm pass, it'd probably do all three of them good. But it's not like we can say that out loud. We can't exactly encourage them to fight, can we? Quarter sighed again and took another sip of brandy. Bang. Just then, the bar door was pushed open from outside. Kyle instinctively glanced over his shoulder, then quickly turned back around. Dumbledore and Grindelwald walked in, one after the other. Grindelwald looked furious, and Dumbledore was quietly trying to calm him down. Well, now, that's a rare sight, Quarter remarked, noticing them too. Albus almost never comes here, I always figured he wasn't the drinking type. Looks like this time the argument got pretty serious. Kyle said nothing. He lowered his head, slumped forward onto the table, and pretended to be drunk and asleep, trying to make himself as invisible as possible. The two passed by, with just one seat between them and Kyle. Fortunately, they didn't notice him. Who does he think he is, talking to me like that? Grindelwald shouted angrily. If it weren't for you, I'd have made him pay for it a long time ago. Yes, I appreciate your patience, Dumbledore said gently. Just bear with him a little longer, for my sake. New customers. At that moment, the bar owner came over and asked, Gentlemen, what can I get you? Mead. Wine. They answered at the same time. The bar owner raised an eyebrow, as if he was about to say something. He glanced instinctively toward Kyle's seat, only to see him slumped over the table, appearing fast asleep from drink. Seeing this, the owner held his tongue and quickly turned to fetch their drinks. He had been about to tell them they could drink for free, but with Kyle passed out and clearly unable to hear a story, he dropped the idea. They'd simply come at the wrong time and missed out on the chance for a free drink. Of course, Grindelwald and Dumbledore had no idea what the bar owner was thinking. Right now, they only had eyes for each other and were oblivious to everyone else around them. Grindelwald took a sip of wine, tamping down his anger, and asked, before that guy showed up, you said you were planning to travel with your classmates after graduation. Kyle, still slumped on the table, pricked up his ears, straining to pick out their voices in the noisy room. Yes, with Elphia's Doge. We planned a trip around the world, Dumbledore said, taking a sip of mead. He's written me several letters asking when we'll leave, but I think I'll have to go back on my word. I can't leave Godric's Hollow right now. Grindelwald frowned, clearly displeased. Because of that Aberforth, he said coldly. He's a useless fool, why should he get to decide what you do? Don't say that, Gellert. He's my brother, Dumbledore said quietly. And I have other reasons I need to stay here. There was a note of inner struggle in his voice, and Kyle guessed that Dumbledore probably hadn't told Grindelwald about Ariana yet, or didn't know how to bring it up. In truth, the reason Dumbledore had abandoned his travel plans was because he needed to care for Ariana. Come September, Aberforth would be off to school, and the responsibility of looking after their sister would fall entirely to him. If he left an Obscurial alone at home, by the time he returned, there might be no Godric's Hollow left at all. Dumbledore let out another sigh. He didn't know how Grindelwald would react if he learned about Ariana, whether he'd distance himself, so he kept hesitating, unsure whether to speak. After all, Obscurials were still taboo in the wizarding world, and the two of them hadn't known each other long. Dumbledore deeply valued this friendship and couldn't help but fear losing it. But Grindelwald assumed Dumbledore was simply upset about not being able to travel. He slammed his cup onto the bar with a dull thud. You're too soft. You have the right to choose your own path. You're Albus Dumbledore. That idiot can't hold you back. Dumbledore shook his head. It wasn't Aberforth holding him back, it was responsibility. Ha! Grindelwald drained his wine in one gulp. Do you still remember our promise? Of course, Dumbledore replied without hesitation. To liberate wizards, so that all wizards can live freely in the light. Kyle's ears twitched again. Exactly. But you don't think we can achieve that just by staying in Godric's Hollow, do you? Grindelwald said solemnly. We need to go out into the world. Only by reaching every corner of it can we realize this great vision. His tone was brimming with fervor. I think it's time we took the first step. What do you want to do? Dumbledore asked. To the highlands south of the valley, Grindelwald said. My aunt told me wizards once lived there, and it might even be connected to something I've been searching for. At that point, Grindelwald's voice dropped so low that Kyle couldn't make out the words. You mean those three things? Dumbledore asked. That's right, we must find them, only then can we achieve our goal. The voices came in fragments, too faint to follow. Then came a long silence. We should leave this place, Grindelwald said clearly again. Not for long, just as a trial run. Maybe it was the drink, or maybe it was the fact that Hogwarts hadn't started yet and he felt like indulging a little, but after a brief pause, Dumbledore agreed to Grindelwald's proposal. Excellent. Let's go right away. Grindelwald said excitedly, but before that, I think we should do something to mark this great first step. What is it? I know a special magical pact. It's the perfect way to seal our friendship, Grindelwald said, his voice brimming with excitement. Come with me. He grabbed Dumbledore and hurried out of the bar. Kyle lifted his head once more. You're awake. Corder glanced over. What's with you today? You passed out after just 2 drinks. Probably didn't get enough rest, Kyle replied casually. I'm heading back, let's meet up again tomorrow. No problem. Go on, get lost, Corder waved him off without a care. Don't get in the way of my drinking. Kyle chuckled, stood up, and left the bar. But he didn't go upstairs to his room. Instead, he slipped around and quietly exited the bar. He had a feeling something important was going to happen tonight. Even if there was a risk of being discovered, he had to see it with his own eyes, otherwise, he'd regret it for the rest of his life. After leaving the bar, Kyle moved quickly along a small path and threw on his cloak of invisibility. This kind of artifact was even more discreet than magic, much harder to detect. 5 minutes later, he finally spotted Dumbledore and Grindelwald up ahead. The two had reached the abandoned barn, pushed open the door, and stepped inside. Kyle looked around. There was no way he could follow them inside. Even with the cloak of invisibility, they'd definitely sense him. But if he didn't go in, he wouldn't be able to see anything. There were no openings around the barn. Wait, there might be one. Kyle turned his gaze to Dumbledore's house nearby, more specifically, to the attic at the very top. The barn's window faced directly toward it. If it worked one way, it should work the other too. From there, he might be able to see into the barn. But that was where Ariana lived. If he made any noise, he could end up waking her. Voices floated out from the barn, it sounded like spell work. Forget it, Kyle muttered, gritting his teeth. He mounted his broom and flew up to the attic roof, carefully landing and creeping into position. Lying flat, he peered through the cloak of invisibility and looked down toward the barn. Perfect. The window was small, but Dumbledore and Grindelwald were standing right in the middle. He had a direct line of sight. The only issue was that the details were hard to make out. Kyle quickly pulled out his omnioculars, a nifty tool he picked up during the Quidditch World Cup a few years back. It was exactly what he needed now. Through the lens, everything became much clearer. He'd lost a bit of time getting into position, and by now, they had already finished the incantation. Inside the barn, the two young men stood facing each other, each wearing an expression of solemn reverence he'd never seen on them before. Faint magical runes shimmered and spun around them, giving the dilapidated barn an unexpected air of mystery and gravity. Grindelwald conjured a knife in his hand and cut his palm. Blood beaded at the blade's tip and hovered in the air, encased in glowing runes. Then it was Dumbledore's turn. Some of the runes slipped into the wounds on their palms. The boys clasped their trembling hands together, and more runes surged outward, flying wildly in every direction. The runes multiplied and accelerated, forming a long silver chain that coiled tightly around their joined wrists. The other end of the chain connected to the suspended drops of blood. As the light slowly faded, the runes solidified into diamond-shaped silver casings. The blood was sealed within, glowing with a strange, flickering light. The diamond-shaped ornament containing Grindelwald's blood was now linked to the chain around Dumbledore's wrist. The matching one naturally fell into Grindelwald's hand. The blood pact was complete. A magical contract formed from a wizard's own blood carried immense binding power. From this moment on, it was as if the two shared one body, unable to harm each other. Even having the thought would trigger the pact and bring retribution. In the barn, the two teenagers embraced tightly. After a brief moment, they leaned close and whispered to each other, then left together, vanishing swiftly into the night. Clearly, they were heading to the Southern Highlands. Meanwhile, up on the attic roof, Kyle set his camera down with satisfaction. He had originally bought it to collect dirt on Fred and George, a top-of-the-line magical device back then, far better than the cheap knockoffs that needed external flash charms. Its concealment was exceptional. Looking at it now, that money had been well spent. Focused on forging their blood pact, neither of the boys had noticed they were being recorded from afar. Once he got back, he'd just need to develop the photos and soak them in a bit of developing solution. Then he'd have a full, priceless set of images. Kyle grinned as he packed the camera away and got ready to climb down from the attic. "Who are you?" A voice behind him made him jump. At some point, the attic window had been pushed open, and a little girl was leaning halfway out, looking directly in his direction. It had to be said, what she was doing was incredibly dangerous. She could fall at any second, but Kyle didn't dare call out or warn her. He had no idea how he'd managed to wake Ariana, but now he didn't move a muscle, trying to stay perfectly silent and hoping she'd just go back inside. He had the cloak of invisibility on. She shouldn't be able to see him, right? Why aren't you saying anything? Why are you on my attic roof? And what are you wearing? That outfit's amazing. You can see me? Kyle asked, lifting the cloak. She'd already pointed out his presence, so there was no point pretending. Besides, letting a little girl dangle in midair like that was far too dangerous. I can't see you, Ariana shook her head. But I know someone's here. Kyle figured the only likely explanation was the Obscurus. He wasn't sure how it worked, but it was the only thing that made sense right now. Chapter 840, Ariana. At night in Godric's Hollow, Dumbledore and Grindelwald had eloped. Well, more precisely, they'd made a secret blood pact in the barn and dashed off together, but eloped was the simpler way to put it. Meanwhile, on the roof of the Dumbledore family home, a teenage girl was clambering out of the attic window, using both hands and feet to reach the rooftop. What was that thing you were wearing earlier? She asked curiously as she walked up beside Kyle. I couldn't see you at all. It's a cloak of invisibility, Kyle replied. Also called an invisibility cloak. A little magical item that makes others unable to see you. He took the cloak and draped it over Ariana's shoulders. The girl gasped in amazement. Ah. I really disappeared. She quickly covered her mouth, glancing nervously toward a nearby window. Only when she confirmed there was no movement did she exhale in relief, her eyes returning to the half of her body that had vanished. What's wrong? Kyle turned his head slightly as well. If he was right, that window belonged to Aberforth's room. It's nothing, Ariana said quickly, shaking her head. In a hushed voice, she added, we should keep our voices down. Otherwise we'll wake my brother Aberforth, and he's scary when he's angry. It's fine, Kyle said with a smile, pulling a screaming book from his pocket. It was a product from Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, modeled after the gimmicks found in the restricted section of the library. The moment he opened it, a piercing shriek burst out from the pages. Ariana jumped in fright and turned to rush back into the attic. But then she noticed that the light in Aberforth's room hadn't come on, the same Aberforth who normally woke at the slightest sound. Ariana suddenly looked uneasy. Don't worry, he's fine. He just can't hear anything from up here, Kyle said quickly. Can't hear. Ariana turned to him, puzzled. But Aberforth has really good ears. Muffliato, Kyle explained in a low voice. It's a simple but handy charm. You could learn it too. As he spoke, Kyle kept his eyes on her. At the word magic, a faint black mist began to rise from Ariana's shoulders. Even in the dark, it was clearly visible, but she didn't seem aware of the change. I could too. Ariana asked hesitantly. Yes. You're a witch. Of course you can, Kyle said softly, his voice laced with a subtle persuasion. This time, Ariana's eyes flashed with resistance. Her expression grew dazed, and the black mist thickened, spreading down her arms. As the mist drifted and touched the roof tiles, the tiles crumbled instantly to powder. That was the Obscurus. Kyle tensed. All Obscurials, without exception, instinctively rejected their magical nature. They resisted using magic, and even resisted being called witches or wizards, rejecting all related topics on a subconscious level. Right now, Ariana had reached the brink. Kyle was certain that if he said even one more word about magic, the mist would break through her body's restraints and tear him apart. But that had been his intention. And now, he had the answer he needed. Since arriving in Godric's Hollow, Kyle had wanted to see Ariana for himself. She was Dumbledore's deepest burden, the one thing he would still return for, even after giving up on the wizarding world and Voldemort. That said everything. If Kyle did nothing, Dumbledore would never leave willingly, not even if Kyle had come to save him. This encounter hadn't been planned, and the setting was far from ideal. But in a way, it was perfect. There was no one else around. Even the ever-perceptive Dumbledore and Grindelwald had left. Only Aberforth was still nearby, and he was just starting his 5th year. If Kyle wanted to, he could do anything now without Aberforth ever knowing. Once Grindelwald returned, getting near Ariana again would be a much more difficult task. So, after a brief deliberation, Kyle had said what he did. From that simple exchange, he discovered Ariana's condition wasn't as dire as he'd feared, in fact, it was far better than expected. Before coming here, Kyle had done his homework on Obscurials, even writing to Newt for guidance. Newt had an Obscurus in his suitcase and had studied them for years. According to him, Obscurials were prone to magical outbursts whenever exposed to anything related to magic. But Ariana was different. The first time Kyle mentioned magic, she only showed mild resistance, and remained fully conscious. If he had changed the subject then, nothing would have happened. Even the second time, when he pushed things a little further by directly calling her a witch, Ariana managed to suppress her emotions and hold the Obscurus back. If this continued, if she ever came to fully accept who she was, Ariana could gain complete control over her Obscurus. It would no longer be a threat, but a power she could wield. Of course, that was easier said than done. So far, there was only one known person capable of something like that. Well, not yet, technically. At this point in time, that person hadn't even been born. To be precise, that would be something that happened decades later, but interestingly enough, the person who could control an Obscurus also bore the surname Dumbledore. Obscurials were already incredibly rare, and for two of them to be Dumbledores, could that really be a coincidence? The black mist around Ariana grew thicker. Kyle shook his head, pushing the thought aside. With a subtle flick of the wand behind his back, faint magical runes began to shimmer in the air around them. Then, with his other hand, he took out a piece of candy and offered it to Ariana. I was just rambling earlier. Want some candy? It's really sweet. There was no response. Ariana had slipped into a kind of unconscious state, probably focusing all her strength on suppressing the Obscurus, and couldn't hear him at all. But Kyle didn't need her to. He opened a small box. A yellow candy bee buzzed into the air, then darted straight into Ariana's half-open mouth. The sweet, fruity aroma of raspberry spread quickly. And miraculously, the black mist surrounding Ariana began to dissipate. The dull, unfocused look in her eyes gradually cleared. This method of calming an Obscurial's outburst was also something Newt had shared, and it was even recorded in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. According to his theory, most Obscurial eruptions were triggered by emotional overload. But sweet things, particularly candy, could help soothe the reaction, especially since most Obscurials were children. In those cases, sugar worked wonders. Of course, this only applied if the Obscurus hadn't fully manifested. Once it had, even emptying an entire candy shop wouldn't help. Soon, the black mist faded completely. This is so good, Ariana said happily, eyes squinting in delight. She seemed to have completely forgotten what had just happened. Aberforth brings me these little bees every time he visits. They're my favorite. But he doesn't come home very often, so I try to save them as long as I can. It's all right. This time, you can eat as many as you want, Kyle said with a smile, pulling out more and more candy until the little rooftop was scattered with colorful boxes. Ariana's eyes went wide. She had never seen so much candy in her life. Even her beloved brother Aberforth only brought back 2 or 3 boxes during each school holiday, and even when she rationed them, they never lasted more than a month. But with what Kyle had just given her, she could eat candy for half a year. I can't accept this, she said softly. Even though she was overwhelmed, Ariana's gentle nature made her shake her head and decline Kyle's generosity. It's fine. Just think of it as a gift, Kyle said, smiling as he packed all the candy into a bag enchanted with an undetectable extension charm. Then, with a simple toss, he sent it straight through the window and into her attic room. He'd noticed something just now. While Ariana reacted strongly to mentions of magic, she didn't seem to reject magical objects themselves. When she'd first seen the cloak of invisibility, she hadn't reacted at all. Maybe it was a matter of perception. Magical objects looked no different from ordinary ones on the surface, or maybe it was just that she'd been kept inside for so long that she didn't really understand what she was seeing. Kyle couldn't say for sure. He didn't know enough about Obscurials. But he could always ask Newt once he returned. Thank you, Ariana said softly. It was the first time someone besides Aberforth had given her a gift, and candy, no less. For a girl who had spent her whole life locked away at home, candy was the most precious thing in the world. You're welcome, Kyle said with a gentle smile. It was just candy, he could always get more. Do you know my brother? Ariana asked suddenly. Which one? Albus. She glanced toward the barn. Weren't you just watching him? You knew he was there. I can see him, he's with another boy, Ariana said. They've been spending a lot of time in that barn lately. I can feel it. Albus has been really happy. Are you their friend too? Sort of, Kyle said after a moment's thought. But the Albus I know might not be quite the same person you're thinking of. Ariana tilted her head, clearly confused by what he meant. He was Albus Dumbledore, how could he not be the same person? Kyle didn't explain. Trying to make a young witch understand how a time-turner worked would probably take all day, and she still wouldn't get it. Luckily, Ariana didn't dwell on the question. She was just glad to have someone to talk to, someone who had given her such precious candy. But even so, a faint unease lingered in her heart. Ariana looked at Kyle, as if mustering all her courage, and asked, Aren't you afraid of me? Why would I be afraid of you? Kyle paused, caught off guard by the question, and answered with one of his own. Ariana blinked, then gently shook her head. Her voice was soft and timid. I don't know, but a lot of people are. Aberforth says I'm not allowed to leave the room, he says I'll scare people, and they might lock me away in a horrible place. No one ever comes to see me. You're the first. Maybe I'm just braver than most, Kyle said vaguely. He knew Aberforth wasn't wrong. If an obscurial was discovered, they'd be taken straight to St. Mungo's and placed under heavy supervision, no leaving, no visitors. Aside from lacking dementors, it was practically the same as Azkaban. But no one could claim that was unjustified. Obscurials were dangerously unstable. Once they erupted, the destruction they caused was catastrophic. There was a brief silence, and then a dark window nearby suddenly lit up. Ariana flinched. Aberforth is awake. If he finds out I left the attic, he'll be so angry. She began scrambling back inside in a hurry. Halfway through the window, she suddenly paused. Reluctantly, she took off the cloak of invisibility and placed it carefully on the eaves. More than the candy, she loved the cloak, the magic of being unseen. With something like that, maybe she could go outside someday and finally see the world. But it wasn't hers. No matter how much she wanted it, she knew she couldn't keep it. Will you come back? Ariana asked carefully. She enjoyed having someone to talk to. Her brothers were always too busy, and Kyle was the first stranger in years who'd taken the time to talk with her. Kyle was silent for a moment, then nodded. Satisfied, Ariana smiled and pulled her head back inside. A few moments later, Aberforth's voice rang out from below. Who's there? He stuck his head out the window, wand in hand, glaring outside, only to find the rooftop empty. Bloody measles again. Why can't they go hunt somewhere else, he muttered, cursing under his breath as he slammed the window shut. Only when the lights went out again did Kyle step out from the shadows. The reason Aberforth had heard anything at all was because he'd secretly cancelled the Muffliato charm. Kyle hadn't dared say too much to Ariana. Even during their brief conversation, he'd found himself wondering again and again if there was something, anything, he could do. But the truth was, Ariana's death was a fixed point in time. It was because of her death that Dumbledore had finally come to his senses and realized what needed to be done. In other words, if Ariana lived, there was a good chance Dumbledore would have continued down the same path as Grindelwald. Maybe he'd awaken eventually. But when? And at what cost? No one could say. And by then, the man who became Headmaster Dumbledore might never come to be at all. So Kyle was torn, on one hand, how to bring Dumbledore back safely, on the other, how to preserve the course of history. Two paths, completely at odds, tangled his thoughts into a knot. He didn't dare continue the conversation tonight. The only thing he could do was end it here and wait until he saw Dumbledore again. If his guess was right, Dumbledore should be arriving soon, now that the blood pact had been completed. As for why he'd promised Ariana he'd come back, Kyle wasn't even sure himself. It had just slipped out, and now that he thought about it, he kind of regretted it. Oh well. First things first, he needed sleep. Rubbing his temples, Kyle turned away and made his way back to the Valley Bar as fast as he could. The next morning, Kyle was woken by shouting from downstairs. Aberforth was raging, hurling the most vicious insults he could at Dumbledore and Grindelwald for leaving without so much as a word. Even the bar owner, who for the first time had offered him a glass of mead, couldn't calm him down. Kyle slipped past him and stepped outside the bar. During the day, he stayed in the barn. With Dumbledore and Grindelwald off to the southern highlands, the place was empty, perfect for waiting in peace, without fear of being discovered. Unfortunately, he waited all the way until nightfall, and still, Dumbledore didn't return. The following days were the same. During the day, Kyle would station himself in the barn. At night, he'd return to the attic rooftop of the Dumbledore home, where he and Ariana would talk. Most of the time, it was Ariana doing the talking, sharing little stories about her two brothers, while Kyle simply sat and listened. When it was time to leave, he'd make just enough noise to stir things up. Poor Aberforth got woken up every single night. Eventually, he got so fed up he stormed off into the nearby woods, determined to teach those blasted Neasels a lesson, or at the very least, make them understand that running around on rooftops at night was extremely rude. The result? Well, he may have overestimated himself and underestimated the Neasels. He charged in full of fury and limped back out, clearly on the losing end of that encounter. Still, the good news was, that night, the Neasels didn't visit their rooftop again. Chapter 841, Goodbye, Dumbledore. Godric's Hollow was a small place, and news traveled fast. Take, for example, the recent departure of Albus Dumbledore and Gellert Grindelwald. Within just a few days, the entire village knew they had left without a word. This time, the gossip spread even faster. Aberforth emerged from the woods in the evening, and within an hour, word that he'd been beaten up by Neasels had already become the hottest topic at the Valley's bar. People laughed until they were gasping for breath, many ordering an extra round, including Quarter. Ha ha ha. That kid's got guts. Even we don't dare mess with those Neasels, and he went in there alone. What, the Neasels here are that dangerous? Kyle asked, curious. He'd been through that forest before and hadn't thought it was anything unusual. They're not so much dangerous as they are clever, Corder explained. The Kneazles in Godric's Hollow are the smartest magical creatures I've ever seen. They even set traps to prank wizards who wander into the forest. Traps. Kyle raised an eyebrow. He believed they were smart, sure, but traps. That sounded like a stretch. I'm serious, Corder said, completely earnest. I don't know how they learned, maybe they picked it up by watching wizards, but I swear I'm not exaggerating. I remember when we first moved here, I went into the woods to pick some wildflowers for the garden. I hadn't gone far before I fell into a pit. At that point, Corder grimaced and took a long gulp of brandy. I won't go into the details, you wouldn't want to hear them. But I'm telling you, that hole was dug by a Kneazle. They even camouflaged it with a layer of dry leaves. Kyle lifted an eyebrow. Kneazles, pits. From the way Corder's expression darkened, it was clear the experience had left a lasting scar. Sensing it was best not to pry, Kyle shifted the conversation. You said when you first moved here. So you didn't always live in the valley? Of course not. Corder shook his head. We used to live in Girton Heights, just south of the valley. Not far. So why did you move? Too close to the Muggles, Corder sighed. There were several times I almost got spotted using magic. And since our family deals in potions, the brewing process gives off strong smells. It's just more convenient here in Godric's Hollow. Kyle stroked his chin thoughtfully. The Highlands, south of Godric's Hollow. That might just be where Grindelwald and Dumbledore had gone. He remembered Grindelwald saying he'd gotten information from Bathilda, that one of the Deathly Hallows might be hidden in the southern highlands near the valley. And Corder's surname was Potter. In the story of the three brothers, the youngest, Ignotus, had received the Cloak of Invisibility, and the Potters were his descendants. In other words, the item Grindelwald was searching for was the Cloak of Invisibility, one of the three Hallows. But since the Potter family had already moved from the highlands to the valley, he was going to come up empty-handed. Suddenly, everything made perfect sense. Kyle chuckled quietly. Grindelwald probably never imagined that the thing he was chasing had been right under his nose all along. But it's a good thing we moved, Corder said, raising his glass and downing it in one go. It's much more comfortable living among wizards. We can have drinks together when things are quiet. Patina and I really enjoy the life here. Yeah. Kyle nodded, finishing off his own drink. Soon, it was the early hours of the morning. Though Aberforth had come back empty-handed from his Kneazle hunting, he ended up having a rare good night's sleep, no strange noises, nothing to disturb him. The reason, of course, was that Kyle had other plans that night. He hadn't gone to visit Ariana as usual. Because Dumbledore had arrived, not the young Albus Dumbledore, but the white-haired headmaster of Hogwarts, returned from 100 years in the future. That night, after parting ways with Corder at the bar, Kyle had been heading toward the Dumbledore house, planning to see Ariana. But midway there, he suddenly heard a dull thud through his extendable ears. He had previously hidden one end of them in the barn to monitor any activity inside. Back then, only the young Dumbledore and Grindelwald had ever gone there. They seemed to treat it as a secret hideout, talking about life, their dreams, and ideals, thinking no one would disturb them. But now, both of them had gone elsewhere and were no longer in Godric's Hollow. And Kyle himself was away. So what was that sound? His heart skipped a beat. Without hesitation, he turned and ran toward the barn. He pushed the door open, and there was Dumbledore, slumped weakly on the floor. His face was ghostly pale. He wore a shabby old robe that looked like it had been scavenged from a bin. His once well-kept beard was now a tangled mess. Kyle had never seen Dumbledore look so worn down. Professor. He rushed over and helped Dumbledore sit up. Are you all right? Thank you, Dumbledore said weakly. He looked at Kyle with a confused expression. But I'm sorry, my boy, you just called me Professor. I'm afraid you might be mistaken. I don't recall ever having taught you. You don't remember me. Kyle froze. Then he realized, Dumbledore really was looking at him like a complete stranger. Dumbledore's eyes flickered. Or perhaps I'm simply misremembering. Then do you remember who you are? Kyle asked. Of course, my boy. I'm Albus Dumbledore, Professor of Transfiguration at Hogwarts. He looked Kyle up and down, smiling. This might sound a little arrogant, but if you're a student at Hogwarts, you must have heard of me. I have, Kyle replied. But our Transfiguration professor is Minerva McGonagall. Minerva, that first-year Gryffindor. Dumbledore chuckled as he sat down on the chair Kyle had conjured. You really are full of jokes. Still, she does have quite a talent for transfiguration. She might very well become a renowned Transfiguration professor one day. Then why are you here? Kyle pressed. I ended up here by accident, Dumbledore replied calmly. No. Kyle shook his head firmly. You used a time turner to come back, to save your sister. Instantly, the atmosphere inside the barn shifted, thick with tension. Kyle saw it clearly. Dumbledore's wand was already in his hand, his gaze sharp and fixed on Kyle. The strong scent of brandy. My boy, perhaps you've had a bit too much to drink tonight. You should get some rest. No one can travel back in time, after all. Really? Kyle's right hand moved slightly. He was now certain Dumbledore truly didn't recognize him. From what he'd said, his memory seemed to stop at the time when Professor McGonagall had just started school. He remembered nothing beyond that. Is this the effect of temporal rejection? Kyle felt a wave of frustration. He'd expected complications, but not like this, and now, Dumbledore was clearly on guard against him. Any explanation would likely be useless. He wouldn't believe it. Then I'll take my leave, Kyle said. He turned and walked toward the door. 1 step. 2 steps. 3. He placed his hand on the door and gently pushed. The next second, Kyle spun around. Protego. A silver-white shield materialized in front of him, deflecting a spell that had come from behind. A sneak attack from behind. Professor, that's not your style. I can only apologize, child, Dumbledore said, now standing as well. His body was still frail, but his eyes were unwavering. I don't know how you know me, but the things you've said could jeopardize my plans. I must make you forget. But rest assured, I won't harm you. Professor, we can talk this out, Kyle said. I truly mean you no harm. Before he could finish, another spell came flying toward him. It was clear, Dumbledore had no intention of listening. With no choice, Kyle raised his arm again. The memory charm was once more blocked by his silver shield. He flicked his wand, casting an orange spell straight at Dumbledore. Incarcerus. The spell morphed in midair into 3 thick ropes, aiming for Dumbledore's neck, chest, and legs. But with a simple wave of his hand, Dumbledore vanished the spell entirely. Then, in the blink of an eye, he disappeared, reappearing behind Kyle, wand pointed at his head. He had assumed that would be enough to subdue this unfamiliar wizard. But to his surprise, Kyle had vanished as well. Apparition in the middle of combat. Dumbledore's heart gave a jolt, but before he could process it, a powerful gust of wind swept in from his left. Forced to act, he raised his wand instantly. A silver-white barrier shimmered into place, blocking the howling wind blades. The blades slammed into the barn's roof, slicing cleanly through a thick wooden beam. Dark magic. Dumbledore's face grew even grimmer. No, no, no. This was taught to me by the head of Slytherin House, definitely not dark magic. Horace doesn't know that kind of magic, Dumbledore said coldly, flicking his wand upward again. It wasn't Horace. It was another head of house, someone you trust more than anyone, Kyle said, casually deflecting the spell. But he quickly realized the spell had only been a distraction. Dumbledore's real move was behind him. From the barn wall, several wooden arms burst forth. One of them had already wrapped around his shoulder without his noticing. It clung tightly, as if coated in glue. Sectum Sempra. Kyle slashed through the wood without hesitation and tried to move forward, wanting to get clear. But before he could take a step, the ground beneath him shuddered violently. A stone wall shot up from nowhere, reaching the ceiling and sealing off all possible escape routes. Immediately, the wooden arms surged forward in droves, piling atop each other and pressing in together with the stone wall, wrapping Kyle in a tight, impenetrable cage. Dumbledore staggered forward, gasping for breath. He still needed to cast an anti-disapparition jinx to stop Kyle from slipping away. Otherwise, it would be nearly impossible to trap a wizard who could apparate mid-duel. But just as he raised his wand, a blast of scorching red flame tore through the wooden prison and burst outward. Then a second blast. A third. In mere seconds, the intricate trap Dumbledore had created disintegrated into ashes. Kyle emerged completely unscathed, surrounded by a radiant, silver-white shield. The fire didn't vanish. Instead, it surged upward, coalescing into a massive, roaring 3-headed runespore that lunged toward Dumbledore. Flames spewed from its mouths, igniting the wooden barn instantly. Fiendfire. You really are a dark wizard. Dumbledore's expression turned severe, but his first instinct wasn't to defend himself or counterattack Kyle. Instead, he quickly cast spells to extinguish the flames and shield the barn. Only after securing the area did he turn his wand on the blazing serpent. But he hadn't noticed, Kyle had apparat again, now standing right behind him. Dumbledore's focus was fixed on the fiendfire. By the time he realized what had happened, his wand had already flown from his hand, spinning once before landing squarely in Kyle's grip. Expelliarmus, Kyle said from behind him with a smile. Professor, I really think we need to talk. Even disarmed, Dumbledore didn't panic. He raised his right hand high, locking the fiendfire in place, then slowly turned to face Kyle. If you'd cast the killing curse just now, you might have killed me. Doubtful, Kyle replied with a shake of his head. You've been holding back, trying to protect the barn. But if I had cast Avada Kedavra, I doubt you would have stayed so restrained. Dumbledore said nothing, which was as good as admitting it. If I'm not mistaken, you don't want anyone else noticing what's going on here. Or rather, you don't want Ariana to hear anything. Kyle held out the wand, offering it back to Dumbledore. Dumbledore blinked in surprise, clearly not expecting that. After a brief hesitation, he cautiously accepted it. What is this supposed to mean? I told you, I mean no harm. Kyle waved his hand, and the fiend fire vanished. The beams that had been sliced from the roof reassembled themselves. As he calmly repaired the damage inside the barn, he added, I know why you're here. Because I'm just like you. I came back using a time turner too. In fact, the one you used was given to you by me. Impossible. Nothing's impossible. Kyle paused, then said, or think carefully, Professor, where did your time turner come from? Do you remember? I'm guessing you don't. Dumbledore fell silent. Kyle was right, he couldn't recall. No matter how hard he tried, there was nothing. No memory of the time turner at all. That's when Dumbledore realized something was wrong. How had he come by it? It couldn't have simply appeared out of thin air. And even if it had, surely he would remember it. Why hadn't he questioned that before? And the more he thought about it, the more things didn't add up, like the way he'd reacted to Kyle when they first met. He'd instinctively trusted him. When Kyle had come over to help him, he hadn't been on guard at all. He'd accepted the kindness without hesitation, revealing his most vulnerable self. That kind of trust felt like the kind that came from years of knowing someone. It wasn't until Kyle had revealed his biggest secret that the sense of trust had vanished. Everything you said, is it true? Dumbledore asked gravely. I need proof. Proof you really know me. That's easy. Kyle took out his wand and tapped it against his wrist. As the wand passed over his skin, a thin golden thread appeared, followed by an identical thread lighting up on Dumbledore's wrist. The two threads met in the air, intertwining perfectly. Contract magic. Dumbledore exclaimed in shock. That's right. We once bound ourselves with a magical contract, Kyle said. The reason doesn't really matter now, it's not relevant to this situation. But at least now you know, we really did know each other. Dumbledore lowered his wand. He could feel it, the contract magic on his wrist had indeed been cast by him. And the moment the golden thread appeared, fleeting images flashed through his mind, scenes that didn't exist in his current memory. I'm sorry, Dumbledore said quietly. But I truly don't remember you. Chapter 842, The Vanishing Memory. What on earth is going on? Seeing Dumbledore's bewildered expression, Kyle rubbed his forehead, momentarily unsure where to even begin. He had come here to save someone, yet before they'd even exchanged a word, they were already dueling. Fortunately, although Dumbledore had lost part of his memory, he was still clear-headed enough to recognize that something wasn't right. For now, he had put aside the idea of erasing Kyle's memory. Still, Kyle had to admit, this version of Dumbledore had quite a temper. One disagreement, and he'd already drawn his wand. If not for his current physical weakness and some lingering caution, things could have gone far worse. Kyle conjured a chair for himself and sat across from Dumbledore. Professor, you really don't remember anything? No. I don't, Dumbledore said, shaking his head. You never questioned it. Kyle pressed. You believe you're still a Transfiguration professor, but that would have been decades ago, maybe even earlier. Clearly, you don't look like that age anymore. That's because this isn't my first time coming here, Dumbledore replied. I can't recall how many times exactly, but I know I've returned many times. Altogether, it adds up to quite a bit of time. Kyle sighed, exasperated. So in Dumbledore's mind, the mismatch between his current age and memory made perfect sense. He believed the aging was just a natural result of repeatedly traveling back in time. But from the look of things now, it seems I was entirely wrong. Dumbledore looked directly at Kyle. Would you be willing to tell me the truth? Of course. But it's a complicated story. Let me think where to start. Kyle rubbed his forehead again. No rush. We have plenty of time, Dumbledore said. Grindelwald won't return until 10:23 tomorrow morning. That gives us over 10 hours. His voice was calm now, he sounded once again like the familiar headmaster of Hogwarts. Then let's start at the beginning. Kyle pulled out a golden pocket watch. This is the time turner we used. It dates back 1,000 years, crafted by Salazar Slytherin himself. Dumbledore looked at the golden watch. A wave of familiar memory surged forward, but it was hazy, like a forest shrouded in fog, just a vague impression of shapes hidden in the mist. Go on, he said. How could something from 1,000 years ago end up in our hands? That goes back to my 3rd year, Kyle said. 93 years from now. You were the headmaster of Hogwarts. That year, during the Halloween feast, the school caretaker's cat was suddenly petrified. Kyle carefully recounted the events of the Chamber of Secrets. Dumbledore sat silently, listening with a furrowed brow, but never once interrupted. The time turner sent me 3 months into the past and helped connect everything. When I returned to the correct timeline, it remained with me. But by then, it was completely broken. The one we're using now was repaired by you, Nicholas Flamel, and Professor Victor from Beauxbatons. More scattered memories stirred in Dumbledore's mind. A dull pressure formed in his forehead, and he reached up to rub it instinctively. Are you all right, Professor? Kyle asked, concerned. I'm fine. Dumbledore took a deep breath. Keep going. There's not much else, Kyle said, spreading his hands. You used the time turner to travel back 100 years, to now. Then why did you come here? Because after that, you never returned. Kyle looked up. Nicholas believed something must have gone wrong. That you were pushed out of the correct timeline. I came here to bring you back. So what you're saying is? I disappeared after using the time turner. That's right, Kyle nodded. If that's the case, then things are more complicated than I thought. Dumbledore fell into thought. I think I understand now why I lost parts of my memory. Why? Because I'm in the process of disappearing, Dumbledore said calmly. Disappearing? Kyle froze. Yes. Dumbledore looked up at the window above the barn. After that summer, I tried every method I could find to save Ariana, including the time turner. I spent 5 years combing through every bit of knowledge I could uncover. I even learned a little about time repulsion. I am disappearing. The missing memories are the most direct evidence. He pointed at himself. 2 versions of the same person can't exist in the same moment. So when my memories begin to overlap with the version of me in this time, I won't come back. The barn fell into a heavy silence. Kyle gripped the time turner tightly and reached out with his other hand to grab Dumbledore. It's all right. Once we get back, your memory should start to return. There's still time. But Dumbledore stepped back, avoiding Kyle's hand. I'm sorry. I can't go back just yet. But Professor, you know you can't change anything, Kyle said seriously, meeting his eyes. Maybe that's exactly why time rejected you, because you tried to change something. And now you're stuck in the past. No, you're mistaken, Dumbledore said, shaking his head. I have changed something. And I have a feeling. I've already succeeded. Succeeded? What did you change? Kyle's frustration grew, especially when he saw the colorless, drawn look on Dumbledore's face, clear signs of severe mental strain. Kyle had gone through something similar himself. Though he hadn't lost his memories, the constant pressure had left his mind in chaos for days. And that was after only 3 months in the past. But how long had Dumbledore been trapped here? From what he'd said earlier, the cycle had repeated for decades, possibly even longer. Kyle shoved open the barn door. Look at yourself. You've come back to this point in time again, and you've lost everything you knew before. No matter how many times you do this, it's always the same. Even if you do save Ariana, eventually you'll end up right back here, starting all over again. An endless loop. What's the point of that? Because of you, Dumbledore said suddenly, a faint smile on his face. You weren't here before. But now, you are. I came to save you, Kyle said. And that's the difference, Dumbledore replied calmly. According to what you said, you don't belong to this era. Your presence here proves that something has changed. He gave a short laugh. I figured it out. My plan, and I've succeeded. So your plan was to use me? Kyle raised an eyebrow. Not use, ask for help, Dumbledore said, staggering to his feet. This isn't something I could do alone. It needs someone outside of time. That's why I'm asking you, help me. Kyle didn't answer. This was the perfect moment. If he took Dumbledore back now, they could return to their proper time 100 years in the future, no complications. Everything would be back on track. Problem solved. But if he stayed to help Dumbledore, then everything ahead would become uncertain. Whether or not they saved Ariana was one issue. The bigger problem was that, succeed or fail, Dumbledore could still be rejected by time again. If that happened, he'd lose more of his memory, and no one could say how much. Maybe, as he feared, he'd disappear entirely. And Kyle himself wasn't immune. There was every chance time might reject him too. If it did, they'd never get back. Kyle was torn, and said nothing. Dumbledore wasn't in a hurry. He simply sat quietly beside him, waiting. The sky slowly brightened. The sun rose on a slant in the sky. Someone pushed open a door nearby and stepped out, beginning another day. Godric's hollow gradually came to life. At last, Kyle lifted his head. He looked at Dumbledore and took a deep breath. Professor, are you absolutely set on staying? I am, Dumbledore said firmly. This is the closest I've ever come to succeeding. I won't give up, no matter what. And if I insist on taking you? Kyle pulled out his wand. Crimson flames began gathering at its tip. You've lost most of your memories. You're physically drained. Defeating you wouldn't be all that difficult. Even before Kyle finished speaking, the flames had taken shape, a small fire dragon, coiled around his wand, flickering with heat. Even I, at this age, couldn't handle fiend fire so precisely, Dumbledore said with a faint smile. You must be my proudest student. That doesn't matter, Professor, Kyle said, lifting his arm. I just want to take you back. You promised you'd only look at Ariana, do nothing more. But you broke that promise. I'm sorry, Dumbledore said quietly. If you want to kill me, I won't resist. Or you can leave on your own, it's not your burden to bear. But if you try to take me by force, I will fight back. His voice was soft, but unwavering. Just as he had said before, this was his one chance, perhaps the only chance, to save Ariana. He couldn't let it go. Whatever the cost. Whether Kyle chose to stay or leave didn't matter. His presence alone marked the beginning of change. That was enough. Dumbledore raised his wand too. From within his weakened body, magic surged once again, deep and immense. The power gathering between the two made the old barn shudder violently, its fragile structure on the verge of collapse. Forget it, I give up. Kyle let out a helpless laugh and waved his hand, dispelling the fire dragon coiled around his wand. To be honest, in your current state, I'm really afraid I might accidentally kill you. I'll admit that, Dumbledore said, steadying himself against the chair. At most, I can dispel the fiend fire 2 more times, but I doubt that's the only spell you've mastered. You also taught me another one, a spell from rune magic, Kyle said with a shrug. It works pretty well, just loud. If I used it, forget the barn, even the whole street might not survive. Then I really did just escape with my life, Dumbledore said with a calm smile. So, when do you plan to leave? Oh, and once you're back, make sure Hogwarts appoints a new headmaster soon. Didn't you say Minerva is the Transfiguration professor? I think she's a great choice. That girl has a strong sense of responsibility. I'm not planning on going back, for now, Kyle said as he sat down again. I'm staying to help you. You're not afraid? Dumbledore hesitated. What I said earlier was out of selfishness, I wanted to ask for your help. But if you stay, you might end up like me, rejected by time. There's definitely a risk, Kyle said. Honestly, it would be a lie to say I'm not afraid. But just now, I went through my memories carefully and found a few things I'd never paid attention to before. That's why I've decided to stay. What kind of memories? Dumbledore asked curiously. For example, this. Kyle picked up the time turner and studied it carefully. You clearly took this with you. So why did it reappear? And why did it end up in my hands? Oh. Dumbledore blinked. What do you think that means? Hard to say, Kyle replied, shaking his head. At first, I thought you must have returned to the proper timeline and then sent it back, that's what made sense. But now, it feels more like I was the one who sent it. Dumbledore's eyes lit up slightly, though he didn't speak. He simply looked at Kyle and asked calmly, what do you think that suggests? I'm not sure. Kyle frowned. I don't really understand time theory, but maybe, this is the correct moment. Maybe this is the version of the past that was meant to be preserved. Dumbledore's eyes gleamed even brighter. There's one more thing I found interesting, Kyle continued. Go on. I saw someone, but I can't say who, not yet, Kyle said as he put the time turner away. Anyway, it was that discovery that made me decide to take the risk. What time is it now? 8 o'clock, Dumbledore answered instantly. How do you know? Kyle looked around. Is there a clock here? He glanced around the barn. Aside from a few protruding wooden beams, there was nothing that resembled a timepiece. It's the Quarter family's roosters, Dumbledore explained. They crow exactly at 8. That's also when Grindelwald and I meet each day. Now that he mentioned it, Kyle did hear faint crowing in the distance. And young me and Grindelwald will return at 10:23. I noticed that earlier. Is the time always that exact? Kyle asked. Because that's when Ariana's accident happens, Dumbledore said, his voice heavy. You mean, she dies when you come back this time? Yes. Dumbledore closed his eyes. When we return, Aberforth will be furious at me for leaving without a word. We'll have the fiercest argument we've ever had. Grindelwald will have just come back from searching for the invisibility cloak, and he'll have found nothing. Already in a foul mood, he'll snap under Aberforth's shouting, and the two of them will start dueling, throwing the nastiest spells they know without holding back. Aberforth could hold his own against Grindelwald? Kyle asked skeptically. He didn't really believe it was much of a fight, more likely Grindelwald was just beating Aberforth down, and not gently. He's still my brother, Dumbledore said with a bitter smile. I acted on instinct and sided with him. That made Grindelwald even angrier, and the duel between two turned into a full-blown three-way fight. Ariana saw it all from the attic. She ran out, trying to stop us. At that point, Dumbledore's voice caught. His eyes welled with tears. Kyle could understand. Aberforth and Grindelwald had gone into that kind of fight where they were out for blood. Dumbledore, trying to stop them, would have fought with everything he had. And Ariana, though she was an Obscurial, was still just a girl. One who didn't even know how to cast a Lumos. For someone like her to rush into the middle of a wizard duel, the outcome was all too easy to imagine. Any stray spell could have killed her. Or worse, it could have triggered the Obscurus inside her to explode. Kyle thought of that little girl, one who just wanted to make friends, who could light up over something as simple as a piece of candy. He let out a sigh. Well, that was that. Even knowing how dangerous it would be to stay, he wanted to help even more now. No helping it. He'd always been soft-hearted. Chapter 843, Get Out of My House. In the abandoned barn, Dumbledore, now missing parts of his memory, and Kyle, who had decided to stay behind, reached a preliminary agreement to work together. They had decided to give it a try and see if they could save Ariana. We still have a bit of time, Dumbledore said. We can talk over what to do. No rush. Kyle pushed open the barn door and stepped outside. His sudden action startled Dumbledore. Get back here, what are you doing? Having studied time turners, Dumbledore's first instinct after returning to the past was to hide. He didn't want any contact with people outside his intended targets and aimed to keep his presence as low profile as possible. That was also why he prioritized securing the barn. It was an ideal hiding spot, and he didn't want any unexpected changes to derail his plans. He didn't want Kyle exposing himself either. Dumbledore tried to pull Kyle back, but he was too weak. After using magic so frequently earlier, his legs gave out the moment he stood, and he collapsed back into the chair. To get something to eat, of course. Kyle turned around and said matter-of-factly, I've been working all night, I'm starving. Even if we're trying to save someone, we should eat first, right? Come on, Professor. The food around here's nothing special, but it'll at least fill us up. I'll stay here, Dumbledore shook his head. I don't want to be recognized, it could interfere with what we need to do. Just go and come back quickly. Recognized. Kyle raised an eyebrow and waved his hand, conjuring a large mirror in front of Dumbledore. Professor, you don't actually think anyone would recognize you looking like this, do you? Dumbledore looked up instinctively. Staring back at him was a tired, weathered face. His hair and beard had gone gray, and even his once bright blue eyes had lost their shine. I promise, no one would guess you're Dumbledore, Kyle said confidently. You look nothing like that spirited young man. Even if you told someone you're the same person, they wouldn't believe you. You're right, Dumbledore replied with a bitter smile, shaking his head. He didn't argue further and, with Kyle's help, left the barn. The two of them followed the path to the bar. It was still early morning, so there weren't many patrons yet. Kyle led Dumbledore to his usual spot at the bar and ordered 2 breakfasts. Calling it breakfast was generous, it was just 2 rock-hard pieces of bread that could probably be used to hammer nails, along with a cup of pumpkin juice. Not even a slice of fried ham. But it was cheap, only 1 canute. Honestly, Kyle hadn't spent a canute on his own in years. He'd nearly forgotten it was still considered legal tender. Make do with it. There's nothing else here. Or you could get a boiled potato. Kyle casually broke the bread into pieces and soaked them in his pumpkin juice. Then, lowering his voice as the owner looked away, he added, but I'd advise against it. Old Brown doesn't wash the potatoes, and they're not even cooked the same day. Tastes like biting into a muddy rock. No, this is fine, Dumbledore replied absently. He didn't really care what he was eating. Truthfully, even if someone had placed a perfectly grilled steak in front of him, he wouldn't have tasted a thing. We should probably hurry, they'll be back soon. No need to rush. We've got plenty of time. Kyle waved it off and continued soaking his bread at a leisurely pace. Actually, I already have an idea that might work. You've come up with something already? Dumbledore asked, surprised. Not just now, Kyle said, shaking his head. I saw Ariana a few days ago, up in the attic. That's when the idea first came to me. At the sound of Ariana's name, Dumbledore visibly tensed and instinctively glanced around. Relax, Professor. No one can hear us, Kyle said with a grin. He'd noticed that Dumbledore always seemed to lose his usual composure whenever Ariana was involved. So, you want to save her too? Now that no one seemed to be paying attention, Dumbledore looked more at ease. I'd say the thought's been on my mind, Kyle explained. Logically speaking, you coming back with me was the best choice at the time. But I also figured, even if you hadn't lost those memories, there's no way you'd have just walked away without doing anything. That guilt has been eating at you for 100 years. Was I really that obvious? Dumbledore asked, unable to help himself. I always thought I was good at hiding how I felt. I was just guessing, Kyle replied. But later on, you always seemed to enjoy knitting wool socks. That kind of thing usually symbolizes family. Is that so? Dumbledore fell silent for a moment. Though I really did wish someone would give me a pair of wool socks for Christmas. But no one ever did. People always gave me books, and most of them I'd already read. Don't worry, that'll keep happening for years to come, Kyle sighed. Not just Dumbledore, he got the same treatment. Around 70% of Kyle's Christmas gifts were books. At this rate, he figured he could probably open his own private library in a few more years. So, what's your plan? Dumbledore took the initiative to shift the conversation. How are we going to save Ariana? Saving Ariana isn't the hard part. We could knock her out with a stunning spell beforehand, or just come up with some excuse to take her away, Kyle said. The tricky part is how to fool Dumbledore, and by that, I mean the younger Dumbledore. I understand. That's why I've decided to use this. Kyle pulled out a small vial of potion and a long strand of reddish-brown hair. Polyjuice potion. Exactly. Kyle nodded. Before they get back, you take Ariana away. I'll drink the polyjuice potion and take her place. No. Dumbledore rejected the idea before Kyle had even finished speaking. Why not? Kyle asked. It's the simplest solution. I have a feeling it won't work, Dumbledore said after a moment of silence. You should know by now, I've come back more than once. Kyle nodded. Unlike the last few times, your appearance has caused fragments of memories I'd lost to resurface. I vaguely recall having tried this exact plan before, Dumbledore said. Taking Ariana away in advance, then impersonating her here. And how did that turn out? Kyle asked. I don't remember, Dumbledore replied with some anguish. But I can guess, if Ariana woke up and found herself in an unfamiliar place, she'd completely fall apart emotionally. And if that happened, the outcome wouldn't change. You mean, her obscurus? Exactly. Dumbledore gripped his pumpkin juice tightly. Her emotions are the fuse that sets off the obscurus inside her. Ariana has to stay here. Kyle frowned, saying nothing. He had indeed overlooked the obscurus. Ariana had always been kept at home. Her world consisted only of her family, or more precisely, Aberforth. Even a normal person would panic upon waking up somewhere unfamiliar, let alone someone with the emotional volatility of an obscurial. There's one other way. But it's risky. Kyle narrowed his eyes slightly. What is it? Telling Ariana the truth. That's absolutely out of the question. Dumbledore shot to his feet, immediately drawing the attention of everyone nearby. He quickly sat back down and lowered his voice. You should know, the first rule of using a time turner is that you must never reveal information about the future. Then we find a way around that rule. That's not something that can be changed. No, there's still a way. Kyle glanced at the empty seat to his left. If it were evening, Corder would usually be sitting there, but since it was morning, he was probably still brewing potions. Professor, do you remember Corder? Corder Potter? Dumbledore asked, puzzled. Why bring him up all of a sudden? I've got an idea. Kyle suddenly stood up. Come with me. He left 2 nuts on the bar and dashed out of the pub without looking back. Seeing this, Dumbledore quickly and clumsily followed after him. Kyle ran along the path south of Godric's Hollow, and before long, a red 2-story cottage came into view. The ground floor had been converted into a shop, with a hand-painted wooden sign hanging above the door. Potter's Potions. Corder had just finished serving a customer. When he looked up, he spotted Kyle running toward him. Well, this is a rare guest, he said in mild surprise. Looking for any potions? I've got Doxicide, elixir to induce euphoria, pepper-up potion, everything you need. And since you bought me a drink last time, I'll give you a generous discount. Kyle glanced over the shelves. The potions were all fairly standard, with the elixir to induce euphoria being the most expensive of the lot. I'll take everything, Kyle said, placing a handful of galleons on the counter. Everything on the shelves, everything in stock, I want it all. Corder glanced at the pile of galleons, then looked up at Kyle and chuckled. I know you've got money, but you didn't have to show up first thing in the morning just to tease me. No way around it now, you owe me the finest brandy tonight, or I'm cutting you off. I'm serious. I'm really buying, Kyle said. All right, enough joking, Quarter said, waving his hand dismissively as he prepared to shoo Kyle away. But then he caught sight of Kyle's expression, and the hand he'd started to raise froze in midair. Give me one good reason, Quarter said. Don't take me for a fool, you don't look like someone who needs run-of-the-mill potions. All right, nothing gets past you. Kyle didn't bother beating around the bush. I want to borrow something from you. See? You should have just said so, Quarter let out a sigh of relief. All this drama just to borrow something. You've been buying me drinks for over half a month, if you finally ask for something, how could I say no? Come on, put those galleons away. So. What do you want to borrow? The cloak of invisibility, Kyle said. Quarter froze for a second, but quickly recovered, forcing a chuckle. Come on, don't joke around. The cloak of invisibility is rare. Even the Dumbledores, richest family in Godric's Hollow, probably don't have one. How could I possibly? Ignotus Peverell, Kyle said calmly. Quarter's voice cut off abruptly. He stared blankly at Kyle, then silently walked over and shut the shop door with a stony expression. I don't know what you're talking about. Who's that? The youngest of the three brothers in the tales of Beetle the Bard. Potter is a descendant of his. Quarter's expression darkened even further. All because of a surname, he said coldly. Potter's not exactly uncommon. And what if you add in the Southern Highlands? Kyle went on. There've always been rumors that Ignotus's descendants settled there. Combine that with your surname, and the answer becomes obvious. Who said that? Grindelwald, Kyle replied. That's the reason he disappeared this time. Ha! Quarter suddenly drew his wand and pointed it straight at Kyle. So you believe that legend too? You're after the Deathly Hallows. Oh, right, I almost forgot, you're one of those wizards obsessed with magical history. Of course you'd believe it. No wonder you've stayed in this village for so long. You only got close to me for the cloak of invisibility, didn't you? You've got it wrong. That was never my intention. And you think I'd believe you? Liar. Quarter said, voice rising with emotion. Kyle didn't offer a defense. He just slowly raised his hand, and with a subtle flick of his fingers, Quarter's wand flew from his grasp and spun into Kyle's hand. A wandless disarming charm. Quarter's voice was hoarse, and his legs nearly gave out beneath him. He was sure now, if the men in front of him wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as breathing. Especially since he was now unarmed. But in the next moment, Kyle calmly placed the wand back on the counter and stepped back 2 paces. Believe me now. Kyle said. I didn't come for your cloak. If I had, there'd be nothing you could do to stop me. With another flick of his hand, the metal shelf beside Quarter began to twist violently, collapsing in on itself until it was a crumpled ball of warped iron. Quarter stared at the heap, the screeching of twisting metal still ringing in his ears. He swallowed hard. All right. I believe you. I get why you're wary. You don't have to force yourself, Kyle said. That cloak is a legendary artifact, there are plenty of people who'd kill to get their hands on it. If it weren't an emergency, I wouldn't be asking to borrow it. You're in trouble. Quarter glanced again at the mangled iron beside him, and made his decision. Someone chasing you. You want to use the cloak to hide. Not me. Someone else, Kyle said after a moment. It's about whether a little girl lives or dies. She important to you? You could say that. I came to Godric's Hollow for her. Someone from the valley? Quarter asked, confused. Who is it? I can't tell you. And I'd rather you not ask. Kyle shook his head. Fine, keep your secrets. Quarter held out his hand. Hand it over. What? The galleons. You said you wanted to buy all my stock, didn't you? Quarter said, completely serious. I've decided to raise the price tenfold. 20 galleons. If you're willing to pay, I'll lend you the cloak of invisibility. You're agreeing. What else can I do? Quarter muttered, annoyed. My bones aren't as tough as those shelves. Come on, stop wasting time. Before I change my mind. No problem. Kyle quickly placed a pouch on the table. Here, 50 galleons. No need. Just 20. I'm not taking more than that. Quarter counted out 20 coins, tossed the pouch back to Kyle, and headed into the back room. A few minutes later. It's fine, Patina, just a difficult customer. Go on back, I've got this. As Quarter spoke, he stepped out again, this time with a dust-covered box in his hands. Here, take it. The thing you wanted. He shut his eyes, put on a theatrically pained expression, took a deep breath, and shoved the box toward Kyle. Cut it out, Quarter, Kyle said, unable to hold back. I'm just borrowing it, not stealing it. I'll return it to you. You say that now, Quarter snorted. But even if you don't give it back, what am I supposed to do? Track it down. Damn that loudmouth Grindelwald. Kyle sighed. Honestly, his earlier approach hadn't been particularly convincing. But it was already 9 o'clock, and he still had to find Ariana. He didn't have time to explain everything properly to Quarter. Fine. I'll trade you mine, all right. Kyle took out another cloak of invisibility and handed it to Quarter, who looked completely baffled. Wait, if you already have one, why borrow mine? They're not the same, Kyle said, shaking his head. Mine's just a regular invisibility cloak. Yours is one of the legendary Hallows, the kind that can evade even death itself. So I'm still getting the short end of the stick. Quarter pouted and muttered under his breath. Swapping a common item for a limited edition artifact. No matter how you sliced it, it didn't seem like a fair deal. Then I'll throw in a bottle of good wine. That should make it even. Kyle pulled out a plain-looking glass bottle. Puffed, just mead. Quarter gave it a dismissive glance. That's hardly. He didn't even finish the sentence. Kyle had already uncorked the bottle, and a rich, intoxicating aroma filled the entire room in an instant. Immediately, Quarter was like a fish flung onto dry land, gasping as if trying to inhale every last drop of the fragrant air around him. In a blur of motion, he rushed over to Kyle and slammed the cork back into the bottle. I want 2 bottles, no, 3. Quarter's eyes gleamed with fervor as he stared at him. You greedy bastard. Kyle laughed and pulled out 2 more bottles of mead. He'd originally set them aside before lending Hufflepuff's cup to Fred and George, never thought they'd come in handy now. Quarter snatched the bottles from Kyle's hands and jabbed a finger toward the door. All right, take your damn cloak and get out of my house. Chapter 844, Persuading Ariana. Bang. Kyle stood outside the shop, watching as the door of Potter's potion store was slammed shut in his face. A moment later, it creaked open again just long enough for Quarter to toss out a large parcel before slamming it shut once more. Dumbledore stood beside him, clearly puzzled by what he had just witnessed. It's nothing. I just bought a few things, Kyle explained. He picked up the package. Inside were a dozen or so bottles of various potions. A few had shattered from Quarter's rough handling, but most remained intact. Kyle sorted through them and stored the usable ones in his case. They were all fairly common potions, but since he'd paid for them, he wasn't about to let them go to waste. You came all this way just to buy potions? Dumbledore asked, even more confused. From what he recalled, Quarter wasn't exactly a renowned potioneer. The potions sold here could be found in any shop, and even a competent 5th year could brew them with ease. Was it really necessary for Kyle to make a special trip right now? The potions weren't the point, I came for this. Kyle held up the box for him to see. Dumbledore had still been wondering why Kyle had made the detour, but the moment he saw the old, worn box, something clicked. The Cloak of Invisibility. More precisely, the Cloak of Invisibility that's one of the Deathly Hallows, Kyle said. Maybe this is the only thing that can give Ariana even a sliver of hope. Dumbledore trembled slightly. Of course. How could he have forgotten? He'd known all along that the cloak had been passed down through the Potter family for generations. Why hadn't he thought of it sooner? He just lent it to you. Dumbledore suddenly realized. Quarter probably understands better than anyone how valuable that cloak really is. It wasn't easy. I had to get creative. Kyle gave a brief account of what had happened inside the shop. 20 galleons, and 3 bottles of wine. Dumbledore murmured in disbelief. I didn't think it would be that simple. It wasn't simple at all, Kyle said, glancing back toward the shop. His wife was there too. If he hadn't realized how far apart our strengths are, even if I gave him 100 bottles of wine, he never would have handed over the cloak. Wait. Dumbledore looked at Kyle with concern. You didn't. Don't worry. I didn't do anything. Just showed him a bit of magic. Kyle shook his head. I wanted him to understand that I wasn't trying to steal the cloak. But Quarter didn't dare gamble, he made the best choice he could in the moment. What happened afterward, asking for payment and the wine, that was just him trying to get something out of the situation while he still could. But he really did like the wine. Can't blame him. It came from Hufflepuff herself. Most people never get the chance to even see it. Hufflepuff? Dumbledore asked blankly. With his memory fractured, he no longer remembered anything about the cup. It's not important, Kyle replied. With the cloak now in hand, the two of them headed toward the Dumbledore house. As they walked, Dumbledore couldn't help glancing repeatedly at the box in Kyle's hand. You're planning to use it to hide Ariana? He asked. That's the idea. Kyle opened the box and took out the Cloak of Invisibility, its fabric flowing like liquid silver in his hands. The so-called Hallows, better known as the Deathly Hallows, came from the tales of Beedle the Bard, a well-known collection of wizarding fairy tales, somewhat like the Andersons' fairy tales of the Muggle world. The story itself was long. Legend had it that three brothers once encountered Death and passed his test, so Death agreed to grant each of them a wish. Though if you asked Kyle, the more likely explanation was that Death had simply been bored and decided to amuse himself with a game. The eldest brother was the most combative. He asked for the most powerful wand ever made. With it, he defeated all his enemies, but in the end, he was murdered in his sleep, his wand stolen. His soul, naturally, went to Death. Next was the arrogant second brother, Cadmus. Wanting to cheat Death, he wished for the power to bring the dead back to life. Death granted his wish and gave him a stone, one that, when turned 3 times in the hand, could summon the dead. Cadmus returned home and used it to resurrect the woman he once loved. But Death had never told him that the resurrection stone could only bring back souls that didn't belong to the land of the living and suffered constantly in this world. Tormented by the result, Cadmus chose to end his own life, hoping to join her in death and surrendering, in the end, to death as well. Lastly, there was the youngest brother, Ignotus. The cleverest of the 3, and the only one who didn't trust Death. Cautious by nature, he asked for a way to go somewhere beyond Death's reach, and was given the Cloak of Invisibility. According to legend, the cloak had once belonged to Death itself. And it worked. Death searched for him for many years, but could never find him. Only when Ignotus grew old and weary did he finally remove the cloak, pass it on to his son, and greet Death like an old friend, going with it gladly. This is the story of the 3 brothers, a tale nearly every child born into a wizarding family has heard. Most wizards believe the story is meant to teach vigilance. But what's interesting is that the legendary Deathly Hallows, the Cloak of Invisibility, the Elder Wand, and the Resurrection Stone, are all real. And Kyle has seen each one. What he held now was one of them, the Cloak of Invisibility. The reason Kyle intended to use it to save Ariana wasn't just because of its legend, but also because the cloak had always been central to this entire incident. It was the search for the Cloak of Invisibility that caused young Grindelwald and Dumbledore to leave for the Southern Highlands without a word, something that infuriated Aberforth. Then, when Grindelwald failed to find what he wanted, frustration overcame him. He lost his usual calm and ended up fighting Aberforth. Ariana was killed while trying to stop them. In a way, even if the cloak wasn't the direct cause of Ariana's death, it was the spark that set everything in motion. Kyle had a feeling, if this tragedy had started with the Cloak of Invisibility, then perhaps it could also end with it. The thought quickened his pace. Before long, the familiar, elegant house came into view. As they approached, Dumbledore suddenly hesitated, unconsciously slowing down. "We can't see Ariana. We mustn't," he muttered. But Kyle didn't stop. He drew his wand, and a small sapling nearby shot up rapidly. A branch extended outward, and Kyle stepped onto it, letting it carry him to the attic window. Muffliato. With another flick of his wand, Kyle pushed the window open. Ariana was sitting on a small bed inside. At the sound of the commotion, she turned instinctively, first looking at Kyle, who had just jumped inside, then glancing at the bright sunlight outside. Why are you here now?" Ariana was startled. "No, if Aberforth sees you, he'll get mad. You have to leave, quickly." She stood up and pressed her ear against the door, clearly checking for any sound outside. "It's all right. He can't hear us," Kyle said with a smile, shaking his head. "I'm here because I need your help, with something very important." "Something important?" Ariana blinked, unable to hide her excitement. "Only I can help." "Of course. You're the only one who can." Kyle smiled. "Do you want to save your brother?" Ariana's expression instantly turned anxious. Did something happen to Aberforth? She hurriedly grabbed the doorknob, trying to leave and check. "Not Aberforth." Kyle quickly corrected. "The other one." He gently led the now quiet Ariana to the window. When Kyle had burst into the attic, Dumbledore had tried to hide, but for some reason, it was as if his feet were rooted to the ground. He couldn't move at all. He just stood there. So when Kyle brought Ariana to the window, she immediately spotted him. "Albus, brother," she whispered. Whether it was the bond of blood or the Obscurial's heightened perception, Ariana recognized him at a glance, despite his silver hair. Dumbledore, meanwhile, was already weeping uncontrollably, his face streaked with tears. "Still planning to hide, Professor?" Kyle said softly. This time, Dumbledore didn't run. He simply rose into the air and floated into the attic. Ariana's eyes widened, and then, with a wail, she burst into tears. To be honest, even Kyle was caught off guard. He could understand why Dumbledore was crying, but Ariana too. He tried to ask what was wrong. "Albus is dead, he turned into a ghost, a flying ghost." Ariana sobbed, then cried even louder. In her understanding, ghosts were white. And Albus had turned white. Ghosts could fly. And Albus could fly. So, Albus must be a ghost. Fair logic. Kyle's mouth twitched. For a moment, he had no idea what to say. But Dumbledore was already panicking. Seeing Ariana crying so hard she could barely breathe, her entire body shrouded in a layer of swirling black mist, he scrambled up into the attic, pushed Kyle aside, and gently said, "I'm fine, Ariana. Feel my hand, I'm still warm." He clasped her hand, trying his best to calm her. But perhaps because he had no experience with this sort of thing, he could only repeat the same 2 lines over and over, fumbling awkwardly like Neville in potions class. Thankfully, once Ariana felt the warmth in his palm, she did start to settle down. "Albus. You're really not a ghost." "Of course not." Dumbledore shook his head, his tear-filled eyes fixed on the young girl in front of him. "I'm sorry. Ariana. I'm so sorry." She reached out with her small hand, trying to wipe the tears from his face. "You might want to use something else." "Like a handkerchief," Kyle muttered off to the side. "He probably has snot on there too." The little girl froze, a flicker of alarm in her eyes. Dumbledore shot Kyle a sharp glare. "Don't look at me like that, Professor," Kyle shrugged. "You two were getting a little too emotional. This isn't the time for a tearful reunion." He walked over and unfurled the cloak of invisibility, draping it over Ariana without warning. "Wow. It's that magical cloak." Ariana immediately forgot her tears, delighted as she examined her vanishing limbs with awe. "Ariana." Kyle crouched down, looking seriously at the happy little girl in front of him. "What is it?" "Your brother Albus is in danger. He could really become a ghost, any minute now." In an instant, Ariana, who had just been beaming, burst into tears again. "Don't say that." Dumbledore's voice quivered as he tried to stop Kyle, but Kyle ignored him and calmly asked, "Do you want to help him?" "I do," Ariana said firmly. "But what if the price is that you can never come back?" Kyle continued. "You'll have to leave this place, leave this home, and leave your brother Aberforth." Ariana hesitated. "But I want to be with them." "Are you saying I can't come back?" "No." Kyle tightened the cloak around her shoulders. "You won't be able to return. No matter how much you miss them. If you do, your brother Albus really will become a ghost, maybe something even worse." "Stop it," Dumbledore said again, his voice strained with anguish. He tried to intervene, but Kyle still paid him no mind. The words might hurt Ariana deeply, but if they were going to save her life, they had to be said. "After this, you'll be alone. Living in a place you've never seen before. Then I'll never see Aberforth again." Ariana clutched her head, her expression twisted in pain. Black mist, the mark of her obscurus, began to swirl violently around her. But strangely, the cloak of invisibility wrapped around her held the mist in check. It clung to her, containing the dark fog, preventing it from fully forming. "Not necessarily," Kyle said after a moment's thought. "Maybe, 100 years from now, you'll get to see him again. But until then, you'll have to make yourself forget everything here." The black mist around Ariana thickened. Some of it began to seep through the seams of the cloak, writhing and twisting in midair. Kyle frowned. Her reaction was stronger than he'd expected. If not for the cloak, his words alone might have triggered a full obscurus eruption. "Expecto Patronum." A silver-white jellyfish burst from the tip of Kyle's wand, its long, glowing tendrils wrapping around the swirling black mist, trying to drive it back. A Patronus is the embodiment of hope, the natural enemy of all dark forces. Even an obscurus is not immune. But the obscurus was too powerful. Just suppressing the wisps of darkness leaking from Ariana already put more strain on Kyle than facing hundreds of Dementors ever had. All he could do was hold on, pouring everything he had into keeping the Patronus stable, silently praying that Ariana would wake up soon. At that moment, a second Patronus appeared, a silver phoenix. It soared above Ariana's head, radiating warmth like a fire in the dead of winter, encircling her in a protective aura. Gradually, the black mist began to dissipate. Ariana opened her eyes once more. "So, Ariana, have you made your decision?" Kyle braced himself and pressed on. "I said that's enough." "Shut up." Dumbledore roared. Raw magical energy erupted from his body, cracking the walls and ceiling with spiderweb-like fractures. "Professor, this isn't the time for hesitation. It's the only way to save her life." Kyle didn't back down. "She has to leave, there's no other option." "I know. I know." Dumbledore's voice suddenly softened, tinged with pleading. "You've done enough. Let me handle the rest, please." "Are you sure?" Kyle warned. "This means asking Ariana to give up everything, her family, her home. She might hate you forever." "I don't care about that. But you. I can handle it, Dumbledore said quietly. As long as she lives. In that case, remember to watch the time. Under no circumstances let it go past 10 o'clock. Kyle took a long breath, stood up, and decided to give the brother and sister this time alone. But instead of leaving through the window, he walked straight to the door and opened it. What happened? Ariana, are you all right? A flurry of hurried footsteps echoed up the stairs. Aberforth. When Dumbledore had lost control just moments ago, the magical shockwave had nearly brought the house down. At that level, not even a Muffliato charm could block the noise. Hearing the commotion, Aberforth had rushed over to check on Ariana, just in time to run straight into Kyle walking out the door. Who are you? Seeing a stranger emerging from the attic, his sister's attic, Aberforth's confusion instantly turned into alarm, then fury. Without hesitation, he yanked out his wand. What did you do to my sister? Obliviate. A flash of white light struck Aberforth square in the forehead. Though it was a memory charm, the effect looked more like a full-force knockback jinx. He didn't make a sound. Just flew backward and collapsed onto the floor, unmoving. Sorry, Kyle muttered. Can't let you interrupt them right now. He exhaled deeply, feeling the pressure finally start to lift. Between the direct exposure to the Obscurus, playing the villain to terrify Ariana, and managing Dumbledore's emotional spiral, Kyle's stress had been off the charts, his head still pounding from it all. Now, with a conveniently timed punching bag sent his way, he wasn't about to let it go to waste. Stretching with a satisfied groan, Kyle walked over, grabbed Aberforth by the collar, and dragged him downstairs. On the way, he casually repaired the cracked walls left behind by Dumbledore's earlier outburst. Technically, Aberforth bore some of the blame for this entire mess. If he hadn't been so hot-headed, maybe that fight with Grindelwald would never have happened. Still, considering how much he'd helped later on, Kyle softened a little, and resisted the urge to let him bump down the stairs. Chapter 845, the plan begins. The memory charm wasn't a stunning spell, so by the time Kyle dragged Aberforth downstairs, he woke up fairly quickly. But Aberforth had no recollection of what had just happened. He rubbed his forehead, confused as to why he was lying on the floor in the living room, and why his legs ached like he'd been dragged down the stairs. Of course, that couldn't be right. The only other person in the house was Ariana, who seemed no different from an ordinary girl. There was no way she could have dragged him down the stairs. Shaking his head, Aberforth decided he must have dozed off on the sofa and rolled off by accident, reopening an old wound from his trip to the woods. He hadn't been sleeping well lately, what with all the strange noises at night. Nodding off in odd places wasn't unusual anymore. Stumbling to his feet, Aberforth made his way upstairs, grumbling under his breath about his good-for-nothing brother. If Dumbledore were around, at least he wouldn't have to handle everything alone, taking care of Ariana day and night, with no help at all. That thought only made his muttering louder. Every word was faithfully recorded by a small ear-shaped device tucked in a corner. Outside, hidden from view, Kyle sat holding the other half of the extendable ears, listening to Aberforth's entire tirade. The resentment was impressive. If the shared surname hadn't reined Aberforth in, Kyle was sure the insults would have been even more colorful. Only after seeing Aberforth return to his room through the window and start working with a quill did Kyle stow the extendable ears. Good thing he wasn't planning to head back to the attic, otherwise, he'd be making another trip. After that, Kyle released the billywig, sending it toward the valley's southern entrance, while he went to the barn to wait. He didn't know how much time had passed, but eventually the billywig returned. It buzzed around Kyle, bobbing up and down in a rapid flutter. You saw two wizards, didn't you? Kyle asked. The billywig resumed bouncing up and down, almost like it was nodding. It was nodding, in its own way, its wings were above its head, so the motion looked more dramatic than it was. At this hour, there was no doubt who the two wizards approaching from the south were, Grindelwald and Dumbledore. Kyle stood, ready to go alert Dumbledore, only to find him already standing outside the barn. Professor, I was just about to find you, Kyle said. They're almost back. Did everything go as planned? As he spoke, he instinctively glanced toward Dumbledore's left. Though it looked like Dumbledore was alone, Kyle could sense someone else nearby, Ariana, concealed under the cloak. Sure enough, a second later, the air beside Dumbledore shimmered, and Ariana's tear-streaked face emerged from beneath the cloak of invisibility. Her eyes were red, clearly, she'd been crying. I'm glad you've made your decision, Kyle said, pulling out a small vial of potion and stepping forward. He gently plucked a strand of hair from Ariana's head and dropped it into the bottle. According to the plan, it's time for the fake Ariana to take the stage. The potion inside began to swirl and bubble, gradually shifting from a muddy brown to a clean, sky-blue color. Shouldn't taste too bad, Kyle muttered to himself. But just as he raised the vial to drink, it was suddenly snatched from his hand. Professor. Kyle looked at Dumbledore in surprise. You're backing out? No, Dumbledore shook his head. The plan stays. But we're switching roles, I'll remain here. You'll take care of Ariana. I don't agree, Kyle said, frowning. Deceiving the younger versions of yourself and Grindelwald isn't exactly easy. Tricks wouldn't cut it, and a convincing act definitely wouldn't. In other words, whoever was posing as Ariana would need to take a spell. A real one. The kind that could kill an ordinary person. With his unique shield charm, Kyle was confident he could survive it without giving himself away. But Dumbledore, in his current state, there was no way he could endure that kind of impact. I understand what you're saying, Dumbledore said gently. Ariana is my sister, and this was my decision. So whatever risks there are, I should be the one to face them, not you. But. And, Dumbledore cut him off, you're not familiar with the people who will appear next. But I know them, especially Aberforth. The smallest slip-up could raise his suspicion. You won't be able to pull it off perfectly. But what's about to happen, every second of it, is etched into my memory like it was carved in stone. I've replayed it for decades. Only I can play the role of Ariana without giving anything away. Kyle fell silent. Dumbledore was right. The most important part wasn't just making it look like Ariana died, it was convincing everyone present. And on that front, Dumbledore really was the better choice. Still, there was one thing. Professor, are you sure you're planning to impersonate Ariana, not die in her place? Don't worry, I get what you're thinking. Dumbledore gave a faint smile. Back then, Grindelwald and I were just teenagers. It's not going to be easy, but that's all it is, difficult, not impossible. I still want to see Ariana again. As he spoke, he glanced over his shoulder at his sister. All right. Judging by the time, Grindelwald and young Dumbledore would be arriving soon. Kyle said nothing more. He walked over to Ariana and led her out of the barn. Behind them, Dumbledore raised the vial and drank the potion. Meanwhile, the young Grindelwald and Dumbledore had returned to the valley. Grindelwald's face was dark, his mood clearly sour. It's fine, Gellert, said Dumbledore beside him. The Hallows have been lost for centuries. It's normal that they wouldn't be easy to find. But I've spent months preparing for this, Grindelwald snapped, stomping down on a flower at the roadside. I've been planning this for half a year. I even risked getting expelled just so I could come here as soon as possible, and now this. That family moved away. We can keep looking. Don't try to comfort me. It's pointless, Grindelwald said furiously. You saw them, just a few old wizards left behind, barely stronger than squibs. They don't even remember where the others went. Even legilimency doesn't work on them. You used legilimency on them. Dumbledore frowned. He remembered those neighbors were elderly. Their frail bodies couldn't handle most magic, and legilimency, especially, could shatter already fragile minds. More importantly, the clues suggested that family had moved away suddenly, decades ago, leaving much behind. How would they have had time to tell anyone where they went? Legilimency was pointless in this case. And most importantly, Grindelwald had promised not to use force. I must track down the Hallows, Grindelwald said to himself, unaware of the shift in Dumbledore's demeanor. Even the smallest lead could be crucial. The two of them walked to the house. I need to rest, Dumbledore said bluntly, no longer staying until evening the way he usually did. Ah, yeah, all right, Grindelwald replied absent-mindedly. I'm heading back too. I'll ask my aunt again about the Hallows. See you tomorrow. Albus, how do you have the nerve to come back? An angry voice rang out. Aberforth burst through the door in a rage. You left without a word. Do you have any idea how much Ariana needs someone right now? Or is that what you want? For her to die sooner, so there's nothing holding you back from running off across the world with him. No, Aberforth, it's not like that. I can explain, Dumbledore said quickly. Explain. Aberforth sneered. You ran off, am I wrong? Good thing it's still the holidays. If Hogwarts term had started, would you have just left Ariana here alone to fend for herself, you bastard? I would never. Dumbledore said firmly. Absolutely not. Easy to say. Aberforth panted, glaring at the two in front of him. You've changed since you met him. I can see it. You don't want to stay here. You think you're somehow trapped in a cage, and Ariana's the cage. Dumbledore stood silently. In a way. Aberforth wasn't wrong. He had thought that. You want to show off your talent? Fine. I'll make it happen for you. I'm pulling you out of school tomorrow. Get out, both of you, and don't ever come back. That's enough, you idiot. Grindelwald strode forward, drawing his wand, eyes blazing with fury as he stared down Aberforth. Don't take out your own failures on Albus. He has the power to change the entire wizarding world. Someone like him shouldn't be shackled to a squib. That would be a disgrace to his gift. Squib. Aberforth's eyes went bloodshot. He drew his wand as well. You bastard. You'll pay for that. You dare insult me. Grindelwald snapped, his temper flaring as he thrust his wand forward. Crucio. A piercing scream tore through the valley, followed by a clamor of shouting and cries. The noise was so loud that even Kyle, who was nearly out of the valley, heard it. With a flick of his wand, the sound abruptly vanished. Feeling a tremor in the small hand grasping his own, Kyle spoke gently, must have been a fwooper. Nasty sound, huh? Fwooper, what's that? Ariana's voice came from beneath the cloak of invisibility. She hadn't caught the scream clearly before it faded. She instinctively turned around, but thick trees blocked her view completely. It's a magical creature, Kyle replied. Their screeches cause hallucinations. People see their worst fears. If it were you, you'd probably see Aberforth strung up and getting a good beating. He said it so convincingly that Ariana quickly covered her ears in alarm. Kyle chuckled and glanced back as well. He knew perfectly well the fight had begun. Next up was the fake Ariana's entrance. Whether Dumbledore could play the part properly, or whether he'd take it too far and get himself hurt, didn't matter anymore. From the sounds alone, things had already escalated. Even if he had second thoughts now, there'd be no way back. All he could do was move forward, get Ariana to safety, and see the plan through. Kyle picked up the pace, leading Ariana down a narrow path. Once they reached this point, whatever happened back in Godric's Hollow was no longer their concern. How about I take you out to see the world a bit, he said suddenly. Didn't you always want to go somewhere beyond the attic? Well, now's your chance. Really? True to her childlike heart, Ariana immediately forgot the earlier chaos. Her biggest wish had always been to leave the dark, damp basement and see the world outside. Even after Aberforth moved her to the attic, it was still just part of the house. What she longed for was farther, like other people, to step outside, into the sunlight. But she never said anything. She didn't want to make things harder for her brothers. Of course it's true, Kyle said with a smile. After thinking for a moment, he added, let's go to Hogwarts. That's where both your brothers went to school. You were supposed to go there too. His voice grew quieter. It's okay. I'd like to see it, Ariana said softly. All right, Hogwarts it is. Kyle opened his suitcase. But before we go, I need you to hop in and stay for a bit. I'll meet you there. Due to Ariana's condition, Kyle didn't dare risk apparition. The night bus was far too unpredictable. If some wizard decided to cast a spell along the way and Ariana happened to witness it, that would be a disaster. Even with the legendary cloak of invisibility, Kyle wasn't about to gamble. Success was within reach, he wasn't going to blow it now. For safety's sake, the best option was to let her hide temporarily. Thankfully, Ariana didn't mind. In fact, she seemed delighted, she loved Kyle's suitcase. She'd never seen anything so magical. The inside was huge, much larger than the basement and attic combined. There was sunshine, grass, a forest. It felt like another Godric's Hollow entirely. So, is the place we live in also just a box someone else put us in? The outside world is incredible. Ariana watched in awe. She even spotted a group of adorable creatures she'd never seen before, with long necks and big eyes. They were pure white, absolutely beautiful. Come here and help me keep an eye on her. While Ariana was still mesmerized by the mooncalves, Kyle pulled aside the Niffler, the little gold-hoarding guardian of his trunk, and gave it a firm warning. Don't let her near the basilisk or any of the dangerous plants. If she so much as gets startled, I'll turn all the gold in your pouch into rocks. The Niffler stared at him in horror, clutching its pouch with both tiny paws. Steal its shiny things. The Niffler knew Kyle would absolutely do something that wicked, he had before. But at least he'd always left some behind, or paid it back later. That was tolerable. But taking everything? That was terrifying. Then it looked over at Ariana and gave a solemn nod. I'm counting on you, Kyle said, his smile warm again. I knew you could do it. Here's a reward, and if everything goes smoothly, there's more to come. He handed over 5 gold coins. The Niffler's eyes sparkled, and it nodded even harder. I'll leave it to you then. Kyle then returned to Ariana and pointed out a few areas she absolutely must not approach before finally stepping out of the suitcase. Ariana was very obedient. She wouldn't go near those places, no matter how curious she got. In that sense, she was far less worrisome than a certain stubborn boy with a lightning scar on his forehead. As for having the Niffler keep watch, it was just a precaution. The little guy wasn't doing much anyway, and it was better to keep him busy than have him obsessing over the gold stash in Norbert's nest. Chapter 846, The Department of Mysteries. Ariana absolutely adored Kyle's suitcase. She had never felt so free, able to close her eyes and run without restraint for as long as she liked. The soft grass beneath her feet was a sensation she had never known. Lying down on it, all her worries seemed to melt away, and she sank into a state of blissful laziness. There were also adorable animals that popped up from time to time, creatures Ariana had never seen before. The only thing that disappointed her a little was that her favorite creatures, the ones with long necks and big eyes, seemed terribly shy. Every time she tried to approach them, they would dart away into the distance. But that small frustration did nothing to ruin her mood. In fact, she even found herself thinking that maybe, living in this place forever wouldn't be so bad. But that thought never had a chance to become reality. In what felt like the blink of an eye, Kyle appeared in front of her again. Though reluctant, Ariana still followed him out of the suitcase, glancing back again and again with every step. Her reluctance didn't last long. The moment she emerged, her eyes were drawn to the grand structure before her. "Allow me to introduce you," Kyle said with a smile, pointing ahead. "What you're looking at is the famous Hogwarts, the school your brothers attended." Because of their situation, they couldn't actually enter the school. So Kyle had brought them to a high vantage point near the Quidditch pitch, where the full view of Hogwarts was laid out before them. What a huge house! Ariana's mouth hung open, her eyes sparkling with wonder. She had never seen anything so big. One attic here might have been larger than her whole house. So this is where her brothers went every time they left home. Ariana stared hard, trying to memorize every detail of Hogwarts' appearance, but it was so massive, she couldn't take it all in. "What's that?" she asked, pointing at the floating rings in the air. "Those are goalposts," Kyle explained patiently. "They're used in Quidditch." "Quidditch?" Ariana blinked. "It's a sport, one of the most popular ones among students. When there's a match, the stands fill up with spectators," Kyle said. "But..." He glanced at the faded hoops. They clearly hadn't been used in years. The bleachers looked dilapidated, many areas buried under thick dust. Rumor had it Phineas Black had cancelled Quidditch during his time as headmaster. Judging by the state of things, that wasn't just a rumor. From the look of it, this pitch hadn't hosted a match in at least 5 years. "Come on, I'll take you to see somewhere else," said Kyle. "How do we get down?" Ariana asked, looking around. "By the fastest method, of course, flying." Kyle pulled out a broomstick and helped her onto it. "Make sure you wear the cloak of invisibility, and no matter what, don't let it fall off," Kyle reminded her. Ariana, though unsure why, nodded and clutched the edge of the cloak. Then Kyle mounted the broom himself. At his command, the firebolt soared into the sky. Ah! The sudden ascent startled Ariana into a scream. But soon her fear turned into exhilarated shouts. She felt like the bird she'd always dreamed of becoming, soaring freely through the wide-open sky. Kyle flew her through the towering goalposts, then curved back around. At one point, the broom even flipped upside down. Ariana thought she was going to fall and shut her eyes in panic, but nothing happened. She was still seated securely, and the black mist that occasionally rose from her body was kept completely in check by the cloak of invisibility. Kyle carried her over the pitch, skimmed past the tallest tower of the castle, and eventually hovered above the lush Forbidden Forest. At that time, Hogwarts didn't yet have a gamekeeper, so the Forbidden Forest was still separated from the castle by a long wooden fence. "Who's there?" A shout came from below. Someone came running from a distance, yelling up at them. "This is Hogwarts. Who are you, sneaking in during the holidays? I'll have you sent straight to the Ministry of Magic." "Oh no, looks like we've been spotted," Kyle said lazily, not at all surprised. Honestly, flying this blatantly over Hogwarts and not being noticed would have been the real surprise. "Will we be arrested?" Ariana asked anxiously. She had been told since she was little that if she ever went outside, someone would catch her and take her to a terrifying place where no one could find her. The thought made her even more frightened. "As long as they don't catch us, there's no problem," Kyle said with a grin. "Hang on tight." He spun the broom around, and the firebolt pulled a sharp turn midair, speeding off into the distance as the men below watched in stunned disbelief. "By Merlin's beard," the man muttered, rubbing his eyes. "Broomsticks can fly that fast now." Since the headmaster had cancelled Quidditch 6 years ago, he hadn't seen a single broom at the school. He hadn't realized how much things had changed in the outside world. He came to a halt. There was nothing the men could do. As much as he wanted to catch that brazen intruder, there was no way his legs could keep up with a broomstick flying through the air. In the blink of an eye, the pair had vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Kyle had already taken Ariana through a small stretch of the Forbidden Forest and arrived in Hogsmeade Village on the other side. To soothe Ariana's lingering fear, Kyle brought her to Honeyduke's, and proceeded to shamelessly clean out half the shop. Of course, Ariana stayed hidden under the cloak of invisibility, so the shopkeeper never saw her. When they stepped out of Honeyduke's, Ariana was still stunned. She had never seen so many sweets in her life. She was so overwhelmed that she didn't even notice how much Kyle had actually bought. By the time she came back to her senses, Kyle had already paid and was leading her outside. That's way too much," Ariana stammered. "It's fine," Kyle said with a wave of his hand. "Just take it. Someone's going to reimburse me at 10 times the price." Ariana didn't understand, but Kyle didn't explain, he just took her to the 3 broomsticks. There, Ariana once again drank the sweet butterbeer she used to get only once a year, this time, with no limit. She could have as much as she liked. She also tried cherry sparkling soda with a curious tang, mint iced tea that made her shiver with just one sip, and what she decided was the best thing she'd ever tasted, hot honeyed cream cocoa. Maybe it was a family trait, but the Dumbledores all seemed to have an exceptional sweet tooth. Seeing Ariana eyeing him curiously, Kyle mischievously let her sip a little of his fire whiskey. Her face turned red in an instant, and she started gasping for air, downing 3 drinks in quick succession before she could breathe normally again. Even the cloak of invisibility puffed up slightly, but it quickly settled back to normal. By the time they left the 3 broomsticks, Ariana was so stuffed she could barely walk. She was full to the brim, on water and sugar alone. They'd originally planned to visit more shops and have lunch, but that now had to be postponed. Afterward, Kyle took Ariana to several more places. They went to an opera in France, washed their faces in the magical fountain at Beauxbatons, and when they were discovered, fled just like they had at Hogwarts. This time, though, Ariana wasn't as frightened. On the contrary, she found it thrilling. "You little brat," a furious guard shouted. "Just wait till I find out who you are, you'll be expelled. Washing your face in the sacred magical fountain, outrageous." The guard didn't even consider that the intruders might be outsiders. He didn't believe anyone could breach Beauxbaton's enchantments. So clearly, it had to be one of their own misbehaving during the holidays. "It's just a bit of fun in the fountain. No need to talk about expulsion, that's far too harsh," came a calm, elderly voice nearby, startling the guard. He spun around, assuming it was another accomplice. "It's not your place to decide who gets expelled, who do you think you, oh? Mr. Nicholas Flamel, my apologies. I didn't see you there. Why didn't you let us know you were coming? We would have prepared a proper welcome." "It's fine," Nicholas Flamel said cheerfully. "I just had a sudden urge to drop by today. No need to fuss. But did I hear you mention expelling those 2 students?" "2? Not just one," the guard muttered in confusion, but quickly recovered, forcing a smile. "Well, that's up to the headmaster, of course. I say, since it's the holidays, let's just pretend we didn't see anything. No need to trouble calmed over something so trivial." "Of course. Whatever you say." The guard nodded repeatedly. This was Beauxbaton's biggest benefactor, his word was law. Nicholas Flamel didn't spare the men another glance. He simply turned to watch the direction Kyle and Ariana had fled, a twinkle of curiosity in his eyes as he murmured, "What interesting people. Seems it really was a good day for a stroll." Kyle had no idea what had happened at Beauxbatons. After leaving the Pyrenees, he brought Ariana to Austria's famous Musikstrasse for dinner. After a brief rest, they made their way to the Norwegian coast and watched the sunrise from the top of a towering mountain peak. After all, this was 100 years in the past. That infamous suitcase villain hadn't made his move yet, and the various ministries of magic had virtually no regulation over apparition or portkeys. As long as Ariana was safely back in the suitcase, Kyle could go wherever he wanted with just a thought. He took her across several countries and only returned to Britain the next morning. Ariana had a wonderful time, but she was utterly exhausted. She'd experienced more in a single day than she had in her entire life. "Where are we going next?" she asked, rubbing her eyes. "The Ministry of Magic," Kyle said calmly. "After that, I need to head back." Ariana flinched, her excitement vanishing instantly. The joyful day had nearly made her forget everything that had happened yesterday, until Kyle brought it up again. Only then did she remember that she couldn't go home anymore. If she did, her brother Albus would be in danger. Kyle noticed her disappointment but didn't know what to say. He should have taken care of this yesterday. Delaying it until today had already been pushing it. He had to return and check on Dumbledore. "You'll be all right, Ariana," Kyle said softly. "One day, you'll see your brothers again. They may look different by then, but your bond with them won't change, not with time. I promise." Ariana nodded without a word. "Then come with me." Kyle led her into a record shop on a London street. Under the shopkeeper's puzzled gaze, he casually pointed his wand at a pillar. The shelves shifted apart on their own, revealing a hidden passage behind them. "Is he with the ministry?" the shopkeeper wondered. He'd never seen this man before, so by rights, he probably wasn't a ministry employee, but he sure seemed to know his way around the staff entrance. Maybe a new hire. The shopkeeper didn't give it much more thought. It was just one of the ministry's many entrances, and the only real benefit over the mailbox 3 streets over was that this one was more convenient. Besides, verifying visitor identities wasn't his responsibility. And so, Kyle entered the Ministry of Magic with ease, much easier than he'd expected. He had even considered using a Confundus charm to bluff his way through, but clearly, that wouldn't be necessary. Close your eyes. Don't look. Don't listen, he said. Trusting him, Ariana obeyed. She had no choice. The Ministry was unlike any other place, saturated with magic. It was better to be cautious. The Ministry hadn't changed much in 100 years. In the center of the atrium stood the same impressive golden fountain. Kyle headed straight toward the lifts. Whether it was because they came through the staff entrance or because the security protocols weren't fully established yet, they encountered no one asking for ID and entered the lift with no trouble. 3 owls flew out, each carrying a slip of parchment in its talons, and Kyle stepped inside. As the lift moved, Ariana stayed completely silent. If he hadn't been able to sense her presence, Kyle might have thought she'd slipped away. Department of Mysteries. At last, a cold female voice broke the silence. We're here. You can open your eyes now, Kyle said. Where are we? Ariana asked, speaking for the first time since entering the Ministry. It was very dark, no windows lined the corridor, and the gloom unsettled her. A very mysterious department, Kyle replied. If there's any place that could take you in, this would be it. There was one more thing he didn't say, he also wanted to test a theory. If he was wrong, they could still look elsewhere. He led her to the end of the corridor, stopping before a black door. Stop. A figure appeared out of thin air behind them. The person wore a hood, their face obscured, but Kyle recognized the golden embroidery on the robe, a mark of the unspeakables. Who are you? This isn't a public area of the Ministry. Please leave. No. I came to see the Department of Mysteries, Kyle said. With a flick of his hand, he lifted the cloak of invisibility from Ariana. Instantly, the unspeakable's head snapped up, revealing an utterly ordinary face, the kind that would disappear into any crowd. Obscurial, he blurted, recognizing her at once. Maybe it wasn't that hard to tell. Perhaps it was the fear of a strange environment, but the obscurus inside Ariana had been unusually active. The moment the cloak came off, Kyle felt a sharp sting in his left arm. That's right, Kyle said, eyeing the unspeakable. Forgive me, but you don't seem all that surprised. Even in the wizarding world, obscurials were vanishingly rare. One that had lived past the age of 10, nearly unheard of. You could count the cases on one hand over the past few centuries. No, I'm surprised, the unspeakable said, shaking his head. He lowered his hood and added, but interestingly, just a month ago, a new crystal ball appeared in the Hall of Prophecy. Its contents were about an obscurial. Oh. And what did it say? Kyle asked, curious. No comment, the unspeakable replied, narrowing his eyes. You seem very familiar with the Department of Mysteries. No comment, Kyle echoed. The unspeakable choked for a moment, but before he could respond, the door behind him opened. A dozen more unspeakables stepped out, dressed in identical robes. Leading them was a blonde witch. That's enough, Merc. You should welcome our new colleague. New colleague? You mean this brat with the bad attitude? No. Her. The witch stepped up to Ariana and gently knelt beside her, her soft blue eyes meeting the girl's. You've been through a lot, child. Perhaps it was those familiar blue eyes, like her brother's, but the obscurus inside Ariana quickly quieted down. Excuse me, Kyle said. Did you know I'd be bringing Ariana here? The prophecy told me we'd be welcoming a new colleague today, so I came to meet you. There's a seer in the Department of Mysteries. No, there isn't, the witch replied, shaking her head. But unspeakables are chosen by prophecy, their names appear in a special crystal ball in the Hall of Prophecy. I just happened to see it. Even though there were 2 of you, it was clear you wouldn't be the one named Ariana. Fair enough, Kyle shrugged. Looks like I don't need to explain anything, then. So, can you take care of her? We'll do everything we can to help her keep her obscurus under control, the witch said calmly. Good. Kyle nodded. He paused, intending to say goodbye to Ariana, but when he looked up, all he saw was the black door. Everyone was gone, including Ariana, who had apparently already been taken away by the other unspeakables. Oddly enough, Kyle felt a wave of relief. The unspeakables certainly worked quickly. Maybe that was for the best, at least he didn't have to struggle with what to say. Chapter 847, Rumors spread, a divide between brothers. Leaving the Ministry of Magic, Kyle looked up at the bright, blinding sunlight. He wondered whether such a scene could be seen from inside the Department of Mysteries. After all, this was something Ariana had always longed for. It should be possible. Though the Department of Mysteries was located on the lower levels of the Ministry, with the Unspeakable's magical prowess, creating a window to the outside wouldn't be difficult. And in any case, this was already the best arrangement. It was impossible to bring someone from the past into the future. That simply wasn't realistic. Even before he used the time turner, he had spent a whole month drinking raspberry juice. And then there was the most important point. Kyle extended his hand, staring blankly at his wand. Since last night, he had begun to feel a subtle but persistent sense of rejection. The most obvious sign was that casting spells no longer felt as smooth as before. It wasn't glaringly apparent, but it was real. The reason was simple: he didn't belong here. Though he had returned using the time turner, he was out of sync with everything around him. Nicholas's raspberry drink could temporarily suppress this issue, but its effects were fading over time. And if this was happening to him, then Ariana, brought forward 100 years, would be no exception. That's why taking her to the Department of Mysteries was the best option. At least there, Ariana wouldn't be bored. The Unspeakables were incredibly busy, he could tell just from how rarely his mother was home. And when people are busy, they don't have time to dwell on sorrow. Maybe this job would help Ariana adjust more quickly to life without her brother. Besides, the Unspeakables' salaries weren't low, higher even than Hogwarts professors, and only slightly less than the heads of house. It was a stable, high-paying position. There were times even Kyle felt tempted. Unfortunately, their recruitment was based entirely on prophecy, not performance. Kyle shook his head, pushing the thoughts aside. After leaving the ministry, he found a secluded spot and used apparition to return to Godric's Hollow. His most urgent task now was to confirm Dumbledore's condition. Kyle returned to the road where he had taken Ariana away and once more walked into the Silent Valley. Although it was nearly noon, the valley felt stifling. Nearly everyone had gathered near a church to the south. A funeral was being held. Ariana's funeral. Kyle stood quietly at the edge of the crowd. Through the throng, he could clearly see Aberforth collapsed over the freshly carved gravestone, sobbing uncontrollably. The young Dumbledore, too, was in tears, his eyes filled with boundless remorse. "You've got no right to cry." Aberforth suddenly erupted, spinning around and landing a heavy punch squarely on Dumbledore's face. Blood gushed from his mouth and nose. Dumbledore's nose was broken on the spot, but he made no move to wipe it away. He just stared blankly at the gravestone, letting the blood smear across his face. "You hypocritical bastard." Aberforth tried to hit him again, but by then the others had snapped out of their daze and rushed to restrain him. "That's enough, Aberforth, that's enough." A middle-aged wizard held him tightly. "Albus is just as heartbroken. He's already suffering enough. Let go of me, you don't understand." Aberforth struggled furiously. That cold-blooded bastard is probably relieved to be rid of the burden, secretly glad. How could he possibly be grieving? "Let me go. I'll kill him." But no one believed him. They assumed Aberforth was simply overwhelmed with grief and looking for someone to lash out at. So they held him back tightly, not letting him strike Dumbledore again, and the scene quickly descended into chaos. Yet Kyle noticed that only a few people had stepped forward to intervene. Most stood silently where they were. It wasn't that they were heartless or unfamiliar with the Dumbledores. Godric's Hollow was small, everyone saw each other regularly, and the ties between neighbors were naturally close. It was just that most of them hadn't grasped what was going on. Or rather, until today, they hadn't even known the Dumbledore family had a teenage girl who had never once appeared in public. "When did you get here?" someone suddenly asked, appearing beside Kyle. "Oh, Corder." Kyle turned and greeted him. "What happened here?" "It's Albus's family." Corder paused before continuing. "Honestly, I still find it hard to believe they actually had a daughter. And it's not just me. Look over there, Bathilda seems clueless too. I always thought the two families were close. Back when Kendra was alive, the two of them used to have afternoon tea together all the time." Kyle followed the direction of his pointing finger and saw Bathilda Bagshot, her face full of confusion. "You all didn't know the Dumbledores had a daughter?" Kyle asked. "No idea," Corder replied with a firm shake of his head. "And neither did a lot of people. Kendra never mentioned her." At that, Corder suddenly lowered his voice. "This isn't the place to talk. Let's go to the pub. Is that okay?" "It's fine. The ceremony's already over." Kyle nodded and followed Corder away from the church to the Valley pub. He was just as glad to get away from the scene. He took the initiative and ordered 2 glasses of their best brandy, then handed Corder a familiar brown paper bag. "What's this?" "Something I borrowed from you," Kyle said. "I told you I'd return it. Now it's back where it belongs." When he had met the Unspeakable, Kyle had already removed the invisibility cloak from Ariana. The witch hadn't brought it up again before leaving, which likely meant the Department of Mysteries had their own ways of handling an obscurial, no need for him to worry. "You're really giving it back?" Corder still sounded incredulous. "What, you don't want it?" Kyle raised an eyebrow. In that case, I'll just keep it for myself. Who said I don't want it? Quarter snatched the paper bag and clutched it to his chest, lowering his voice. I just didn't expect you to actually return it. Honestly, the day I gave you the cloak, I never thought I'd see it again. And truth be told, I even felt a bit relieved at the time. How so? Because it's a massive headache. Quarter took a sip of brandy. For centuries, wizards have hunted for the Deathly Hallows. It's kind of ridiculous, really. Last night was the best night's sleep I've had in ages. How about you sleep soundly for a few more nights, then? Kyle chuckled. I certainly wouldn't mind. Quarter didn't reply, he just hugged the paper bag tighter to show where he stood. Just so we're clear, even though you gave it back, whatever you left behind is mine now. I drank all of it. I never expected it back, Kyle said. Like I told you before, that was payment. But seriously, Quarter glanced at Kyle with hesitation before finally blurting out, this is a legendary hallow. Are you really okay with giving it back? It's just a magical object. Kyle waved his hand dismissively. Besides, I've seen Ravenclaw's diadem, why would I care about this? Ha! You're drunk before we've even started drinking. Quarter let out a laugh. If you've really seen Ravenclaw's diadem, then I. He glanced around theatrically. I'll take off my pants and run around Godric's Hollow. Make sure to give me a heads up, Kyle said, smiling. So I can prepare some eye-cleansing potion in advance. We'll make a killing. Only if you've actually seen it, Quarter snorted. Ravenclaw's diadem is way more mysterious than any of the Hallows. There aren't even many legends about it. I'd bet Rowena Ravenclaw hid it somewhere no one could ever find it. Stop talking nonsense. Let's just leave it at that. Kyle shrugged and didn't bother to explain further. So, tell me, what did you bring me here to talk about? Just some gossip. Wasn't a good idea to talk about it over there. Quarter took another sip of brandy. Some people think the Dumbledore girl was a squib. That's why Kendra kept her locked away at home. Poor kid. Why do they say that? Kyle asked, clearly intrigued. Because of Kendra's personality, of course, Quarter replied. You don't know, she was a fearsome woman. Well, maybe fearsome is a bit much, but she was definitely proud. Overbearing, really. Of course, Kendra had her good side too. Anything she got involved in was always handled beautifully, and most of the time, she was willing to help anyone in need, unless... Unless what? Her background, Quarter said, clearly conflicted. I wasn't really supposed to tell you this, but never mind. You're not exactly an outsider. Here's the thing, Kendra was said to be Muggle-born, but she always insisted that she wasn't. Anyone who brought it up would send her into a rage. If someone like that gave birth to a squib, there's no way she'd let that child be seen, especially after Albus started showing such remarkable magical talent. Muggle-born. Kyle frowned. Who said that? Apparently, it came from a fellow Hogwarts student from her year. Just one person. Kyle tapped his fingers on the table. Do you buy it? To be honest, I don't, Quarter said without hesitation, shaking his head. And even if it's true, so what? Everyone around here has a few Muggle-borns in the family somewhere. It's just that this girl suddenly showed up and brought all those old rumors back to life. I still can't figure out why Kendra would lock her own daughter away. The more Quarter spoke, the clearer a picture Kyle formed of her. A strong-willed, straightforward, but highly capable witch. As for Dumbledore's father, no one had ever seen him. When the Dumbledores moved here, it had just been the three of them, Kendra, Albus, and Aberforth. Gradually, the pub began to fill. Though it was still early, nearly every seat was taken. And everyone was talking about the same thing, Ariana, the girl who had suddenly appeared, only to die just as suddenly. People were stunned. How could someone be hidden away by her own mother for so many years, right under their noses? Anger, suspicion, blame, everyone had their own view. Most condemned Kendra as an unfit mother. A few suggested there had to be some kind of misunderstanding, but their voices were quickly drowned in the rising din of conversation. Kyle didn't offer any explanations. He just found it slightly ironic. Maybe the truth really was what they thought. Kendra was gone, after all, and no one could say for certain what her motives had been. But in a way, Kendra had saved their lives. If she hadn't insisted on keeping Ariana shut away at home, then when the Obscurus finally erupted, no one in the village, no matter who they were, would have survived. Kyle suddenly felt disheartened, the drink in his glass tasting flat. He stood up and walked out of the noisy pub. He made his way to a hillside near the church, where he could just see the cemetery in the distance. Most of the crowd had dispersed, leaving only a few behind, presumably those still connected to the Dumbledore family. Aberforth and the younger Dumbledore were still there, but they remained far apart, as if separated by an unbridgeable chasm. Kyle wanted to check on them, but given who he was, he knew there was nothing he could actually do, even if he walked over. Let's give it time, he murmured, turning away from the hill and wandering aimlessly through the streets of Godric's Hollow. Before he realized it, he had arrived near Bathilda Bagshot's home. Notably, he hadn't seen Grindelwald anywhere, not near the church or anywhere else. It seemed he had already left Godric's Hollow the day before. Bathilda was sitting in her garden, staring blankly toward the Dumbledore house, lost in thought. She didn't even notice Kyle standing nearby. Seeing this, Kyle didn't disturb her and headed straight for the barn. If Dumbledore had escaped, this was likely where he would come. Unfortunately, when Kyle pushed open the door, the barn was empty. Late that night, the lights inside the houses gradually dimmed, and silence settled over Godric's Hollow. Beneath the moonlight, a figure moved quickly along the path, heading toward the church. It was Kyle. He had waited the entire afternoon for Dumbledore, but with no sign of him, he had no choice but to go searching himself. What he didn't expect was that someone was still in the cemetery. It was the young Dumbledore, still standing exactly where he had been before, as if he hadn't moved at all. Kyle glanced at him, then at the gravestone, and raised his wand. What he was about to do probably wouldn't be allowed by the other party, so he had to deal with this problem first. In his current state, Kyle was confident he could take him down in an instant. Stupefy. A beam of red light shot through the air. Just as Kyle expected, the unguarded Dumbledore was hit directly, his knees buckled, and he crashed to the ground. Kyle walked over. "Oh, I should have shown up earlier." A voice suddenly spoke from behind him. Kyle turned, startled, then broke into a grin. "Professor, you're still alive." For now, yes," Dumbledore said, stepping forward. It wasn't easy fooling them. When the polyjuice potion wore off, I nearly gave myself away. Luckily, the chaos at the time gave me a chance to use a transfiguration charm. "You tricked all of them with just transfiguration?" Kyle asked in surprise. "I also used a special spell that made me look completely dead. Once I woke up, I just used a pre-prepared portkey to get out," Dumbledore explained. He glanced down at his younger self, unconscious on the ground, then instinctively touched his own head and muttered, "No wonder I woke up next to a gravestone with a splitting headache. Turns out that was your doing. I should have set the portkey to go off earlier. That really hurt." Kyle let out an awkward laugh and discreetly kicked a brick away from beside young Dumbledore's head. "It's fine," Dumbledore said. "At least the pain snapped me out of it." Then he asked what he truly cared about most. "How's Ariana?" "She's safe," Kyle said. "I took her somewhere secure, she'll be all right." "Where?" Dumbledore asked anxiously. "The Ministry of Magic. Department of Mysteries," Kyle said, glancing at him. "Don't even think about going to see her, at least not right now. If you do, everything we've done will be for nothing." "I know." "I won't go," Dumbledore replied. Kyle didn't press him. On that point, he trusted Dumbledore not to act impulsively. Chapter 848, The Initial Construction of the Dragon Reserve. In the southern part of Romania, nestled among the remote mountain ranges, there lies a stretch of land rarely visited by anyone. The area's isolation, coupled with its lack of appeal, meant it almost never saw a soul. That is, until a few years ago, when it briefly came to life. Back then, the International Confederation of Wizards had reached a consensus to establish a dragon reserve, and this quiet spot was chosen as the location. However, the project soon ran into funding issues. Progress slowed, then stalled completely. After all, this was a place meant for housing dragons. The food, the protective measures, the recruitment of trained specialists, none of it came cheap. Without a steady flow of galleons, the project couldn't be sustained. To take a basic example, caring for dragons required people. Not just any wizards either, but those professionally trained under strict standards. And professionalism came with a high price tag. Without decent wages, who would risk being crushed under a dragon's foot just to work in such a remote and desolate area? Well, a few did come purely out of passion. But after 3 days of skipping meals and going hungry, even their enthusiasm started to falter. The only thing keeping them from leaving was pride. When they first arrived, they'd sworn up and down that they wouldn't give up just because of a few hardships. If they turned tail now, wouldn't that be a complete slap in the face? They couldn't afford that kind of humiliation, so they gritted their teeth and stayed. But these passionate few were in the minority. Under the growing strain of inadequate manpower, the only dragon reserve officially recognized by the International Confederation of Wizards was now home to just 2 dragons, both of them the smallest and most common breed, the Welsh Green. It was practically laughable. Not for lack of interest, ministries from other countries, burdened by confiscated dragons, were eager to send them over just to be rid of the hassle. But the reserve was already stretched thin caring for the 2 they had. Taking on more was simply impossible. As always, it came down to one problem: money. Bergman Strick, the reserve's first appointed director, sat in his bare-bones office, pulling his hair out in frustration every single day. He was only 30 years old, but one look at his head and you'd believe he was 60. You know, a quaffle. Stick 2 feathers on top of it, that's about how much hair he had left. It was plainly visible. But today, for the first time in a long while, Bergman left that so-called office of his, really just a few enchanted stones stacked together. Drafty in winter, sweltering in summer, it was good for one thing, it cost nothing. He even dug out his old robe, one he hadn't worn in 2 years. Though badly faded, it was still the most respectable thing in his wardrobe. He'd poured everything he had into building the Dragon Reserve, sold everything he could. But the funds he managed to raise were just a drop in the bucket. If no miracle came, and the last few dragon handlers decided to give up, then he truly didn't know what would happen. Most likely, the whole project would be shelved indefinitely. Luckily, after years of scraping by, things had finally begun to turn. Bergman strode quickly down a narrow path and spotted 2 figures standing beside a massive beech tree, the only 2 unfamiliar faces he'd seen in years. Welcome, welcome. He broke into a near run, hurrying to greet them. It's an honor to meet you both, he said, extending a hand. I'm Bergman Strick, director of the Dragon Reserve. Nice to meet you, Mr. Strick. Kyle shook his hand. Indeed, the visitors were none other than Kyle and Dumbledore. After settling matters with Ariana, Dumbledore had planned to return immediately. But Kyle mentioned he had a few things to take care of. Though he was eager to see Ariana, Kyle had done more than enough to earn that courtesy, so Dumbledore accompanied him here. As for why Kyle came, it dated back a month earlier, when he'd overheard 2 Ministry of Magic employees chatting in the leaky cauldron. Their conversation had revealed the situation here. Kyle had wanted to come at once, but his main mission hadn't been completed yet, so he'd put it off. Now, with some time to spare, he figured he might as well stop by. The 2 men shook hands. Mr. Strick, I assume we're not going to discuss matters out here. Kyle glanced around. I don't mind, but the gentleman with me, well, he's a bit too old to stand around for long. Ah, my apologies. Bergman said quickly, then led them to his modest office. On the way, he prepared some tea and snacks. The tea was pine needle tea, literally just a handful of pine needles, rinsed and tossed into boiling water. It didn't taste great, but it was the only drink with any flavor available. The snacks were dense, grayish lumps, somewhat like Hagrid's infamous rock cakes, only worse. Even from a distance, they gave off a bitter stench. Kyle had expected harsh conditions, but not this harsh. Honestly, not even a house elf would touch this stuff. Bergman seemed to guess his thoughts and gave a helpless sigh. He didn't want to eat this either, but what choice did they have? Wizards couldn't conjure food from nothing, and everyone here only knew how to care for dragons, nothing more. So all their resources came from collecting the naturally shed scales of the 2 Welsh greens and exchanging them for sickles or galleons. That was the only way to afford basic supplies. If the money ran out and there were no new scales to find, they'd have to forage for food nearby. Seeing Bergman's embarrassed expression, Kyle said nothing. He simply picked up the cup, took a sip of pine needle tea, and quietly placed it back on the table. It was bitter and astringent. Honestly, plain water would have been better. Okay, let's get straight to the point. Kyle paused. Mr. Strick should already know the purpose of our visit, unless, of course, that gentleman didn't pass the message on. Kyle had found this place relying on memories from before, but because the timeline was different, he had no idea where he was when he first arrived. He wandered around for quite a while before finally running into a wizard. When the wizard heard why Kyle had come, he got so excited he nearly fainted, scrambling off in a panic, saying he needed to fetch the most important person to receive Kyle. That led to the earlier scene. Less than 5 minutes later, Bergman showed up. I heard from Ricardo, Bergman said, suddenly energized. Is it true? About your decision to fund the Dragon Reserve? Of course. That's exactly why I'm here, Kyle replied with a smile. But my resources are limited, so I may not be able to contribute too much. At those words, Bergman's expression faltered slightly, a flicker of disappointment showing on his face. Of course, judging by Kyle's appearance, he couldn't be more than 20. Even though he had a servant with him, at that age, it was unclear who was looking after whom. Most likely, he came from a declining family. Someone like that probably couldn't solve their current financial crisis. Still, Bergman quickly pushed those thoughts aside. In any case, having someone willing to sponsor the Dragon Reserve was good news. Even if it only meant they could eat proper lunches for another week, it was a hopeful change. At the very least, it meant someone still supported the cause. It's quite all right. No need to worry, Bergman said sincerely. He pulled out a sheet of parchment and asked, how much would you like to contribute in galleons? Sickles are fine too. I can provide you with a receipt. Although the Dragon Reserve was broke, it was still a legitimate organization recognized by the International Confederation of Wizards. All the formal procedures were in place. During the development phase, financial backing counted as a form of partnership, and there would be returns eventually, though modest and not something that could be expected in the short term. 3,000 galleons, Kyle said flatly. All right, 3,000. Wait. Bergman jerked his head up. How much did you say? 3,000 galleons, Kyle repeated, pulling out a case and setting it on the table before opening it. It was as if a wave of golden light poured out. The quill in Bergman's hand snapped from the shock, and he winced. It was the last one they had in the reserve. But that thought quickly faded from his mind. The light radiating from the case made his head swim. He felt like he was drifting among the clouds, clinking glasses with the stars, or lying atop ocean waves, listening to the enchanting songs of a mermaid princess. Mr. Strick. Mr. Strick. Are you all right? What should we do, Professor? He doesn't seem to hear me. You can try stimulating him a bit. Oh. Then came a jolt of sharp pain from his leg. The stars turned into gorillas, beating their chests and knocking over his goblet, and the mermaids morphed into mermen, their beautiful songs becoming ear-piercing wails. Bergman finally snapped out of it. He immediately looked down and saw a plump cabbage clamped tightly to his calf. The throbbing pain was growing clearer by the second, and cold sweat began to break out on his forehead. You're finally back, Kyle said with a grin. Sorry, when you didn't respond, I had no choice but to try something a bit more direct. And no, it's fine, Bergman forced a strained smile. He bent down with difficulty and pried the cabbage off his leg, the pain making him grimace again. But when he got a good look at what it was, he froze. No, wait, is this Chinese chomping cabbage? He asked, surprised. This magical plant from Asia wasn't cheap, a single one cost 2 galleons in Diagon Alley, and the fresh ones went for even more. For a moment, the pain in his calf didn't seem quite so bad. Just look at how round and plump it was, those neat little teeth, what a beauty. What? You're saying it bites? TCH, don't talk nonsense, that's just lively behavior. The only unfortunate thing was that this lively little darling didn't belong to him. Bergman reluctantly handed the chomping cabbage back to Kyle. Ah. Seeing the fond look in Bergman's eyes, Kyle couldn't bring himself to take it away. He simply waved a hand and said, forget it. If you like it, it's yours. As if afraid Kyle might change his mind, Bergman swiftly hugged the chomping cabbage to his chest, not caring at all whether it might bite him again. His practiced movement and determined expression made one's heart ache a little. Mr. Strick, Kyle had to remind him again, shouldn't we take care of the main business first? Prompted by the reminder, Bergman finally recalled that there was something even more important than chomping cabbage waiting for him. He looked again at the suitcase full of galleons on the table, a strange sense of unreality washing over him, like he was dreaming. But the throbbing wound on his leg reminded him this was no dream. 3,000 galleons, with that, not only could he restart the defense projects that had stalled, he might even be able to bring back the dragon keepers who'd been forced to leave for various reasons and finally get the Dragon Reserve's initial construction back on track. Sir, are you sure you want to sponsor us with 3,000 galleons? Bergman asked, full of excitement. That's all I've got left at the moment, Kyle replied. 3,000 galleons wasn't exactly a fortune, he had spent half already, but with current prices, it shouldn't be considered insignificant either. With Kyle's confirmation, Bergman began trembling all over. He ran a hand over the galleons in the case, then looked back at Kyle. After a moment's hesitation, he forced down his excitement. Sir, while I'm truly grateful for your support, there are a few things I must clarify beforehand. I can only accept the funds if you agree. Go ahead. First, about the returns, Bergman said, gritting his teeth. While funding the Dragon Reserve can bring eventual returns, the number is quite low. Let me put it this way, if we had 10 dragons, this is what you'd get in a year. He held up 3 fingers. 300 galleons. No, 30 galleons. Kyle's mouth twitched. He'd expected a low return, but this was beyond low, just 1%. No wonder those 2 staff members said it'd take 100 years to break even, they weren't wrong. Good thing Kyle hadn't come here for profit. That's fine, he said with a wave of his hand, completely unconcerned. I like dragons. I'm not interested in return rates. As long as they're well cared for, I don't mind throwing galleons into the wind. Bergman had braced himself for Kyle to back out. That was what most people did, coming to the Dragon Reserve with grand plans, only to abandon them the moment they learned how pitiful the returns were. After that, fewer and fewer people came, and in the past 2 years, no one had come at all. Bergman had gotten used to disappointment. What he hadn't expected was to hear a different answer. The young wizard before him, not even 20, said he didn't care about the return. Returns meant galleons. Was there really anyone in the wizarding world who didn't care about galleons? Well, yes. To be a bit self-flattering, he himself didn't care, and neither did the dragon keepers who'd stayed behind. Nearly everyone here had been holding on through sheer grit. But they all shared one thing in common: they didn't have many galleons to begin with. The man in front of him was the only exception, someone who had galleons and didn't care about them. You're sure? Absolutely, Kyle said with a smile, giving the suitcase a push. Write up the certificate, then it's yours. Wait. Bergman gasped, fighting down a sudden urge, and continued, in addition to what I mentioned, you won't be able to participate in the daily operations of the Dragon Reserve. That includes, but is not limited to, rulemaking, staff management, and resource allocation. To put it simply, you'll have fewer rights here than an ordinary dragon keeper. Even better, less hassle for me, Kyle said. You also won't be able to purchase any products from the reserve at a discounted rate. Bergman's voice dropped noticeably, as if even he felt this was a bit too much, but these were regulations set by the International Confederation of Wizards after extensive deliberation. The goal was to maintain the authority and independence of the reserve and prevent it from being dominated by wealthy pure-blood families. But Kyle still didn't seem to care. I've got money. I don't care about a few discounts. But... He paused. Bergman's heart jumped into his throat as he looked nervously at Kyle. If I want priority in purchasing the highest quality materials available at standard prices, that should be allowed, right? If that's all, of course it's allowed. Bergman let out a breath of relief, then added quietly, if we have them, that is. He thought of those 2 Welsh dragons. To be honest, the dragon scales and teeth they'd managed to collect weren't of great quality. In Diagon Alley, they barely qualified as second-rate goods. Otherwise, they wouldn't be living this close to the edge. But out of a small selfish impulse, he didn't mention this to Kyle. Though his conscience pricked at him, they really, truly needed the money. Chapter 849, Kyle's True Purpose. After that, Bergman listed a few more regulations, mostly restrictions against interfering with the Dragon Reserve's affairs, but compared to what had already been discussed, these were relatively minor, and Kyle agreed to them all without hesitation. As he'd said earlier, this wasn't why he had come. If it were just about making galleons, he could sweep through Diagon Alley again. There was no need to travel all the way out here. So even if some of the terms struck Kyle as a bit over the top, he didn't mind. Across from him, Bergman looked like he was on the verge of tears, as though he wanted to praise Kyle with every word in his vocabulary. Over the course of just a few minutes, he had mentally built Kyle up into a benevolent figure, a man who genuinely loved dragons and was willing to spend a fortune to protect them. Truly, the wizarding world still had good people. With that mutual understanding, everything progressed smoothly. 10 minutes later, Bergman had repaired the snapped quill, dipped it in ink, and with trembling hands, managed to complete the certificate. It was a sponsorship document, and everything he had just explained to Kyle was written clearly on it. Bergman then raised his wand and murmured a complex incantation. The ancient spell merged with the ink as he signed his name in the most prominent spot on the page. A flash of bright white light followed, and the simple parchment transformed into a magical contract. Kyle gave it a cursory glance, then tucked it away without much thought. If anyone else were to see it, they'd probably assume he was an idiot. No, honestly, not even an idiot would make such a deal, one with absolutely no profit to be gained. Oh, one more thing, Kyle said, as though something had just occurred to him. No problem, go ahead, Bergman said, still hugging the chest of galleons, his grin nearly reaching his ears. All he could think about now was rushing to the Owl post office to write to the dragon keepers who had left, telling them they could finally return. Right. I was wondering if I could get a legal dragon breeding certificate, Kyle said, narrowing his eyes. Like I said earlier, I really love dragons. Bergman's head snapped up, and the joy and excitement instantly drained from his face. I'm afraid that's absolutely out of the question, he said flatly. By now, he had already figured out Kyle's true intention, and in an instant, the high regard he'd held for him plummeted to rock bottom. Before the Dragon Reserve was established, all dragon-related materials on the market came from certain pure-blood families. They captured and kept dragons, then slaughtered them when needed, breaking them down into various components to sell for large sums of galleons. This practice had led to a sharp decline in the dragon population. After all, it was much easier to capture dragons than to raise them. Although dragons were among the most powerful magical creatures, immensely destructive, if one had enough money, it wasn't hard to find wizards willing to take the risk. If 10 couldn't do it, then send 50, or 100. The cost of hiring them was nothing compared to the profits a single dragon could yield. If things continued that way, dragons could vanish from the wizarding world within a few decades. Outlawing all dragon-related materials might seem like a solution, but that simply wasn't realistic. After hundreds of years of integration, dragons were deeply embedded in magical society. Take dragon blood, for example, it spanned multiple fields, from alchemy to potion making. And dragon hide gloves were essential for conducting dangerous magical experiments. If their sale were banned, entire industries would grind to a halt. And the powerful elites would never allow that to happen. So, to prevent the complete extinction of dragons while keeping the market from collapsing, the Dragon Reserve was created. Even though they were still stuck at square one with very little influence, their mere existence made the private sale of fire dragon materials illegal. Those trades now had to happen in the shadows, not out in the open. The same applied to capturing dragons. In a way, the reserve served as a buffer. It slowed the dragon's march toward extinction. As for the legal dragon breeding certificate Kyle had asked about, possessing one would allow him to openly trade dragons without any legal consequences. But if that were allowed, what would be the point of the Dragon Reserve's existence? Bergman's face turned cold in an instant, and without hesitation, he threw the suitcase back onto the table. If that's the reason you're here, then please leave. I'll return the galleons to you exactly as they came. His tone was cold and blunt, without the slightest hint of regret. Don't be so quick to turn me down. Kyle didn't seem the least bit surprised by his response and said calmly, it's not like I'm asking for it right now. It doesn't matter when. The answer is still no, Bergman replied flatly. Not even in 90 years. Kyle pulled 2 bottles of butterbeer from the case and tossed one to Bergman. What? Bergman froze. Like I said, I really like dragons. Kyle casually popped the cap and took a sip of the sweet butterbeer before continuing, but I'm still young, and I don't know all that much about them yet. But I believe that in 90 years, I'll be a seasoned expert on dragons. By then, though, I probably won't be up for traveling back and forth between London and Romania so often. It'd be too much of a strain, just like it is for him. He nodded toward the figure behind him. Dumbledore was slumped in a chair, looking thoroughly drained. Of course, that was due to the strain of repeatedly jumping through time, but Bergman didn't know that. He simply assumed the old man couldn't handle the toll of frequent apparition anymore. Well. Bergman hesitated. So I was thinking, when that time comes, it'd be nice to live a little closer to the dragons. Kyle smiled. That's not too much to ask, is it? Bergman didn't reply. It was true, if the Dragon Reserve were to be officially established, the only way to see dragons would be to come here or find them in the wild. 90 years from now, the boy standing before him would be over 100. Not wanting to make that trip again would be completely reasonable. You could just settle in Romania, Bergman offered. I can authorize a sizable plot of land for you here, enough to build a large estate. But attachment to one's homeland is hard to give up, isn't it? Kyle countered. Bergman fell silent again. Or how about I compromise a little more? What if the certificate only takes effect after 98 years? Seeing Bergman begin to waver, Kyle seized the moment. A legal dragon breeding license that doesn't activate until 98 years from now, surely that's not an unreasonable request. Well, when you put it that way, I suppose, but you're going to issue licenses eventually. Kyle cut him off and continued, there are plenty of people in the magical world who are fascinated by magical creatures. Dragons are one of the most iconic species, so naturally, there are many who study them. Not everyone can come to Romania. Whether it's for research collaborations or other reasons, you'll inevitably grant special permissions to certain people. Take mandrakes, for example. The Ministry of Magic once banned their trade entirely, yet now there are at least 5 approved locations where they can be cultivated. Well, Bergman hesitated even more, stammering, that's different. Dragons aren't like mandrakes. You're right, Kyle said with a shrug. Mandrakes were added to the restricted list in 1869. That's only 30 years ago. Compared to that, 98 years seems like a fairly long wait. Bergman was speechless. That's not what I meant at all. What he had meant was that mandrakes were plants, and their uses were mostly limited to potion making and a few niche areas, unlike dragon-derived materials, which were used across nearly every magical industry. But Kyle didn't give him the chance to explain. Well, in that case. Kyle clapped a hand on the suitcase. Bergman's heart skipped a beat, and he blurted out, are you calling off the donation? No, of course I'm still donating. I don't want to be someone who only reads about dragons in books, Kyle said. But I might need to adjust the amount. After all, I need to start preparing for the future. Bergman let out a quiet sigh of relief. Let's say, 300 galleons, then. Bergman nearly jumped out of his chair. 300. He had thought Kyle might cut it in half. Even if only 1,000 galleons remained, that would still be enough to ease their current crisis with careful budgeting. But to slash it down to just a tenth, he hadn't seen that coming. I don't have much of a choice, Kyle said with a sigh. Think about it, I can't raise dragons on my own yet, so I'll need to build a place here, and that's not cheap. I'll also have to find assistants, buy all kinds of equipment, hire house elves to manage daily needs, food, clothes, everything. When you add it all up, 2,700 galleons barely seems like enough. It's enough, more than enough. Bergman rushed to say. By Merlin's beard, is this guy trying to build a castle? Even something Hogwarts-sized wouldn't cost over 2,700 galleons. Well, that's assuming you only count the structure. If you factored in interior features, even 10 times that wouldn't cut it. But for a simple place to live, you wouldn't need all that. Alright, 2,700 it is. I'll keep it modest, just enough to get by, Kyle said through gritted teeth as he began scooping galleons from the case. At the same time, he placed the parchment back on the table and said apologetically, but I'll need to trouble you, Mr. Strick, to write up a new certificate. Bergman watched in agony. 2,700 galleons, just to get by. He couldn't wrap his head around those words. And the clink 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 of the galleons as Kyle pulled them out made it impossible to concentrate. It felt like someone was tearing down the Dragon Reserve sign right in front of him, and he was powerless to stop it. As the pile of coins in the case dwindled, Bergman's breathing grew faster and heavier. He looked at the original certificate for the 3,000 galleon donation, and the quill in his hand felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds. He simply couldn't bring himself to write a single word. Damn it, couldn't he just leave 300 galleons behind? Why take 2,700 right in front of me? Isn't that more trouble than it's worth? Before he knew what he was doing, he suddenly stood up and slammed a hand down on the suitcase. Don't take any more. What? Kyle looked up at him, puzzled. Oh, no worries. I'll just speed up, try to finish before you finish writing the new certificate. By Merlin's holy socks, how am I supposed to write anything like this? Bergman was screaming internally, but all he could do on the outside was force a strained smile. Sir, what if we extended the delay a bit? Say, 200 years. I can authorize a dragon-keeping certificate that won't take effect for 2 full centuries. 2 centuries? Kyle gave him a long look. Do you even hear yourself? Bergman looked slightly embarrassed. 98 years is my bottom line, Kyle said. That's plenty of time for the Dragon Reserve to grow and flourish. I'm only planning to raise a few young dragons, there's no way I'd pose a threat to you. But if you're really that uncomfortable with it, forget it. As he spoke, Kyle deliberately grabbed another handful of galleons. Bergman was nearly in tears. Over the past 2 years, Kyle was the only person who had shown up to donate. Who knew how long it would be before another came? But 300 galleons just wasn't enough. While he was still agonizing, Kyle extended his hand again, muttering under his breath, this should cover a nice set of chairs. Another handful. This could make a good table. I like Wiggentree, helps me concentrate when I'm reading. And another. These can go towards some goblin-forged silverware. Pricey, sure, but essential for a comfortable life. That handful alone was at least 20 galleons, enough to feed 10 dragon keepers for a month. Essential for life. I agree. Something in Bergman snapped. 98 years, right? Fine, I agree. Kyle's lips curved slightly before returning to a neutral expression. It's all right, Mr. Strick, he said, feigning indifference. Really, you don't have to feel pressured. I've thought it over, building a place here wouldn't be so bad. At least I wouldn't need to pay for raising dragons myself. And there'd be variety. Come to think of it, I might be getting the better end of the deal. No trouble at all, really. Bergman jumped in. I've thought about it too. You're absolutely right, since we're going to work with other magizoologists anyway, why not choose someone we know? Your generosity and kindness match everything we'd want in a partner. But raising dragons on my own would be quite expensive, Kyle said, glancing into the suitcase. After a brief pause, he shook his head. On second thought, staying here seems like the better option. Clink. Another fistful of gold vanished into his pocket. Bergman was truly on the verge of crying. He wanted nothing more than to slap himself, twice. Why did I try to turn him down earlier? As Kyle had said, 98 years was more than enough time for the reserve to become strong. If he really did anything illegal in the future, they could simply revoke the certificate. Wizards respected strength and background. And they had the International Confederation of Wizards behind them. What did Kyle have? By then, he'd just be an elderly wizard in his hundreds, how could he possibly oppose such an institution? They'd hold all the leverage. Sir, you really don't understand. Living here is truly unpleasant. Bergman changed tack at once, his face full of concern. The wind is brutal. On windy days, the entire sky fills with dust. It's fine. I can handle that. And the dragons howl all night. Their roars make it impossible to sleep. No problem. Magic can fix that too. Well, there's no entertainment here, Bergman added weakly. You won't even be able to find a bar for a drink. Kyle's hand paused mid-reach. He hesitated. There's hope. Bergman's eyes lit up. When we chose this location, we deliberately picked somewhere remote, far from both muggles and wizards. No one in their right mind would open a pub out here, right? Now London, that's a different story. Diagon Alley's always buzzing. You can grab a drink anytime, and it's right next to the Ministry of Magic, convenient for whatever you need. That does make sense. Kyle rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Exactly. Bergman beamed. To be honest, if I weren't forced by circumstance, I wouldn't want to live in this dump either. Look, the roof even leaks. But dragon care costs are. Kyle still looked unsure. And I just remembered, whether I care about it or not, dragons themselves are outrageously expensive. It's just not practical. We'll cover it. We'll cover everything. Bergman patted his chest confidently. Once the dragon keeping license takes effect, any dragon-related expenses, you leave them to us. And beyond that, I can authorize a gift of, 2 dragon eggs. Chapter 850, Romanian Longhorn. After everything that had happened, Bergman finally figured it out. No matter what he wanted to do, the Dragon Reserve had to take its first step forward, or everything else would be meaningless. And that first step required one thing above all else, galleons, and a lot of them. Someone had just brought in a full 3,000 galleons. If he gave nothing in return, even he had to admit that would be excessive. And a legal dragon breeding certificate set to activate in 98 years, well, that was nearly a century. All things considered, it wasn't such an unreasonable request. As for the promise to cover future dragon rearing expenses, and the dragon eggs, by that time, even if he were still alive, he'd be long retired. Whatever decisions his successor made after that wouldn't be his problem. Bergman's dramatic shift in attitude left Dumbledore, standing nearby, completely stunned. He had listened carefully to the entire conversation and hadn't missed a single word, yet somehow still couldn't make sense of how the tone had changed so drastically. Just moments ago, Mr. Strick had adamantly refused to issue any kind of breeding license. Now he was practically pushing it. And Kyle, on the other hand, had started playing hard to get. Did I fall asleep? Was I too weak to stay awake and missed something? That can't be right. Perplexed and missing a chunk of the context, Dumbledore could only conclude that Kyle's actions had completely exceeded the boundaries of his understanding. Of course, neither Kyle nor Bergman had any idea what was running through Dumbledore's mind, and even if they did, they wouldn't have cared. Kyle certainly didn't. As for Bergman, well, he was just an old servant. What he thought hardly mattered. And the promise Bergman made was enough to tempt Kyle. So, the gold coins that had been pulled out went right back into the suitcase. Amid the pleasant clink of coins, Bergman wrote up a new legal dragon breeding certificate for Kyle. It was the same complicated incantation as before, and when Bergman signed his name, the magic in the contract activated. Of course, he added a long string of clauses and conditions to the parchment, restrictions meant to prevent the holder from harming dragons or using them for any sort of illicit trade. Kyle didn't object, after all, he had no intention of doing either. Dragon blood and scales weren't worth much. Once he got back, he could probably stew dragon blood just for the taste and still have more than enough to get sick of it. When Bergman handed over the second parchment sealed with contract magic, Kyle finally let a satisfied, almost triumphant, smile cross his face. These 2 documents were, aside from Ariana, the biggest rewards of the entire trip. Both parties seemed to worry the other might suddenly regret everything, so the moment the deal was done, they stood up in perfect unison. How about staying for a meal? Bergman asked with a smile. No thanks. I've still got a few things to handle, I need to get back to London as soon as possible, Kyle replied. In a place where even a wealthy guest would be served nothing more than wild herbs and roots, Kyle didn't expect to find much worth sticking around for. He'd rather get going. Of course, Bergman was only being polite. Right now, the reserve barely had enough food for its own people, there was no way they had enough to entertain guests. That said, in another hour, that would no longer be the case. Kyle and Dumbledore returned to the beech tree where they had arrived, without asking Bergman to see them off. Dumbledore kept glancing at him, wanting to speak several times but unable to find the right words. It's all right, Professor. You'll understand soon enough why I did all this, Kyle said with a smile, pulling out the 2 parchments. Once your memory comes back. Dumbledore shook his head slowly. Maybe I can guess. These conditions that seem harsh would be a bad deal for anyone else, but for you, they're just right. They're just a bonus, or more accurately, a prerequisite, Kyle said. It's the second contract that I was really after. He opened his hand and let the 2 parchments fall to the ground. Hide them well, he said softly, flicking a single galleon into the air. Under Dumbledore's puzzled gaze, a niffler suddenly sprang out of nowhere. It snatched the coin first, of course, then grabbed the parchments and darted into a crack in the ground. What are you doing? Dumbledore asked, baffled. Hiding them, of course, Kyle replied. The contract says 98 years. But what if I take it back using a time turner and it doesn't recognize the time jump? That's why the safest plan is to make sure it really experiences the full 98 years, down to the second. And for that, I need to stash it somewhere secure. Ah. Dumbledore opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. He hadn't expected Kyle to be this thorough. But Kyle had no other choice. After this trip, he likely wouldn't be able to use that time turner again. He had to account for every possible complication. What if he went back and the contract only counted a day as having passed? At least with a magical contract, the parchment wouldn't rot or decay with time. At worst, it was a little extra work, far better than having all his effort go to waste. Before long, the Niffler leapt out from the crack again. These magical creatures had an odd but incredibly useful ability, they could slip through just about any gap. Even the metal vaults in Muggle banks were no more secure to a Niffler than an open cabinet. That's why they weren't just expert treasure hunters, they were brilliant at hiding things too, provided, of course, they weren't interested in the object themselves. If it had been a coin or a gem, chances were it would have ended up in their pouch for good. But a parchment covered in writing. The Niffler didn't care in the slightest. Did you hide it properly? Kyle asked. The Niffler patted its chest with its tiny paws, as if to say, you can count on me. Excellent. Kyle tossed another gold coin to the wide-eyed Niffler. While all this was going on, Dumbledore stood by silently. Only after the Niffler dove back into Kyle's suitcase did he finally speak. Can we go back now? Not yet, Kyle said, sounding a little sheepish. Actually, there's still one more thing I need to take care of. One more thing. Dumbledore looked visibly exasperated. How long has he even been here? Wasn't Kyle supposed to be here to take him back? Why did it feel like Kyle was the one running errands? It's just a small thing, really. I'll be quick. Kyle thought for a moment, then said, how about this, you rest here for a bit, and I'll go alone. I'll be back as soon as I can. Seeing how frail Dumbledore looked, Kyle wasn't entirely confident he could manage another long-distance trip. And like he said, this really was the last task left. If all went well, he'd be back in a few minutes, no need for both of them to go. Dumbledore considered it and agreed. Though he wasn't so weak that he couldn't use apparition or a portkey, they still had to use the time turner afterward. Spanning almost 100 years in one go was no small feat, better to save up a bit of energy. I'll be back soon, Kyle said, snapping off a twig from a nearby branch. Portus. The twig began to vibrate and emit a faint blue glow, and in the next instant, it whisked Kyle away. For long-distance travel, Kyle still preferred portkeys over the more mentally exhausting apparition. He passed through a swirling blur of colors and landed moments later on solid ground. The barren mountain landscape transformed into a lively pub, though no one around him seemed the least bit surprised by his sudden appearance. They were all wizards, this sort of thing was old news to them. Kyle didn't pay them any attention either. He adjusted his robes and strode confidently through the leaky cauldron, heading into Diagon Alley through the back courtyard. Hogwarts must have been about to start term, first-year students had already received their letters. Compared to his last visit, Diagon Alley was bustling. Wizards of every age filled the streets, but the 11-year-olds stood out the most, soon-to-be first-years who gawked and shouted in amazement at every shop window like they'd never seen the world before. Easy to spot, really. Kyle squeezed past the crowds and stopped in front of a shop located in the middle of Diagon Alley. The last time he'd passed by, the shop had a closed sign hanging on the door. Now, the sign was gone, and the owner was inside, enthusiastically showing off his merchandise to a group of young witches and wizards, none of them looked older than their early teens. Biting frisbee. Looks like a normal plate, right? But try to eat off it and it'll leap up and bite you right on the nose. Sharp eye, young man. These are fresh-picked Sour Blast pods. One bite and you'll lose your sense of taste for the entire day. Kyle raised an eyebrow. He hadn't paid close attention before, but listening to the shopkeeper now, he realized, was this a joke shop from 100 years ago? A little over a month ago, back when he first arrived in Diagon Alley, Kyle had bought a dragon eggshell from this very shop. An Antipodean opali shell, one of the core ingredients for brewing Felix Felicis. He had also paid a high price to place an order for a full dragon egg. At the time, the shop didn't have any in stock, and the owner said he'd have to go look elsewhere. That errand ended up lasting several days, far longer than they'd agreed. Kyle had assumed the worst, that the guy had gotten himself killed, probably robbed for the egg. Even in this era, a full dragon egg was rare enough to make anyone a target. Later, some dark wizards had caused trouble, and Kyle had been forced to leave Diagon Alley early to avoid being caught by the Aurors. Then came the situation with Ariana, and the whole dragon egg affair had gradually slipped from his mind. It wasn't until he was in the Romanian Dragon Reserve that Bergman mentioned dragon eggs, and Kyle suddenly remembered he still had unfinished business back in Diagon Alley. So he figured he'd drop by before heading home. He hadn't held out much hope. The shopkeeper had already been gone longer than promised, and dragon eggs were hard to come by. Still, if he could get another, that would be a stroke of luck. And with a portkey, the trip barely took any time at all. What he didn't expect was that the shopkeeper had actually returned. Maybe Kyle's stare was too direct, because the men, in the middle of pitching another product, instinctively turned toward the door. Their eyes met. "I'm sorry, kids," said the shop owner, Willie Tom, clearing his throat. "We're closed. If you need anything, come back when we open next time." "But it's not even noon yet," someone complained. "Then that just means it's lunchtime for me." Before anyone could argue, or even react, he forcefully shooed them all out and slammed the door shut behind them. "Are you insane?" He turned and growled at Kyle, who had appeared inside without him noticing. "The Aurors are hunting you everywhere, and you have the nerve to show up in Diagon Alley, broad daylight, no less, and park yourself in front of my shop. You're not worried about dragging me down with you?" "Not at all," Kyle replied matter-of-factly. "Even if you get hauled off to Azkaban, what's it got to do with me? I wouldn't care." Willie Tom was momentarily speechless. As harsh as it sounded, he had to admit, it was painfully true. And now that he mentioned it, Kyle suddenly remembered, right, the Aurors were still after him. So much had happened recently that he'd honestly forgotten. Aurors these days are really this committed. It's been what, a month? They're still not letting it go. "So, you really killed Horlick and those people?" the shopkeeper asked, clearly curious. "You shouldn't throw around baseless accusations like that." "I don't know any Horlick." "Keep slandering me, and I might just report you to the Aurors," Kyle said. Naturally, he wasn't going to admit anything. He hadn't done a thing. Those people just happened to fall asleep after looking at his trunk. Maybe they were just the sleepy type. Not his fault. The shopkeeper didn't respond. He wanted to tell Kyle that the Ministry's Aurors had already identified him as the true culprit behind the deaths of 5 wizards, and that they'd even received clearance to kill on sight if necessary. At this point, denying it was meaningless. But the words never made it out. It wasn't like it was some closely guarded secret anyway. Kyle only needed to walk a few steps outside to see the wanted posters plastered all over the walls. Saying it out loud might just scare him off, and Willie Tom knew exactly why Kyle had come. And right now, the last thing Willie Tom wanted was for Kyle to get caught by the Aurors. Not because he cared, but because of the Galleons. "Thank Merlin," he said, switching to a far more pleasant tone. "I was starting to think that thing would fall back into my hands. I didn't think you'd have the guts to come back. I just came to see if you'd been robbed or killed by some other wizard." Since the shopkeeper brought it up, Kyle didn't bother beating around the bush. "Looks like you managed to get your hands on what I ordered." "Of course I did," Willie Tom said confidently. "Taking something from me isn't that easy." "Then hand it over," Kyle said. "I'm in a hurry, and I'm guessing you'd prefer I don't linger around your shop either." Now, don't say that. You're one of my best customers." Despite the flattery, he moved quickly, stepping over to a painting and whispering something to the figure inside. With a click, the painting swung open, revealing a hidden compartment that looked like a vault. From inside, Willie Tom pulled out a round, heavy egg. How to describe it? The egg looked rather unremarkable, like any old oval-shaped stone you might find by the roadside. It was a dull, grayish-green, covered in pitted black spots. Something like that, if tossed near a riverbank, wouldn't attract a second glance from a passerby. But in Kyle's eyes, it gleamed. A Romanian longhorn egg. If there was any fire-breathing dragon rarer than most in the magical world, the Romanian longhorn was definitely among them. For a dragon, they were relatively gentle, massive in size, produced a generous amount of dragon blood, and most notably, had a pair of golden horns on their head that were worth a fortune. In fact, just one pair of horns could match the value of half a common Welsh green. That's why professional dragon hunters had always favored them, and naturally, their numbers had dwindled over the years. Kyle had always suspected the dragon reserve was built in Romania precisely to protect this native species more easily. He hadn't expected it. Willie Tom had really brought back something this rare. For a Romanian longhorn, 200 galleons was a fair price. "You've got a sharp eye, that's for sure," Willie Tom said smugly. "I had to sink a lot of galleons into this one. Nearly got nabbed by Aurors from the Ministry, too." He launched into a rambling account of all the trouble he'd gone through to secure the egg, how many dangers he'd faced, and how close he came to disaster. But to Kyle, every word practically screamed the same thing. He wants to raise the price. If it had been yesterday, Kyle might have tossed him an extra 10 galleons or so out of courtesy. But now, no chance. Thud. A heavy pouch hit the table. "That's the remaining payment we agreed on. With the deposit I gave you earlier, that's exactly 200 galleons. If you think it's not enough, feel free to report me to the Aurors." I'm sure they'd pay handsomely for a solid tip. Chapter 851, Enthusiastic Friends. If you think it's too little, you can report me. Willie Tom broke into a cold sweat the moment he saw Kyle's smile. Even though it was a warm August day and they were indoors, a bone-deep chill ran through him. It was his instinct screaming at him. Some wizards possessed strange talents, like altering their appearance at will or communicating with magical creatures. Willie Tom had a gift too. His sensitivity to danger far surpassed that of the average wizard. And that talent had saved his life more than once. He had indeed planned to leak Kyle's whereabouts to the Aurors. That way, he could clear himself of suspicion and collect a hefty reward. Why wouldn't he? In fact, he had already done just that. Willie Tom had it all figured out. He'd stall a bit over the price, then complete the deal the moment he sensed the timing was right. Even if he lost some money on the sale, it didn't matter, as long as Kyle was arrested after he'd left the shop. By then, he'd already have the money from the dragon egg. And even if Kyle pointed the finger at him, he'd just deny it all. Besides, he was the one who tipped off the Aurors, no way they'd dare touch him after that. Better yet, if Kyle was captured, he'd pocket a full 100 galleons in bounty. And if Kyle managed to slip away, he'd still earn 30 galleons for the lead. A win-win. No, he won both times. As for integrity, what did it matter when the customer was someone who likely wouldn't return to Diagon Alley? Better to squeeze the most profit out of the situation. But now, staring at Kyle's calm smile and feeling the cold sweat trickling down his back, Willie Tom's galleon-clouded brain finally began to stir. He finally remembered, this man wasn't some harmless lamb. He was the dangerous figure who had killed 5 wizards and still managed to get away clean. Willie Tom wasn't afraid of Horlick, and he figured their strengths were about even. But if this man could take out Horlick and 4 others at once, then killing him would be even easier. His heart began to pound wildly. Watching Kyle idly toying with his wand, his knees nearly gave out from the tension. His instincts told him that even if the Aurors did show up and arrest Kyle, he wouldn't live to see it. What now? Willie Tom was filled with regret. It was all Kyle's fault. His gentle, harmless demeanor and extravagant spending had made him drop his guard and overlook the threat right in front of him. Fortunately, Kyle didn't seem to have figured out his real intentions. He probably just thought he was trying to hike the price. There was still time to turn things around. Willie Tom took a deep breath and forced himself to steady his nerves. How could it be too little? Didn't we agree on this, he said, briskly placing the dragon egg on the table. It's yours now. Oh. Kyle raised an eyebrow. Shouldn't the Aurors take a bit longer to get here? You're not going to stall for time anymore. What are you talking about? I don't understand, Willie Tom stammered, his heart racing. Aurors? Why would they come to Diagon Alley? But you'd better be careful. The big shop behind Horlick doesn't seem willing to let you go. Is that so? Kyle stepped forward, stopping in front of the painting that served as a safe. He reached out and brushed his fingers along the frame. Then maybe you can tell me, where did the person in this painting go? He might have, gone into another frame, Willie Tom muttered. With Kyle's back turned to him, he spotted an opening and carefully slid his hand into his pocket. Left all these valuables behind just to go visiting? Kyle said with a faint chuckle. Peeking inside, he saw a golden crown and a gemstone the size of an egg hidden behind the painting, both clearly worth a fortune. With a stranger in the room, and such valuable items lying about, the portrait that acted as the door lock had conveniently gone off to another frame. Even Neville wouldn't fall for such a pathetic excuse. Combining that with what he'd just heard, Kyle was now sure the portrait had gone to raise the alarm. The Aurors would be surrounding the place any moment now. It made sense. 5 wizards were dead, there was no way the Ministry would let this blow over quietly. He just wondered how big the bounty was. Big enough, apparently, for this shopkeeper to risk everything just to turn him in. Stupefy. A sharp cry rang out from behind him. Kyle didn't react. He didn't even turn his head. It worked. Willie Tom rejoiced. He hadn't expected it to go this smoothly. At this range, there was no way the man could react in time or draw his wand. Maybe he'd overthought it. How could someone so slow possibly have killed Horlick and his men? It must have been other wizards who did it, then pinned it on this rich fool. But so what? The Ministry had already made up its mind, this man was their culprit. Once the stunning spell knocked him out, Willie Tom could clean him out, take all his money and the goods he'd bought, and then hand him over to the incoming Aurors for a nice fat reward. How much could he make from a wealthy wizard like this? 1,000 galleons. 2,000, maybe even more. Greed blazed in Willie Tom's eyes. However, in the very next second, that greed was swept away by terror. His stunning spell, aimed straight at Kyle, was stopped less than an inch from its target by a silver shield that appeared out of nowhere. The shield was tiny, only the size of a palm, but even such a small shield had effortlessly blocked what should have been a sure hit. Willie Tom hadn't even seen when the spell was cast. But there was no time to dwell on that. The stunning spell rebounded instantly and shot back toward him. Willie Tom instinctively tried to dodge, only to realize that something had locked his wand hand in place. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't move it. It was a long, thin vine, dotted with several small, round orange fruits. Snargaluff. The name surfaced in his mind, and then everything went black. The stunning spell struck him square in the forehead. Willie Tom didn't even let out a sound before collapsing to the ground with a heavy thud. That's it. Kyle blinked in surprise. He hadn't expected it to end so quickly. A wizard capable of acquiring a dragon egg should have had at least some skill. Yet the moment his plan had barely begun, it was already over. Even the bowtruckle that had crept out at some point seemed dazed. It glanced from the unconscious Willie Tom to Kyle, as if asking what to do next. Forget it. Get the niffler and start moving the goods, Kyle said after a moment's thought. Make sure to search thoroughly. The bowtruckle nodded, then hopped onto the stunned Willie Tom and deftly slipped the ring off his finger. 3 minutes later. A group of wizards in black robes strode quickly through Diagon Alley. Ours, you're finally here, said Mr. Tom, standing at the door as if he were greeting his saviors. Yes, Mr. Tom, but a closer look revealed a flicker of amusement in his eyes, an expression more fitting for a prankster than a greedy shopkeeper. Unfortunately, none of the arriving Aurors noticed. Spare us the chatter. Where is he? The lead Auror asked coldly. Inside. Tom pushed open the door, and the Aurors immediately spotted a figure lying on the floor. From his clothing to his face, he matched their description exactly. No mistake, this was the wizard who had thrown around gold like candy in Diagon Alley a month ago and slaughtered Horlick and his group. But why was such a dangerous man lying there unconscious? Shouldn't it be the shopkeeper on the ground? The lead Auror turned his head instinctively. It went like this, Tom said, feigning lingering fear. He tried to ambush me, but I caught on in time. You managed that. The Auror raised an eyebrow, his voice thick with doubt and disdain. If someone this dangerous could be taken down so easily by a shopkeeper, what had their efforts over the past few days even amounted to? Of course I don't have that kind of ability, Tom said with a sycophantic grin. But I was lucky. After what happened to Horlick and the others, I've been on edge. So I spent a fortune to get a magic ring, this one. He held up his hand, revealing a sapphire-studded ring. It can automatically trigger a shield charm once. He thought his spell would hit for sure, so he didn't guard himself, ended up getting knocked out by the rebound. Honestly, I was scared out of my mind just now. Shame about the ring though, he added with a sigh. It cost me a fortune, and now it's ruined. You should count yourself lucky, the Auror said, giving him a sideways glance. If you were the one lying on the floor, you probably wouldn't be alive right now. After noticing that this was a magic goods shop, the Auror stopped questioning Tom's story. Shopkeepers like this always had a few items tucked away for protection or sale. A shield charm ring was rare, sure, but not impossible to obtain for someone willing to spend enough. More importantly, such items were incredibly discreet, and could cast spells without words or wands. If caught off guard, even an experienced Auror like him could fall victim to one. Yes, you're absolutely right. Boss Tom nodded repeatedly. As they spoke, the other Aurors had already brought the man out. After confirming he was still alive, they prepared to leave. Wait, hold on a second. Boss Tom called after them. What is it now? It's about the reward. You know, to catch that guy, I had to sacrifice a rather valuable magic ring. I'm really counting on the bounty to recover my losses. We're just here to catch suspects. If you want the reward, take it up with the ministry. The Auror turned to leave, but that pesky shopkeeper stepped in front of him again. Wait. If you keep pestering me, I'll arrest you too, the Auror snapped impatiently. No, you've misunderstood. Tom gave an awkward smile. It's just. I have a shop to run, and I really don't have time to go all the way to the ministry. How about this, you give me half now, and we'll call it even. The rest of the bounty can be my treat for everyone at the Leaky Cauldron. Oh. The Auror's eyes flickered. He shifted his stance slightly, blocking the view of the other Aurors, and lowered his voice. You sure about that? That's 50 galleons. I'd be lying if I said I didn't care, Tom said with a small smile. But you all came to my rescue so quickly, I'm grateful. Think of the 50 galleons as a token of appreciation, a friendly gesture. Besides, if that guy has any accomplices, I'm still in danger as the informant. I might need your help again. You can count on us. We Aurors never let dangerous types roam free. The Auror gave a grin, then turned to the others. Take him back. I've got one last thing to follow up on. This kind of action wasn't exactly regulation, but since it came from a superior, the others didn't protest. They left with the suspect in tow. The remaining Auror headed straight for Gringotts. When he came out a few minutes later, he was holding a small pouch. He handed it to Tom. Neither of them said a word, but the look they exchanged sealed an unspoken agreement. Once the Aurors had all left, Diagon Alley gradually returned to its usual bustle. New students resumed their shopping for the school year, and no one paid much attention to the shop that had quietly closed its doors again. As for the shopkeeper, he clearly had something urgent to deal with. After locking up, he made a beeline for the leaky cauldron. He had no choice. After all, the man the Aurors had just taken away wasn't real. The Aurors might not care much about the real Willy Tom, but when it came to galleons, they were dead serious. Any later, and it might have been too late to get away. Sure enough, not long after, the Aurors returned, faster than before. This time, they didn't spare anyone in their path, roughly shoving aside anyone who got in the way. Confused bystanders watched curiously, whispering to each other about what was going on. The lead Auror stormed up to the tightly shut shop, drew his wand without a word, and blasted the door open. Boom, a deafening bang startled everyone nearby. But when the Auror stepped inside and took in the scene, his face flushed with rage and embarrassment. The entire shop had been cleaned out. The once stocked shelves were now bare, not even a scrap of parchment remained. "You idiots," he roared, practically fuming. "Not one of you noticed the suspect had been transfigured? Is this what being an Auror means to you? Pathetic. Like you noticed it yourself," the others thought silently. But no one dared say it out loud. "Go. Find him," the lead Auror roared. "I don't care if you have to tear up the street, bring me that damn con artist. I'll make sure he rots in Azkaban with the Dementors." The Aurors scattered at once. But it was already too late. At that very moment, the boss Tom they were searching for had already used a portkey, and was now thousands of miles away, in Romania. Dumbledore tensed immediately as the stranger suddenly appeared, wand at the ready. "Who are you?" he demanded, aiming his wand directly at the man. "Relax, Professor, it's me." Dumbledore froze. At this moment, there was only one person who would still call him Professor. "Kyle." "It's me," Kyle confirmed. Looks like the timing was just about right." As he spoke, Boss Tom began to change, his potbelly vanished, and short black hair grew in to replace the thinning strands. "Kyle," Dumbledore asked, more puzzled than ever, "what on earth were you up to?" "Oh, just a little issue, it's handled now," Kyle replied with a grin, having returned to his usual appearance. "Couldn't be helped. Someone was a little too enthusiastic, insisted on giving me a whole pile of galleons. I really couldn't turn them down." "Insisted on giving you galleons?" Dumbledore didn't believe a single word. He'd earned quite a reputation himself over the years, made plenty of friends, yet not one had ever insisted on giving him galleons. He was certain Kyle was hiding something. And that look earlier, he'd definitely taken Polyjuice Potion. But what on earth had happened that made Kyle disguise himself? Dumbledore was deeply curious, but Kyle's next words put an end to any further questioning. "Professor, it's time we head back. I'm sure you can't wait to see Ariana." "Right." Dumbledore immediately walked over. Whatever Kyle had been up to, nothing mattered more than seeing Ariana again. Kyle took out the golden pocket watch and pulled a long, gleaming chain from its top. The chain was just long enough to loop around both of them. Then he began to turn the watch's hands. The Philosopher's Stone glowed red, lighting up the dial. The red glow was noticeably dimmer than it had been on their way here, but it should still be enough to bring them both back. Hopefully, Kyle thought. Probably. This is it. After adjusting the hands to the proper position, Kyle let go. The red glow from the time turner began to spread, racing along the chain from end to end, enveloping both Kyle and Dumbledore in light. Their forms gradually faded, until they vanished completely from sight. Chapter 852, Return. Even though Kyle had already gone through it once, he still felt a wave of nausea as the time turner activated. It was as if all sound vanished. A low, constant buzzing filled his ears, and everything around him turned into a swirl of shifting, multicolored blurs. He could just barely make out Dumbledore at his side and the time turner gripped tightly in his hand. As the hands of the device spun, the red glow wrapped around them grew fainter and fainter, clear proof that the magic of the Philosopher's Stone was being rapidly consumed. And perhaps because there were now two of them, the rate of depletion was far faster than when Kyle had traveled here alone. Kyle had no idea whether the Philosopher's Stone would last long enough to bring them back to the correct point in time, or what would happen if it didn't. Maybe they'd end up in a random year. Maybe they'd be hurled back another 100 years. Either way, it was a scenario Kyle desperately wanted to avoid. He had no sense of how long it lasted, but slowly, the swirling blur began to clear. He could see houses springing up from the ground at a surreal speed, built in the blink of an eye. Saplings shot up into towering trees, growing at an almost impossible pace. Everything around him seemed to be unfolding at 10 times the normal speed, if not more. Kyle knew the journey through time was nearly over. Finally, the Philosopher's Stone inside the time-turner went completely dim. The red glow vanished, and the world around them returned to its normal pace. The buzzing in his ears was replaced by a chaotic burst of singing, loud, off-key, and lacking any clear melody. It was all shouts and emotion, no technique to speak of. This is a bar. Kyle glanced around. A group of tall, broad-shouldered men with sun-darkened skin sat at the worn bar. One of them was the source of the song he'd heard. They all had oversized tankards in hand, and the air was thick with the pungent scent of strong spirits. Kyle had the distinct feeling he'd been here before. Right, the Oak Barrel pub. He recognized the dragon emblem above the bar. This was the one near the Dragon Reserve. Charlie had brought him here the last time he visited Romania. Just like when he appeared in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, the time-turner only shifted time, not location. Since they'd left from Romania, it made sense they'd return to Romania. What Kyle hadn't expected was that the iconic beech tree from before stood right beside the oak barrel. Strangely, no one around them seemed to notice their sudden appearance, at least, not until Dumbledore, weakened and unsteady, accidentally knocked over a bottle of liquor on a nearby table. "Hey! What do you think you're doing?" Only then did the men at the table realize 2 strangers had suddenly joined them. They shot to their feet in anger, rolling up their sleeves, clearly ready to give the newcomers a piece of their minds. But the moment they recognized who had knocked over the bottle, their aggression vanished in an instant. "Oh, Mr. Dumbledore. I can't believe it's really you." Kyle finally allowed himself a small sigh of relief. The men recognized Dumbledore and didn't seem surprised to see him. That meant the worst-case scenario hadn't happened, they'd made it back to the correct time. But this was no time to relax. Dumbledore was in rough shape, swaying as if he might collapse at any second. And thanks to that outburst, more and more eyes were turning their way. The Oak Barrel pub, being closest to the Dragon Reserve, was always a mix of people, tourists, dragon handlers, and more than a few shady characters. If any of them noticed how frail Dumbledore looked right now, there was no telling what kind of thoughts they might have. It wasn't highly likely, given Dumbledore's reputation, but it wasn't impossible either. People who dabbled in dark magic weren't exactly known for rational thinking. There was no predicting what kind of mad ideas they might cook up. Better to be cautious. As Kyle considered what excuse he could use to deflect attention, a sudden burst of bright fire lit up the bar. A phoenix swooped down from midair, grabbed Dumbledore by the shoulder, and vanished with him in another flash of flames. For a moment, the entire bar froze. Even Kyle was dumbfounded. Wait, what just happened? That was Fawkes. Under normal circumstances, it had to be Fawkes. After all, the magical world only knew of one phoenix. But hadn't Fawkes burned up to provide materials for repairing the Philosopher's Stone? He shouldn't have grown back this quickly. And more importantly, even if Fawkes was here to retrieve someone, shouldn't he have taken both of them? Why only Dumbledore? Kyle stared, expressionless. He couldn't help but feel a bit slighted by Fawkes' very selective rescue, but only a little. Given Dumbledore's current condition, he really wasn't fit to be out in public. Kyle, on the other hand, was fine, and there were some things he'd need to handle personally anyway. As for where Fawkes had taken Dumbledore, that wasn't hard to guess. Hogwarts. The Hog's Head. Nicholas Flamel's Manor. There were only a few places where Dumbledore would feel truly safe. After a while, there was still no sign of Fawkes returning. Dumbledore's brief appearance at the Oak Barrel pub had caused quite a stir. People were abuzz with speculation. Why had he come here, and more importantly, what had happened to put him in such an unusual state? Some had already noticed that Dumbledore looked extremely weak, as if he'd suffered serious injuries. They were eager to know, who could possibly have harmed the greatest white wizard of their age? Was it the rumored Dark Lord? Since the Death Eater's influence hadn't reached Romania, most people here had only heard vague stories, tales of a terrifying dark wizard wreaking havoc in England and turning the entire country upside down. But what this so-called Dark Lord had actually done, or even what he looked like, no one could say for certain. As for Kyle, standing beside Dumbledore, no one seemed to associate him with the old wizard. They just assumed he was a bystander who happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Kyle was more than happy to leave it that way. Naturally, he offered no explanation. He casually took an empty seat at the bar and spent a galleon on a glass of brandy. The price matched what he expected. Still, as he handed over the coin, Kyle couldn't help thinking back to 100 years ago. Back then, a single galleon could buy everyone in the bar around. Now it barely covered one drink. That kind of inflation was a little hard to stomach. He took a sip of his brandy and listened in on the surrounding conversations, quietly gathering useful information. Every now and then, he would chime in. In a place like this, filled with travelers, strangers starting up casual conversations wasn't unusual. While some might be annoyed at having their chat interrupted, no one thought it was strange. And Kyle's generosity certainly helped. Every time he asked a question, he ordered the other person a brandy as well. Unsurprisingly, people were happy to talk. It didn't take long for Kyle to get the information he wanted. He could now confirm without a doubt, he was truly back, just a little earlier than expected. It was only August. No wonder Fawkes had been able to take Dumbledore away. He hadn't undergone rebirth yet. Also, if Kyle remembered correctly, today was the very day Dumbledore had used the time turner. Coincidence? Kyle didn't think so. The Philosopher's Stone inside the time turner had been repaired by Nicholas, who would know better than anyone how much magic it held. Sending them back to August might have been a deliberate choice, to fill the gap left by Dumbledore's earlier disappearance. Even the timing of the Phoenix's arrival was oddly precise. Maybe it could be explained by some mystical connection between Fawkes and Dumbledore, but to Kyle, it all felt a little too well-timed. Was it Dumbledore's doing? Maybe. But as Voldemort's longtime rival, it didn't seem like him to abandon Hogwarts and risk disappearing from this era just to travel back 100 years, especially after knowing the Elder Wand had been taken. Kyle hadn't questioned it before because Dumbledore had explained that Voldemort had been seriously wounded in the struggle for the Elder Wand and would need to hide and recover. That would bring a rare moment of peace to the wizarding world. And, sure enough, that was exactly what had happened. Since the incident in Godric's Hollow, Voldemort and his Death Eaters had largely gone quiet. Even the occasional skirmish with the Ministry of Magic had been avoided whenever possible. It was as if the wizarding world had suddenly reverted to how it was 2 years ago, tense beneath the surface, but outwardly calm. Still, now that Kyle thought about it, it was just as likely that Dumbledore had known he would return and had planned everything in advance. Or perhaps it had been Nicholas Flamel. Kyle remembered that his estate in Devon held a crystal ball far larger than normal. Fawkes might very well have taken Dumbledore there just now. Kyle tapped his fingers lightly on the tabletop, lost in thought. A moment later, he felt a tug at his robes. The Niffler had climbed up along the fabric and now perched at his side, chirping at him twice. "I know," Kyle said with a nod. He stood, left a few more coins on the counter, and walked out of the pub. Outside was the bustling gathering spot closest to the Dragon Reserve, just as lively as before. In addition to the permanent shops, plenty of people lined the roadside with cloth bags in hand, furtively offering their special goods to anyone who passed by. A whole dragon heart, still warm. Want it? Dragon hide coat, fresh from a Hungarian horntail. Dragon blood, half price, only a pint left. Kyle ignored them all. Let's be honest, if any of their goods were real, the dragon handlers would have already come knocking. In a place like this, selling fakes was a lot safer than selling the genuine article. He slipped into a quiet, secluded corner, made sure no one was watching, then pulled the Niffler out. The stuff. The Niffler reached into the pouch on his chest, rummaged around for a moment, and produced 2 pieces of parchment, one large, one small. Part of the reason Kyle had lingered at the Oak Barrel pub was to gather intel. The other was to give the Niffler time to dig these up. Before coming here, Kyle had deliberately hidden them, the sponsorship certificate and the legal dragon breeding permit. He'd chosen to return near the beech tree specifically so he could retrieve them as quickly as possible. Even the 98 years figure hadn't been chosen at random. From 1899 to now, it had been exactly 98 years. Grinning, Kyle eagerly took the parchments from Niffler's paws. Thanks to the protection of a magical contract, they'd held up surprisingly well. Even so, after nearly a century buried underground, they smelled of damp earth and had clearly discolored. Fortunately, the writing remained perfectly legible. He focused on the smaller parchment, or more precisely, on a complex symbol near Bergman's signature. That was the magical contract they'd signed. Once it took effect, the design would glow gold. Right now, though, it remained dull. No surprise there. When he'd last visited the reserve, it had been just before the Hogwarts term started. Now it was only early August, still a little ways off from the official 98-year mark. Kyle wasn't worried. He carefully tucked the documents into his suitcase. As for the sponsorship certificate, after nearly a century of accumulation, even modest returns would mean a solid profit. In short, he'd secured a legal dragon breeding license without spending a single galleon, and he might have even made money in the process. Especially considering the current reserve housed far more than 10 dragons. Still, there was no rush to cash it in. He planned to wait until the magical contract took effect, no point making an extra trip. First, he needed to find Dumbledore. And besides, he wanted to get back to England as soon as possible. Kyle hadn't forgotten his encounter with Voldemort in Godric's Hollow. That had been the closest he'd ever come to death. The timing of his return was just too suspicious, he had to see what was happening. But how to get back, that was the problem. Things were much easier in 1899. Apparition and portkeys were used freely. But now, the Ministry of Magic had clamped down hard. Only officially registered portkeys were permitted, and getting around had become a logistical nightmare. What if he tried mailing himself again via OWL? Kyle shook his head. No good, there wasn't enough time. Even under the best conditions, an OWL delivery to the UK would take at least a day or two. By then, the situation would have already played out. If all else failed, he'd just have to use a portkey. Kyle clenched his jaw. He did know a few people at the ministry, worst case, he'd pay a fine. It's not like he was short on galleons. He bent down to grab a stick, ready to turn it into a portkey, but before he could cast the spell, a flash of fire red appeared before him. Fox. The phoenix had returned, landing lightly on Kyle's shoulder. You. Kyle didn't even get the words out before a sudden, overwhelming dizziness swept over him from every direction. The next thing he knew, he was staring into the wrinkled, time-worn face of Nicholas Flamel. Welcome back, Nicholas said cheerfully. Albus thought you might have a few things left to pick up, so he figured it was better for Fox to come get you a little later. Dumbledore. Kyle rubbed his temples, still a bit dizzy, and glanced around. This was Nicholas's estate in Devon. Dumbledore was lying on a nearby sofa, looking far better than he had before. On the table beside him sat an empty potion bottle. Clearly, Nicholas had prepared a brew for him. A potion capable of restoring someone from that level of exhaustion in such a short time wasn't common, it had to have been prepared in advance. Which only made Kyle more certain of his suspicions. You knew, didn't you? That I'd go save Professor Dumbledore. And that I'd come back at this exact time, he asked directly. You could say that, Nicholas replied. Because of a prophecy. Prophecy. Nicholas looked momentarily surprised, then shook his head. No, definitely not. Prophecies aren't nearly as mystical as people like to think. Most of the time, they're vague and don't reveal anything concrete. The reason I knew is, because I've seen you before. Huh. Kyle frowned. Of course you've seen me before. Not now, Nicholas clarified. I mean back in 1899. You were at Beauxbatons, washing your face with a little girl at the magical fountain. You saw me. Kyle's eyes widened. He and Ariana hadn't seen Nicholas anywhere nearby during their time at Beauxbatons. If they had, Kyle would have avoided showing himself no matter what. I saw you, Nicholas said with a smile. But I didn't remember that memory until today. That's when I realized something must have gone wrong for Dumbledore in the past. Unfortunately, by then, he'd already used the time turner. It was too late to warn him. All I could do was prepare potions he might need ahead of time. And Fox. That was me, Dumbledore said, sitting up from the sofa. Now that he had returned to the correct timeline, all of his lost memories had come flooding back. The Phoenix comes whenever a Dumbledore needs him most. And in that moment, I happened to be the one in need. Chapter 853, Return to Godric's Hollow. Kyle finally understood why Nicholas had stayed so calm after Dumbledore's disappearance, and why, when Kyle decided to use the time turner, Nicholas had been able to prepare everything in record time. It wasn't just a month's effort. He'd spent nearly 3 months getting ready to repair the time turner, starting right from that moment. And his insistence that Kyle be the one to use it, completely ignoring Professor McGonagall's suggestion, made sense now too. Nicholas had known all along. He knew Kyle would be the one to rescue Dumbledore, and that he'd succeed. That's why he brushed off McGonagall's proposal and even made a personal trip to Hogwarts to ensure the time turner ended up in Kyle's hands. Ink. Thunderbird quill. These are restricted trade items. Better not take them out just yet. The Riem horn, though, half of it could be sold to the Quidditch boutique. They'd probably pay a premium for a material this rare. Kyle sat at the table, casually sorting through his haul, mostly because there wasn't much else to do at the moment. Although Dumbledore had taken the potion Nicholas had prepared and recovered his memories, his physical condition had been so poor that Nicholas had insisted on a thorough follow-up check. Now the spacious house was empty except for Kyle, and the small mountain of magical materials piled up beside him. All of it had been bought 100 years ago. Once he got back to Diagon Alley and flipped these items, he'd easily earn 10 times what he paid. And that was being conservative. Many of them were banned trade items, hard to sell through legal means. Take Thunderbird quills, for example, banned from sale 2 decades ago. Official channels wouldn't touch them. But that applied only to official channels. It took Kyle a good half hour to sort everything out. If not for the absurd cost of using a time turner, each trip practically requiring a full Philosopher's Stone, this kind of time-hopping material trade might have made a decent career. Oh, and there were also these. Kyle glanced toward the batch of gifts Willie Tom had left him. Most of it was just novelty junk, cheap joke items, limited in variety, nowhere near as elaborate as today's. They weren't worth much. Still, they were vintage. Late last century. Technically antiques. That gave them some collector value. He might be able to sell them to Fred and George for a tidy sum. After a while, Nicholas and Dumbledore finally reappeared. Kyle turned to see Dumbledore's face had regained some color at last. "Thank you for bringing me back," Dumbledore said as he walked over. "I must apologize for my recklessness." "No need for that, Professor," Kyle waved him off before he could continue. "We both know what you did wasn't reckless, it was inevitable. There's no way you'd have just stood by and done nothing." "You're right," Dumbledore admitted with a faint, helpless smile. Let Ariana die in front of him again. He couldn't. Even if he had to do it all over again, he'd still make the same choice. The only part that left him uneasy was dragging Kyle into it. "Still, it all turned out well," Kyle said, standing up and gesturing toward the valuable haul beside him. "And I've been well compensated. Now it's just a matter of waiting 2 more months and everything will wrap up perfectly." He was referring to the moment when he, the future version of himself, would use the time turner. Right now, Dumbledore was fine, but this timeline still had 2 Kyles in it. That meant he was still under the time turner's influence. "Oh, that reminds me," Nicholas said suddenly. "In the meantime, I'll be preparing another potion for you, to make sure your thoughts don't get muddled afterward." "Another potion?" Kyle asked. "You mean that raspberry juice-looking one?" "Technically, it's called an awakening draft," Nicholas said with a smile. 2 months is no short stretch. Without the draft, time itself will start affecting your mind. Not severely, but it won't be pleasant. Kyle shrugged, not denying it. Nicholas was right. He remembered being a little off back then. He'd kept making small, inexplicable mistakes, as if his intelligence had dipped. That was the influence of time. Time naturally rejected things that shouldn't exist, like him, someone from 2 months in the future. And since both Kyles were, in essence, the same person, that rejection would act on both ends, causing confusion in their thoughts. The longer it went on, the stronger the effect. As for the awakening draft, according to Nicholas, its function was like a magical shield, a kind of protective layer, designed to resist time's rejection, like a shield charm for the mind. "Need a hand?" Kyle asked. "No need. Besides, you probably don't have the time," Nicholas said, chuckling. "But if you get the chance, I'd appreciate it if you could bring me some double-eared knotgrass. My supply's running low." "Ah, sure, no problem." Kyle nodded. If it had been anything else, rue, didn't he, mandrake, he could have pulled it out of his case on the spot. But double-eared knotgrass. That he didn't have. Not because it was rare. The stuff just smelled awful. He hadn't bothered planting it in his suitcase garden, and there were very few potions that actually required it. As far as Kyle knew, it was only used in small amounts when brewing polyjuice potion. "There's no rush," said Nicholas. "Would you like to stay for some afternoon tea?" "Ah, sure." Kyle glanced at the time and nodded. To be honest, it was more like a very late lunch. He'd barely eaten all day and was starving. Soon, the house elf Tata brought over a large platter of sandwiches and golden, crispy pork cutlets. It wasn't a lavish spread, but Kyle ate with great appetite, polishing off 3 cutlets in one go before finally setting down his utensils. "Finally, no more of those tooth-breaking potatoes from the Valley Bar," Kyle said, leaning back in his chair with a satisfied sigh. "I'm starting to think they boiled those potatoes a year ago. It's been over a month, and I haven't had a single one that wasn't rock hard." "The food there really is quite awful," Dumbledore agreed. "But, Professor," Kyle suddenly remembered something and asked, "did you know I was going to travel back in time long before it happened?" "What makes you ask that?" Dumbledore looked over at him. "Because you saw me, during your graduation exams," Kyle said. "I just arrived in the past and happened to come across your exams. I couldn't help but follow out of curiosity. You even cast a Confundus charm on Professor Marchbanks to convince her to let a total stranger like me into the exam room. I used a Confundus charm on a proctor. Did I really do something that outrageous in my youth?" Dumbledore blinked, clearly trying to remember. "You absolutely did." Kyle shot him a look. "And you were quite proud of it, too. Told me using the Confundus charm successfully on Professor Marchbanks was the real final exam." A faint flush crept up Dumbledore's face. Truth be told, he'd completely forgotten. But then again, considering what he'd been like in his youth, a gifted wizard raised on praise and full of confidence, it wasn't all that surprising. "We also ran into each other in Nocturne Alley," Kyle continued. "I'm sorry, I really don't remember." Dumbledore shook his head. "I've lived through so much. If I tried to record it all, I'd probably fill an extra bookshelf at the library. It's impossible to remember everyone I've met." "Is that so?" Kyle nodded, letting it drop. He didn't doubt Dumbledore's word. After all, even if he tried to recall everyone he'd met in his first year, he probably couldn't. And in Dumbledore's case, it had been 98 years since he'd graduated, and not just any 98 years, but ones packed with history. Kyle figured Grindelwald alone could fill up 2/3 of that memory. The remaining third would be shared between Voldemort and everyone else, leaving precious little for anyone else to be remembered. Maybe that was why he kept a pensieve in his office. Once Tata had cleared away the empty dishes, Kyle glanced at the sky outside and stood up. Heading out? Nicholas asked. Yeah. Kyle nodded. I'm going to check Diagon Alley for some double-eared knotgrass. If they don't have any, I'll try Hogwarts. I remember there used to be a small patch near the Forbidden Forest. Oh, no rush, I still have a bit left here. It's fine. I've got nothing else to do anyway, Kyle said, already heading out the door. But just as he was about to apparate, a hand landed on his shoulder. Professor. Kyle turned to see Dumbledore following after him. I'm just going to pick up a few things. I can handle it myself. I'm afraid it's not just a shopping trip, is it? Dumbledore said. I noticed you've been watching the clock since earlier, like you're keeping track of something. Did something happen while I was gone? Kyle hesitated for a moment, then nodded. In 2 hours, Bellatrix is going to lead the Death Eaters in an attack on Lupin's wedding. And the Dark Lord will be there too. What did you say? Dumbledore's hand trembled slightly. But don't worry, thanks to Fawkes, no one was killed, Kyle added quickly. And the Dark Lord didn't show up until everyone had already been evacuated. Then how do you know about it? Dumbledore asked, his voice low. Because I was the only one still there. Kyle shrugged. That was the first time I ever came face to face with him. I'm sorry. It was my fault. Dumbledore lowered his eyes. If I'd waited just one more day before leaving, maybe it wouldn't have happened. Yeah, Kyle said. The Cruciatus Curse isn't exactly a pleasant experience. Dumbledore's guilt only deepened at those words. Professor, Kyle said quietly, are you thinking about how to make it up to me? I can agree to any condition you name, said Dumbledore. Then give me Fawkes, Kyle blurted out. For some reason, the moment Kyle said that, Dumbledore's guilt seemed to ease a little. As much as I'd like to. He sighed. Fawkes doesn't belong to me, not in the way you mean. To be precise, we're partners. Whether he stays or goes is entirely up to him. Tisk, stingy, Kyle muttered with a pout. He hadn't really expected to pry the Phoenix away from Dumbledore that easily, but still, he was a little disappointed. So, you're heading to Godric's Hollow? Dumbledore asked, changing the subject. Yeah. Maybe it's just coincidence that I showed up at this exact time, but I can't help feeling uneasy, Kyle said. We're talking about the Dark Lord, after all. I'll come with you. Are you sure? Kyle glanced at him. What about your health? I'm fine, Dumbledore said softly. The potion Nicholas gave me worked well. I still feel a little weak, but I can use magic just fine. All right then. Kyle considered it for a moment and nodded. Having Dumbledore with him would certainly be reassuring. The two of them apparat to the outskirts of Godric's Hollow. Kyle, having lived here for a month before, was already familiar with the terrain and appeared on a secluded hillside. From here, he had a clear view of Quarter's house. No, wait, it should be called the Old Potter home now. The worn-down apothecary had long been replaced by a neat 2-story cottage. A second later, Dumbledore appeared beside him. When they arrived, the wedding was in full swing. Guests were out on the dance floor, moving in time with the band's music. Fred and George were there too. With only a small crowd in attendance, they'd taken it upon themselves to liven things up with their signature tap dance routine. Harry was present as well, playing the part of server, handing out drinks to anyone who stepped off the dance floor. Kyle couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. What is it? Dumbledore asked, curious. Oh, just a funny memory, Kyle replied. Quarter once told me he wanted me to be his child's godfather. Quarter Potter. Dumbledore paused, then couldn't help but smile. By his calculations, Quarter would be Harry's great-great-grandfather. His son, Henry Potter, was Harry's great-grandfather. Dumbledore could only imagine how Harry would feel if he learned that his classmate had become the godfather of one of his ancestors. It probably wouldn't sit too well. They waited a little longer as the sky slowly darkened. When exactly is Bellatrix supposed to arrive? Dumbledore asked. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a swirling black mass appeared in the distance, the cloaks of the Death Eaters. They're here, Kyle said. Bellatrix strode in front, her face twisted in a manic grin. Behind her, two barely conscious figures were tossed to the ground by the Death Eaters. It's the Tonks couple. Dumbledore recognized them at once, and he quickly pieced together how Bellatrix must have tracked down the Potter's ancestral home, likely through them, despite the Fidelius charm. What followed happened exactly as Kyle remembered. Bellatrix forcefully dispelled the protective enchantments, plunging the entire wedding into chaos. Dumbledore instinctively moved to intervene, but Kyle stopped him. "It's all right," Dumbledore said. "The other me has already left. It's fine if I step in now." "I know," Kyle replied. "But you weren't there in my memory." His eyes narrowed slightly as he quickly connected past events to the current timeline. That meant Dumbledore had been here with him at the time, but hadn't intervened. Why not? Given Dumbledore's personality, especially when it came to taking responsibility for his mistakes, he would never have stood idly by. Just moments ago, he'd been ready to act again without hesitation. Yet Kyle had no memory of Dumbledore appearing. Not once. There was only one explanation for that: something more urgent had delayed him, something that left no time to help. And what could be more urgent than saving members of the Order of the Phoenix? There was only one thing: intercepting Death Eater reinforcements, buying time for those at the wedding. The realization hit Kyle in an instant. "Professor, if you went up against the Dark Lord right now, could you hold him off? Or maybe even beat him?" "Tom." Dumbledore fell silent for a moment. He, too, had guessed what Kyle was thinking. "If it's just to stall him, yes. Then I think we've found our task." Kyle scanned the area, pulled out his broom, and flew south, toward the place where Voldemort had appeared. The only one who could have held Dumbledore back, kept him from helping the Order, was Voldemort. If Kyle's hunch was right, Voldemort hadn't arrived at the end of the battle. He'd been on his way much earlier, delayed by something. And they were that delay. Chapter 854, Orin's Past. Under the dim evening sky, Kyle sped forward on his broomstick. Dumbledore followed close behind, but without using any magical tools to assist him. Kyle had originally intended to wait for him, but Dumbledore showed no interest in sharing the same broom. He simply launched himself into the air with a leap. A swirling wind-like magic coiled around Dumbledore's feet, lifting him effortlessly into the sky. His flight was even smoother than Vinda Rosier's when Kyle had first seen her. And he wasn't slow either, keeping right behind Kyle, occasionally turning his head to glance at him. "It's all right, you don't need to worry about me. I can keep up," Dumbledore said. His voice was faint, carried off by the rushing wind, but to Kyle, it sounded particularly grating. "What do you mean, keep up? So what if you can fly?" "Well, fine." Flying was impressive. Kyle had to admit, among all forms of magic, flight was one of the rarest, and also one of the most useful. Whether in a direct confrontation or in retreat, it played a decisive role. But it was exceedingly rare. There were no records of it in the school library, not even in the restricted section. Most flying spells were the original creations of exceptionally gifted wizards. Take Voldemort, for example. He had a spell that let him transform into black mist, somewhat resembling an obscurus from a distance. It allowed for short-range flight and could be used in conjunction with apparition. Trusted Death Eaters had also learned this spell. When they moved together, they looked like a storm cloud rolling in, dark and oppressive. Grindelwald's followers used it too. Kyle had encountered them in a forest once and had paid dearly for the experience. Thinking about it, since Grindelwald could fly, it stood to reason that Dumbledore, who had spent decades locked in battle, and something more, with him, wouldn't have just chased him on foot the whole time. That Dumbledore could use flight magic made perfect sense. Kyle glanced at Dumbledore again, a surge of envy rising within him. He wanted to learn it. Of course, now wasn't the time. Kyle planned to ask Dumbledore about it after this whole ordeal was over. Even if he couldn't get the Phoenix, learning a flying spell wouldn't be a bad consolation. The two of them flew onward until they reached the outskirts of Godric's Hollow. Kyle was the first to jump off his broom. Ahead of them lay a small wooded area. Though it appeared empty, Kyle could feel the hidden danger lurking nearby. It was far too quiet, so quiet not even insects chirped. Definitely not normal. Suddenly, something shot toward him at high speed and seized him by the shoulder. Whoever it was had tremendous strength and pulled Kyle into the depths of the woods. As Kyle was taken, a distinct black figure appeared in the sky. Dumbledore, who had been ready to intervene, came to a sudden halt and looked up grimly. "Tom. My dear Professor, so you really are here." Voldemort hovered in midair, his scarlet eyes locked on Dumbledore below. "You knew I would come?" Dumbledore asked, his voice low. "I didn't," Voldemort said with a smirk. "But that didn't stop me from taking a chance. After all, you've always favored that filthy werewolf. If I killed him today, maybe you'd come seeking revenge." "Remus has a soul that is pure and kind," Dumbledore said coldly. "A werewolf with a pure soul, ha, how absurd." Voldemort raised his wand. A jet of green light shot from the sky toward Dumbledore. Dumbledore spun on his heel, his robe swirling as he vanished. "Come, my dear Professor. Let's finish what we started," Voldemort shouted with manic laughter, hurling another green bolt at Dumbledore. "Your greatest asset is now in my hands. Do you really think you can stop me? A wand has never been the deciding factor in victory." Dumbledore reappeared behind Voldemort, his arm sweeping in a smooth motion. Voldemort instinctively dodged as the spell struck the cliff wall behind him. No one knew what spell Dumbledore had cast, but it left a wide crack more than 10 feet long in the stone. "Too slow, Professor, far too slow," Voldemort sneered. "Since you lost the Elder Wand, every move reeks of old age. You're a shadow of your former self." He swung his wand again, summoning a violent, unnatural wind that surged all around them, then gathered and ravaged everything in its path. Trees and stones alike were swept up and shredded to pieces. But Dumbledore calmly evaded the storm. "Looks like you're not doing so well yourself, Tom. Is this all you've got, broad area spells to put on a show?" He chuckled. "Or did you think this would frighten me?" As if deliberately provoking him, Dumbledore shouted. "I've been wondering, how did you manage to heal the half of your leg I shattered? Don't tell me you're keeping a quintaped around and attached its leg to yours. That would explain the constant stench." "Shut up." Voldemort's eyes burned even brighter. He hadn't expected Dumbledore to be so articulate. His composure shattered completely. Back during the battle over the Elder Wand, Dumbledore had struck his leg with a spell, breaking it instantly and sending him tumbling into a filthy, garbage-filled ditch. He had always seen it as a deep humiliation. And now Dumbledore had brought it up to his face. How could he possibly stay calm? Avada Kedavra. A blinding green light burst across the sky. At the same time, deep within the forest, Kyle finally got a clear look at what had grabbed him. An adult swooping evil. A magical creature. Seriously? Kyle didn't even bother struggling. Instead, he unlatched the suitcase midair without hesitation. Roar. A whoa. With a thunderous roar, a massive wall suddenly materialized in front of the swooping evil, one that bore 3 enormous heads. All 3 lunged forward, snapping their jaws at the creature. The swooping evil instinctively released Kyle and veered upward into the sky, narrowly avoiding the 3-headed dog's attack. Landing on the ground, Kyle immediately drew his wand, scanning his surroundings with sharp vigilance. "Come out, my dear Professor. I know you're there." A breeze swept through the trees, rustling the leaves. Mixed within was the soft sound of footsteps. Kyle spun around at once, slashing his wand through the air. Protego. A nearby tree was cleaved in half, but his real target stood there unharmed, holding his wand level across his chest. "Incredible. You've changed a lot since 6 years ago." Orin smiled as he spoke. "How did you know it was me?" "Not many wizards carry a swooping evil around with them." "You're one of the few," Kyle replied flatly. "Well, that's true," Orin nodded. "But I'd say there are even fewer who travel with a 3-headed dog." "Where did you get yours?" He asked it casually, as though chatting with an old friend. "From chocolate frogs, of course," Kyle answered without missing a beat. "Haven't you heard? If you collect a full set of cards, you can trade them in at the Ministry of Magic for a 3-headed dog. Or a dragon, or a nundu, take your pick." "Really now?" Orin said with mock surprise. "Shame I don't like chocolate." "No worries. I'll give you one," Kyle said with a grin. "What?" Before Orin could finish, a faint, sweetly metallic scent drifted in on the wind. "Nundu." Orin reacted instantly, retreating just beyond the edge of the toxic mist, but the sudden danger still rattled him. Cold sweat broke across his brow. When he caught sight of the magical creature nearby, a sleek, black panther-like beast, his composure cracked. "Nundu," he blurted again. He'd already been shocked that Kyle had a 3-headed dog. But a nundu, too. Was that even something a wizard could raise? Taming his swooping evil had taken him years. A nundu. That was pushing it. Surprised. Kyle said calmly. "I collected 2 full sets of cards, traded them for 2 magical creatures. What's the issue?" Orin obviously didn't buy the absurd story. The Ministry of Magic would have to be completely mad to hand out a nundu for some trading cards. But regardless of how it happened, the nundu was undeniably real. Orin suddenly realized he'd miscalculated. This wasn't 6 years ago. And Kyle was no longer the frail first year he'd once been. Still, Orin quickly regained his composure. "You sure about this? A nundu's poison doesn't care who's in its way." "That's fine," Kyle shrugged. "Poison's not the nundu's only trick." As he spoke, Kyle swung his wand again. The surrounding trees burst into rapid growth. Their branches sharpened like spears, shooting in from all directions. Just as Orin moved to dodge, he caught the faint sound of movement behind him. That same sweet, acrid scent was back. The swooping evil suddenly dove down recklessly, wings flaring wide to shield Orin's neck. Crunch. Teeth pierced through scales. Blood sprayed from the swooping evil's wing as it shrieked in pain, its body curling tightly as it spewed a stream of bright blue liquid, forcing the Nunda to retreat. Swooping evils carried venom too. If the Nunda didn't back off, they'd both go down. This result was just fine. Having taken a solid bite, the swooping evil could no longer fly. It swayed and collapsed onto Orin's shoulder. Kyle raised his wand once more. The vines and branches around them began to twist inward, constricting until they formed a massive wooden cage, sealing Orin inside. What remarkable growth, Orin said loudly. Are you planning to kill me here? You once wanted to do the same, didn't you? Kyle replied calmly. If I hadn't been lucky, I might have died in the Forbidden Forest 6 years ago. Now the roles are reversed, and you can't handle it. Is that what you really think? Orin cradled the swooping evil in his arms. Using a magical creature as a shield. Kyle frowned, his tone full of disgust. It just saved your life. Don't make me lose respect for you, Professor Orin. No, you've misunderstood. That was never my intention. Orin shook his head. But the Nundu is lurking behind me, staring us down, and it refuses to fully retreat. I don't have many options. He paused, then added, besides, I never intended to actually kill you 6 years ago. If I had, I could have used that little witch to threaten you into surrendering. Why would I have let her go? Kyle stopped. Wasn't that because of your arrogance? Ha. Do you think I'm some idiot like Malfoy? Orin sneered. I'm not above using dishonorable methods if it helps me achieve my goals. Take the Dark Lord, for example. He could have taken advantage of the school holidays to round up students one by one, then drag them to the Ministry of Magic and used their lives to threaten Dumbledore in front of everyone. If one hostage didn't work, then 10, 50, 100. Based on what I know of Dumbledore, he would most likely walk to his death without hesitation. Kyle's mouth twitched slightly. Don't say that, just don't. If Voldemort had really done something like that. Kyle honestly believed Dumbledore would have sacrificed himself to save the students. And the plan wasn't even far-fetched. Hogwarts had so many students, even if the pureblood families were excluded, there were still hundreds left. Not all of them would be able to avoid Voldemort's assault. In some ways, Orin seemed more like a Dark Lord than Voldemort himself. It's a shame that idiot's obsessed with the boy who lived, Harry Potter. No wonder all he does is hide in his cave and throw tantrums. You can't put it that way, Kyle shook his head. That kind of ruthless strategy might let him kill Dumbledore, but it would also infuriate the entire wizarding world. No one wants a lunatic like that alive. And what if conquering Britain isn't enough for him? What if he reaches for other countries? At that point, it won't just be Britain anymore. The whole magical world would turn on him, and you, since you gave him the idea. If that happens, all the better. Orin fixed his eyes on Kyle, then suddenly changed his expression with a casual smirk. Don't take it seriously. I'm just talking. I'm nothing more than a disposable servant under the Dark Lord. Why would he ever listen to my advice? You never know, Kyle said, raising his wand. Just to be safe, maybe you shouldn't go back. I'm afraid I can't do that. I'm not ready to die yet. As he spoke, Orin vanished in an instant and reappeared by a tree not far away. Apparition in the middle of a fight. Kyle frowned. That was a problem. Unless Dumbledore showed up, if Orin really wanted to run, Kyle wasn't sure he could stop him. Relax, Orin said, leaning against a tree. Like I said, the proud and arrogant Dark Lord would never take advice from a mere servant. From the sound of it, you don't seem to revere the Dark Lord the way the other Death Eaters do. That's none of your concern, Orin replied slowly. He seemed calm, even with the Nunda still watching him closely, confident that he could apparate away at any moment. Then let's talk about something that is my concern. Kyle narrowed his eyes. You said back then, in the Forbidden Forest, you didn't want to kill me. That's right. Orin nodded. Your father saved my life. I owed him. Saving you was the only way to repay the debt. Saving me. Kyle looked confused. Are you joking? I don't remember being in any real danger at the time. There may not have been danger then, but that doesn't mean it wouldn't come later, Orin said. What do you mean? Kyle thought for a moment, still not getting it. What exactly were you trying to do? It's simple. Orin smiled faintly. I wanted to cast an overly powerful memory charm to damage your brain, and make you mediocre. Kyle immediately thought of Neville. He'd always suspected Neville's poor memory was the result of a botched memory charm. He was speechless. That was supposed to be saving him. What a load of nonsense. But from the way Orin spoke, calm, serious, Kyle could tell he wasn't joking in the slightest. But it seems now that I was overthinking it, Orin said, shaking his head. Forget it. Let me give you some advice, stay away from Dumbledore, even if everyone believes he's a good man. Why? Because of my father, Orin said quietly. He admired Dumbledore. Truly believed he could change the wizarding world. He even joined that so-called Order of the Phoenix without hesitation. And the result? He lowered his gaze. During one operation, he killed a werewolf. The werewolf came back for revenge, broke into our home on a rainy night. And then, he died. I spent an entire day being toyed with and hunted by that werewolf, until I eventually ran into your father in some remote place. And during all that time, Dumbledore never once showed up. Orin's voice was calm. Detached, even. As if he were talking about someone else's tragedy. Dumbledore isn't a god, Kyle said. He can't be everywhere or protect everyone. That's exactly my point. Anyone too close to Dumbledore ends up dragged into all kinds of trouble. He can't shield everyone. If you want to stay safe, stay away from him. Stay away from Dumbledore. So that's why you targeted me. It's part of the reason. But not the main one. Then what is? Back then, I learned the Dark Lord might soon return. Orin lifted his head. And I thought, someone as clever as you would almost certainly get involved in the Second War once he came back. Maybe, becoming mediocre was the only way you'd survive it. Chapter 855, The Forest of Albania. Faced with Orin's story, Kyle's first instinct was disbelief. How could he believe something like that? Voldemort hadn't started moving again until after Harry enrolled at Hogwarts, and when Orin arrived at Hogwarts, Harry had still been just a normal boy living in a cupboard under the stairs at his aunt and uncle's house. What, you don't believe me? Orin said lightly, as if reading Kyle's thoughts. I didn't believe it at first either. But I saw him with my own eyes, less than a ghost, barely clinging to life, hiding deep in the forests of Albania. Albania. Kyle froze, momentarily shaken. Because Quirrell had also gone to Albania, and it was there that he'd encountered Voldemort. How did you end up there? Did you forget what I did before I came to Hogwarts? Orin chuckled. Your job, a minstrel, no, a member of a magical creature smuggling ring posing as minstrels. Captain, Orin corrected him. The forests of Albania have the largest known population of runespores. Those creatures are worth a fortune. We'd been there more than a few times. Kyle frowned. Still wanted to kill him. He flexed his wand hand slightly, but Orin noticed immediately. Don't bother. You know you can't kill me, he said, casually shifting position again. And don't forget, the Dark Lord is nearby. Kyle looked up toward the distant sky. There, the green flashes of the killing curse had been flickering non-stop for some time, and the pace was quickening. It was obvious that the battle between Voldemort and Dumbledore had reached a critical point. If Kyle made a move, Orin would almost certainly flee to seek help, and then it would turn into a 2-on-2 fight. Voldemort might not care about Orin, but Dumbledore definitely would. He'd be forced to divide his attention. Kyle hadn't fully recovered yet, and the last thing he wanted was to become a burden. After a moment of hesitation, he lowered his wand. There we go. Staying put is best for both of us, Orin said with a grin. Now, where were we? Albania, Kyle said. How did you realize it was you-know-who? Funny story, Orin said. We'd lost the target we were originally tracking, and a few of the more hot-headed guys decided to take it out on a group of ordinary snakes. But I noticed one of them was different. Different how? Its eyes, Orin said, lifting his head slightly as if recalling the moment. Snakes don't have emotions. But in that one's eyes, I saw anger and contempt. But it was just a snake. Not even a magical creature. What right did it have to look down on a wizard? So that's when you suspected it was you-know-who? Not yet. Orin shook his head. The Dark Lord was dead, everyone knew that. Even though I noticed something off about the snake, I didn't think much of it. I assumed someone was using them for magical experiments. You'd understand if you'd ever worked in the ministry. That kind of thing happens all the time. It wasn't long after that one of our team members went completely mad, out of nowhere. Orin's tone remained calm. At the time, I was alone, tracking a runespore deep into the forest. That's when I saw the snake again, and this time, with it appeared a member of our team who was supposed to be on the other side of the woods. The same one who had nearly killed that snake earlier. He paused, then looked at Kyle, his voice shifting strangely. Do you know what a man looks like when he has two faces? Kyle blinked. Of course he knew. The face on the back of Quirrell's head had been his first encounter with Voldemort. But Kyle didn't say a word, he simply waited for Orin to continue. I've seen it, Orin muttered. It's burned into my memory. That face, grotesque and hideous, emerging from the back of someone's head. But I recognized it. It was the face of the Dark Lord. The one who was supposed to be dead. Ironic, isn't it? The Dark Lord, once feared across the magical world, reduced to clinging to life. Possessing a snake, surviving in the ugliest, most desperate way imaginable, but alive, nonetheless. And at that moment, I knew he would return. And that when he did, the war he brought with him would be even more terrifying than the last. You didn't tell anyone? Kyle asked, staring at him. Why would I? Oren shot back. Even if I had, do you think anyone would have believed me? They wouldn't. Oren wagged his finger and answered his own question. They'd have thought I was mad. The Ministry's reaction in those years proved it. Even Dumbledore, who shattered their delusional peace, was labeled a senile lunatic and lost his seat as Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards. What chance would a notorious smuggler like me have? Surprising how accurately you can assess yourself, Kyle said, unable to hold back the remark. I always have, Oren replied, completely unbothered. Kyle studied his eyes, looking for inconsistencies in his story. The first issue was why he'd entered the Albanian forest alone. Even Kyle knew going in solo was far more dangerous than with a group, especially in a place as vast and wild as Albania. One more person meant an extra pair of eyes. And if you ran into a creature you couldn't fight or outrun, that person could at least buy you time. Oren didn't strike him as someone who'd hesitate to sacrifice a teammate. People like him always put galleons first. There was also another problem: why hadn't Voldemort noticed him? Kyle narrowed his eyes and asked, and then? What happened to the person he possessed? Who knows? Oren replied indifferently. The Dark Lord didn't seem satisfied with his body. He left it not long after and went back to possessing the snake. The poor guy went mad and we abandoned him. No surprise there, abandoning what's no longer useful was exactly the kind of thing people like Oren would do. Still, the fact that the host didn't die after being possessed said a lot. It proved how weak Voldemort had been at the time, so frail he couldn't even afford to feed properly. When he'd possessed Quirrell, he'd nearly drained the men of all life. By the end, Quirrell had been a hollow shell, barely more than a walking corpse. But I kept an eye on things, Oren continued. And I noticed that after that, the Dark Lord began possessing stronger hosts, runespores. He sighed. I wanted to keep observing him, but for various reasons, I had to leave Albania and come to England. The notebook? Kyle asked after a moment's thought. He remembered that the reason the Hit Wizards had gone all out to arrest a magical creature smuggler was because of a particular notebook. Exactly. Oren chuckled. Our funding came from some powerful people. Naturally, their priorities took precedence. Do you want to hear about it? He added, eyeing Kyle with a teasing smile. I could tell you. It would really open your eyes. I'm not interested in reforming the wizarding world, Kyle said, waving him off. You'd better hold on to that notebook, might come in handy when your life's on the line. Not anymore. Oren snorted. Ever since Fudge was killed, it's worthless. He started buying things from us back when he was deputy head of the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, and he was the last person who wanted that notebook made public. So Fudge was involved too. Well, that made sense. Aside from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, only the minister himself could authorize mobilizing Hit Wizards. And knowing how much Fudge prized his image, he would have done anything to keep those stains hidden. Whatever, doesn't matter if you're not interested. Oren shifted topics again. You know the rest. I ran into Dumbledore by chance, and to avoid being hunted by Aurors, I took up a job at Hogwarts as the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. At the same time, I was curious about that so-called curse on the position. They say the Dark Lord cast it himself, and if it still exists, that would prove he never truly died. So, did you confirm it? Of course I did, Oren sighed. When I was facing the Hit Wizards directly, none of them noticed anything wrong with me, but in the end, they kept failing against a first-year student. If that's not a curse, what is? What surprised me more was that after I finally shook off the Hit Wizards and returned to Albania, I discovered the Dark Lord was gone. He seemed to have left the forest. That's when I suspected his return was close. Boom. A thunderous roar echoed from afar. A bolt of blue lightning split the sky like a divine strike, and even from this distance, the shockwave reached them. A powerful gust tore through the forest, sending leaves and dust flying in every direction. What a terrifying power, Oren said, watching the sky as he stood. With magic that strong, the battle must be nearing its end. I have one last question, Kyle said quickly. Why did you join the Death Eaters? Why? Oren turned his head. Because the best place to hunt rats is in the sewer. What's that supposed to mean? That's none of your business, Oren said bluntly. Chat time's over. Let me leave you with a final piece of news, the werewolf's wedding. A flash of unmistakable disgust passed through his eyes, though he quickly concealed it. You'd better stay away from Godric's Hollow. It's even more dangerous now. Oh, and don't mistake me for an ally. Next time we meet, there won't be a friendly chat. I'll kill you. TSK TSK. Big talk from a man who just got chased around by a nundu, Kyle scoffed, curling his lip. I'm terrified. That exaggerated tone, and the smug, punchable expression on his face, was the last straw. Oren's face darkened. His jaw clenched so tightly it made an audible grinding noise. What made it worse was that he had no comeback. Right now, Kyle really wasn't someone he could take on. Even setting aside his own skill, just those two 5X-rated magical creatures alone could overwhelm any Death Eater short of Voldemort. Oren gave Kyle one long, cold look, then said nothing and disapparated. After he vanished, Kyle glanced once more toward the direction of Dumbledore and Voldemort's battle. At some point, the flashing lights and sounds had stopped. The forest had gone still again. Pop. With a soft crack, Dumbledore appeared in a clearing not far away. Go, now, he's right behind us. Before Dumbledore could finish the sentence, his legs gave out beneath him and he nearly collapsed. Kyle rushed forward and caught his arm just in time. At that moment, a flash of green light shot toward them from the distance. But just as the killing curse was about to strike Dumbledore, he vanished once more. And Kyle vanished with him. By the time Voldemort arrived, the clearing was empty. Is hiding all you know how to do, Dumbledore? He roared. Half of his face was charred black, and the bald crown of his head now bore a web of cracks like shattered glass. He looked even more grotesque than before. Receiving no reply, he vented his fury on the surrounding forest. In an instant, a wide swath of trees was obliterated. Someone helped Dumbledore escape, he growled, turning a cold gaze toward the direction behind him. Oren, I want an explanation. Where were you just now? I was chasing down that loathsome Kyle Chopper, my lord, Oren said, bowing his head respectfully. Did you kill him? No, my lord. So you failed. The Elder Wand in Voldemort's hand flared with green once again. He was in no mood for excuses. If Oren couldn't offer a satisfying explanation, Voldemort wouldn't hesitate to vent his rage on a servant, even a competent one. He summoned two 5X-class magical creatures. Very difficult to handle. I don't possess power like yours, my lord, killing him will take time. Oren met Voldemort's gaze without flinching, even knowing the Dark Lord was a master legilimens. And what he said wasn't wrong. A three-headed dog and a nundu, one nearly indestructible, the other spewing deadly poison while also nearly indestructible, were indeed formidable. But I lured him toward Bellatrix. Our people are there, and in great numbers. They'll kill him. Shifting the blame, that was Oren's plan. If Kyle somehow escaped or wasn't found again, it would be Bellatrix's failure, not his. Bellatrix. Oren should have kept that name to himself. Just hearing it made Voldemort even angrier. Bellatrix had taken 70 Death Eaters with her, nearly triple the number of known Order of the Phoenix members. By now, they should have wiped everyone out and returned. Yet he'd heard nothing. Are they all completely useless? With his fury redirected, Voldemort no longer felt like punishing Oren. Now, only one thought filled his mind. If Dumbledore had fled, then he would slaughter the Order to collect his interest, make the old man pay for his cowardice. And Bellatrix. She'd been given multiple chances because of her loyalty, but she had failed him over and over again. This time, she would be punished. She would feel the wrath of the Dark Lord. Voldemort inhaled deeply. The ruined flesh on his face began to twitch and regenerate. In moments, the scorched patches and cracks atop his head faded, restored completely. Without a word, he turned toward Godric's Hollow, and his body dissolved into a billowing mass of black mist, streaking through the air toward the valley. Chapter 856, Long Time No See. 12 Grimmauld Place. Since everyone had gone to Lupin's wedding, the place was completely empty. But Kyle knew Mrs. Weasley and Sirius would be back soon, so he didn't go inside. Instead, he helped Dumbledore into a nearby alley. Dumbledore was in bad shape, completely drained, barely standing without Kyle's support. Still, his expression remained calm, as though he didn't care at all. How are you feeling, Professor? Kyle asked, taking out a bottle of invigoration draft. After drinking it, Dumbledore finally regained a bit of strength. I wanted to see if I could defeat Tom outright, he said, but I clearly overestimated myself. He swayed as he stood. The potion Nicholas gave me only temporarily suppresses the effects of time rejection. In my current condition, it's nearly impossible to cast magic powerful enough to defeat Tom. It's fine, this is already more than enough, Kyle said. Besides, you couldn't have killed the Dark Lord. I've seen him before. That's what makes it all the more regrettable, Dumbledore said, glancing around. Grim old place. Why did you bring me here? You can't be seen by them right now. It'd be better to go somewhere else. I'd suggest Nicholas's estate, or even the Hog's Head would do. Fawkes thought the same, Kyle chuckled. After rescuing everyone, he dropped them off at the Hog's Head. Aberforth thought you were dead. He must have been delighted, Dumbledore said, his eyes dimming. No, actually, quite the opposite. He was really worried about you, Kyle said. Not only did he offer everyone a safe place, he even delivered someone personally to get news about you. Oh, look, there he is. Following the direction of Kyle's finger, Dumbledore saw Aberforth apparate in with two people in tow, Mrs. Weasley and Sirius. But the two of them looked terrible, pale-faced and clearly nauseated. The moment they landed, they collapsed to the ground like they were about to vomit up everything they'd ever eaten. What happened to them? Dumbledore asked, puzzled. Professor, did you forget what I said earlier? Kyle whispered. They were rescued by Fawkes. Oh. Dumbledore immediately understood, operated by a phoenix. No wonder. He remembered the first time he traveled that way himself, he hadn't been able to eat for the rest of the day. A terrible memory. But when it happened to someone else, it was different. Looking at Sirius and Mrs. Weasley, Dumbledore struggled to keep the smile off his face. No, he couldn't laugh. That would be rude. Kyle, on the other hand, had no such reservations. His shoulders shook with suppressed laughter. Even though he'd seen it once already, standing here as a bystander felt completely different. Maybe it helped knowing ahead of time that everyone was safe. He pulled out a camera and, under Dumbledore's incredulous gaze, snapped a photo with a click. Just for the record, Kyle said with a smile. Scenes like this don't come around often, do they? Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, his eyes automatically drifting to the camera. Something about it felt dangerous. His instincts were screaming that he should destroy it on the spot, reduce the whole thing and every last bit of film to ashes with a spell. And that instinct was strong. Dumbledore didn't know why, exactly. But it was Kyle's camera, after all, and Kyle had just saved him and Ariana. It would be far too rude to destroy something of his without understanding it. He forced the impulse down and looked away. Put it away. Don't let anyone see it, he said. Just then, the other Kyle arrived, and the three of them entered 12 Grimmauld Place together. We'd better get out of here soon, Dumbledore said. If Alastor shows up, his magical eye might spot us. Relax, he's busy elsewhere. He won't be coming, Kyle replied. In his memory, Alastor Moody had never turned up here. Besides, I have another reason for being here. What reason? Not the time to say, Kyle shook his head. Be patient, Professor. You'll find out soon. Though curious, Dumbledore didn't press further and simply waited nearby. Before long, someone came out of the house. I'm going to pick up the others. They're all at the Hog's Head, Kyle explained. That's certainly a safe place, Dumbledore nodded silently. Though Aberforth had never treated him kindly over the years, Dumbledore still considered him the most trustworthy person, just as Fawkes had instinctively chosen to bring people there. The two continued waiting. Oh, right. Kyle suddenly remembered something. Professor, when I was rescuing everyone, I also picked up some drinks and spirits to help them recover from the side effects of traveling with Fawkes. You did well, Dumbledore said. Spirits are a fine choice. But Aberforth wouldn't sell them to me, Kyle went on. I had to use your name just to get a few bottles. My name. Dumbledore looked at Kyle, puzzled. By all logic, dropping his name should have made Aberforth even less willing to sell. Had his brother already forgiven him? Well, not exactly. Kyle hesitated. To be precise, I just told him to put it on your tab. Also, it was a bit more expensive than the market price. Just a little. Oh, that's fine. Dumbledore seemed to understand what had happened, but he didn't mind. It was just a few bottles of liquor, well within his means. And considering this whole incident was partly caused by his own stubbornness, it was only right that he cover the cost. I'll settle the bill later. Don't worry about it, Dumbledore said calmly. That's good, Kyle replied, though he was already wondering if he should find a place to lay low for a while. He'd hiked up the price quite a bit at the time, and who knew how high that black-hearted Aberforth had marked up each bottle. The only thing certain was that Dumbledore was in for a serious gouging. But that would be a problem for later. After a while, Kyle and the others still hadn't returned, but Kingsley arrived, clearly having rushed over straight from the ministry after getting the news. Then came his father, Chris, and with him was an unspeakable cloaked entirely in a black hood. Kyle remembered Chris mentioning that the unspeakable had been sent by Diana to check on his condition. The moment Dumbledore saw the unspeakable, his whole body stiffened. His eyes locked onto the figure, and everything else seemed to fade away. Seeing this, Kyle's suspicion was finally confirmed. Yes, this unspeakable must be Ariana. And the person he'd met outside the Department of Mysteries had been her as well. No wonder he'd felt like she recognized him. Kyle had assumed it was just because of Diana, but now it made sense. They had met before. He just hadn't known who she was at the time. Professor, please don't do anything rash, Kyle said, patting Dumbledore gently on the shoulder. There are a lot of people around. Just hold on a bit longer. Don't worry. Dumbledore snapped out of it and replied softly, I've waited 100 years. A little longer won't hurt. Even so, Kyle could hear the longing and urgency in his trembling voice. Of course. Even though they'd just recently seen each other, once Dumbledore's memories had returned, so had all the guilt and yearning he'd buried for nearly a century. A brief reunion couldn't possibly fill that kind of emotional void. Dumbledore surely wanted nothing more than to see Ariana, pour out everything in his heart, and above all, apologize. Just a little longer, Professor. Kyle said again. Finally, the others arrived, appearing out of thin air beside 12 Grimmauld Place, all clutching the same portkey. Kyle saw Chris walking toward him, talking to him. Dumbledore grew more agitated. Kyle could feel him beginning to squirm, the grip on his arm tightening with increasing strength. At that moment, the hooded unspeakable seemed to sense something and suddenly turned in their direction. Almost reflexively, Dumbledore shrank back and hid behind the wall. Professor, what are you doing? Kyle was speechless. You were desperate a moment ago, why are you backing out now? I don't know, Dumbledore stammered, lips pressed tightly together, his nerves making it hard to speak clearly. I'm just afraid. Afraid of what? Afraid it'll be like when I looked into the mirror of Ariste, so close I could almost touch her, and then, in the blink of an eye, she was gone. I see. And here I thought you didn't want to see me. A light, amused voice came from nearby. Dumbledore suddenly realized that it hadn't been Kyle speaking. He opened his eyes, and saw a face that was unfamiliar, and yet so achingly familiar. Long time no see, Albus. Tears burst from Dumbledore's eyes. He laughed and cried at once, looking for all the world like a madman. And you too. Ariana turned her head toward the other side. Don't say it. Seriously, don't. The moment she opened her mouth, Kyle flinched and quickly cut her off. Just call me Kyle. No titles, no extras. He had no idea what sort of magic the Department of Mysteries had used to make Ariana look so much younger than Dumbledore or Aberforth, but by age alone, she was already over 100. If she blurted out a big brother like she used to. Kyle cringed just imagining it. Titles. Ha, dream on. Ariana let out a soft laugh. You two kept me in the dark long enough. Do you have any idea how shocked I was the first time I saw you? I didn't even learn your name until 2 years ago. What? The Department of Mysteries never told you the truth? Kyle asked, confused. As for his name, he'd gone out of his way to hide it after traveling back in time, just in case it interfered with the future. In fact, even Quarter Potter, who often drank with him, never found out what it was. He'd asked, more than once, but Kyle always dodged the question, changing the subject or tossing out some vague title like friend or wandering scholar. The truth? Do you think they'd actually tell me? Ariana said. For an obscurial, any emotional trigger could cause the obscurus to erupt. They hid all my childhood memories after I arrived at the department. And honestly, I have to admit, it was probably for the best. Otherwise, the sheer longing might have triggered an outburst. But now you remember everything, Kyle said, studying her. So, does that mean you fully mastered the obscurus? Come on, tell me, what does it feel like to use it for magic? Do you still have to say the incantations? Use a wand? Or do you just chuck the obscurus in your opponent's face? Ariana's expression darkened with every word. Chuck the obscurus in your opponent's face. What even was that supposed to mean? Somewhere deep inside her, the memory of a gentle, soft-spoken figure was beginning to fade. Still, she wasn't all that surprised, or maybe she'd sensed this was coming for a while now. Think about it, someone who had dragged her into a stranger's school and splashed his face in a highly revered magical fountain, how good could he really be? Those memories had always been too beautiful to question. But now, memory and reality were colliding, and the rose-colored filter from her childhood had shattered completely. This was the real Kyle. Just like Diana had once said of him, Kyle might have done everything the prisoners in Azkaban had done, but you'd never see him in there. Was that a compliment? In a way, yes. But it also meant he couldn't possibly be the Kyle she had remembered. What do you think? Ariana replied dryly. Why don't you guess how an obscurial uses magic, or better yet, how about I let you experience it for yourself? I'd be happy to satisfy your curiosity. Kyle pulled a face. He had no interest in guessing, and even less in getting smacked. Great. She'd grown up. Not only was she harder to read now, but she also seemed a bit more aggressive. She was way cuter back when she'd answer any question without hesitation. Wait, no, that sounded weird too. You too. So, While Kyle and Ariana were talking, Dumbledore stood off to the side, making dramatic faces and exaggerated gestures, occasionally letting out unnecessary sounds like some kind of peacock desperate for attention. Kyle's fingers twitched. He pulled out his camera and, with a click, snapped a photo. All right then, you two go ahead and talk, take as long as you want. Just, maybe find a different spot. Muggles do pass by here now and then. He calmly stowed the camera. That's it for me. I'm heading over to Diagon Alley for a bit. I'll be staying at the Leaky Cauldron for a while, might stop by to see Newt, too. If anything important comes up, just have Fawkes find me. A brother and sister meeting again after 100 years, Kyle knew better than to stick around. Besides, he had a lot on his plate right now. First problem, money. Most of his savings were gone, and the rest had been handed over to the Dragon Reserve. Now, he had barely a few hundred galleons left to his name. He was nearly as broke as Ron, okay, maybe slightly better off. But still, what could he do with a few hundred galleons? He couldn't even afford a broomstick. Kyle was starting to panic. He needed to find a way to refill his wallet. At the very least, he had to restore Norbert's nest to its original gold color. That depressing gray was just too ugly. Then there were the 2 dragon eggs, those had to be dealt with as soon as possible. Maybe it was the time turner, but the eggs had suddenly started reacting, and Norbert, who was supposed to be looking after them, was completely baffled. Yes, Norbert was a female dragon. But by dragon standards, she was still just an adolescent, and had no experience with hatching eggs. He'd given the eggs to her mainly because there was no better option. He couldn't leave them with Fluffy, his brain was barely bigger than a walnut. He'd probably mistake them for snacks. As for the Nundu, the Peruvian viper tooth might have been a good fit, but Kyle didn't have one. And anyway, Nundus and Wampus cats were both viviparous, they didn't lay eggs, so they wouldn't be any help either. All things considered, Norbert, as a fellow dragon, was the best candidate. She'd taken the job reluctantly, but after some coaxing from Kyle, she agreed, giving the eggs regular hot baths with dragon fire. Chapter 857, Let's open a store. Thank you for your generosity. If you come across any more Riem horns of this quality, please consider giving Nimbus priority. At the Quality Quidditch Supplies shop in Diagon Alley, a foreign wizard in a crisp suit beamed as he personally saw Kyle to the door. Naturally. I'm more than satisfied with this deal, Kyle replied with a smile. An hour earlier, he had left Grimmauld Place and come to Diagon Alley to raise some funds. The most valuable, and easiest, thing to sell was the Riem horn. Rare, unrestricted by trade bans, and a key component in crafting broomsticks, it was practically guaranteed to sell. So Kyle had walked straight into the Quidditch Supplies, taken out several Riem horns, and plainly stated he was looking to sell. Not long after, the man claiming to be Nimbus's local manager had rushed in. He wasn't British. Thanks to Voldemort and the Death Eaters, the previous manager of the Diagon Alley branch had resigned after the first attack. This man had received word via two-way mirror and been dispatched from Paris to take over. After all, Nimbus didn't just supply broomsticks to the UK. At first, he hadn't been thrilled about the assignment. With Britain in chaos, stepping into that mess felt like jumping into a whirlpool, one wrong move and you'd be torn to shreds. Naturally, he'd wanted no part of it. But the moment he laid eyes on Kyle's Riem horns, all that hesitation vanished. The quality was exceptional. Honestly, it had been years since he'd seen horns this fine. With broomstick technology advancing rapidly, demand for materials had surged, and prices with it. Unfortunately, quality had declined just as quickly. There were only so many Riem beasts in the world, and once the best horns were used up, suppliers had to make do with average ones. But Kyle's horns were not only large, they had that perfect reddish-brown hue that marked the finest grade. The only time the manager had seen horns like these was 70 years ago, on display at Nimbus headquarters. He was convinced, if he could bring this batch back, he'd earn a hefty bonus. And if he could secure a steady supply. Maybe even replace his cowardly, self-serving boss. Of course, using force was out of the question. He'd already picked up some background on Kyle from the shop assistant. Champion of the Triwizard Tournament. Dumbledore's most favored student. Closely tied to the Ministry of Magic. And this was Britain, Kyle's home turf. He'd have to be insane to cross him. So he took the smarter route, offered a generous deal, didn't try to haggle, matched the highest market rate, and threw in a handful of perks within his authority. Kyle was just as pleased. He'd expected the transaction to take some effort, but the man was surprisingly cooperative. Once the authenticity was verified, it took less than 30 minutes to close a 1,000 galleon deal, 5 Riem horns in total. Not that those were all Kyle had. He had more, but unloading too many at once could drive the price down. He had stock. No need to rush. After leaving behind the overly enthusiastic manager, Kyle wandered down the relatively quiet streets of Diagon Alley. Now that he had an extra 1,000 galleons, he didn't feel quite so pressed to sell the rest. In fact, he realized that with how many rare items he had stored away, selling them one by one would be time-consuming. And the more transactions he made, the more likely he'd be pressured on price. Haggling would waste even more time. Better to open a shop of his own and display everything there. Kyle suddenly stopped in his tracks. He remembered, years ago, during Christmas, Sirius had gifted him a shop. At the time, Kyle had thought the present was too extravagant and hadn't planned to accept it. But before he had the chance to turn it down, something had come up, and he'd had to leave Diagon Alley. What was it again? He thought hard, but it had been so long, he couldn't recall. Not that it mattered. What did matter was that he still had the magical contract somewhere. With everything that had happened since then, the whole thing had slipped his mind, and Sirius had never brought it up again. He also remembered Sirius had supposedly set up a neighboring shop for Harry, planning for the two of them to run a little business together once Harry graduated. Where was that shop again? Kyle looked around, hoping to spot a closed storefront. But with so many shops shut down after the recent attacks, that approach was going nowhere. He vaguely recalled sitting with Sirius, the two of them eating ice cream. Right, ice cream. Kyle quickly changed direction and soon found Fortescue's ice cream parlor in the middle of the street. Not far from it, two shops stood side by side, both shut tight, no signs above the doors. Yes, this is the place, Kyle said, eyes lighting up. If he could get this shop up and running, he wouldn't need to waste time running around. The location was excellent too. Not only was it right on the main street, but just a short walk ahead was Gringotts Wizarding Bank, and diagonally across was Flourish and Blots. All key spots that young witches and wizards visited at the start of term. Typical Black, giving away a prime location like this without the slightest hesitation. Kyle leaned against the door and peered inside. The shop had clearly been vacant for a while. The windows were filthy, and inside was coated in a thick layer of dust. He couldn't see a thing. Cleaning it up wouldn't be easy. If he wanted to open for business, he'd definitely need to refurbish the place. Luckily, he'd just earned 1,000 galleons, should be enough to cover it. As for staffing, Kyle's first thought was the house elves in the Hogwarts kitchen. House elves were perfect. He'd already seen how capable they were while helping out at Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. They could definitely handle this kind of work. Kyle rubbed his chin, seriously weighing the idea. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Displaying items in a store with set prices wouldn't just save time, it would stabilize prices and maybe even allow for a slight markup. Then there was his connection with the Ministry of Magic. Kyle knew that before long, he'd be carrying the Aura-exclusive magical communicator and reaching a preliminary agreement with Minister Bones, and he'd even had to make some concessions to get there. With that connection, and a little help maneuvering behind the scenes, even the more ambiguously restricted trade items, like Mobic Squid Ink, might be fair game for sale. It could work. Kyle's eyes brightened. He happened to have some free time, and this version of himself was still hiding out at 12 Grimmauld Place, avoiding Voldemort. So as long as the Weasley twins and Cedric, who had access to this area, didn't catch on, he could show up in Diagon Alley without any issue. Maybe he couldn't open the store immediately, but he could at least clean the place up. Once things settled, he could start operating right away. He might even stay here for now. Rooms at the Leaky Cauldron were expensive, after all. No reason to spend more than necessary. But first, he needed to find that magical contract, which he had no idea where he'd tossed. It was probably in the mokeskin pouch. He kept all his miscellaneous items in there for convenience. Sure enough, the contract was tucked in the corner of the pouch, nestled beside a few bags of all treats. Kyle pulled it out, ready to get to work, when suddenly, his suitcase started shaking. There was only one explanation: something was banging against the door of the room inside the suitcase. And judging by the frequency, it was urgent. With no choice, Kyle put his shop plans on hold and hurried back to his room at the Leaky Cauldron, then stepped into the suitcase. As soon as he opened the door, a massive, scaly head loomed up in his face. Kyle barely managed to leap aside in time, dodging Norbert's headbutt. "What's going on?" he asked, heart still racing. Norbert looked visibly anxious. She let out a couple of sharp cries, then gently swept her tail to roll over 2 round eggs. Dragon eggs? Kyle had a hunch, and after a closer look, he saw several fine cracks on the eggshells. Norbert whimpered nervously. It's okay, you didn't break them," Kyle reassured her. "If I'm right, the little ones are about to hatch." Excitement surged through him, pushing thoughts of shops and money far from his mind. These were dragons. Actual dragons. But, was it really normal for them to hatch this quickly? And at the same time, Kyle wasn't sure. After thinking it over, he left the suitcase and made his way to Dorset with it in tow. Relying on memory, he quickly found Newt's wooden cabin deep in the sprawling forest and knocked on the door. Creak. The door opened slightly, and a cautious-looking head poked out. "Dobby, who is it?" "Is it Tina?" came Newt's voice from inside. Odd, wasn't she visiting Rolf at Ilvermorny? Rolf Scamander, Newt's grandson, had graduated from Ilvermorny in the United States and stayed on as a professor, specializing in magizoology research. "No, Mr. Scamander, it's Mr. Kyle." Dobby answered in his high-pitched voice, clearly thrilled. "Kyle." Newt came over, looking genuinely surprised. "What an unexpected visit. I thought you were busy with Order of the Phoenix matters." "Long story," Kyle said casually as he stepped inside. "Did something happen?" Newt asked, concerned. "Is this about Godric's Hollow? I heard 70 Death Eaters died there yesterday. Don't tell me you were involved." "I was," Kyle nodded, then shook his head. "But that's not why I'm here." "Oh, good." Newt let out a sigh of relief, picked up his cup, and said, "Let's sit down and talk. Want something to eat? There are some grapefruit cookies Tina left behind." "I'll pass on the cookies," Kyle said. "I came because I've got 2 dragon eggs about to hatch, and I have no idea what I'm doing." Newt spat out his water in shock. "What did you say? Dragon eggs?" "Yeah. Where did you get dragon eggs?" Newt's expression turned serious. "I bought them," Kyle said. "Not recently, of course, I bought them in 1899. Newt blinked, unsure if Kyle had been hit with the Imperius curse. That was 100 years ago, how could he have possibly made a purchase then? "It's a long story. Just take a look first. I'll explain everything after." Kyle opened the suitcase and jumped inside. Newt hesitated, then followed him in. The moment he entered, he spotted the 2 round eggs resting on a velvet cushion. Sure enough, they were dragon eggs, one Ukrainian ironbelly, and the other. "Oh, a Romanian longhorn." "Yep," Kyle said with a grin. "I was just as surprised when I saw it." Newt stepped closer, squinting as he inspected both eggs. "They're definitely about to hatch, but something's off." "What do you mean?" "From their appearance, they shouldn't be anywhere near hatching yet." He tapped one gently. A solid thump echoed back. "See? Still very hard. They'd need to be exposed to flame for at least a month to be ready." "But..." Newt paused, then leaned in and took a deep breath near one of the shell's seams. "This faint sulfur scent. It means the dragon inside is actively pushing the shell apart." "What on earth?" He looked baffled. After decades of studying dragons, he had never seen anything quite like this. Could going through a time turner affect dragon eggs? "To a degree, but not like this," Newt said, shaking his head. "What if it was 100 years? 100 years?" Newt froze, then said in shock, "Albus's time turner was repaired." "Not just repaired, used," Kyle nodded. "That's what I came to tell you. For some reasons I'll explain, I just came back from 1899 yesterday." Kyle gave him a quick summary of everything that had happened. When he heard Ariana was alive, Newt was so overjoyed he nearly broke into tears. He was happy for Dumbledore. They had been through a lot together, and Newt knew better than anyone the weight Dumbledore carried. Ariana's death had become a lifelong shadow for him, an emotional scar that never stopped hurting. "You did well, really well," Newt said, wiping the corners of his eyes, his voice tight with emotion. "So these 2 dragons?" "Exactly. I bought them while I was there," Kyle said. "I've got 2 more waiting at the Dragon Reserve. I should be able to pick them up in a few days." As he spoke, Kyle casually handed Newt 2 parchments bearing magical contracts. Newt's eyes went even wider. He hadn't expected another surprise on top of the Ariana news. "These, so you were the mysterious donor." "What?" "I heard about it from a friend," Newt explained. "The Dragon Reserve only got off the ground thanks to a mysterious wizard's donation. He brought a pile of galleons and helped them make the crucial first step, the hardest one. They searched for him afterward, a young wizard with an old servant, but never found anything. It was like he vanished from the wizarding world. Not a single clue. That's because I came back." "Of course they couldn't find me," Kyle said with a grin. "Oh, and the old servant. That was actually Professor Dumbledore." Newt's expression turned odd. After a moment of silence, he muttered, "I should have guessed. Let's hope Albus never hears about those rumors." Technically speaking, Dumbledore had been recorded as Kyle's servant in the Dragon Reserve's founding documents for nearly a century. Probably a unique distinction in the wizarding world. Hopefully he could live that down. But knowing Dumbledore, Newt figured he probably wouldn't mind, especially after learning his sister was still alive. Newt shook his head and looked down at the second parchment. This is a legal dragon ownership permit. Yep, Kyle said. Bergman insisted on giving it to me as a thank you. I couldn't turn him down, so I accepted it. Unfortunately, the contract won't take effect for a while, so for now it's just a fancy piece of paper. Newt didn't believe that for a second. He knew Bergman, one of the most outspoken opponents of private dragon ownership. There was no way he'd just hand out a permit like that. Still, the document was real, complete with magical seals and signatures. The truth behind it didn't seem to matter anymore. You really came back with quite the haul, Newt said, unable to hide his amazement. It's not bad, Kyle grinned. But let's talk about these two. Are they going to be okay? They're perfectly fine. Very healthy, Newt confirmed. As for the early hatching, it might be related to the time turner, but I've never used one, so I can't say for sure. Still, the idea that a time turner could affect dragon eggs. I've never even considered that angle before. Is the time turner still usable? Nope. Kyle shook his head. After we came back, the Philosopher's Stone powering it broke. The casing took serious damage from the strain too. The Philosopher's Stone. Newt twitched. As tempting as this new research path was, using up a Philosopher's Stone for it, that was far too steep a price. Other, more affordable time turners only offered a few hours of travel, completely useless for something like this. Newt had never felt so conflicted. He felt like a niffler staring at a mountain of galleons across a canyon, close enough to see, too far to reach. Torture. Would you be willing to leave them with me? Newt asked, pointing at the two eggs. If he couldn't study the time turner itself, he could at least observe the eggs Kyle had brought back from 98 years ago. Of course, Kyle said with a smile. That's why I came. Chapter 858, a cafeteria for the dragons. Maybe it was because the dragon eggshells were harder than normal, even with visible cracks, they showed no signs of actually breaking open. Newt placed the eggs into a strange-looking crate. The bottom had been replaced with a cross-patterned metal mesh, and from time to time, he had Norbert breathe fire across it to keep the eggs heated. Kyle watched the scene and couldn't shake a feeling of familiarity, as if something was missing. Like, cumin and chili powder, maybe. If Newt started brushing oil over the shells, he'd look exactly like a seasoned grill master. Just as the thought crossed Kyle's mind, Newt actually pulled out a brush. Of course, he wasn't hungry and planning to roast himself a snack, and what was on the brush wasn't oil, but a mixture of sap extracted from Bubotuber tubers and Mimbulus mimbletonia flowers. According to Newt, the substance helped distribute the flame more evenly across the shell, making it easier for the dragons inside to hatch. Newt stayed crouched beside them the entire night. It wasn't until morning that two fist-sized baby dragons finally broke through their shells and crawled out. See? They're perfectly healthy, aren't they? Newt said with a smile as he tried to pick them up. But the little ones, still with their eyes shut, instinctively avoided him, wobbling forward instead, toward Kyle. No, toward Norbert, standing behind him. To be honest, it was Kyle's first time ever seeing such clear fear on a dragon's face, laced with outright panic. It was as if the tiny dragons coming toward Norbert weren't hatchlings at all, but two towering Hungarian horntails 100 feet tall. Norbert shrank back in alarm. In her rush, she knocked over several things along the way, turning the room into a complete mess. Then, without a second's hesitation, she took off, vanishing into the sky in a blink, leaving the two hatchlings behind, squealing anxiously. They must have gotten used to Norbert's flames and started treating her as their mother, Newt said with a shake of his head. But dragons are smart. It won't take long for them to realize they're not the same species as a Norwegian ridgeback. Kyle reached out and gently touched the slightly larger Ukrainian ironbelly. So what do I feed them, chicken blood and brandy, he asked. I'm guessing you've read How to Tame Your Dragon, Newt replied. That diet actually does work for young dragons, but honestly, it's a bit outdated. And realistically, dragons don't often find whole barrels of brandy lying around in the forest or hanging off a cliff. So what do I need to prepare? Kyle asked. Normally, the adult will crush flame stones and mix them with meat to feed their young, Newt explained. Flame stones, also called firestones, were basically rocks from a dragon's nest that had been repeatedly scorched, melted, and hardened by dragon fire over time. These special stones, once exposed to flame, could radiate intense heat continuously. Fire dragons loved them. The more flame stones in a nest, the stronger the dragon that lived there was considered to be. Kind of like how galleons measured status among wizards. They sounded impressive, but wizards didn't have much use for them. Only a few obscure alchemical techniques ever called for them. Flame stones, huh? Kyle thought back. He was pretty sure there were some in Norbert's cave, he'd noticed them when he went in to drop off gold coins. I'll go grab them now. Not sure if I have enough, though, Kyle said, turning to leave. No rush, Newt stopped him with a smile. If you take Norbert's flame stones, she might get grumpy. We've got a better alternative anyway. Oh. What is it? The best option is to mix in some ashwinder eggs. They help dragons mature faster, Newt said, thinking aloud. If those aren't available, salamander tails and fire crab shells will work too. Kyle opened his mouth, then hesitated. He didn't have any of that. Salamander tails, maybe, but the other two were a nightmare to find. He looked at Newt and blinked with a grin. Don't give me that look, Newt said, heart sinking. They're your dragons. And the Dragon Reserve has all this stuff, you can just bring your contract. Doesn't it say right there? They'll cover all your dragon rearing expenses. But the contract doesn't activate yet, Kyle said, still smiling. And it only covers the other two dragons. These two aren't included. Then buy it yourself, Newt said. You're not broke, are you? I am now, Kyle sighed. I've only got a little over 1,000 galleons left. I'm still trying to open a shop. Besides, you hatched them. You can't just abandon them, right? Newt's mouth fell open. Now he understood Kyle's real reason for showing up. So that's what this was, he'd turned Newt's place into a dragon cafeteria. But when he looked at Kyle's shameless grin, and considered how curious he was about these two dragons, Newt couldn't bring himself to say no. Hearing the answer he'd hoped for, Kyle burst out laughing. Newt let out a long, quiet sigh. Raising a dragon wasn't cheap. They could grow dozens of feet tall, and all of that size came from eating. Especially when they were young. They had to grow fast, develop tougher scales, and store dragon fire in their bellies. Their bodies were like bottomless pits, either eating or looking for the next thing to eat. Newt still remembered the first dragon he ever raised. Back then, he could barely afford to eat. There was a time when he survived for 2 days on nothing but a piece of dry bread soaked in water. While things were obviously different now, the experience had left its mark. And this time, he wasn't raising just one dragon, but two, one of which was an iron belly, a species known for its enormous appetite even among dragons. It got its name from its iron-like stomach, able to eat massive amounts and digest them quickly. Even newly hatched, an iron belly could finish off an entire cow leg larger than itself. Of course, it wasn't the feeding that pained Newt, it was the thought of parting with all those ashwinder eggs and salamander tails he had painstakingly collected. 2 dragons, how much would they eat? Newt found himself calculating whether he should sneak into the horntail's nest one night and knock loose a few flame stones. He figured he'd raise the Romanian longhorn with a bit more care, and as for the iron belly, no amount of good food would satisfy that beast. Better to just increase the quantity and leave it at that. Newt sighed inwardly. Meanwhile, Kyle was feeling much more at ease. Just to be clear, he absolutely wasn't treating Newt like a free meal plan. His main concern was that he might not be able to take care of the hatchlings properly. That's right, purely a matter of responsibility. Saving money wasn't the goal. That was just a pleasant side effect. And the reason he'd been smiling. He was thinking about something exciting. He was finally going to have a shop of his own, and with the money he'd saved, he could even buy a few nice shelves. Of course he was happy. I've got another question. Kyle said after a moment of thought. If the time turner caused the dragons to hatch early, would it also affect other magical creatures? I understand, Newt said, giving Kyle a long look. I'll go check on that in a bit. Thanks, I really appreciate it, Kyle said sincerely. But I have a request of my own, Newt added. Say no more, 10 requests, even, I've got you covered, Kyle said, patting his chest. And he meant it. Even without this favor, if Newt ever asked for help, he wouldn't turn him down. Just one will do. Newt's gaze shifted to the parchment bearing Bergman's signature. You're supposed to receive 2 more dragon eggs from the reserve, right? I hope you'll ask for a Chinese fireball. The Chinese fireball, also known as a lion dragon, was a species native to the east. They were rare in Europe. Kyle only knew of 1 or 2 in the Romanian dragon reserve. Why? Kyle asked, curious. Because out of all the dragons we know, the Chinese fireball is the one I understand the least, Newt replied. I've always wanted to expand the section on it in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, but I've never had the opportunity. Really? That's surprising, Kyle said with a frown. They're only rare in Europe, right? If you want to study them, why not go to their native region? You even have a zoo. It's not that simple, Newt said, face reddening slightly in embarrassment. Due to certain circumstances, which I can't go into, I haven't really been welcome there since a particular incident. Oh. Got it. Kyle nodded. Seeing the awkward look on Newt's face, he decided not to press. Besides, Newt had already been blacklisted by nearly every country. Not being able to travel there wasn't exactly surprising. There's no problem on my end, Kyle said after a moment of thought. But I can't guarantee the dragon reserve will go for it. The contract just says they'll give me 2 dragon eggs. It doesn't say I get to choose. Don't worry about that, Newt said. I'll go with you when the time comes. Leave the rest to me. Then we're all set, Kyle said, nodding. Over the next few days, Newt spent most of his time inside Kyle's suitcase. While caring for the baby dragons, he also took the opportunity to observe the other magical creatures, and ultimately concluded that none of them had been affected by the time turner. Maybe it's because they're considered part of you, they went through the full cycle of traveling back and returning. Newt explained one evening over dinner. Only the dragon eggs are an exception. They only went through half the journey. Of course, that's just my theory. The real reason probably only those who study time turners could explain properly. Why don't you ask Diana? You mean my mum? Kyle shuddered. If she finds out I brought home 2 dragons, she'll kill me, and my dad too. What does Chris have to do with it? Well, I've got to drag someone down with me, right? Kyle shrugged. I might stand a better chance of surviving. Getting half-beaten is better than being beaten to death. Newt's mouth twitched slightly as he gave Kyle a silent look. Does Chris know? No, and he doesn't need to, Kyle said calmly, taking a bite of roast. If the roles were reversed, he wouldn't spare me either. I still remember when we were kids, he and Mr. Weasley got drunk and stomped all over the hydrangeas Mum planted by the door. He said it was you. Not exactly, Kyle shook his head. But he tricked me into going over, then saved my shoes, with petals still stuck on them, as evidence. Right. Newt quietly closed his mouth and said no more. A few more days passed, and Kyle began to feel bored. Newt had taken over all the responsibilities of raising the dragons, leaving Kyle with nothing to do. He thought about helping out in Newt's suitcase, but Dobby, now far more experienced, had already taken care of everything. Meanwhile, Kyle kept hearing a series of eerie, mournful wails from the small island in the middle of the lake. At night, they were downright creepy. Kyle remembered that the island was Hungarian Horntail territory. He was curious about what was going on, but without Newt by his side, he didn't dare to investigate. After all, Hungarian Horntails were infamous for their temper, and Kyle still carried the scent of other dragons. If he went over uninvited, he'd probably be seen as a threat. To give himself something to do, Kyle walked out the door after breakfast one morning. Mr. Kyle, where are you going? Dobby rushed up to ask. I'm heading to Diagon Alley, Kyle replied. There's an empty shop that needs cleaning. Cleaning. Kyle wasn't sure if he imagined it, but Dobby's eyes suddenly lit up. Dobby will go with you, sir. No need, Kyle waved him off. It's just cleaning. Don't you still have a lot of work? Since Newt had started looking after the 2 little ones, all the other tasks in the suitcase, feeding, cleaning, settling disputes, had fallen to Dobby, who was now busy every single day. It's all right. Mr. Scamander said he's heading back for a bit today. Dobby has time to go help Mr. Kyle clean. Well, all right then, Kyle said, after a moment's thought. He figured bringing a house elf along wouldn't hurt. I'll pay you for your work. So generous. Dobby immediately burst into tears, sobbing, Mr. Kyle is actually offering to pay Dobby wages. But I can't accept, sir, Dobby said, blinking up at him with wide, red-rimmed eyes. Dobby is helping you, not working. He cannot accept wages. Then let me buy you some ice cream. How about hazelnut and peanut? Predictably, Dobby cried again. His tears soaked into his denim clothes, leaving uneven dark patches like he'd just walked through a rainstorm. Kyle really didn't get it. Dobby had been here so long, yet his personality hadn't changed one bit. After finally calming the emotional house elf, they arrived in Diagon Alley. Kyle opened the door with his magical contract and stepped inside, only to be hit by a pungent, foul smell. He immediately cast a bubblehead charm to block it. He was going to cast one on Dobby too, but the elf shook his head, signaling that he didn't need it. Kyle didn't insist. Instead, he cast a Ventus charm to air the place out and got started with the cleanup. Bringing Dobby turned out to be a brilliant decision. As the saying goes, let professionals do what they do best. When it came to cleaning, house elves were leagues ahead of wizards. Kyle had barely cleared a corner when Dobby had already cleaned half the room. He even fished out every last doxy from the crevices and carefully tossed them into a basket. Lots of little creatures love to eat doxies. This should be enough for a full meal, Dobby explained. You really didn't come for nothing, Kyle said, watching him gently cover the basket with a lid. And Dobby was right. While doxies were toxic, that poison didn't affect some magical creatures, in fact, it added a certain unique flavor. Like a spice, really. As snacks, they weren't bad at all. With Dobby's help, the cleaning was quickly finished. The once dusty, filthy shop looked completely different, so clean it seemed freshly scrubbed, even the colors looked brighter. True to his word, Kyle bought Dobby a large, deluxe ice cream, loaded with every kind of nut topping available. The little elf cried again from sheer joy. Next came setting up the shop, but there was no rush. One shelf today, a table tomorrow, it was a great way to pass the time. Meanwhile, the two baby dragons had grown dramatically. No, they couldn't even be called hatchlings anymore. Especially the Iron Belly, it was like someone had pumped it full of air, growing larger by the day. It already stood taller than Kyle, and if it pounced, it could easily knock him over. A few more days passed, and still no news came from Dumbledore, but then, without warning, the magical contract on the parchment suddenly lit up. Chapter 859, Back to the Dragon Reserve. After a long wait, the magical contract finally met the conditions to take effect. It emitted a brilliant silver-white light, and the once blurry markings became much clearer. Newt looked at the parchment, a little moved. From now on, even if someone sees Norbert, it won't cause you any trouble. To be honest, he was actually a bit envious. Although everyone now recognized Newt Scamander as the foremost magical creatures expert in the wizarding world, he had never actually received a legal dragon breeding license. Perhaps it was because his youthful reputation had been too prominent, so much so that the folks at the Dragon Reserve didn't dare issue him one. As for the Hungarian horntail in his suitcase, that was merely tolerated by the Dragon Reserve. I don't agree with it, but I won't inspect either, keep it if you must, we'll all just turn a blind eye. This way, even if the Hungarian horntail one day broke free and soared over London, they could always find an excuse to brush it off. It was Newt, after all. You couldn't be too careful. So technically speaking, Newt was still keeping a dragon illegally and could only house it inside his suitcase. Unlike Kyle. From now on, Kyle could even put up a fence in front of his house and let his dragon out into the open. Even if a muggle saw it, it would be a matter for the Accidental Magic Reversal Squad, no one could charge him with illegal dragon keeping. Of course, keeping it was fine, but letting the dragon hurt someone was another matter entirely. Are we heading to Romania now? Kyle couldn't help but ask. Aside from the dragon egg, he still had a large amount of galleons waiting to be recovered. No rush, we're waiting for someone, Newt replied. Waiting? For who? Well. Oh, he's already here, Newt said, glancing out the window. Kyle instinctively turned his head. Professor Dumbledore? He hadn't expected it at all. Dumbledore, who had practically vanished without a trace over the past few days, had suddenly appeared here. Dumbledore pushed open the door and walked in. Kyle looked at him and felt something was off, like he wasn't quite the same person. The Dumbledore he remembered was always calm and composed. The very image of a powerful, dependable headmaster of Hogwarts. But now he looked far more relaxed. Even his robes had been swapped for something more comfortable and casual. If he'd had a teacup in hand, he'd have looked exactly like a retired old gentleman. Anyone who didn't know him would never have connected him with the legendary headmaster of Hogwarts. Newt, Kyle, long time no see. He greeted them with a smile, sat down without hesitation, and casually picked up a grapefruit cookie from the plate and popped it into his mouth. The ease with which he carried himself completely upended Kyle's impression of Dumbledore. So this is the Dumbledore who's made peace with himself. Tastes quite good, Dumbledore said, glancing around. Where's Tina? She went to Ilvermorny, Newt replied. Are you really okay? He, too, felt there was something unusual about the Dumbledore in front of him. Not in a bad way, it just didn't quite match the image he had in his head. Of course I'm fine, Dumbledore said with a smile. Ariana said I was too uptight and should take the chance to unwind a little. I think she's absolutely right, he added, taking another cookie. I'm over 100 years old, time I started enjoying retirement. Ariana, then it's fine, Kyle thought to himself. He had the feeling that if Ariana said Hogwarts would look better in pink, Dumbledore would show up the next day, if not sooner, paintbrush in hand, ready to give the walls a fresh coat. So the person we've been waiting for is Professor Dumbledore. Kyle turned to Newt. If you're going to Romania, then yes, it's me, Dumbledore said, nodding before Newt could respond. Didn't you say you'd come to find Newt? Based on the timing, your contract should be taking effect soon. I sent him a letter in advance, asking him to notify me before he left for Romania. You're coming too? Is that really necessary? Kyle looked between the two of them, a bit confused. He was just going to collect 2 dragon eggs, did it really warrant this much fanfare? The last time Dumbledore and Newt Scamander had joined forces, it was to confront Grindelwald. Ariana thinks I should get out more, revisit my plan to travel the world after graduation, Dumbledore said. Even if the timing's a bit awkward, I think Romania makes a fine first stop. All right, Ariana again. Kyle shut his mouth. No objections. Are we heading out now? Kyle glanced out the window. It wasn't even noon yet, if everything went smoothly, they should be back by nightfall. If you're ready, then let's go, Dumbledore said. The group rose and stepped outside together. I'll leave the house in your care, Dobby, Newt said to the house elf trailing behind them. Don't worry, sir. Dobby stood straight, back rigid with pride. I really do miss this, Newt added, turning to Dumbledore. I think the last time we worked together was 50 years ago. To be precise, 57, Dumbledore replied with a smile. Those two mistwing mothfly that escaped from your suitcase caused quite a bit of trouble in Columbia. Mistwing mothflies looked like fist-sized blue butterflies, but these insects carried a natural smokescreen spell when flying and could change their color to match their surroundings. Typically, they lived only in untouched forests. But if one of them appeared in a city, it was a very different story. Just imagine it, muggles walking down the street and seeing a swirling, brightly colored mist floating and drifting through the air. The looks on their faces must have been something to see, especially over 50 years ago. Back then, the Columbian Ministry of Magic had to work around the clock for a full week to modify memories. The complaints were louder than those of an obscurial. It was one. Just one came out, Newt said sheepishly. And only because it picked up the scent of a nearby female mistwing. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow but said nothing. That was the curious thing about Newt, he never deliberately let his magical creatures out, but somehow, they always managed to escape on their own. There was a reason he wasn't exactly popular. When Newt decided to retire, Dumbledore had to pull a lot of strings before the then Minister of Magic agreed to let him settle down in Dorset. All right, let's get moving, Dumbledore said, casually picking up a twig and turning it into a portkey. Kyle and Newt stepped over and placed their hands on it. Ready. Here we go. The moment Dumbledore finished speaking, a sudden tug yanked all three of them away. After a dizzying spin, Kyle's feet hit solid ground again. Who goes there? The sharp voice came from nearby. A group of muscular dragon keepers had surrounded them, wands at the ready. But a second later. Mr. Scamander. Headmaster Dumbledore. The leader of the dragon keepers quickly lowered his wand. Apologies, I didn't recognize you right away. It's fine. I should have sent word ahead, Newt said with a shake of his head. Is Drolls here? I need to speak with him. He's in the hatchery, keeping an eye on a nest of eggs that are about to hatch, the dragon keeper said. Please follow me. He'll be glad to see both of you. He instinctively overlooked Kyle, which wasn't all that surprising. Kyle had been here once before, but it had been a long time ago, and back then, it was Charlie who'd received him. Now that Charlie had resigned and returned to England, it was only natural these dragon keepers didn't recognize the assistant who'd once tagged along with Newt. Kyle didn't mind. What caught his attention was what the men had just said. The hatchery. Eggs about to hatch. Looked like his timing was perfect. The dragon keeper led them through the winding paths of the reserve, passing at least 3 checkpoints before they stopped in front of a massive cave. Even from a distance, Kyle could feel waves of heat rolling toward him. Now, standing at the entrance, it felt like the edge of an erupting volcano. This is the hatchery, Newt explained. All dragons preparing to hatch are brought here, away from prying eyes. Exactly, the dragon keeper added, finally acknowledging Kyle. And bringing the eggs here also keeps them from being accidentally trampled by other dragons. Those big ones aren't exactly gentle, they're fighting almost every day. Are there many eggs here? Kyle asked, intrigued. The dragon keeper hesitated, clearly reluctant to answer. But after another glance at Dumbledore and Newt, he said, right now, there are only 2 nests. We originally had 3, but the remaining Hungarian horntail is too aggressive. We've got no idea how to move it. There's no need to, Newt said with a chuckle. I doubt any other dragons would be foolish enough to mess with a Hungarian horntail. The captain said the same thing. As they spoke, footsteps echoed from deep within the cave. Moments later, a man emerged from the shadows. Captain. Good work. Go on, I'll take it from here, Droll said. He was leaner than Kyle had expected, not as solidly built as Charlie, but the scars on his body told a different story. A long gash running down his left cheek in particular gave him a fearsome, battle-worn look. It's a pleasure to see you both, said Drolls. Mr. Scamander, Professor Dumbledore, and, you must be Kyle. You've shot up quite a bit since the last time. You remember me? Kyle asked. I remember everyone who has helped the Dragon Reserve, of course I remember you, Drolls replied. Then he turned back to Newt and Dumbledore, his smile fading. Forgive me for being blunt, but what brings you to the Dragon Reserve so suddenly? As far as I know, Britain seems to be in serious trouble right now. If you've come to ask for the Reserve's help, I'll have to apologize in advance. No, Drolls, you've misunderstood, said Dumbledore seriously. Rest assured, we'll handle our problems ourselves. The Dragon Reserve won't be dragged into it. I'm sorry, Headmaster Dumbledore, said Drolls. I just don't want dragons to become weapons of war. Neither do I, Dumbledore agreed earnestly. He was grateful the dragons were under protection. With dozens of dragons and so many dragon keepers, even Voldemort wouldn't dare provoke them easily. Otherwise, given how he'd recruited giants, he definitely wouldn't have overlooked dragons as war machines. In that case, let's talk somewhere else. This place isn't exactly ideal for conversation. Drolls wiped the sweat from his brow. He might be used to working in this heat, but that didn't mean he enjoyed chatting in it. He led the three of them to an office nearby. Though calling it an office was generous, it was more like a stone hut that happened to keep the wind out. Once inside, Drolls grabbed a jug of water and drank deeply before turning to ask, "So, what brings you here?" "Not much," Newt said, nudging Kyle forward. "He just has a bill related to the Dragon Reserve." "A bill?" Drolls frowned, puzzled. He certainly didn't recall the reserve owing anyone money. If anyone else had said that to him, he would have walked off without a word. But this was Newt Scamander, that made all the difference. As the reserve's most important guest and partner, Newt had contributed more than most, and he was held in high regard. And then there was the fact that Headmaster Dumbledore was here too. So even though it sounded impossible, Drolls still looked seriously at Kyle and said, "May I see it?" "Of course." Kyle nodded and handed over a piece of parchment. The moment Drolls laid eyes on it, he froze. It was real. He knew the magic contract on it all too well, unique to the Dragon Reserve. And the signature. Bergman Strick, the reserve's very first director. Drolls quickly took the parchment in hand and examined it closely, his expression shifting rapidly. From confusion, to shock, to outright disbelief. "This is a donation certificate?" he asked, suddenly looking up, his voice trembling slightly. "By Merlin's beard, are you the mysterious benefactor?" He shook his head. "No, that can't be. The dates don't add up. The reserve received this donation 100 years ago, and you're not even 20. If I'm right, this must have belonged to someone in your family, a generation or two before you. Is that a problem?" Kyle asked, not confirming but not denying it either. After all, even if he explained, Drolls probably wouldn't believe him. "Of course not." Drolls shook his head and said seriously, "In fact, we've been searching for this person. Their help to the reserve was invaluable. I'm just a bit curious why only Mr. Bergman's signature is on here." "Maybe that was just the custom at the time," Kyle said. "In any case, a magical contract can't be faked, right?" Of course it wasn't custom, it had been Kyle's request. It was 1899, he couldn't very well sign his own name. At the time, Bergman hadn't really understood the request, but since Kyle didn't seem to care and was eager to make the donation, he hadn't questioned it. "That's true," Drolls admitted, handing the parchment back to Kyle. "If I'm not mistaken, you're here to claim what's rightfully yours." "Exactly," Kyle nodded. "Is that all right?" "Of course it is." Drolls let out a sudden laugh. "We've been waiting nearly 100 years. But since no one ever came to claim it, the money's been stored in a vault at Gringotts." "How much is it?" Kyle asked curiously. 6,350 galleons, Drolls replied. Kyle raised an eyebrow. It looked like the reserve's growth had boosted his returns a fair bit. "Is 6,350 galleons a lot?" "Absolutely. Even a department head at the Ministry of Magic would have to save every galleon of their salary for 6 years to match that." But from another angle, it wasn't all that much. In terms of purchasing power, 3,000 galleons from 100 years ago would be worth 10 or 20,000 today. Of course, Kyle wasn't looking at it that way. All things considered, he had definitely come out ahead. Even Dumbledore glanced at him, a bit taken aback. He'd been present through the whole process. Well now, 3,000 galleons doubled just like that. The money came faster than robbing Gringotts. Why hadn't he thought of it before? What's that, memory loss? All right then, never mind. Chapter 860, Bergman on the Run. Drolls was in high spirits. He never would have imagined that a mystery haunting the Dragon Reserve for nearly a century would be resolved on such an ordinary morning. Ever since the reserve had found its footing, influenced by its first Dragon Keeper captain, Bergman, they had been trying to track down the mysterious benefactor, to thank him in person. It had practically become an unwritten mission. Including Drolls and Bergman, 6 successive captains had each used their own connections to search, but none had ever turned up anything. Drolls had even asked Newt once, but back then, Newt had also claimed he didn't know anything. Who would have thought he'd bring the person here today? A strange sense of absurdity crept over Drolls. He shook his head, trying to dispel the thought. Maybe Newt Scamander truly hadn't known. Drolls knew the man well, an expert in magical creatures and someone completely incapable of lying. If he had been hiding something deliberately, Drolls would have noticed. And besides Scamander, Drolls had someone else in mind. He turned to glance at Kyle. If memory served, he was Chris's son. He couldn't help but recall a night a few years back when he'd been chatting with Chris at a welcome dinner hosted by the Ministry of Magic. Chris had made a solemn promise then too, said he'd help track down clues about the mysterious donor. Who could have guessed? That upright-looking man with thick eyebrows and sincere eyes turned out to be so underhanded. It had clearly been his family's money all along, and yet he'd stood there pretending not to know a thing. Pa, as if he didn't know. Drolls was speechless. Chris had probably been laughing himself silly inside while Drolls thanked him so earnestly. The fact he'd kept a straight face through it all was almost impressive. And to think Drolls had actually thought the guy was decent, never imagined he'd be the type to enjoy such twisted humor. Muttering complaints to himself in silence, Drolls went to a corner of the room, lifted the dragon painting hanging there, and retrieved a gleaming gold key from behind it. The key to the Gringotts vault. It's yours now, Drolls said cheerfully, handing the key to Kyle without hesitation. Thankfully, the funds had been saved up bit by bit over the years. If he'd been asked to produce all 6,000 galleons at once, he might not have been able to gather them quickly. It might sound ridiculous that the Reserve, monopolizing the dragon materials trade in the magical world, couldn't easily produce 6,000 galleons, but that was the reality. Even with a fully developed supply chain, dragon rearing was a bottomless pit. Almost every galleon they earned was poured straight back in. Most of the materials they sold were eventually turned into food and other supplies, and much of that ended up in the bellies of dragon hatchlings again. So really, the Reserve had very little left in terms of actual savings. Kyle took the key and examined it closely. Funny, really, he'd always believed goblins would never let a single galleon of his go unclaimed, yet here they were, holding a tidy sum of 6,000 galleons in their vault. Good thing that particular goblin never realized the vault was his. Oh, one more thing, Drolls suddenly remembered. The vault's in Gringotts, Romania. If you'd like, I can help transfer the contents to a branch in the UK. No need, we'll handle it ourselves, Kyle replied. It's not a special vault, is it? Gringotts vaults came in 3 types. Ordinary ones required only a key to access, less secure, but no extra fuss. Then there were the paid special vaults, like the one Dumbledore had used for the Philosopher's Stone, higher security, but you had to pay Gringotts to maintain them. Lastly, there were the ultra-secure underground vaults, used almost exclusively by ancient pure-blood families like the Blacks and the Lestranges. No, just a regular one, Drolls said, shaking his head. Then it's fine. We'll just withdraw the galleons ourselves when the time comes, said Kyle. Better to keep that money in his own hands. And after that? Drolls asked. You do know, right? As long as the Dragon Reserve still exists, you'll continue receiving a share of the profits. It's not much, around 200 galleons a year, but I still think transferring the vault to the UK would make things easier. Kyle thought it over and realized Drolls was right. If the vault stayed in Romania, he'd have to come here every time to collect. That really would be a hassle. Thank you for your help. Kyle handed the key back to Drolls. No trouble at all. Drolls stood up. I'll handle it personally. That way the goblins won't have an excuse to drag things out. Those greedy creatures don't like the idea of transferring vault contents to another country. If all goes smoothly, I should be back in time to join the 3 of you for lunch. Please, don't turn me down. There's no need, really, no rush, Kyle said quickly, stopping him. And as for lunch, we'll just eat when we get back. There was still something Kyle hadn't mentioned, something quite important. After that, Drolls probably wouldn't be in the mood for lunch anyway. Oh, but I insist, Drolls replied with a smile. Mr. Bergman visits the Dragon Reserve several times a year now. If he finds out I let you leave without doing anything, he'll definitely give me an earful. At the mention of Bergman, another thought crossed Drolls' mind. He remembered that the men who had built the Dragon Reserve from the ground up once said that if they couldn't find the benefactor, they should stop searching, he would appear when the time came. How many years had it been again? Drolls tried to recall, and then realized, with some shock, that it was this very year. Could it be Bergman had some talent for divination? He'd never heard anything of the sort. Still, he didn't dwell on it too much. Bergman usually showed up at the reserve around this time of year to inspect things. When he arrived, he could simply ask him about it. Kyle, unaware of Drolls' inner thoughts, had already pulled out another piece of parchment. Captain Drolls, I have another magical contract, also related to the Dragon Reserve. Another one. Drolls snapped out of his thoughts, blinking in surprise. That couldn't be right. There weren't supposed to be any other donors. Still, despite his confusion, he instinctively took the parchment from Kyle. And then, Drolls' expression visibly changed in an instant. His eyes widened, and the hand holding the parchment started to tremble. Authorized dragon breeding, gifting a dragon egg, covering all raising expenses. That's impossible. Absolutely impossible, he all but shouted. The reserve would never issue such an outrageous certificate. Where did you get this? Drolls lifted his head, staring seriously at Kyle. Forging a magical contract connected to the Dragon Reserve is a serious offense. I have the right to call the Aurors and have you arrested, even if your family once helped us. As he spoke, he'd already drawn his wand. Easy now, Drolls, Dumbledore said calmly, stepping forward and positioning himself between Drolls and Kyle. Headmaster Dumbledore, what exactly do you mean by this? Drolls said, voice low and tense. The Dragon Reserve won't be threatened by anyone. I don't intend to threaten you, Dumbledore replied airily. But I'm willing to vouch for this magical contract, as the headmaster of Hogwarts. I assure you, there's nothing wrong with it. So I suggest you take a breath and look again. Drolls stared at Dumbledore, clearly trying to process the situation. After a long pause, he finally lowered his wand. There's no need to look. I'm telling you, we would never issue something so absurd. Drolls spoke firmly. But considering your past help to the reserve, I'll let this go. You may leave, I won't press charges over a forged contract. That's not necessarily up to you, Captain Drolls, Kyle said, stepping forward for the first time, his tone calm. You speak for yourself, not for others, am I wrong? Or you could just ask Bergman, Newt added. He should be nearby, right? You should be able to contact him. Or, if you'd prefer, I can do it for you. Drolls hesitated. He didn't trust Kyle, and he didn't fully trust Dumbledore either. But he did trust Newt Scamander. If this really was Newt Scamander, there was no way he'd be involved in some kind of prank or scam. As for their identities, the reserve had protective spells to prevent anyone from impersonating a dragon keeper. The fact that they'd made it this far was proof enough. Still, Drolls wavered. Oh, by the way, Kyle said casually, I remember this contract was made in duplicate. The second copy should still be here. Why don't you look for it? Who knows, you might be in for a surprise. Drolls shot Kyle a look but said nothing. He took out his wand and opened a cabinet beside him. Dozens of parchments floated out, but none of them were what he was after. Those won't help, Kyle reminded him. It should be something from 97 years ago. Drolls paused for a second, then gave his wand a sharp flick. From a corner of the room, an old, dusty cabinet, so faded it looked like it might fall apart, creaked open. Another wave of parchments floated out. This time, one particular piece shimmered with a silvery white light. As if drawn by an invisible force, it glided through the air and landed gently on the table, right beside the contract Kyle had presented. The silver patterns on the two contracts aligned perfectly, the glowing light flowing seamlessly between them like liquid mercury. Clack! Drolls' wand slipped from his fingers and hit the floor. He stood there, completely stunned. It was real. This ridiculous thing was actually real. Drolls could hardly believe his eyes. No, you must have done something. Still unwilling to believe it, Drolls snatched up his wand and, flustered, pulled out a two-way mirror, tapping it rapidly. The mirror shimmered briefly, revealing the wrinkled face of an elderly, bald wizard. What's the hurry, he drawled. How many times have I told you? Patience is the most important thing when caring for dragons. Stay calm when something happens. Mr. Bergman, Drolls cut him off without hesitation, turning the mirror around to show the two pieces of parchment joined together on the table. Someone handed me this. Said it was a legal dragon ownership certificate from you. Nonsense, how could I possibly? The instant the image in the mirror stabilized, Bergman's voice cut off mid-sentence. Even without seeing his face, Kyle could easily guess what kind of expression he was wearing. Headmaster Dumbledore is there too, isn't he? Came a long sigh from the mirror. He is, standing right beside me, Drolls replied. After a brief pause, Bergman's voice returned. Give it to them. It's real. But the terms on this. They're all real. Oh. Jill laid an egg. I need to check on that. The mirror went dark before he could finish, leaving Drolls standing in stunned silence. If he remembered correctly, Jill was a male Swedish shortsnout, wasn't he? Still, Bergman's words had revealed plenty. The contract was very likely genuine, and even more likely had come directly from him. Drolls took a few steadying breaths, then looked up at Kyle again, forcing a strained smile. My apologies for the scene. No problem, Kyle replied. I just want to know whether the conditions outlined can be honored. Since it was Mr. Bergman who promised, and it's backed by a formal magical contract, then of course, Drolls said, jaw tight. But you can't. What do you mean? The wizard who signed this contract has to claim it in person. Now much calmer, Drolls pointed to the top line of the parchment. Unlike a donation, this clearly states it's valid for the individual only, non-transferable, non-inheritable. I know, Kyle said. But I'm the one who signed it. Drolls raised an eyebrow. Did this kid take him for an idiot? The date on the contract was 1899, 97 years ago. Kyle clearly wasn't anywhere near that old. How could he possibly be? Oh! By Merlin's beard. Drolls nearly jumped out of his chair. Kyle had placed his wand on the parchment, and incredibly, the contract's magical seal lit up, dissolving into floating runes that shimmered and peeled from the surface. That could only mean one thing: Kyle's magic signature perfectly matched the one that had formed the contract's enchantment. But that was impossible. This was a 97-year-old contract. Drolls felt like his brain was about to detonate. The shock was no less than if he'd witnessed Jill actually laying a dragon egg. This was beyond anything he understood. The sliver of reason he'd regained shattered instantly. "So," Kyle said with a smile, "is everything in order now?" Wait a second. Droll shot to his feet, bolted to the door, and ran out. "I'd guess he's gone to find Bergman," Newt commented from beside Kyle. "After retiring, he built a house just behind the reserve. He's invited me to be his neighbor several times, but the Romanian Ministry of Magic wouldn't allow me to live here." Naturally. Kyle thought. Without Dumbledore's backing, the British ministry probably wouldn't have let Newt settle in Dorset either. Still, Bergman's words just now kept tugging at Kyle's mind. "Professor," Kyle turned to Dumbledore, "do you think he already knows? I remember the last time he saw me, he seemed rather surprised. He asked a few questions too," Dumbledore said. "At the time I didn't understand, just thought they were odd. But looking back, he must have recognized me." After all, Dumbledore had gone with Kyle back then. Even in old age, his appearance remained quite distinctive. It wasn't surprising he'd been recognized. "Is it going to be a problem?" Kyle asked. "Doubtful," Dumbledore replied after a moment's thought. "Bergman's not the type to gossip. His only real passion is dragons." "Good." Kyle nodded. About half an hour later, Drolls returned. Kyle had assumed Bergman would be with him, but even after waiting a while, no one else entered the room. "Did you find him?" "I didn't," Droll said through clenched teeth. "There was only a letter in the house." He placed the letter on the table. The handwriting was messy, clearly written in haste. Its contents were brief: "I have something to take care of. Handle reserve matters as you see fit." "Looks like Bergman's feeling guilty," Newt said with a chuckle. To be honest, the terms in the dragon breeding certificate were completely over the top. If he were Bergman, he'd probably disappear for a while too. "Need us to help track him down?" Kyle asked, glancing at Drolls. "No need. I have a good idea where he's gone," Drolls muttered, rubbing his temples. "So now. We'll honor it." Drolls fell silent for a moment, then said with resignation, "Since the magical contract checks out, of course we'll uphold our end." Chapter 861, 8 months. Drolls felt like he was riding an emotional roller coaster, 1 minute soaring, the next plunging straight down. He'd been thrilled to finally uncover the identity of the mysterious benefactor, but that joy had quickly soured the moment the men produced a legal dragon breeding certificate. Especially once he saw the terms. Not only did it include the provision of a dragon egg, it also covered all expenses related to raising the dragon. If he agreed to this, it would basically mean establishing a London branch of the Dragon Reserve. And worse, it would be one completely outside their jurisdiction. But refusing wasn't so simple either. Drolls thought back to the second letter he'd found in Bergman's home, a letter he'd deliberately hidden and hadn't shown anyone. It subtly referenced some buried secrets from 97 years ago. In it, Bergman had stressed how crucial that original donation of galleons was to the reserve's founding. In fact, it was no exaggeration to say that the reserve's very existence and later growth were all thanks to those 3,000 galleons. Without that money, the whole project might have collapsed before it even began. To be fair, Drolls couldn't really blame Bergman. If he had been in that position back then, he might have made the same choice. Trade a magical contract, one that wouldn't become valid for 97 years, in exchange for the reserve's long-term development. Honestly, it wasn't a bad deal. But the problem was, he wasn't Bergman. Now someone had come knocking, contract in hand, and the men who signed it had conveniently vanished under the excuse of retirement, leaving him, the current captain, to clean up the mess. Who was he supposed to complain to? And there was another thing that kept bothering him. Bergman had hinted, though not outright stated, that he'd once met Headmaster Dumbledore, and that he'd misunderstood his identity and owed him an apology. At first glance, that didn't seem like a big deal. After all, Albus Dumbledore had already been alive 97 years ago. He was an adult then. It wouldn't be unusual for Bergman to have crossed paths with him. But when Drolls compared that with the oral history passed down in the reserve, things got interesting. According to that account, the original benefactor had been a young man of about 20, accompanied by an elderly servant with a long white beard. Drolls instinctively glanced at the trio standing before him now. Ignoring Newt, they matched perfectly. A young man in his 20s, and an old man with white hair and a beard. Coincidence? That would be way too convenient. Sure, dragon keepers were all muscle, but that didn't mean they lacked brains. Drolls wasn't a fool, and he didn't believe for a second that Bergman would bother writing so much meaningless fluff. Especially the part about misunderstanding Dumbledore's identity and needing to apologize. There were only two people mentioned, a wealthy young man and a frail old servant. Who could possibly have been mistaken? The answer was obvious, it had to be the latter. After all, at that time, describing Dumbledore as a wealthy young man wouldn't have been inaccurate. But the only reason you'd need to apologize for a misjudgment was if you'd mistaken the headmaster of Hogwarts, the most powerful wizard of the age, for a servant. And yet, this was 1899. Dumbledore had just graduated. Even if Bergman's eyesight was going, he wouldn't have mistaken a fresh graduate for a decrepit old man. Unless the Dumbledore Bergman had seen was the same person standing before him now. It was a ridiculous thought. Drolls found it almost impossible to accept. But the thing was, everything Bergman had left behind pointed straight to that conclusion. If he let his imagination stretch just a bit further. Setting aside Newt Scamander, even the entire scene felt like déjà vu, a young man and an old wizard, side by side. That was why he'd taken so long to return. Bergman's house wasn't far, just a few minutes away at most. Yet he'd taken a full half hour. The extra time had been spent trying to convince himself to accept what all the signs were telling him, and debating whether or not to give in to the request. By rights, if his suspicions were correct, then Kyle was exploiting a loophole, bending the rules. The reserve had every right to reject it. But the other side could just as easily reject them. They had no proof, only a magical contract, which put the reserve squarely in the wrong. Even appealing to the International Confederation of Wizards would be useless. After half an hour of internal struggle, he'd made his decision, he would honor the contract. And honestly, anyone willing to go to this much effort wasn't going to back down just because he said no. Look at who he was dealing with. Newt. Dumbledore. Titans of the magical world. And then there was Kyle, the most difficult one of the bunch. He might not be as famous as the other two, but according to Charlie Weasley, Kyle had already become a senior assistant to the Minister for Magic before graduating. That was a real position of power, one that could even sway the minister's decisions to some extent. Mishandling this could easily escalate into an international incident. No wonder Bergman ran for the hills. That damned old. Drolls silently cursed Bergman's entire family tree, but outwardly, he kept his expression calm as he looked at Kyle. Since it's a magical contract signed by Mr. Bergman, the reserve will of course honor it. So, do you want to take the dragon egg now? If possible, the sooner the better, said Kyle. He hadn't expected Drolls to agree so readily, but that was just as well. It saved him a lot of time. All right then. Drolls let out a sigh and headed for the door. All three of you, come with me. Kyle quickly followed. He thought Drolls would lead them back to the same cave as before, but instead, they were taken deeper into the reserve. I know what you're thinking, Drolls said, turning his head. Sorry, but I can't give you the dragon egg. Oh. Kyle raised an eyebrow. He wasn't worried that Drolls was going to break his word, or worse, lure him out here to get rid of him. With Dumbledore right behind them. Unless Droll's brain had been entirely replaced by muscle, he wouldn't dare. We can't remove a dragon egg from its mother, especially not one close to hatching, Drolls explained. There aren't any other eggs available? Kyle asked. Not a single one, Drolls replied. But if you don't mind, you're welcome to try taking one yourself, I won't stop you. I'd rather hear your opinion first, Kyle said. He'd have to be insane to provoke a mother dragon guarding her clutch. All right, Drolls sighed. If you're willing, I'd suggest exchanging the egg for a hatchling, one that's already capable of hunting and has left the nest. Dragons, as apex magical beasts, don't linger near adults for long. Once they're strong enough, they leave to claim territory of their own. Hatchlings are a lot more trouble than eggs, Kyle said, giving Drolls a pointed look. Dragons naturally imprint on the first creature they see after hatching. That bond was a dragon keeper's greatest advantage. But by the time a dragon reaches the hatchling stage, its personality is already well formed. Building trust with one at that point was significantly harder than raising it from an egg. It was clear Drolls didn't want Kyle's dragon getting too attached to him. You're not wrong, Drolls admitted with a nod. But I believe, with Mr. Scamander's help, that shouldn't be a problem for you, right? And hatchlings do come with the benefit of skipping some of the more time-consuming early steps. Of course. Drolls added, seeing Kyle wasn't responding. If you'd really prefer the egg, we could make preparations and have two ready within the year, no longer than that. No need, Kyle said with a faint smile. I'm not the patient type. A hatchling will be just fine. He understood exactly what Drolls was playing at. Even a Niffler needed emotional bonding over time. Giving someone a temperamental creature like a half-wild dragon, especially one already past the imprinting stage, meant that even someone like Newt would struggle to win its full trust. And Drolls, as a seasoned dragon keeper, knew this perfectly well. After all, keepers had their designated areas. Without special circumstances, someone raising Hungarian horntails wouldn't go near a Swedish shortsnout's territory. Kyle understood that just as clearly, but he didn't care. However, Mr. Drolls, Kyle said, since we're replacing the egg with a hatchling, I'd like to make a small request. Oh. What kind of request? I'd like to specify the breed, Kyle said. Let's say, a lion dragon. No, Drolls said immediately. Now that's not very fair, Kyle said, wagging a finger. You've run into trouble, and I've already agreed to compromise. But the moment I make a tiny request, you shoot it down. What if you hand me 2 Welsh greens instead? They're still dragons. You actually think that's acceptable? Kyle stared at him, incredulous. He was someone who'd helped build this reserve. Sending him off with 2 Welsh greens, wasn't that a bit insulting? It's just that. I'm mainly interested in studying lion dragons, Newt spoke up then. He waved a hand, motioning Kyle to step back, and walked over to Drolls to quietly confer with him a short distance away. Kyle immediately closed his mouth and waited patiently. As for Dumbledore, he truly seemed to be here for leisure. He wandered around, inspecting the surroundings, occasionally running his hand along the bark of a nearby oak tree and musing aloud that it would make an excellent front door for Hogwarts. Kyle didn't know much about wood, but he was fairly certain the doors that had stood at Hogwarts for 1,000 years were made from something far superior to ordinary oak. Newt worked quickly. Within just a few minutes, Drolls returned. Lion dragon, is it? Fine, I'll allow it. Drolls gave Newt a resigned look. I'm seriously starting to suspect you two did your homework on the reserve ahead of time, otherwise, how would you know we just happened to have 2 juvenile lion dragons? Just a coincidence, Newt said with a cheerful smile. Whatever it is, just don't forget your promise, Drolls muttered, shaking his head. But let's make one thing clear in advance, if you go with the lion dragon, your second option has to be either a common Welsh green or a Hungarian horntail. Wait, I still get to choose. Kyle blinked in surprise. Honestly, he'd already prepared himself for a combo of lion dragon and Welsh green. We've got too many Hungarian horntails in the reserve, Drolls said, rubbing his forehead. It takes several times the manpower to control those temperamental beasts. Frankly, we're barely managing. Hungarian horntails are the second most common breed after Welsh greens, Newt added. No one wants to go out hunting them, same reward, way more risk. It's not worth it. Ah, that makes sense. Kyle nodded. He hadn't thought of it that way before. That, and it's also because of Mr. Scamander, said Drolls. If not for your involvement, we wouldn't even consider letting one of those walking disasters off the premises. I just happen to have some experience with them, Newt said modestly. The horntail in his case was fiercer than anything the reserve had. If it hadn't been, it wouldn't have been sent back 3 times. I'll take the horntail, Kyle said without hesitation. Let's hope you don't regret it. Kyle couldn't tell if he was imagining it, but it seemed like Drolls let out a quiet sigh of relief, like he'd just offloaded a very big problem. Let me just say this now, no returns, Drolls said quickly. If you ever decide not to keep it, the only way out is to surrender your legal breeding rights. Also, if your dragon causes any kind of incident, we reserve the right to take it back. Understood, said Kyle. He didn't know what Drolls was plotting now, but there was no way he'd ever give the dragons back. It was like trying to take galleons from a niffler's pouch, just prying them out would be a battle, let alone giving them up voluntarily. Well then, the rest is simple, Drolls said, suddenly much more enthusiastic. Let's get some lunch and go over the rest while we eat. Kyle was starting to feel that something wasn't quite right, but he was still too pleased about getting 2 dragons to dwell on it. He followed Drolls to the reserve's canteen. Lunch was about the same as last time, big slabs of roasted meat, a few sad leaves of vegetables, and a bowl of unidentifiable soup. It was gray, bubbling, and vaguely threatening. Kyle took one look, then pushed the bowl to the side. Whoever the chef was, they clearly shared a culinary philosophy with Hagrid. Drolls, on the other hand, was eating heartily. Dumbledore gave the soup a cautious sip. It's quite distinctive, he said, glancing at Kyle. I suggest you try it. No thanks. Kyle looked at the soup again and firmly shook his head. Lunch was quick, and by the time they finished, everything Kyle had requested was ready. First came the food, an entire trunk filled with flamed stones. Since they were only juveniles, they didn't need much. This amount would be plenty. Then came the meat. Drolls had selected a herd of wild boars and another of goats, about 50 animals in total. The wild boars were for the lion dragon. The goats were for the Hungarian horntail. Oh, good thing Aberforth isn't here, Dumbledore whispered. He'd be furious. Kyle immediately understood, and couldn't help but laugh. Aberforth had a goat, and he doted on it like it was family. Then came the main event. A dragon, about 7 or 8 feet tall and burning red from head to tail, was brought forward. Its head was slightly longer than that of a typical dragon, and sharp, mane-like horns fanned out along the back of its skull, giving it a distinctly leonine appearance. Its wings were massive, longer even than its body. Careful, Drolls warned. Lion dragons are far from tame. In terms of volatility, they're just behind horntails and Norwegian ridgebacks. I'm aware, Kyle nodded. He glanced around. Where's my horntail? Don't worry, Drolls said with a slight smile. It's only 8 months old, but its situation is a little unique, so it may take longer to bring out. Oh, speak of the devil. Kyle turned in the direction Drolls pointed, and froze. 5 dragon keepers were struggling to haul over a massive fire dragon, nearly 20 feet tall, restrained by wrist-thick iron chains. This is 8 months old. Indeed. Droll's smile widened. Hungarian horntails, you know. A bit bigger than the others, perfectly normal. A bit bigger. Kyle muttered. They were the same age, yet next to the horntail, the lion dragon looked like a delicate toy. And even under the effects of a stunning spell, the horntail was still twitching its tail with unconscious menace. Kyle watched in horror as one of the handlers failed to dodge in time and got a spike right through the thigh. The man calmly stepped out of the formation, splashed some potion from a bottle onto the wound with his left hand, wrapped it with a bandage using his right, then walked right back in to grab the chain again, like it was all part of his daily routine. None of the others even flinched. Ah. Kyle cleared his throat. You know, suddenly, the Welsh. No returns, remember. Drolls cut him off. I'm sure you'll take excellent care of it. Chapter 862, The Stubborn Horntail. As expected of dragon keepers, they shared a deep bond with their dragons. When they saw Newt calmly place the 8-month-old lion dragon into his suitcase, their eyes were filled with reluctant sorrow. But when it came time for the Hungarian horntail, their tears were of pure joy. Especially the 5 dragon keepers who had escorted it over, each one a hulking, muscle-bound man, who suddenly threw their arms around each other and burst into tears on the spot. The days of living on edge, finally over. Mr. Scamander, what a saint. From today on, you're my idol. Tomorrow I'm buying 10 copies of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. I'm getting 100. The group chimed in one after another, their enthusiasm so effusive it nearly had Newt floating. Even Drolls was in high spirits, so much so that he pulled out a bottle of brandy, a rare sight, and took a hearty swig. Normally, dragon keepers were forbidden from drinking on the job, especially strong liquor. The scent alone could trigger a dragon's appetite and provoke a bite at any moment. For a dragon keeper, that was potentially fatal. But Drolls didn't care anymore. He was too happy. Worst case, he'd take half a day off. Today, he just wanted to enjoy a proper drink. Kyle sat motionless, face blank. He'd figured it out, this Hungarian horntail was absolutely not ordinary. What kind of dragon, after being hit with a stunning spell, still tried to whip people with its tail? And Drolls, he wasn't innocent either. Maybe from the very moment he suggested swapping the egg for a hatchling, this had all been part of the plan. It had been a setup from the start. Droll's goal all along might have been to offload that horntail. And Kyle had walked straight into it. After all, who wouldn't choose a horntail over a common Welsh green? What he hadn't expected was that this so-called 8-month-old horntail would already be larger than a fully grown Welsh green. And from the look on Droll's face, returning it was probably out of the question. When they left the dragon reserve, the keepers cheerfully escorted them all the way. Only after watching them disappear via portkey did they slouch back toward the reserve, arms slung around each other. Let's hit the oak barrel for a drink. My treat. Of course. We have to celebrate today. Even if we get fined, it's worth it. I'm in. I'll drop off the hemostatic potions and bandages I ordered while I'm at it. Hey, do you think Mr. Scamander's age can handle something like this? Don't worry. He's a magizoologist, he'll be fine. Should we pitch in and send him something? Otherwise, I feel bad. Yeah, and if we send enough, he'll feel too guilty to send it back. They didn't even bother heading back to request time off. Arms around each other's shoulders, they headed straight for the pub. Meanwhile, Kyle and the others had returned via portkey to the edge of the Dorset forest, just outside Newt's house. The ever-enthusiastic house elf Dobby opened the door and welcomed them in. Kyle glanced at Newt, hesitating for a moment. If you've got a question, go ahead, Newt said with a smile. It's just that Hungarian horntail. Kyle asked quietly, is there something wrong with it? Oh, nothing much. Just a bit temperamental, Newt replied casually. So far, it's injured 19 dragon keepers. See that long scar on Droll's arm? That's from it. Apparently, a while ago, the reserve transferred it to another enclosure, and 3 adult dragons nearly got torn apart. Kyle's forehead began to bead with sweat. This wasn't just a troublemaker, it was a full-on menace. No wonder the keepers had cried tears of joy when it was finally sent off. But it's only 8 months old. How can it take on adult dragons? That's what makes Hungarian horntails so unique, Newt said seriously. They're vicious by nature, won't hesitate even against their own kind. And because their natural habitat is so dangerous, their juvenile phase is unusually short. In just 1 year, they can grow to over 30 feet. By comparison, the Ukrainian ironbelly, similar in size, takes nearly 2 years to reach that stage. All horntails are like that? Kyle asked. Able to take down full-grown dragons at 8 months? Oh, definitely not, Newt shook his head. Most horntails spend their first year avoiding other dragons and potential threats, hunting as much as possible to build up strength. But this one's an outlier. According to Drolls, its temper is extreme, even for a horntail. It actually enjoys fighting more than it cares about the food. That. Kyle let out a strained laugh. He didn't even know what to say anymore. He had clearly just invited a world of trouble into his life, and worst of all, he'd done it voluntarily. Also. Kyle rubbed his forehead and changed the subject. What exactly did you say to Drolls that made him agree to give me a lion dragon? Oh, that. Newt replied as if it were obvious. I promised to help him deal with the Hungarian horntail problem, so he agreed. So it was Newt who made the offer. Kyle felt like he'd been punched in the gut. He'd thought it was Drolls doing Newt a favor out of respect. But now, it seemed there was nothing more to say, it was already done. Come on in, Newt said. I need to make use of the stunning spell while it's still active to get them properly settled. He opened the suitcase and set it on the ground, then jumped inside. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Kyle had left his suitcase in Newt's care the whole time. I'll help too, consider it after-sales service, Dumbledore said, following him in. Back when Kyle finished second year, he'd used the Philosopher's Stone he found as payment to have Dumbledore expand the suitcase to its current state. At the time, Dumbledore had modeled it after the Forbidden Forest, which, needless to say, was not designed with dragons in mind. Of course, no one could have predicted that 5 dragons would be living here just a few years later. By the time Kyle jumped in, Newt and Dumbledore were already hard at work. Transforming the environment was no small task. Since it would take time, they decided to start by relocating some of the other magical creatures, including the basilisk, into Newt's suitcase to avoid any unnecessary chaos later. After that, Dumbledore kicked everyone else out. Leave it to Albus, Newt said with a chuckle. He really isn't the same anymore. The Albus I knew would never be this energetic. I just hope he doesn't build me a blue castle, Kyle muttered. If it were the old Dumbledore, he wouldn't have worried. But ever since Ariana had become the center of his thoughts, there was no telling what might inspire him. After all, Ariana's favorite colors were sky blue and earthy yellow, one representing freedom, the other stability. Earthy yellow, Kyle could live with. But the other one? A ferocious dragon perched atop a glittering light blue castle. The aesthetic alone was disturbing. Kyle didn't think he could handle it. Probably not. Newt said, though his voice was laced with uncertainty. Truth be told, he found this new Dumbledore a bit unfamiliar himself. At that moment, a sudden scream cut their conversation short. Dobby came sprinting toward them in a panic, flailing his arms and pointing wildly toward the sky. Sir, it's terrible, the spiky dragon, it's flying. Spiky dragon. The Hungarian horntail. Kyle and Newt turned their heads at once. The lion dragon was still snoring under the stunning spell, but the horntail had already woken up. Maybe the unfamiliar surroundings had agitated it. It was clearly enraged, belching jets of fire dozens of feet in every direction. A wave of blistering heat surged forward, flinging Dobby into the air. He crashed to the ground and let out a sharp hiss of pain. Kyle instantly drew his wand. But just then, another roar echoed from nearby. It was the horntail from Newt's suitcase, drawn by the scent of its own kind. It had left its nest and flown straight toward them. The 2 dragons collided midair, and battle broke out instantly. No fire this time, it was a brutal clash of teeth, claws, and tail whips that lashed like flails. Kyle suddenly remembered, wasn't Newt's horntail also a menace? The one that had been returned by the reserve 3 times. Should we step in? Kyle asked. Better not, Newt sighed, clearly troubled. If we interfere now, they'll just see us as enemies. Let them work it out themselves. He helped Dobby up and asked him to help clear away any nearby magical creatures. Not that it was necessary. As soon as the 2 dragons had clashed, every creature in the vicinity had already bolted for safer ground. Soon, only Kyle, Newt, and Dobby were left. It was obvious Dobby was terrified, his legs were shaking so hard they practically blurred. Still, he stood his ground in front of Newt and Kyle. "No need to be afraid, Dobby," Newt crouched and said gently. "Go check on Lafleur. I saw him run off toward the Graphorn. But I have to protect the professor." Dobby stammered, trembling. "I'll be fine, I promise," Newt smiled, completely unconcerned for his own safety. As they spoke, Kyle kept his eyes on the sky. And he noticed something unbelievable. Despite the size and strength difference, the 8-month-old horntail wasn't backing down in the slightest. In fact, it kept launching attacks, relentlessly biting and clawing, even if it couldn't pierce the other's scales. It seemed determined to leave its mark. Kyle twitched slightly at the corner of his mouth. By Merlin's beard, this thing was relentless. Was it really this hard-headed? If that thing ended up in his suitcase? Kyle shuddered. The last thing he wanted was to open it one day and find the horntail rampaging inside like it owned the place. But Drolls was really willing to give it to me. Kyle frowned. It held its own against an adult horntail and still refused to back down. In a way, its strength matches its temper, doesn't it? "No, that's where you're mistaken," Newt said, shaking his head. "The reserve doesn't care about how powerful a dragon is. What they care about is stability. If nothing goes wrong, once this horntail reaches maturity, it's almost certain to challenge the current king. That would spark another massive fight, exactly what the reserve wants to avoid." "The king of the dragon reserve?" "Ah." Kyle turned his head stiffly. "They actually seem to be getting along. Maybe it'd be better if I just let them stay together as companions." "Getting along?" Newt blinked, then glanced at the pieces of scales and dragon blood still falling from the sky. He pointed upward. "What exactly made you think that looked like getting along?" "Well, dragons, you know, no fighting, no friendship." "Maybe they'll make up by tomorrow," Kyle muttered. "I wouldn't count on it," Newt said slowly. "Besides, I'm 100 years old. I don't have the energy to care for a second Hungarian horntail." The way Newt stressed his age left Kyle speechless. Right. Newt was 100. Dumping this kind of problem on him really wasn't fair. "So now what?" Kyle sighed. "If I'd known it was like this, I'd have swallowed my pride and tried to return it to Drolls." "No need. That's what you're here for," Newt said. "Me?" Kyle pointed at himself, then looked up at the horntail still circling in the sky, a beast willing to wound itself if it meant hurting its opponent. "I don't think it's going to listen to me." "There's always a way," Newt said. "Don't forget, you still have the basilisk." "The basilisk can make it listen?" Kyle asked, clearly skeptical. "No. Dragons and basilisks are mortal enemies," Newt replied. Now Kyle was even more confused. But Newt didn't elaborate. He just quietly turned to look at a nearby cave where the basilisk had been moved. For various reasons, Kyle hadn't put the creature into a deep sleep. Now, likely triggered by the scent of dragon blood, it was slithering out of the cave. 50 feet long and thicker than a barrel, its sheer presence was overwhelming, though the velvet cloth draped over its eyes did undercut the menace slightly, adding an odd touch of humor. The basilisk began licking the dragon blood from the ground, an act that immediately enraged the two horntails in the sky. The one Kyle had brought back from the reserve dived down first, unleashing a blast of fire straight at the basilisk's head. The larger horntail seemed ready to assist, but halfway there, it suddenly veered off and fled the scene. "It saw us," Newt said with a laugh. "It knows there's no point to the fight now. The basilisk gave it the perfect excuse to retreat." "How about we trade?" Kyle asked hopefully. Newt just smiled and didn't answer. Meanwhile, the fight between the horntail and the basilisk ended just as quickly as it had begun. Though the horntail had the advantage of flight, it was still just 8 months old. It had charged down recklessly, hoping to land a heavy blow with its tail, only to have its wing clamped in the basilisk's jaws. And the basilisk, of course, had venomous fangs. Kyle froze, ready to intervene, but seeing Newt still standing calmly in place, he hesitated and stopped. The horntail swayed like a drunk in midair, then crashed to the ground. Only then did Newt finally raise his wand and give it a firm flick. A thick wall of earth suddenly rose up, blocking the basilisk just as it lunged in to swallow the horntail whole. The snake was then forcibly pushed back into the cave. The earth wall sealed the entrance, and no matter how it rammed or thrashed, it couldn't get out. "Perfect," Newt said with relief. "Don't worry, the basilisk's venom won't kill a dragon, but it will knock it out. Much more effective than a stunning spell." "I'm not worried about the horntail," Kyle muttered, frowning. "I just don't get what you're trying to do." "Remember what I said? Dragons and basilisks are mortal enemies," Newt reminded him. Kyle nodded. "Well, that's the reason," Newt continued. "With a temperament like this horntail's, today's defeat will be a humiliation. From now on, it's likely to be fixated on the basilisk, and that's exactly how you'll be able to control it. Because the dragon can understand you, and you can command the basilisk. As for how to maintain a delicate balance between them, you'll have a few days to figure that out. A violent horntail and a basilisk, a delicate balance. Kyle frowned. You didn't just come up with this, did you? When I saw you pull out that magical contract, Newt admitted. Actually, Drolls has been fretting about this for ages. He's written to me more than once asking if I'd take the horntail, but I always turned him down. Like I said, I don't have the energy for another horntail. But you're different. With the basilisk, it's like you already have a leash. And right now, that Hungarian horntail could be the most powerful ally you've got. Chapter 863, let me buy you a drink. You want to find the basilisk? Sure, no problem, now roll over and show me. Bang. In a cloud of dust, Kyle struggled to pull himself free from a tangle of vines, sitting on the ground and grimacing as he rubbed his shoulder. Not far away, Newt, who had been weighing the lion dragon, glanced over, rubbed his forehead in exasperation, and drew his wand. Incarcerus. A dozen thick vines, each as wide as a bowl, shot in from all directions, wrapping tightly around the Hungarian horntail's limbs and tail, pinning it in place. One vine even wrapped around its mouth to stop it from breathing fire. Thanks, Kyle said, limping over. Getting smacked by a dragon's tail really hurt. Even though he'd prepared in advance and blocked the 2-foot-long spikes on its tail with a spell, Kyle still felt like his whole body had been torn apart. I can help you this time, but I think you'd better stop provoking it, Newt said, not even turning his head. I know. I just wanted to test its tolerance, Kyle shrugged. The horntail had been bitten by the basilisk some time ago. Though it hadn't been killed by the venom, it had fallen unconscious for several days, and even after waking, it remained wobbly and unsteady. But the horntail didn't care about its condition. As soon as it was able to fly again, it took off looking for the basilisk, hell-bent on revenge. Kyle had appeared at just the right moment, released the basilisk, and, when the two were locked in battle, had forcibly commanded the basilisk to return to its cave to sleep. That had been a bit of a risky move. The real problem started after the basilisk left, because the Hungarian horntail promptly turned its attention on Kyle. Thankfully, Newt had been nearby and managed to pull Kyle out of the dragon's jaws at the last second. After that, Kyle took on the role of a well-meaning parent, constantly separating the two and keeping them from meeting again. Neither of them seemed particularly grateful. I'm telling you, Kyle said, pointing at the horntail's chin, clearly annoyed, if you smack me with that tail again, I swear I'll make the basilisk sleep in its cave for the next 200 years. You'll never see it again. The Hungarian horntail's pupils narrowed into vertical slits, and it began thrashing violently. Whether it was intentional or just the dragon's brute strength, the vines binding it were quickly torn apart. With a single claw, it ripped the restraint off its mouth and lunged toward Kyle. Kyle stood there calmly. Go ahead, kill me. You'll never find the basilisk and get your revenge. The horntail abruptly lifted itself higher, wings beating hard, and flew past Kyle, its wings barely brushing his hair. TCH. Still think you can mess with me? Kyle raised his left hand and flicked the horntail off with his middle finger. That did it. The dragon exploded in fury, spewing flames wildly in all directions. Chaos broke out once more. But curiously, not a single flame came near Kyle. Ah. Newt sighed again. He'd lost count of how many times he'd sighed by now. His original idea had been for Kyle to use the basilisk to occupy the horntail's attention, giving it time to cool down and build some trust while recovering from its loss. Kyle's ability to communicate with magical creatures was his biggest asset. Even if the horntail's personality meant it would never be as friendly as Norbert, peaceful coexistence should have been possible. But Newt hadn't expected Kyle to take such a confrontational route. He was convinced that if the horntail ever defeated the basilisk, it would immediately roast Kyle alive. Kyle had spoken so fast that by the time Newt realized something was wrong, it was already too late to stop him. Oh well. What's done is done. Newt went back to combing through the spiny ridge atop the lion dragon's head. The spikes were gradually hardening now. He ignored the Hungarian horntail raging in the background, acting as if he hadn't seen a thing. Even if that day did come, Kyle was strong enough now to handle the Hungarian horntail on his own. There was no need to worry. Newt gave the lion dragon's spines another careful prod. It seemed to annoy the little creature, which promptly snorted 2 fireballs from its nostrils, nearly setting Newt's beard alight. Kyle raised an eyebrow. No wonder they were called fireball dragons, their flames really were perfectly round. He walked over and sat down, and Iron Belly and Longhorn immediately came bounding over. Their massive heads pressed up against him in unison. Kyle's mood instantly lifted. He pulled out a large pile of snacks and began feeding them. Honestly, if you wanted to raise a dragon, you had to start from the egg. The whole experience was so much better than dealing with a certain stubborn breed. Too bad the dragon reserve didn't accept returns. Kyle glanced over at the still raging Hungarian horntail and felt a surge of irritation. They were both dragons, how could the difference be this drastic? How's it going? Any progress? Kyle turned to Newt and asked. Cleared up quite a few questions, Newt replied. The next edition of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them will have a lot more on lion dragons. When will that be? Might take a while, Newt said. Lockneil's new paper is about to be published. It's on a completely new magical creature, and that's going to be the centerpiece of the next edition. I see. Kyle nodded, then couldn't resist reaching out to tease the lion dragon. 2 more fireballs shot out, but this time Newt wasn't so lucky. His hair and beard were both smoking, accompanied by the acrid scent of burning. If you're really that bored, go help Dobby take care of your Dementor. He's too scared to go near it, Newt said, finally losing patience. Honestly, I don't even know where you got that thing, or what you're feeding it. Nothing. Doesn't need feeding, it can't die anyway, Kyle replied offhandedly. Truth be told, if it weren't for the ongoing renovation of his suitcase, he would have completely forgotten about the Dementor. It mostly stayed in the remote, cold zone Kyle had partitioned off, and since it was the only thing in there, Kyle didn't always remember it existed. After helping Newt put out the flames on his head, Kyle swung himself onto Iron Belly's back and gave it a pat. The little dragon immediately stood up, spread its wings, and soared forward with Kyle. It wasn't as fast as a fully grown dragon, but the ride was still satisfying. Dobby was in a pitch-dark cave not far away. When Kyle found him, he was clutching a wooden bucket and trembling as he stared ahead. Sir. When he saw Kyle, his tennis ball-sized eyes looked over with a pitiful gleam. I get it. I'll handle it. Jumping down from the dragon's back, Kyle took the bucket, opened the lid, and casually tossed it aside. From the bucket floated a glowing orb, flickering like a firefly. At the same time, a layer of frost began forming on the cave walls. A Dementor in a black hood floated out at an eerie speed, gliding straight to the bucket and greedily sucking the glowing orbs into its mouth. Dobby was even more terrified, instinctively gripping a nearby rock for support. What is that stuff? Kyle asked curiously. It's Physalis. Iris. Dobby's voice was trembling so hard it sounded like his tongue might knot itself. Kyle gave him a glance, then led him out of the cave. Only once they were outside did Dobby finally return to normal, gasping for air like a man who'd just narrowly escaped death. You mentioned Physalis and Iris earlier. What else? Put them inside the body of a glowing hound for an hour, then take them out and roast them. Mix the smoke into the saliva of a whooper, Dobby said. It was Mr. Newt who told me to do it. A glowing hound, a Patronus. Kyle rubbed his chin. He remembered Newt's Patronus was a basset hound, short legs and all, kind of adorable. Since a Patronus was the embodiment of happiness, it made sense that any herbs it came into contact with might change in some way. But could happiness really transfer to herbs? Kyle honestly had no idea. Still, the Dementor seemed to be enjoying itself. It had already devoured all the glowing orbs and was now rubbing its face against the wooden bucket, looking like it hadn't eaten in days. Kyle curled his lip. You're a Dementor, the dreaded warden of Azkaban, the embodiment of darkness and evil, Harry Potter's ultimate sleeping aid, and now you're licking a bucket. Aren't you even a little embarrassed? Just then, another longhorn dragon flew in from the distance, bringing news from Newt. Dumbledore had arrived. Kyle immediately forgot about the Dementor and hurried back with Dobby in tow. The poor house elf was so frightened when he climbed onto the dragon's back, he nearly passed out. From far off, Kyle spotted Dumbledore. Professor, is it finished? He asked eagerly. Of course, Dumbledore said with a smile, taking out a suitcase and opening it. Want to take a look? I promise you'll be satisfied. Kyle jumped straight in. The inside of the suitcase had completely transformed. Nearly half the forest was gone, replaced by towering cliffs and steep crags. Thankfully, there were no blue castles or pink trees. Aside from the odd shapes of some cliffs, everything looked fairly normal. The lake had expanded several times over, stretching so far it vanished into the horizon. In the middle of it was a large island, and for some reason, it looked oddly familiar to Kyle. This was modeled after Newt's suitcase design, Dumbledore said, walking up behind him. I figured the Hungarian horntail would enjoy this kind of environment. And you happen to have one, don't you? That stubborn beast. Kyle snorted. I think a patch of grass would do just fine. No need to spoil it with a place this nice. That's your call, Dumbledore said with a chuckle. I had planned to expand the space in here as well, but I ran out of time. I need to take Ariana somewhere tomorrow, and I also have to squeeze in the sorting ceremony in the evening. Maybe you can take care of it yourself. I imagine the undetectable extension charm isn't beyond you. Wait a second, Kyle said, brushing off the space issue. Sorting ceremony. Hogwarts is starting. Yes, Dumbledore nodded. Why? You didn't know. I do wish I could be there. Kyle genuinely hadn't realized. He'd been so caught up in bonding with the dragons that he hadn't noticed at all. It's fine, Professor. You don't have to rush back. Kyle looked up and reached for Dumbledore's head. Just give me a bit of your hair. Dumbledore immediately sidestepped. If you asked a British wizard what their most treasured possession was, hair would definitely be in the top 3. At Dumbledore's age, still not needing a wig was almost unheard of. He'd rather have fox peck at his beard than give up any from the top of his head. And Kyle was reaching for a whole handful. Polyjuice potion, Kyle explained. I've actually been impersonating the headmaster for a while now. As long as we hand everything off to Professor McGonagall before term starts, we're good. You impersonated me. Dumbledore blinked in surprise. Before coming here, he'd gotten some word of recent events and knew that Dumbledore had made a few appearances at Hogwarts. But all his attention had been on Ariana, so he hadn't given it much thought, just assumed he'd gone back at some point. He hadn't expected it to be Polyjuice potion. Still, that meant he didn't have to divide his focus now. Judging by Ariana's behavior earlier, what she had to do seemed quite important. So I never actually returned to school. Nope, Kyle said. At least, I never saw another Dumbledore while I was there. As he spoke, he rummaged through his moleskin pouch. Good thing I still have a bottle left, should be enough. He pulled out a small vial of grayish-brown, viscous potion. Polyjuice potion, one he'd swiped from Slughorn's office. He'd used some back in 1899, and this was all that remained. Then Kyle turned to Dumbledore and gave him a wink. All right, I understand, Dumbledore sighed. But if it's just Polyjuice potion, surely a bit of beard would do. Either is fine, Kyle said. Dumbledore's hair and beard were the same color and about the same length. Kyle hadn't been sure which to use. As long as it worked, that was what mattered. Dumbledore turned around, and a moment later, he returned with a handful of silvery white beard. Judging by the lopsided look, one side thick, the other sparse, he'd only pulled from one side. Kyle opened his mouth, speechless. In truth, he wanted to explain that he hadn't been acting as headmaster the entire time at school, so there was no need for so much, but he was worried that saying so might hurt Dumbledore all over again, so he let it go. Kyle pulled out an envelope and placed the Polyjuice potion and the beard inside. The two of them stepped outside the suitcase, where Dobby had already prepared dinner, some toasted bread, with the faint aroma of stew lingering in the air. Professor, you'll also need to write a letter to Professor McGonagall to tell her that I'll be standing in as headmaster for a while. What should I write? Dumbledore asked. No idea. Kyle shrugged. I only glanced at the letter back then before tossing it, so I don't remember what it said. Just write whatever comes to mind. All right. Before long, the letter was finished. Kyle gave it a quick look, and in an instant, he was back on the Hogwarts Express, recalling the moment he'd first read that letter. At the time, he'd silently cursed Dumbledore for being an old fool. Once Dumbledore had finished writing, the two of them quickly grabbed a few bites of toast, then said a brief farewell to Newt and set off. They needed to get these things to Professor McGonagall before the school year began. It wasn't difficult, Professor McGonagall usually returned to the castle about a week before term started. All they needed was to send the letter via owl. Using the portkey, the two arrived in Hogsmeade. Judging by the time, Professor McGonagall was likely in the middle of preparing the new student list for the next day. Kyle entered the nearby owl post office and paid 3 sickles to send the envelope. When the clerk heard that the letter was bound for Hogwarts, he gave Kyle a strange look, like he was staring at a malnourished troll. Was this the first time someone had used a portkey just to send a letter to Hogwarts? Wouldn't it have been easier to walk? The castle was only a few minutes away, he could have saved both time and money. And any wizard who could use a portkey surely wasn't so poor that he couldn't afford his own owl. Still, since the customer had already come all this way, the clerk said nothing. He took the sickles and casually slipped the letter into the claws of a nearby owl. Naturally, Kyle did have an owl, but there was no way he'd send Ratton with this particular letter. And besides, the portkey had been made by Dumbledore, Kyle was just along for the ride. As Kyle walked out of the post office, he spotted Dumbledore staring off in the direction of the Hog's Head Inn. You haven't gone to see Aberforth yet? No. Dumbledore shook his head. Earlier I wanted to tell him the good news, but Ariana said the time wasn't right, she told me to wait a little longer. Is it time now? Almost, Dumbledore said. Then why did we come all the way here? Because I suddenly realized. I don't think I've ever gone to the Hog's Head as a regular customer. Every time I've been there, he's yelled at me. Dumbledore touched the crooked bridge of his nose, then suddenly broke into a mischievous grin. Kyle, how about I buy you a drink? Chapter 864, Aberforth's Torment. As the most notoriously crooked merchant in Hogsmeade, Aberforth despised two things above all else. The first was anyone praising Dumbledore in front of him. It didn't matter who said it or how, it could be as harmless as a comment on the color of Dumbledore's beard. Aberforth would quietly hike up the customers tab by 30%. As for those who dared slander Dumbledore, well, even though most patrons of the Hog's Head were the reckless sort who lived on the fringes of the Wisengamot's good graces, few were foolish enough to badmouth the Hogwarts headmaster this close to the castle. But if some bone-headed loudmouth ever tried, Aberforth would simply raise their price by 50%, enough to remind them just how dangerous that sort of talk was. In short, the name Dumbledore was essentially banned inside the Hog's Head. The second thing Aberforth hated was people commenting on his beloved pet, the goat behind the counter that was always chewing something. If anyone so much as joked about it, or worse, got drunk and started running their mouth, things usually didn't end well. Over time, the bar's regulars learned the rules and rarely tried to provoke him. But today, two clueless out-of-towners had wandered in. I'm telling you, leg meat should always be grilled, black pepper to cut the gamey flavor and bring out the richness. Even Headmaster Dumbledore agreed with that, a red-haired teenage boy said seriously, perched at the bar. Next to him, a middle-aged man shook his head. No, I still say Dumbledore preferred it stewed. Their words left the entire room stunned. Though the two were merely discussing cooking methods, their frequent glances toward the corner of the bar made it quite clear, the ingredient in question was very likely the goat's sturdy hind leg. And of course, the two were Kyle and Dumbledore. Why the headmaster of Hogwarts had insisted on using transfiguration to disguise them both before entering was anyone's guess. You just don't get Dumbledore, the teenager declared, slapping the counter. Stewing makes the meat too gamey. He'd definitely prefer it grilled. Perfect. There was now no doubt, they were talking about that goat. Chatting casually about Dumbledore in the Hog's Head while discussing the best way to cook the owner's goat, things were about to get interesting. Around them, the patrons perked up. Drinks were set down, conversations hushed, and nearly everyone subtly shifted their attention toward the mismatched pair at the bar. And sure enough, the pub's owner drifted over like a ghost, stopping right in front of them. You two are planning to serve my goat as a delicacy to Dumbledore? Aberforth asked slowly, eyes narrowing. At first, Kyle felt a bit tense. Sure, he'd led Aberforth around like a niffler not long ago, but that had been under very specific circumstances. Now, Aberforth was just shy of 100 years old, and with that surname, Kyle was genuinely worried he'd see through the disguise spell. Fortunately, Dumbledore's magic was still a notch above. Aberforth didn't seem to notice anything unusual, treating Kyle as just another unfamiliar patron. What goat? Watch your mouth, Kyle said, now emboldened. He sneered and tilted his head back. That goat of yours is so filthy, even a muggle's mop that hasn't been washed in 2 years is cleaner. A twitch ran through the corner of Aberforth's eye. He bathed that goat more often than he bathed himself. Filthy. Absolute nonsense. This kid had to be looking for trouble. Aberforth narrowed his eyes, already weighing the best way to toss this mouthy brat straight out the door. Dumbledore gave Kyle a subtle nudge, clearly signaling him to rein it in, but Kyle either didn't notice or didn't care. He kept going with a smirk. That thing wouldn't last 5 seconds at Hogwarts. The house elves would chuck it out with the trash. You think Professor Dumbledore would eat something like that? Talk about slapping a galleon on your own face. You're not trying to cozy up to Headmaster Dumbledore, are you? Hoping his name might help you save this dump of a pub? You think I want to cozy up to Dumbledore? Aberforth growled, teeth clenched, eyes now practically burning. The onlookers could hardly contain their excitement. From the moment he walked in, this cocky kid had managed to step on every single landmine, 3 times, in fact. There was no way the boss wouldn't toss him out next. It happened all the time. Despite his age, Aberforth could eject a man faster than you could blink, and he didn't pull punches. Watching someone get chucked out and left to play piano on the family tree outside was a beloved pastime here. Educational, even. Some were already pulling out pocket notebooks, ready to take notes. But to their surprise, Aberforth didn't snap. He didn't hex him. He didn't even raise his voice. He just pointed toward the door and said calmly, out. You're not welcome here. The boy played along. Though he continued grumbling, he still walked out, and the men beside him hurried after. That was it. The crowd groaned in disappointment. That was way below expectations. I was hoping to learn a few new insults for Oldub, muttered a witch with her face wrapped in a headscarf. Don't tell me the Hog's Head owner's been replaced. Most people nodded in agreement. In their minds, the real Aberforth would never have let someone off that lightly. But was that really the case? You really shouldn't have provoked him like that. Outside the Hog's Head, Dumbledore said with a sigh, Aberforth has always hated being compared to me. Ever since we were at school. The moment anyone brought it up, he'd throw punches first and ask questions later, just to prove he could stand on his own. Professor, that was over the line, Kyle said, shooting him a look. You were the one stirring up trouble, I was just playing along. I only wanted to see him lose his temper. I didn't mean to actually provoke him, Dumbledore replied, perfectly matter of fact. Kyle stopped walking and stared at him in disbelief. Professor, you're getting more shameless by the day. Likewise. Dumbledore waved it off. Oh, and by the way, watch behind you. Just as he finished speaking, Kyle instinctively turned to the side. A pale red spell zipped past his ear, it looked like a stunning spell. An ambush. Kyle froze for a second. After leaving the Hog's Head, neither he nor Dumbledore had any particular destination in mind. They'd just picked a direction and started walking. Given that the Hog's Head sat at the very edge of Hogsmeade, it wasn't long before they'd wandered near the Forbidden Forest. There wasn't a single light around, completely dark. A perfect spot for an ambush. But who would be after them? Someone from the Hog's Head. Kyle's hand jerked to his wand, ready to spin around and get a better look. But someone else was faster. Dumbledore, as if already expecting it, spun around with astonishing speed. He didn't even bother with his wand, he just threw a punch. Crack. Thud. There was a dull smack, and a figure collapsed to the ground. Aberforth. Kyle blinked, staring at the man now lying flat in the dirt. Whether by accident or not, Dumbledore's punch had landed squarely on the bridge of his nose. And Kyle was almost certain that the first sound he'd heard was Aberforth's nose breaking. Oh, sorry. I didn't realize it was him, Dumbledore said casually. Kyle slid his wand back into his sleeve and gave a cold laugh. He had every reason to believe this was intentional, Dumbledore finally getting revenge for that broken nose Aberforth had given him 97 years ago. Back then, when Aberforth believed Ariana was dead, he'd lashed out in grief and punched Dumbledore at the funeral, breaking his nose. Dumbledore, who also believed Ariana was dead, had never healed it, almost like he saw it as penance. And ever since, the bridge of his nose had been crooked, oddly out of place. Kyle glanced again at Aberforth, unconscious on the ground, even the angle of the break looked exactly the same. If that was a coincidence, it was one hell of a precise one. Honestly, Kyle was more inclined to believe that the moment Dumbledore found out Ariana was alive, he'd come racing over to settle the score. No wonder he'd been hinting that Kyle should try to provoke Aberforth before they entered the bar. Kyle had thought he just wanted to stir up some fun, not this. This petty old bee, not only did he take revenge, he tried to pin the blame on a kind, innocent young wizard. When did he get this shameless? Professor. Kyle stared at Dumbledore with a blank expression, clearly waiting for an explanation. It was a misunderstanding. I thought he was a Death Eater, Dumbledore said smoothly. But since we're here, could you do me a favor and get Aberforth back to the pub? I need to meet up with Ariana. He gestured off to the left. In the shadows, a hooded figure stood silently, watching. Ariana. Kyle frowned. What are you two going to do? We're smoothing out the effects of time travel and preparing for the next journey, Dumbledore replied. Crossing nearly a century's worth of time is bound to leave loose ends, like two dragons that appeared out of nowhere, and Ariana's now empty grave. We need to take care of those potential complications. Dragons. Is there anything I can do to help? Kyle asked seriously. No. You don't have to do anything, this is my task, Dumbledore said with a reassuring smile. Your job is simply to wait for the day you'll go back. Leave everything else to me. There was a quiet, steady confidence in his voice, an unshakable belief in his own strength. Well, all right then. Kyle shrugged. Good luck, Professor. Just one more thing. You really didn't come here just to get revenge on Mr. Aberforth. At first, no, Dumbledore said, blinking innocently. But since you handed me the opportunity, it would have been a shame to waste it. That punch of his. I've felt it for 97 years. Dumbledore vanished, along with Ariana, still standing quietly in the shadows. Kyle turned and glanced at Aberforth lying on the ground, and for the first time, felt a flicker of sympathy for the poor man. When he was young, he'd spent his school days being constantly compared to his genius of a brother. Now, even in old age, he wasn't allowed to be the first to learn that the sister he'd always mourned was still alive. On top of that, he'd just been toyed with by said brother and knocked out cold with a punch that shattered his nose. Thinking back to all the things he himself had just said, Kyle felt a twinge of guilt. Poor old man. I'll be nicer to him from now on. With a sigh, Kyle drew his wand and gave it a gentle wave. Aberforth's shirt lifted into the air, the sturdy fabric tugging him upright as if someone had grabbed him by the scruff of the neck. Just like that, Kyle dragged him toward the Hog's Head, leaving behind 2 long scuff marks in the dirt, just as he had when hauling him downstairs in Godric's Hollow. And why this method? Well, it was simple, it was convenient. He certainly wasn't going to carry him. He hadn't even carried Kana like this before, let alone an old man. Besides, the guy was unconscious. He wouldn't remember a thing. Kyle would start being nice after he woke up. Dumbledore had timed the punch perfectly. By the time Kyle reached the pub's doorstep, Aberforth was already starting to stir. First a twitch of the leg, then a slow return to consciousness. Kyle quickly released him and slipped off to the side. Aberforth wobbled as he got to his feet, looking groggily at the door in front of him, clearly trying to piece together what had just happened. But once he fully came to, a sharp jolt of pain surged through his face, so sharp it made his eyes water. Arg. Bloody hell, whoever did this, you'd better pray I don't find you. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Across nighttime Hogsmeade, every witch and wizard nearby heard the pained howl echoing through the air, followed by the soft, familiar plink-plink of piano keys tapping out a tune on the family tree. Not far away, Kyle watched him yelling with full lung power, nodded in satisfaction, and calmly operated back to Dorset. The moment he stepped through the door, he spotted Newt hunched over the table, writing. All done. Newt looked up. Yep. Kyle nodded. Also ended up taking the fall for the headmaster. What do you mean? Newt set down his quill, curiosity piqued. We went to the Hog's Head, Kyle began, recounting the events in detail. All that scheming just so he could punch his brother in the nose, and then he dumped the blame on me. Honestly, that level of shamelessness makes me question whether I brought back a fake Professor Dumbledore. Can't argue with that, Newt chuckled. I've felt the same. Ever since he came back, he's different. I never expected Ariana's influence on him to be that strong. It's a knot that's bound him for over a century. It makes sense, in a way, Kyle said, letting out a sigh as he sat beside Newt. But honestly, it might be a good thing. You're right. Oh, here, this is for you. Newt reached for a suitcase and handed it over. While you were away, I sorted out the accommodations for your magical creatures. But I need to warn you, Dementors aren't truly immortal. You can't starve them for too long. I know, I just forgot. Kyle scratched his head, sheepish. I've been researching what kind of food works for them. It's all here. Newt passed him a sheet of parchment. Thanks to you, this was my first close contact with a dark creature like that. And with the Lion Dragon and Lochneil's new species, the next edition of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them is going to be at least 30 pages longer. Wait, food that can substitute for joy and hope, this is new. Kyle clicked his tongue. He'd assumed Newt had figured this out long ago, turns out, it had just been discovered. Say what you want, when it came to magical creatures, no one could top Newt. It was almost ridiculous. Kyle took the parchment. It lined up pretty closely with what he'd heard from Dobby, but it was far more detailed, how to use a Patronus to alter herbs, precise measurements for adding wyvern saliva, everything clearly written. Keep it safe, Newt said. Preferably away from prying eyes. Got it, Kyle nodded. He wasn't sure whether Dementors would still have a place in Azkaban after this, but methods like this, ways to influence or control them, were better kept under wraps. If word got out, Kyle had no doubt someone out there would try to domesticate them. For most wizards, Dementors were a nightmare without a solution, almost invincible. He gave the parchment one more careful read, memorizing every line, then tossed it into the nearby fireplace without hesitation. Chapter 865, Deep in Nocturne Alley. After some time and effort, Kyle had nearly finished renovating his shop in Diagon Alley. Several shelves had already been placed in prominent positions, and a house elf was busily arranging the goods piled on the floor, placing them one by one onto the shelves. Thanks for your help, Dobby. Kyle stepped inside, handing over an ice cream cone topped with chopped nuts and cookie crumbs. Helping me sort stock even during your holiday. Dobby doesn't feel it's hard work at all, the house elf said excitedly as he took the ice cream. Dobby asked for a holiday, but Dobby would much rather be helping you, sir. Even though Dobby was an oddity among house elves, having requested both time off and a salary, it was more symbolic than anything else. Deep down, he still retained the usual traits of his kind. Like being unable to sit still. When Dobby heard Kyle needed help sorting stock, he immediately volunteered, despite today being his one day off a week. I was wondering why I kept seeing you in Diagon Alley lately. Didn't expect you were opening a shop here, came a surprised voice from outside the door. Kyle turned to see Florian Fortescue, the owner of the ice cream shop next door, where Kyle had just stopped by earlier. The two had met during the Death Eater attack on Diagon Alley. Back then, Fortescue had been one of their targets, but Kyle had saved him. Welcome, Mr. Fortescue, Kyle greeted him warmly. I was just curious, Fortescue said, stepping in. This place has been sitting empty for at least 30 years. It's been closed since I first opened my own shop. Didn't expect it to be yours. Just a lucky chance, Kyle replied. Fortescue walked in, curiously scanning the items on the shelves. He finally paused in front of something that looked like a bunch of grapes. "Are you open for business yet?" "Of course," Kyle said. "As the shop's very first customer, you get 50% off your purchase." "No need," Fortescue waved it off. "I can afford it, and besides, I've been meaning to thank you properly for saving my life." "What's this?" he asked, holding up the grape-like bunch. "Oh, excellent taste. Those are king's vine pods, one of the sweetest fruits in the magical world. They'd be perfect for ice cream." "You'd sell out in no time," Kyle said. "King's vine. Isn't that native to North America?" Fortescue blinked. "Didn't the local Ministry of Magic start tightly regulating it about 50 years ago?" "Yes," Kyle sighed. "Grindelwald and his dark wizards ruined the environment there. The areas where the vine could grow shrank to barely a tenth of what they were. The plant became endangered overnight. And you actually got your hands on some?" Fortescue looked genuinely stunned. He didn't doubt Kyle for a second. Even just holding it, he could smell a rich, sweet fragrance. It was clearly the real deal. And with Kyle's connections to Dumbledore and the Ministry of Magic, there was no way he'd be peddling fakes. "Just another lucky chance," Kyle said with a smile. "How much?" Fortescue asked, swallowing hard, still holding the pod in both hands. Even the smell alone was enough to make his mouth water. He couldn't wait to try it. "Not expensive. Only 10 galleons." Fortescue's hands visibly trembled. "By Merlin's beard, 10 galleons for a bunch. That's outrageous." No, not a bunch. "That's per pod," Kyle said with a grin. "As you know, it's impossible to buy this on the open market. Naturally, it doesn't come cheap." Fortescue's hands trembled even more. Holding his breath, he gently placed the pod back on the shelf. Definitely couldn't afford that. He earned maybe 5 galleons a day. If he dropped that pod, it would cost him 2 months of hard work. What about this one? He turned his attention to a bottle of ink nearby. He didn't understand why ink would be shelved next to something like kingsvine pods, but hey, it was just ink. Surely it would be affordable, right? "Moby Cuttlefish ink," Kyle said, glancing over. "That one's cheap. Just 50 galleons, though it can't be sold without ministry approval. So not available yet." "Cheap." Fortescue suddenly felt a phantom pain in his teeth. "What a shame. I was really fond of it," he muttered, shuffling away from the shelf like it might bite. After another round through the shop, and asking the price of a few other items that caught his interest, Fortescue started feeling like maybe there was no rush to repay Kyle's life-saving favor after all. The stuff in here was just too expensive. That 10-galleon pod. Turned out that was one of the cheaper items. Who knew where Kyle had managed to source all this rare merchandise? Still, he made a purchase. 1 galleon bought him a box of candy. "Can't believe you found this," Fortescue said, watching the candies buzz around his head like little bees. "I remember loving these in first year. They stopped production not long after. I heard Honeydukes changed owners." "As long as you like them," Kyle said with a smile. "Want something to drink?" "Right now the shop only stocks black tea and butterbeer." "Oh. You serve free drinks?" Fortescue asked, surprised. "Not free, but friends are an exception," Kyle replied, setting a bottle of butterbeer on the table. Anyone who spent money in the shop was a friend. If not, even Fred and George wouldn't get so much as a sip of tap water. Granted, Mr. Fortescue's spending had been modest, but as the first customer, a bit of extra courtesy was well deserved. Besides, Kyle had a feeling there might be some business potential between them. "If you ask me, you should buy 2 kingsvine fruits." Kyle pulled out another bottle of butterbeer and sat down beside Mr. Fortescue. "No way, I can't afford that stuff." Fortescue shook his head repeatedly. Unless he'd gone mad, there was no way he'd spend 2 days' profit on a single fruit. "You're not buying it for yourself. Use it as an ingredient to develop a brand new, special flavor," Kyle said softly. "The flavors in your shop haven't changed in years, and the most expensive one only costs 8 sickles. It's about time you launched a premium product. 1 kingsvine fruit should yield enough juice for at least 10 servings. Even if you sell each one for a galleon, you'll still turn a profit." "A galleon? Would anyone buy it at that price?" Fortescue looked hesitant. "Just give it a try. If it doesn't work, split it into 20 servings. Or 50. Kyle waved a hand dismissively. Dobby immediately caught on and trotted off to pick a pod, then brought it over. Kyle handed it to Fortescue. "Same deal as before, half price. I'll sell you this fruit for 5 galleons. What do you think? And I'll throw in a box of old-fashioned milk candy, just as a personal gift." "Well, all right then." Fortescue hesitated for a moment, then nodded. 5 galleons for a single fruit was still a steep price, but if he grit his teeth, he could just about afford it. He decided to go back and try using half of it as a test batch. If it didn't sell, at least he'd get to try something new. Like Kyle had said, King's Vine pod fruits were rare, worth indulging in once in a while. After seeing Mr. Fortescue off, a familiar face suddenly appeared at the corner of the street. Draco Malfoy. Kyle paused in surprise, then quickly ducked out of sight. But Malfoy seemed preoccupied and didn't notice the newly opened shop, walking straight past without a glance. Kyle hesitated for a moment, then turned and said, "Dobby, I've got something to take care of. I'll leave the shop to you. We're closed for now, so make sure to lock up later." "No problem, sir," Dobby nodded. Once that was settled, Kyle tapped his wand to his head. The light around him shimmered and twisted, then he vanished. Kyle stepped outside and began to tail Malfoy. He was curious, why was this ex-Death Eater, expelled from Hogwarts, wandering Diagon Alley now? Since term had already started at Hogwarts, the streets were nearly empty. As expected, Malfoy soon turned down Nocturne Alley. These Death Eaters were unbelievable. Whatever they were doing, they always ended up in Nocturne Alley, as if they wanted to broadcast to the world that they were dark wizards. Kyle didn't hesitate and followed him in. Nocturne Alley looked the same as ever. The street, deeply tied to dark magic, was practically deserted. Even though it was technically a prime spot near the entrance, the shops on either side were empty. Not even the owners bothered to show themselves. Which made sense. Anywhere else, this might be a desirable location, but not in Nocturne Alley. People who came here to do business didn't want to be seen, so they usually avoided the spots closest to the main street. As they went farther in, a few more people began to appear. Several tightly cloaked wizards were sitting on the ground, with piles of foul-looking objects spread out in front of them. Malfoy wrinkled his nose and quickened his pace. Though the locals of Nocturne Alley were clearly curious about the young wizard who'd wandered in, no one dared make a move, thanks to Draco Malfoy's unmistakable platinum blonde hair. Everyone knew the Malfoys were favored by Voldemort, and that platinum hair was their signature look. No one wanted to mess with that. So Draco Malfoy passed through the perilous alley without incident. And none of them noticed the person silently following behind him. Nocturne Alley was even deeper than Kyle had expected. Malfoy walked for over 20 minutes without stopping, and Kyle began to wonder if they were still technically in Diagon Alley. He also saw a pack of werewolves, the same ones he'd seen last time he came here. As they passed, Kyle noticed Malfoy visibly tense up, but he didn't hesitate and kept walking. Kyle followed closely behind. One of the werewolves seemed to sense something and sniffed the air carefully, its cloudy yellow eyes scanning the empty space behind Malfoy. But after a moment, it looked away. The deeper they went, the fewer people there were. It seemed even the dark wizards didn't like venturing too far into Nocturne Alley. Finally, Malfoy stopped in front of a battered, dilapidated door. As Kyle approached, he caught the faintest hum in the air. Malfoy glanced around nervously, and only after making sure no one was nearby did he push the door open and slip inside. Kyle's eyes lit up. He'd seen someone, a familiar face. And at the same time, he realized what that faint humming had been. The Muffliato charm, a spell to block eavesdropping. Before Malfoy could disappear inside, Kyle rushed forward and slipped an ear-shaped device into his robe pocket. Malfoy seemed to sense something and turned around instinctively, but another voice called out to him, pulling his attention away. "Come in, dear. Please, Severus. This time, only you can help us." Outside the door, Kyle listened through the extendable ears as the woman's tearful voice came through. The corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile. Severus. So it was Snape. He hadn't expected that guy to be meeting Narcissa Malfoy in such a remote place, and even casting a Muffliato charm to block eavesdropping. I wonder if Lucius knows about this. With a grin full of mischief, Kyle glanced around. Too bad there weren't any windows, he couldn't get a photo. What a shame. With nothing else to do, Kyle sighed and kept listening through the extendable ears. I told you, it's impossible. Even if you beg me, it won't change anything. Snape's voice rang out from inside. But Severus, Draco is your godson. Narcissa sounded like she was on the verge of tears. Mum, don't. Draco Malfoy seemed to want to speak, but was cut off. Don't talk, Draco. Stand aside. Under Narcissa's sharp reprimand, Draco fell silent. I said it already, it's impossible, Snape continued. Yes, I'm head of Slytherin, but I don't have the authority to bring Draco back to Hogwarts. You should know, what he's done would be enough to get him expelled 100 times over. But it was the Dark Lord's order. Draco was forced into it, he didn't have a choice. Shut up, Narcissa. Snape snapped. If you want him to live, if you want Lucius to live, then get that idea out of your head. The Dark Lord's orders are absolute. Our role is to obey. There is no forced or willing. But Severus. Draco will die, Narcissa choked. If he's not a Hogwarts student anymore. Dumbledore won't protect him. He'll be killed. That Kyle, he killed 70 Death Eaters in Godric's Hollow, 70, even Bella is dead. If he finds out Draco once tried to kill him. There was a heavy thump through the extendable ears, Narcissa had likely collapsed to the floor. Kyle raised an eyebrow, he hadn't expected to hear his name come up here. Then again, the incident at Godric's Hollow had happened only recently. Among the Death Eaters, his name was probably mud by now. It wasn't surprising that Narcissa would be terrified. You think he doesn't know? Snape said coldly. Or do you think that pathetic little scheme of yours could have fooled him? But I'm still alive, Malfoy said, his first full sentence since entering the room. Even if he suspects me, there's no proof I was the one who planted the opal necklace. Proof? That's something Dumbledore needs. Snape let out a cold laugh. You think someone who can kill 70 Death Eaters without so much as blinking needs proof? He's not like Dumbledore. Suspicion alone is enough for him. But he didn't kill me, Malfoy said, sounding defiant. If he really is like you say, then why didn't he kill me? Because you were still at Hogwarts, Snape said impatiently. Dumbledore would never allow something so extreme to happen under his nose, in the middle of the school. That's the only reason you're still alive. Snape, who had witnessed it all firsthand, knew exactly what had gone down, and he also knew that Kyle was fully aware of where that opal necklace had come from. If not for Dumbledore's intervention, Malfoy might have disappeared into the Forbidden Forest long ago. There'd be no one standing here now making sarcastic remarks. Of course, Snape didn't say any of that out loud. If he had, Kyle would have cried injustice on the spot. He wasn't some Dark Lord, after all. He'd never lay a hand on a fellow student, especially not Malfoy, who used to be one of his best customers and had handed over plenty of galleons. At most, he might give him a little scare and call it even. As for the Death Eaters in Godric's Hollow, well, they attacked first. He was just defending himself. And besides, Voldemort had a hand in what happened too. No sense dumping the entire blame on him. Chapter 866, Surprise or Not. After eavesdropping for a while, Kyle had a pretty good idea why Narcissa and Snape were here. Narcissa wanted Draco Malfoy to return to Hogwarts, or more precisely, to be placed under Dumbledore's protection. Every wizard knew that Dumbledore was unusually forgiving toward his students. As long as they hadn't crossed a certain line, he would always offer them a second chance. Take Draco Malfoy, for example. If it had been any other headmaster, just the fact that he let Death Eaters into Hogwarts would have been enough to get him executed 10 times over. But Dumbledore not only spared Draco's life, he even saved him from being consumed by fiend fire atop the astronomy tower. In the end, Draco got nothing more than a slap-on-the-wrist expulsion. Back then, Narcissa and Lucius had felt grateful, relieved, even, that their enemy had been so merciful. But now, things had changed. They had a new enemy, someone unpredictable. Someone who had killed 70 Death Eaters in under an hour. Not even the most ruthless Death Eaters had ever racked up a body count like that. So now they were panicking. If Draco ever ran into Kyle, there was a good chance he'd end up like Bellatrix. After all, once you were part of the Death Eaters, you didn't get to decide where you went or what mission you were assigned. And with Voldemort being who he was, it was only a matter of time before Draco was sent straight into Kyle's path. Their only hope of keeping Draco alive was to shove him back into Hogwarts, under Dumbledore's protection once again. So Narcissa turned to Snape, now the head of house at Hogwarts, hoping he could pull some strings. TSK. Having pieced everything together, Kyle narrowed his eyes. The whole thing made him out to be some kind of vicious villain, when in reality, he hadn't taken a single innocent life. His magical record was as clean as a blank page. And yet Narcissa Malfoy dared to slander him like this. That alone made Kyle a little annoyed. He ran his hand over the latch on his suitcase, seriously considering letting the Nundu out for a breath of air, just to spice things up for the folks inside. Maybe you should be thanking Kyle. Just then, Snape's voice through the extendable ears made Kyle drop the idea. The Dark Lord has been displeased with Lucius for a long time, ever since he started screwing things up again and again. If Bella hadn't acted on her own this time, you'd have been discarded already. Being discarded by the Dark Lord meant one thing: you'd lost your value. And that usually left you with two options: get hit with a killing curse, or be sent on a suicide mission. Like the one where Draco was ordered to assassinate Dumbledore. If he succeeded, great. If he failed, then Dumbledore would kill Draco himself, punishing Lucius in the process and giving Voldemort a way to spit in Dumbledore's face. What Voldemort didn't expect was that Dumbledore would be so forgiving, actually sparing the one responsible for orchestrating an attack on the school. Then again, Voldemort didn't care all that much. The lives of ants weren't worth his attention. All he wanted was for Draco to keep making assassination attempts. Dumbledore's compassion actually worked to his advantage. But then came the incident at Godric's Hollow. Voldemort had lost one of his most effective pawns, Bellatrix, and the Death Eaters had taken heavy casualties. Only then did he temporarily back off from sending Draco to his death. He still needed someone to carry out his orders. And while Lucius Malfoy had screwed up more times than he could count, without a better tool, he would have to do for now. This may sound a little harsh, Snape said slowly, but your sister saved your lives, with her own. Narcissa's sobs grew louder. I know, but I really had no other choice. Severus. Draco is your godson, please, save him. Her voice was barely coherent, so broken it seemed like she might faint at any moment. Even Kyle, standing outside the door, felt a twinge of sympathy. He hesitated, wondering if he should open the door and tell her that he had no intention of killing Draco Malfoy. But judging by Narcissa's emotional state, she probably wouldn't be thrilled to see his face right now. There might be a way, Snape said, now sounding a little impatient. But it's definitely not sending Draco back to Hogwarts. Everyone knows who he is now. Even if Dumbledore agrees, do you really think the other parents would let a Death Eater stay at school? Then why did you even ask me to come here? Unlike the tearful Narcissa, the hot-headed Draco wasn't in the mood to show Snape any respect. He snapped angrily, you dragged me here just to tell me I'm doomed. Ha! How considerate of you, dear head of house. Don't do this. Draco, don't. Narcissa tried to calm him down, but it clearly wasn't working. Mum, can't you see it? He's laughing at us. Let's go. Even if Kyle kills me the moment I step out that door, I don't need his help. There was a sudden rush of footsteps. Stop. Snape barked coldly. But Draco, still fuming, wasn't listening. Kyle saw the door crack open from the inside and quickly moved to hide. A second later, the door slammed shut again. From the extendable ears came the sound of scuffling. Snape had clearly grabbed Draco and dragged him back inside. I told you, there is a way, but whether you go through with it is up to you. We're willing. Narcissa cut in before Draco could speak. As long as Draco survives, we're willing to do anything. Then give it a try. But make sure the Dark Lord doesn't find out, go see Dumbledore in person. Wait, Draco, what's that in your pocket? His pocket? Kyle's heart clenched. Had they discovered the extendable ear he slipped into Draco's pocket during the scuffle just now? Before he could react, the wall beside him was suddenly sliced open by an invisible blade, and something shot past his head, neatly cleaving a wooden barrel in two. Sectum Sempra. Snape, you bastard. Kyle cursed inwardly, but didn't stop, he turned and ran at full speed. At that moment, the door was yanked open and Snape stormed out, face thunderous. He scanned the empty street around them, his expression like stone. Damn it, he snapped, whipping his head toward Draco Malfoy, you idiot, you didn't even realize someone was tailing you. That's impossible. No way. Draco's voice shook with panic. I checked carefully on the way here, no one was following me. No one. Then what the hell is this? Snape hurled the crushed ear in his hand at Draco in fury. A listening device. If I'm not mistaken, our whole conversation just now has been overheard. Snape's voice was icy, his teeth clenched. You'd better pray the person tailing you isn't a Death Eater, otherwise, we're all dead. The last time Snape had been this furious was when he caught Connor kissing Kyle. But it was different then, he'd just been angry, and only wanted to use Sectum Semper to give Kyle a haircut. This time, there was a creeping fear he couldn't suppress. If Voldemort found out what they had said, especially that last line, not one of them would live. Even if he was desperate for people, Voldemort would never tolerate anyone harboring disloyalty. With that thought, Snape sharply flicked his wand. A faint ripple spread out rapidly in all directions. But as it passed a certain corner, the ripple seemed to hesitate. There. A flash of red light shot forward, but hit nothing. Invisibility cloak. It's Potter. It has to be Potter. Draco cried out beside him. That damn scarhead. He didn't get to finish before he caught Snape's expression, cold and devoid of any emotion. Potter does have an invisibility cloak, I've seen it. Draco quickly lowered his voice. It must have been him following me. Did you swap brains with a troll? Snape said coldly. Potter's in Transfiguration class at Hogwarts right now. What makes you think he'd leave school just to tail you to Knockturn Alley? Draco froze. Right, he'd been expelled from Hogwarts, but Harry Potter hadn't. At this time of day, he should still be in class. I'll hold things down here. The two of you, go back, now. As fast as you can. Find a way to contact Lucius. Snape took a deep breath. Tell him that if anyone seems desperate to meet the Dark Lord, no matter the consequences, he must kill them on the spot. That might be the only way we get out of this alive. What are you still standing around for? Go. Snape's shout snapped the pale-faced Narcissa out of her daze. She grabbed Draco and bolted down a narrow alleyway. She was already rattled by the incident, far too shaken to apparate. If she wanted to contact Lucius, she'd have to leave the area and reach the nearest Borgin and Burke's shop to use the Floo network. Watching her flee, Snape cursed under his breath, even more irritable now. With teammates like this, it was only a matter of time before they dragged him down too. Still. Snape glanced at the broken listening device on the ground. Draco's outburst had triggered a thought. Not Potter. No. Two others. Fred and George. That kind of magical device screamed Weasley twins. Snape remembered, they had a joke shop in Diagon Alley, full of items that flagrantly violated school rules. He frowned. Given the Weasleys' meddlesome nature, if they saw an expelled Death Eater like Draco Malfoy wandering alone through Diagon Alley, they'd definitely intervene. More importantly, no Death Eater would ever step foot in the Weasley shop. Those anti-Voldemort displays in the windows were reason enough. So was it them tailing Draco? Very likely. For reasons he couldn't explain, Snape let out a breath. Good. As long as it wasn't Death Eaters, the situation was still manageable. With that in mind, he looked again at the corner scorched by his earlier spell. But unfortunately, the moment they realized they'd been spotted, the intruders fled. His curse had been a second too late. Now. Snape swept his wand again. The same ripples spread out, but found nothing. Clearly, the interlopers had already escaped the spell's radius. Damn it. He swore, then sprinted toward Diagon Alley. No matter what, he had to check the Weasleys' joke shop. If the ones tailing them were Fred and George, that was fine. But if they weren't? Snape narrowed his eyes and picked up the pace. Meanwhile, in another alley, Narcissa was pulling Draco along as they stumbled forward in a panic. But in the very next moment, someone appeared out of thin air in front of them. The man looked like he was out for a stroll, a pleasant smile on his face, but when Draco saw who it was, his eyes flew wide open in shock. His body began to tremble uncontrollably. Kyle. Surprise. Kyle smiled. What a coincidence, are you here to stroll around Nocturne Alley too? At the sight of that familiar face, Draco instinctively recalled the brutal scene he had witnessed in Godric's Hollow. Cold sweat broke out across his forehead in an instant. In that moment, Malfoy truly wanted to slap himself. He'd just been mouthing off earlier, he hadn't actually expected to run into Kyle. What are you? Narcissa, already overwhelmed, had just opened her mouth when a sudden stunning spell struck her squarely. She collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Stupefied, Kyle said at a leisurely pace. Mum. Draco Malfoy's eyes instantly turned red. In that moment, anger overtook fear. He yanked out his wand and aimed it at Kyle. It was me who wanted to kill you. She had nothing to do with it. Let her go. You think I'm an idiot? Kyle shrugged. Filch might be a squib, but he's not dumb enough to let you sneak that opal necklace into school. So, who got it there? I had my ways, Draco said stiffly. It was all me. My mother knew nothing. If you want someone, take me. Well, at least you've got some spine. Kyle smiled, lifting his left hand with a flick. Still, it's better if she doesn't know what happens next, might just save her life. The vines on the wall to the left suddenly burst into rapid growth, thickening to the width of a wrist in seconds. They slithered like snakes and wrapped around Draco before he could react. Then they tightened, binding him firmly to the wall. Kyle, what are you doing? Shoo. Don't speak. Kyle raised his wand and pointed it at Draco's forehead. In the boy's terrified gaze, he spoke softly. Legilimens. Draco's eyes went glassy, and his memories began flashing like a film reel. He could see them, and so could Kyle. The Dark Lord got that furious. TCH. And here I thought she was one of his loyal followers. He really just discarded Bellatrix like that. What are you all sticking with someone like that for? Oh, didn't expect you'd been put under the Cruciatus curse. And you actually survived. Not bad. Kyle sifted through Draco's memories, searching for clues about Voldemort's next move. But maybe Malfoy's status was too low, Kyle didn't find anything useful. After being punished on some flimsy pretense, Draco hadn't seen Voldemort again. Kyle lowered his wand. At this point, Malfoy looked like he'd just been dragged out of a river, drenched in cold sweat. What do you want? It's not about what I want. It's about you. Kyle stared at him. Do you want to live? You should just kill me. Draco lifted his head, eyes filled with searing hatred. Otherwise I will kill you. I swear I'll kill you. In your current situation, I'd say keeping your emotions in check would be wise. Getting worked up like that could get you killed. Kyle casually shifted his wand toward the unconscious Narcissa. Wait, Kyle, I was wrong. I shouldn't have threatened you. I. Obliviate. A flash of white light. Narcissa seemed to stir slightly. If the Dark Lord finds out you two saw me, that won't end well. Best if she remembers nothing. Kyle stowed his wand. Anyway, what were you saying just now? Draco was completely thrown off. He had thought Kyle was here to kill them, but now it didn't seem that way. If Kyle had wanted to, he wouldn't have gone to all this trouble. What do you want? Finally cooled down. Kyle gave a nod. It's simple. The Dark Lord's been too quiet lately, and I want to know what he's planning. So I need a Death Eater to relay some information. As for a reward, Kyle paused to consider, how about getting you back into Hogwarts when it's all done? Your mother would probably like that. Chapter 867, Draco's Compromise. Since the incident at Godric's Hollow, the Death Eaters, once wreaking havoc across the wizarding world and flaunting their presence, had suddenly gone quiet overnight. Even Voldemort had vanished from the public eye. No one knew where he had gone, as if he had suddenly turned into a recluse. But that wasn't like Voldemort at all. He was never one to stay silent. Still, most people didn't think much of it. Even the Ministry of Magic believed it was simply because the Death Eaters had suffered heavy losses at Godric's Hollow and needed time to recuperate. But was that really the truth? 70 Death Eaters was no small number, sure, but it wasn't enough to truly cripple them. Besides, most of those who had been there were brought by Bellatrix, cannon fodder for the most part. Only a small fraction of them could be considered elite. That much was clear from how many were sent to hunt down Kyle. At the time, there were only about a dozen who could skillfully use the killing curse. And the killing curse just happened to be the best benchmark for a dark wizard's strength. Kyle didn't believe for a second that the loss of those expendables had stalled the Death Eaters' operations. He had long wanted to find out what Voldemort and his followers were up to during this quiet period, but he couldn't find a way in. Snape likely knew something, but he only answered to Dumbledore and would never leak anything to Kyle. That's why Draco Malfoy's appearance had caught Kyle's attention. This Death Eater, neither fully good nor completely corrupt, was exactly the opportunity he needed. With that in mind, Kyle hadn't left Nocturne Alley immediately after being spotted. Instead, he'd slipped past Snape and followed the pair, which led to the current confrontation. You want me to betray the Dark Lord? Malfoy stared at Kyle in horror. That's impossible. He'll kill me. The Dark Lord doesn't spare traitors. Keep your voice down. Want everyone to hear you. Kyle reminded him. Malfoy quickly clamped his mouth shut. It's simple. Just don't let him find out, right? That's even more impossible, Malfoy whispered. No one can fool the Dark Lord. We have no secrets in front of him. I've got my ways. Kyle glanced at Narcissa, lying unconscious on the ground. Why do you think I hit her with a memory charm? She doesn't even remember seeing me. So how could the Dark Lord possibly know? See. It's perfectly safe. A memory charm. Malfoy froze, something clicking in his mind. So earlier, you. That's right. I was looking for information, Kyle said. Too bad your head's full of fear and nothing else useful. The comment struck a nerve, and Malfoy snapped. Fear? Of course I'm afraid. Do you have any idea what I've been through? Oh, just the Cruciatus curse. Kyle said flatly. I saw you writhing on the floor. Ha. Malfoy let out a bitter laugh. Just the Cruciatus curse. You say it like it's nothing. You've never experienced it. How do you know I haven't? Kyle looked straight at him. You really think those Death Eaters at Godric's Hollow threw down their wands and lined up to die for me? Malfoy's eyes wavered. The fear he had just managed to suppress began to rise again. Right. Even 70 pigs, if cornered, would charge. Let alone wizards who could use magic. You fell apart just from the Cruciatus curse. Kyle sneered. I've been hit by it too, by the Dark Lord himself, no less. How's that? Satisfied now? And not just that. Have you ever seen the killing curse flying around like rain, coming from all directions? No. I have. Lived through it. It was absolutely insane. Staring at Kyle, who spoke so casually, Malfoy felt like he was looking at a stranger. Only now did he realize, the Kyle standing before him wasn't that Hogwarts student peddling enchanted maps anymore. He was a cold-blooded figure who had carved his name into Voldemort's mind with the blood of Death Eaters. If Voldemort ever wrote down a list of the people he most wanted to kill, Kyle would no doubt rank in the top 3. Malfoy's legs began to shake again. If he wasn't bound by vines, he probably wouldn't even be able to stand. There you go again, Kyle muttered, giving him a sideways glance. Relax. I promised Dumbledore I'd let it go, so what happened before? We'll call it even. You don't have to worry about me killing you here. But if I agree to pass messages for you, I'll die anyway, Malfoy said. It's just a matter of time. I told you, he won't know. Kyle smiled. And neither will you. When you leave this alley, you'll only remember getting into a fight with Professor Snape, storming off with Madame Narcissa, and slamming the door behind you. That's it. You're going to use a memory charm on me? Malfoy asked, terrified. Is that a problem? Kyle looked at him. You couldn't even block my legilimency. And you think you can hide anything from your Dark Lord? Kyle clicked his tongue. Now I'm curious, who taught you occlumency? It's full of holes. Even Harry's better than that. Malfoy's breathing quickened, as if the name Kyle mentioned had touched a raw nerve. But in the current situation, he didn't dare lose his temper. All he could do was voice his dissatisfaction like this before speaking coldly, Bellatrix. She's the one who taught me occlumency. Oh, that explains it. She can't even manage her own mind, and you learned from her. Kyle paused. If you ask me, you'd have been better off with Professor Snape. He's the real expert in that field. Anyway, back to the point. Kyle cleared his throat. We've delayed long enough, any more and people will get suspicious. Now, about my proposal. Do I get an answer? If I refuse, will you kill us? Malfoy glanced at Narcissa lying on the ground. Of course not. I'm not the Dark Lord, Kyle replied. But think carefully. If you stay with the Death Eaters, that man won't let you go. Lucius and Narcissa know that perfectly well. That's why she brought you to Professor Snape, to try and find a way out for you. Malfoy fell silent. He didn't respond to Kyle's question, instead asking, so you were the one tailing me earlier? That's right, it was me, Kyle admitted. And I'm the one who planted the listening charm in your pocket. I heard everything you said in that room. And I can pretty much guess what Professor Snape's plan is, sending you to Dumbledore, hoping he might be able to keep you safe, or at least, keep you alive. Then why would I bother doing anything else? Malfoy shot back. What are you thinking? Kyle chuckled softly. You joined the Death Eaters. You helped with their plans. You betrayed Hogwarts. And now you think a simple apology is going to wipe the slate clean. That's not how it works. You have to actually do something if you want to make amends. Kyle waved his hand, and the vines binding Malfoy loosened. The sudden shift nearly sent Malfoy toppling over, but he didn't care. He just stared at Kyle. Can you guarantee the Dark Lord won't kill me? No. This is a dangerous job, Kyle said with a shrug. Just like when you let Death Eaters into the school, you didn't care whether your classmates might get killed. No. I didn't. I was forced to. Malfoy shouted, all pretense gone. If I didn't do it, he would have killed me. You don't know how terrifying he is, I had no choice but to follow orders. And that's why you're getting this chance. Kyle's expression didn't change. Besides, didn't this all start because Lucius tried to use you-know-whose diary to set up Ginny? Slipping something that dangerous to a first-year student in secret, you lot aren't exactly innocent. Also, you say you were forced, but I don't remember you resisting much at first. In fact, you looked pretty proud of yourself. Malfoy stammered, unable to argue, because it was true. When he first got Voldemort's order, he had felt proud. Especially when people around him looked at him with envy. That heady sense of importance had gone straight to his head. All right, enough small talk. Kyle checked the time, then drew his wand and pointed it at Malfoy. I need your answer. Think it through. This might be your only shot at survival. Malfoy's face turned pale. He clenched his fists tightly, then glanced down at Narcissa. A moment later, he let go, slumping against the wall. How can I help you? He asked weakly, as if all his strength had drained away. I'm just a nobody. They never tell me their plans in advance, and there's no way I could pass information to you under the Dark Lord's nose. That's fine. If you can't pass messages, you can still go shopping, Kyle said. There's a new store in Diagon Alley selling high-end luxury items. It's perfectly normal for a Malfoy to spend money on something rare and expensive, it suits your family's image, doesn't it? Even the Dark Lord wouldn't forbid Death Eaters from spending money. Malfoy's head jerked up in alarm. Now he understood what Kyle was planning. Just like before, use legilimens to extract his memories, then erase the event with a memory charm. Honestly, it was a safe plan. With no memory of the event, Voldemort would never be able to see his betrayal. But the problem was, a poorly cast memory charm could be dangerous. He didn't want to end up like Neville Longbottom. Relax. I'm quite practiced with memory charms, Kyle said, clearly reading his concern. But I'm not in the mood to shop, Malfoy muttered. If I don't remember anything from today, I won't even think to go to that shop. You don't have to worry about that. I'll leave you a little clue. Oh, and this. Kyle pulled out a piece of parchment, tore off a small section, scribbled something on it, and slipped it into Malfoy's pocket. What's that? Obliviate. Malfoy's hand froze midair. His gaze slowly turned blank. A few minutes later, when Malfoy regained consciousness, Narcissa also woke up, but not from the ground. Instead, she was being supported by Malfoy. Draco, you were too impulsive, Narcissa said instinctively, rubbing her forehead. You shouldn't have spoken to Severus like that. He's your godfather, and the only one who can help you. I don't care, Malfoy said through gritted teeth. Can't you see? He's just making excuses. He has no intention of helping us. You. Narcissa sighed. I really shouldn't have brought you here today. Enough, Mum. Let's go. Malfoy frowned. A flash of something passed through his mind. It looked like a shop, but he had no memory of it. He shook his head and took in his surroundings. The dark, cramped alley made him uneasy, especially the mess of vines crawling across the walls. It was disgusting. Where are we? Mum, why'd you bring me to a place like this? Weren't you the one leading the way? Narcissa asked, confused. She had been wondering the same thing. Draco had dragged her out here, why was he now asking her where they were? Damn it, we must have taken a wrong turn, Malfoy muttered in frustration. This wasn't like Diagon Alley. In Nocturne Alley, to avoid enemies and make escape easier, people often added twisting, interconnecting side alleys. It was easy to get lost. Still grumbling, Malfoy pulled Narcissa along as they turned back, trying to find the right path. After they left, the alley fell quiet again. A breeze stirred a few fallen leaves on the ground, as if nothing had ever happened. Meanwhile, in Diagon Alley. Professor, even if you're still a head of house at Hogwarts, we've already graduated. You're not seriously trying to boss us around, are you? At Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, Fred and George looked helplessly at the unexpected visitor in front of them. They had to be dreaming, wasn't term already underway at Hogwarts? Why was Snape here, and for some reason, lecturing them? Seriously, they were graduates now. Did he still think that professor title gave him leverage? No chance. So, when faced with Snape's questioning, Fred and George didn't bother giving him any respect. They just went on doing their own thing, not even glancing his way. And we don't need you reminding us about banned items. Fred said lazily as he dusted a shelf. We're the ones who expanded the banned list from 30 pages to 230. Think we don't know what's on it? Exactly, George added. And we didn't sell anything to those little first-years on purpose. I thought they were just tourists from Beauxbatons. Professor, maybe you should head out. Don't let us hold up your business. Yeah, if you wait any longer, you'll miss the Hogwarts Express. Wait, where'd he go? Fred turned around, only to find that Snape, who'd been standing there a moment ago, had vanished. How rude, he muttered. George, we should give the shop a proper cleaning. Definitely. I'll grab the all-purpose cleaner. Get the strong stuff. Outside the joke shop, Snape stood listening to their chatter, his expression darker than the bottom of a cauldron. But he couldn't be bothered with them right now, because he'd just spotted two people walking out of Nocturne Alley. Malfoy and Narcissa, strolling casually into Diagon Alley like they were out for a walk. The sight nearly made Snape explode. Here he was, running around handling things, and those two looked completely unbothered, as if they had time to shop. But Snape wasn't stupid. He quickly realized something was off. This was a life-or-death matter for Malfoy. Narcissa would never be so calm unless something had happened while he was gone. Snape narrowed his eyes. Instead of confronting them directly, he turned and walked back into Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. Professor. You again. Fred and George sighed, carrying buckets in hand. They'd just finished cleaning, and now they'd have to do it all over again. This, Snape couldn't be bothered to explain. He reached for an ear-shaped device from the shelf. This the only place that sells it. Of course, Fred puffed his chest. One of our finest creations. I'll take it. Before the twins could reply, Snape tossed them a galleon and walked off without another word. By the time Fred and George snapped out of it and rushed outside, he had already vanished down the street. What a shameless git. Fred fumed. That thing's worth 6 galleons, and he gave us 1. And acted like it was totally fair. Just because he's head of Slytherin. We're telling Headmaster Dumbledore. George stomped in frustration. They were already annoyed just seeing Snape, and now they'd lost 5 galleons. That was daylight robbery. Absolutely shameless. Chapter 868, Snape's Guess. On the empty streets of Diagon Alley, Malfoy and Narcissa walked side by side. Still reeling from what had happened earlier, both wore gloomy expressions, each lost in their own thoughts. But neither of them seemed in a hurry to return home. Compared to going back, they appeared more inclined to aimlessly wander through Diagon Alley. Narcissa glanced at her son, who hadn't said a word. She wanted to break the silence but couldn't think of what to say. After a moment of hesitation, she looked around and asked, "Draco, do you want some ice cream?" "Who wants that stuff?" Malfoy replied irritably. He cast a quick glance at Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor nearby, but his eyes lingered on a different shop, its doors shut tight, not even a sign hanging above it. Through the spotless window, he could see a neatly dressed house elf busily arranging items on the shelves inside. A neatly dressed house elf. Malfoy let out a dry snort. It was the first time he'd seen something so bizarre. It was like seeing a troll that had taken a bath and then put on a diaper. Utterly absurd. And speaking of bizarre house elves, his thoughts immediately jumped to Dobby, the one who'd betrayed the Malfoy family. His mood, already sour, turned even worse. How dull. What kind of shop is this, anyway? No idea, Narcissa replied, shaking her head. But given the location, I believe it has something to do with the Black family. I remember Mrs. Black mentioning it once. The Mrs. Black she referred to was the infamous portrait in number 12 Grimmauld Place, the so-called Screaming Witch, and Sirius Black's mother. Screaming Witch was the nickname Ginny had given her, since the portrait didn't speak so much as screech loud enough to pierce your eardrums. Black. Malfoy looked disgusted. You mean that filthy fugitive dog? Probably not, Narcissa said thoughtfully. The properties have already been divided. I believe this one ended up with Melliflua. Honestly, even though she was born a Black, Narcissa had paid little attention to family affairs since marrying Lucius. She had no interest in the property distributions. Despite the Black family's deep heritage, their actual wealth paled in comparison to the Malfoys, especially after one of their ancestors squandered a fortune just to buy an Order of Merlin medal for appearance's sake. Hearing that it had no relation to Sirius, Draco's expression finally softened a bit. Do you want to take a look? Narcissa asked. Though it seems the shop hasn't opened yet. So what? Malfoy's face clouded over again. We're Death Eaters. Since when do we care about that? Don't say things like that, Draco. Narcissa's voice trembled slightly, as if the words had frightened her. You can't think like that. You still have a chance. A chance. Malfoy's frustration boiled over. Does it matter what I think? Who even cares? Without another word, he turned sharply and headed for the shop. Bang. He was walking too fast and wasn't paying attention, he walked straight into someone. Damn it, you, he looked up, and the curse caught in his throat. His voice turned cold. It's you. You've been following us. What, planning to sell us out for credit? If I wanted to, I had countless chances to do so, Snape replied, just as coldly. Severus. Narcissa rushed over. You. But she didn't get the chance to finish. Malfoy, furious, dragged her away. She could only glance back repeatedly, eyes pleading as Snape grew smaller behind them. Snape didn't say a word. He just stood there, unmoving. Only after the two disappeared around the corner did he slowly open his hand. In his palm lay an extendable ear, and a torn scrap of parchment. It had been earlier when he slipped the device into Malfoy's pocket. Judging by their conversation on the way here, Snape could now confirm that both Malfoy and Narcissa had lost part of their memory. Most likely right after Draco's outburst. From what they said, it was clear they had no idea their earlier meeting had been witnessed by someone else. There was no doubt about it, a memory charm. Which also meant the person who'd tracked Malfoy couldn't have been a Death Eater. Successfully casting a memory charm on both of them meant whoever it was had overpowered them. And if it had been a Death Eater, they wouldn't have used a memory charm. A Cruciatus curse would have been more their style, or simply a stunning spell to knock them out and drag them to the Dark Lord. And speaking of memory charms. Snape eyed the extendable ear in his hand, his expression shifting subtly. It just so happened that he knew someone, not only skilled with memory charms, but also with very close ties to the Weasley twins who sold extendable ears. More importantly. Snape glanced at the half-sheet of parchment, then turned without hesitation and shoved open the shop door behind him. Bang. The door slammed into the wall so hard it nearly shattered the nearby window. Startled, Dobby, who had been busy inside, jumped. I'm sorry, sir, but we're not open yet. Get him out here. Snape said coldly. I don't know who you mean, Dobby replied, looking confused. Don't make me say it a third time. Snape stepped forward. Bring him out. Now. Immediately. Professor, Dobby really doesn't know. Please don't make it hard for him. Even though he'd expected it, hearing that familiar voice behind him still made Snape's blood pressure spike. Kyle. He spun around, speaking through clenched teeth. What was that? I didn't catch it, Kyle said, waving a hand. At his gesture, Dobby scurried out and quietly shut the door behind him. Snape flicked his hand, and something seemed to cast a veil over the room. This. He pulled out a piece of parchment and slammed it onto the brand new counter. I found this in Malfoy's pocket. Don't tell me it has nothing to do with you. On the parchment was a line of text, Niffler's shop, we find all kinds of valuable treasures. At the top was a symbol composed of 6 wands. This must have been torn from one of my flyers, Kyle said, glancing at it. What, Professor Snape, is there something you want to buy? If you don't mind, I could help. You think I don't know anything? Snape stepped closer, pointing at the symbol. This is your logo, isn't it? You 6 have this printed on all the trinkets you sell at school. I know it was you who followed Malfoy. You're the one who erased his memory, and stuffed this into his pocket. And why would I do that? Kyle spread his hands. Just gave him a piece of a shop flyer, ripped off, no less. To reinforce the memory, Snape sneered. This has magical traces. When a memory charm is cast, you can embed cues that trigger flashbacks when the person sees specific words or images. Kyle narrowed his eyes. What, going to deny it now? Think I wouldn't notice? Snape looked rather pleased with Kyle's reaction. If I'm not mistaken, once your shop officially opens, this logo will be displayed prominently. When Draco sees it, the enchantment will activate, and he'll walk in without even realizing why. His behavior just now was your doing too, wasn't it? Somehow I doubt he's in the mood for shopping. What exactly are you trying to achieve? Snape locked eyes with him. Professor, maybe you're overthinking this. Kyle casually tossed the parchment aside. I admit I followed Malfoy and cast the memory charm on them in Nocturne Alley, but I only did it to save them. That's all, no hidden agenda. Save Draco. Snape almost laughed. Do you take everyone for a fool? I never said that. Kyle shrugged. And Professor, you know better than I do how terrifying you know who is. The only way to avoid suspicion is to know nothing. Snape said nothing, his gaze cold and unwavering. And you think the same, don't you? Kyle went on, Madame Narcissa brought Malfoy to you so he could persuade you as your godson. But she misjudged his temperament, and that's why the two of you parted on such bad terms. I know, Professor. You wanted to help them find Professor Dumbledore, didn't you? That's none of your concern, Snape said darkly. You'd better keep this to yourself, or I'll personally make sure you do. As if you know who would believe a word I say, Kyle said with a short laugh. If Harry and I were standing on either side of him, I bet he'd point his wand at me first without a second thought. You give yourself too much credit, Snape sneered. Kyle chuckled as well. He really wasn't giving himself too much credit. Voldemort might have wanted to kill Harry, the boy who'd once defeated him, but after the basilisk incident, things weren't so certain. Having once controlled the basilisk, Voldemort had come to see it as a symbol of his identity as Slytherin's heir. Yet, right after his resurrection, the title he valued most had already been snatched away by Kyle. At the time, Voldemort had nearly exploded on the spot from sheer rage. It was hard to say which mattered more to him, the heir of Slytherin title, or that one defeat. But Kyle didn't explain any of that. He simply said calmly, Professor, I was trying to help you, trying to save the life of your own godson. You don't have to thank me, but is this really how you repay me? Do you think I'd believe that? I think you would, Kyle replied. And to be blunt, even if you don't, what then? Kill me. Snape flushed with fury at Kyle's near-taunting words, and with a sharp flick of his wand, cast a spell. A silver shield shimmered faintly in front of Kyle, deflecting the spell into a nearby shelf. The newly installed shelf exploded into pieces. That was an ebony shelf, Professor. Don't forget to pay me 150 galleons later, Kyle said coolly. Do you even hear yourself? Snape let out an incredulous laugh. For 150 galleons, I could fill this entire room with ebony. The shelf's one thing, but the king vine pods on it are the real loss. Kyle pointed to the shattered pods on the ground. 16 in total. 10 galleons each. Charging you 150 is already a friendly price. Snape's temple throbbed. More than Kyle's attitude, what really got under his skin was the fact that he couldn't do a thing about it. Even though he'd only used a disarming charm just now, Kyle's shield charm hadn't even flickered. He was completely composed, meaning that even stronger spells might not work on him either. And then there were Kyle's recent accomplishments to consider. No matter how much Snape hated to admit it, Kyle's current strength was on par with his own, not that he'd ever admit Kyle was stronger, absolutely not. Tell me what your goal is, Snape said, forcing himself to calm down. I already told you. I just wanted to help you. That's all, Kyle said. Snape didn't respond. He took a deep breath, turned, and walked away. Don't forget to pay up, Professor, Kyle called after him. Otherwise, I'll have Kana come collect. Technically, that shelf was part of her inventory. Snape's stride faltered. A faint black smoke rose from him, and a wisp of flame seemed to ignite in his greasy hair. Good thing he wasn't an obscurial, otherwise, he might have exploded with a full-blown obscurus on the spot. Kyle braced himself, expecting Sectum Semper to come flying at any moment. But to his surprise, Snape didn't stop. He didn't say a word, just quickened his pace and yanked the door open. That door's not cheap. Kyle added helpfully. Damage costs 10 galleons. If the glass breaks, that's another 5. Snape forcibly held himself back from slamming the door, strode out without a glance back, and disappeared within seconds. Kyle watched him leave, beaming with satisfaction. Teasing Snape really was something else. Watching him fume helplessly was more refreshing than downing an entire bottle of elixir to induce euphoria. It was just a bit risky. One wrong move and he could end up hands on head. If not for the new shield charm he'd learned, he wouldn't have dared try it at all. Kyle raised his wand and gave it a flick. The destroyed shelf reassembled instantly, and the scattered items floated neatly back into place. As for the broken kingvine pods, a simple repair spell wouldn't cut it. So really, Kyle hadn't tried to scam Snape. Good thing it had been a disarming charm. If Snape had used a blasting curse instead, the damages, and the cost, would have been much worse. The kingvine pods were actually the cheapest items on that shelf. Kyle glanced again toward the door, flicked his fingers, and the parchment he'd tossed earlier drifted slowly back into his hand. Looking at it, he fell into a slight daze. He hadn't expected Snape to come find him, let alone to figure out his plan so quickly. But then again, there was a reason Snape had managed to stay hidden under Voldemort's nose for so long. Kyle glanced down at the parchment. Snape had been right. This thing served as an anchor in Malfoy's memory. As soon as he saw it, fragments of what had been erased would start surfacing in his mind, increasing the chances that he'd come back here. Kyle had even gone out of his way to make it look like a simple flyer. That way, if someone found it, they'd assume Malfoy just forgot to throw it away, no one would suspect anything unusual. Who would suspect a flyer? But now that Snape had taken it, it was useless. Kyle sighed and ignited it with a flick of flame. Malfoy had already left Diagon Alley. There was no way to slip a new one into place. But that was fine. Based on his behavior earlier, Malfoy already had a subconscious impression of this place. It was like cultivating mandrakes. You couldn't speed up the process with fertilizer, but sooner or later, they'd sprout. You just had to wait a few more days. Still, Kyle didn't plan on telling Snape any of this, not because he was afraid Snape would ruin it, but because Malfoy might drag him down. Malfoy had already proven himself to be a top-tier liability. Splitting up was safer for everyone involved, not just Snape, but Malfoy too. It lowered the risk of exposure. The safest thing was for no one to know anything, not even Kyle himself. At that moment, Dobby poked his head through the door, looking around cautiously. "Sir, are you all right?" "Don't worry, I'm fine," Kyle replied. "Next time someone like that shows up, don't hold back, just toss them out." Dobby understands, the house elf puffed out his chest, looking ready to leap into action. Chapter 869, the score is even. Ding-a-ling. Welcome. With a clear jingle of the wind chimes, Dobby, sent by Newt to help out in Diagon Alley, sprang out from behind the counter, staring wide-eyed at the customer who had just walked in. It was a middle-aged wizard, who had only come to withdraw some money. On his way, he had unexpectedly noticed this newly opened shop. Strange. With Death Eaters running rampant, Diagon Alley growing increasingly desolate, and shops shutting down every day as people fled abroad, who in their right mind would go against the tide and open a new store? Wasn't he afraid of attracting Death Eaters' attention? Though his instinct was to leave this crowded and conspicuous area of Diagon Alley as soon as possible, curiosity got the better of him. He stepped inside, wanting to see who was bold, or foolish, enough to try this. His first impression upon entering was quite good. The shop was bright and inviting, and a faint woody scent lingered in the air, the distinctive fragrance of pearwood, likely coming from the brand new counter. A pearwood counter, tasteful, and not cheap. Whoever opened this place had both taste and money. At the same time, a fruity sweetness wafted through the air, rich, but not cloying, refreshing and pleasant. Not bad, the wizard thought. If this were a few years ago, the place would be packed with customers. But now. He shook his head. Honestly, in times like these, who still felt like shopping? No matter how well decorated the store was, it'd just be a waste of galleons. Ignoring the eager house elf who had jumped out to greet him, he turned his attention to the shelves, curious to find the source of the unfamiliar fruit aroma, and to leave quickly afterward. It was a bunch of grapes. But the grapes were much larger than usual, each one plump and round, looking incredibly appetizing, especially with that intense aroma reaching straight into his nostrils. They must taste amazing, the wizard thought, swallowing involuntarily. Maybe I'll buy a bunch to take home. I just withdrew money, after all, a bit of fruit wouldn't be a problem. Until he saw the price listed below. Without the slightest hesitation, the wizard held his breath, turned on his heel, and all but ran out of the shop. Only after he'd fled far down the street did he finally gasp for breath. Are you mad? 10 galleons for a single grape. Is it made of gold? No, even if it were, it wouldn't cost that much. At this price, just smelling it should cost a sickle. He had certainly taken in a fair bit of the scent while searching for the fruit. Hopefully the shopkeeper wouldn't chase after him demanding payment. On instinct, he picked up his pace again. No wonder someone had the guts to open a shop in Diagon Alley right now. His heart's blacker than a Death Eater's. Why not just rob Gringotts instead? The customer stormed off, cursing, while the ever-enthusiastic Dobby could only return behind the counter. That was what, 5th one today? Or 6th? Not a single sale all morning. Dobby, who had only a vague sense of prices, let out a sigh, feeling a bit guilty about disappointing Mr. Kyle's trust. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kyle wasn't concerned with the newly opened shop. He was upstairs in his house in St. Catchpole Village. The peaceful village was suddenly disturbed by a faint explosion. Kyle instinctively walked to the window and glanced outside. Mrs. Weasley had returned and was standing at the front door of the burrow. And he was standing there, too. Kyle remembered it clearly. The first time he left Hogwarts after impersonating the headmaster, he had run into Mrs. Weasley just as she was preparing to move out of number 12 Grimmauld Place. This was that very scene. By tomorrow, he should be heading to France to look for Conna. His gaze flickered. He pulled out the completely broken and unusable time-turner from his pocket. Then he took 2 steps back and vanished from the room with a crack. He had disapparated. Outside the window, the Kyle who had just been about to enter the burrow suddenly stopped, as if sensing something. He turned and looked up at the second-floor window of his house. Kyle, is something wrong? Mrs. Weasley asked. Nothing. Kyle shook his head and walked inside. Mrs. Weasley, let me help you get rid of the pests. Thank you, she replied. Those doxies just never stop showing up. I have no idea how they're getting in. While the two of them were busy cleaning the burrow, the other Kyle had already arrived outside the Hog's Head in Hogsmeade. He didn't go in, just peered inside through the window. Aberforth was the same as ever, scowling behind the bar, wiping a filthy glass with an even filthier rag. Same as always. Dumbledore and Ariana still hadn't come back to find him. Kyle looked away and headed toward Hogwarts. He remembered Dumbledore saying, before leaving, that he and Ariana had something to do, for the next time travel. That so-called next time travel should be when Kyle went back to the past to save Dumbledore. He didn't know when they would return. Just in case, he had some things he needed to take care of. But before that, he had to go to Hogwarts. It was time to settle some scores. Since it was class time, Hogwarts was quiet. Kyle walked straight through the main entrance and ran into Professor Sprout, who had just come out of the greenhouse. Kyle. Professor Sprout looked surprised and walked over quickly. Didn't Minerva say you just left the school? Why are you back? Oh, I just realized I forgot something, Kyle said calmly. So I came back for it. No one saw you, right? Professor Sprout asked nervously. Relax, Professor, Kyle said, waving a hand and lowering his voice. I'm an outstanding graduate just coming back to visit my old school. No one's going to suspect I'm Dumbledore. Still, it's better to be careful, she said. Want me to inform Minerva? No need, Kyle shook his head. I'm just grabbing something. I won't be long. All right, come with me then, she said, taking off her dragonhide gloves. Class isn't over yet. No one will notice you going into the headmaster's office. Okay. Kyle followed Professor Sprout into the castle. On the way, they ran into Filch. It was clear that Filch, who guarded the school entrance, didn't welcome Kyle, the now graduated, social loafer. But with Professor Sprout accompanying him, there was nothing Filch could do. He could only lurk in the shadows of the corridor, glaring viciously. Argus, you can go, Professor Sprout said with a glance. Kyle just came to discuss something with me. I'll escort him out of the school afterward. That was a very clear dismissal. Filch's face stiffened, but with Professor Sprout being the head of house, he could only bow slightly and leave the hall in silence. The two of them then made their way up the empty staircase to the 8th floor, stopping before the gargoyle statue. I won't go in with you, Professor Sprout said, checking the time. Class is about to end, and next period is Gryffindor's herbology. If you want to leave the school, you can have a ghost fetch Minerva. Oh, right, just tap the second silver jug on the desk, and a ghost will come. So that's what the silverware in the headmaster's office is for. Kyle clicked his tongue, a little surprised. He'd suspected those items weren't just for decoration. Yes, the second one, don't tap the wrong one. No worries, Kyle said. I'll leave the school another way. No one will see me. Good, then. With the sound of the bell ringing, Professor Sprout hurried off. She'd come back to the castle specifically to retrieve an antidote potion from her office. The next class was 7th year Gryffindor, and the subject was Stinger Cactus. Since Mr. Longbottom would be in attendance, it was wise to prepare extra antidote in advance. Otherwise, Madame Pomfrey would probably start grumbling again about canceling dangerous herbology lessons. Honestly, those adorable, delicate magical plants weren't dangerous at all. The real hazard was clearly Mr. Longbottom. Thankfully, she wouldn't have to teach him much longer. Once Professor Sprout left, Kyle slipped behind the gargoyle and into the headmaster's office. It looked the same as ever. The portraits of the former headmasters had their eyes closed, feigning sleep, but stirred when they heard movement. A few cracked open one eye. When they saw it was Kyle, they dropped the act. You again, boy. What are you doing back? Phineas Black snapped bluntly. Oh, nothing, Kyle said with a smile, walking over. Just came to bring you a gift. He pulled a large pile of finished magical paints from his pocket. These were high-quality paints used for enchanted portraits. Kyle had spent quite a lot of money acquiring them, but he didn't mind in the slightest. Phineas deserved the best. Drawing his wand, Kyle deftly sketched a menacing spiked mace, its 3-inch-long spikes gleaming coldly even within the portrait. Wait, what are you doing? Phineas felt a chill run down his spine, while several other headmasters, led by Armando Dippet, gathered around with eager eyes. I haven't done anything to you. You can't, Phineas was already trying to flee. Oh, don't be so formal, Kyle replied without looking up. I just thought you lot must be bored sitting in these portraits all day, so I figured I'd bring you a little fun. Fun. This wasn't fun, this was turning him into the fun. That bastard Dippet was already doing warm-ups. Phineas's legs went weak. He wanted to bolt. But the other portraits moved quickly. 2 middle-aged wizards immediately stepped in behind him, grabbing his arms to prevent him from slipping into another frame. The boy means well. Where are you going? One of them said with a sinister smile, glaring at Phineas like a predator. His intentions couldn't have been more obvious. Phineas began to struggle with all his might, but no matter how hard he fought, he couldn't shake off the grip of his fellow headmasters. Meanwhile, Kyle had already finished his work. In addition to the fearsome spiked mace and a double-headed axe, he had also thoughtfully drawn single-handed swords, daggers, and thorn whips for the witch headmasters, covering all bases, as always. Throughout this, Armando Dippet had been silently observing Kyle. While portraits couldn't think in the conventional sense, his years of experience told him that the Kyle now wasn't quite the same as the one who had left earlier. Of course, the fact that he could enter this room meant he wasn't an imposter. He was Kyle, but something about him felt different. It was also clear to him that Kyle was here specifically for Phineas. That raw, unmasked malice was obvious, even to a portrait. But so what? Armando chuckled quietly to himself. He was just a portrait. He didn't care what happened. What mattered was that some real entertainment was about to begin. In fact, he should thank Phineas for his generous spirit and selfless contribution to their shared leisure. What a fine man. Armando rubbed his hands together eagerly and reached for a suitable long-handled axe from the pile of weapons. It matched the ones the Hogwarts statues carried, and he'd always wanted to give it a try. Hearing the hulls echoing from the portrait, Kyle felt utterly refreshed. Back when he had first returned to 1899, Phineas had tried to deduct a full 100 points from him, but since there weren't enough points left, he'd simply reset Hufflepuff's house score to 0. Kyle had never forgotten that. So, as payback for the esteemed headmaster, he had gone all out, drawing 100 swords, clubs, axes, and other weapons to the highest standard. With that, they were even. Lowering his wand, Kyle rolled his slightly sore wrist. As enjoyable as the uproar from the portraits was, he hadn't forgotten why he came here in the first place. He searched the headmaster's office thoroughly until he found a blue scarf threaded with a phoenix feather. Carefully, he pulled the feather free, placed it on the perch by the door, and lit it. He needed Fawkes right now, but couldn't exactly go talk to his current self. This was the only method he could think of. Phoenixes could sense their own feathers, and this was Dumbledore's office. With any luck, that would be enough. Kyle wasn't sure if it would work. If not, he'd just have to go in person. As he stood thinking, the headmaster's office suddenly lit up. Fawkes appeared on the perch, tilting his head in confusion as he stared at Kyle, clearly unsure why he was here. Fawkes, I'm really glad you came, Kyle said. Don't be confused, both of us are me. It's just, something happened. Fawkes straightened his head. There's something I need your help with. Kyle pulled out an envelope. Can you take this to Beauxbatons and give it to Professor Victor, the one in charge of alchemy? It's about Professor Dumbledore. Fawkes grasped the envelope but didn't take off. Instead, he continued looking at Kyle and let out a crisp, clear cry. You don't know where it is. Kyle blinked. Phoenixes could travel anywhere at will, but they couldn't pinpoint locations just from an address. That was an owl's talent, the main reason they made such perfect messengers. Professor Dumbledore never took you there? Kyle asked. Fawkes nodded. Oh. Kyle rubbed his forehead. What about Beauxbatons? Do you know that place? Fawkes shook his head again. Forget it. Just take me with you, Kyle sighed. We'll go to France first. The contents of that envelope were too important to entrust to an owl. Fawkes was a far safer option. This time, Fawkes moved, gliding smoothly to Kyle's side and allowing him to grab hold of his tail feathers. Kyle didn't notice that behind him, the headmasters had gathered together. Did you hear that? Armando Dippet whispered to a witch beside him. He just said, both of us are me. What's that supposed to mean? Time Turner, Dilly's Derwent replied without hesitation. So, the boy standing here now came from the past. Armando blinked. Albus vanished into the past, and he's returned from it. Does that mean the boy brought Albus back? But if that's true, why hasn't he come to Hogwarts? Albus always has his reasons, Derwent said, not even turning her head. But are you really going to stand here talking? Phineas is about to make a run for it. Armando instinctively looked over and spotted Phineas sneaking toward the edge of the frame. If he crossed into another portrait, it would be nearly impossible to catch him. After all, once they left Hogwarts, they could only move within their own assigned paintings. Hey! You stay right there. Armando forgot all about Dumbledore, grabbed the long-handled axe beside him, and charged after him. Watch out for my new spell, Stupefy.